Chapter 1. Wu. As the sounds of weeping surrounded him, Yang Feng opened his eyes. Where am I? I've just had a few drinks, it can't be that serious. However, the individuals surrounding Yang Feng were no longer his roommates or university classmates. They were all attired in ancient garments, ranging from the young to the old. Well, it seems I perhaps indulged a bit too much and am now dreaming, Yang Feng mused, intending to close his eyes once more. At that moment, a woman beside him, clad in a modest dress, grasped his hand. Fenger, you have finally awakened. I feared you would never regain consciousness. Quickly, summon the doctor to see if there are any lingering ailments. Days passed, and Yang Feng could hardly believe it had truly traversed through time. As a history major, the notion of being transported to another era due to a mere hangover seemed utterly ludicrous. Though he had encountered numerous scenarios like this in novels, experiencing it firsthand was beyond belief. After a few days of acclimatization, Yang Feng finally accepted the reality of his situation, yet what he struggled to reconcile was that he had been reborn as a mere 6-year-old child. Great, I finally reach adulthood only to start all over again. But it's all right, as a history student, I can navigate through any dynasty with ease and ascend to the pinnacle of life. While this thought was enticing, the world he found himself in was not one he had studied in history books. In fact, he had never even heard of this continent's name. All he could do was begin to inquire. The land he had entered was called Qiong Continent, its shape reminiscent of a maple leaf, divided into 4 regions and 13 states. The 4 regions were as follows: the northern Saming region, the southwestern Feng region, the southern Liang region, and the northeastern Hammer region. The 13 states included Tsongshan, Bailey, Heian, Liangyue, Sichuan, Mianhong, Huanghe, Nanjing, Yuxi, Donggu, Tianbao, Tianhua, and Tianyang. The 4 regions were relatively remote, sparsely populated, mostly inhabited by nomadic tribes. The only unified nation across the 13 states was Jinliang, and Yang Feng's family, the Yangs, was a prominent clan in Tianbao City, the capital of Tianbao State. The Yang family was straightforward. Yang Feng's father, the eldest son, was named Yang Ji, styled Zhongfang. Yang Ji had 2 younger brothers, Yang Chun, styled Zhongjin, and Yang Sheng, styled Zhongjia. The 3 brothers were all military generals, though the modest rank Yang Ji held the position of Zhijin Wu, essentially the captain of the capital's guard, while his 2 brothers served as his subordinate officers. Each of them was a capable warrior. Yang Ji had repelled incursions from the nomadic tribes of Feng region multiple times and could have easily attained the rank of governor or inspector. Unfortunately, he had incurred the ire of corrupt eunuchs and could only serve as a gatekeeper of the imperial city. After several days, Yang Feng had a basic understanding of the continent's dynasties and his family circumstances. He also noticed something peculiar about himself. His eyebrows were unlike those of ordinary individuals, as they were divided into 8 colors. While others might not grasp its significance, Yang Feng was acutely aware that this was a sign of imperial destiny, as recorded in historical texts. The spring and autumn mentions, Yao's eyebrows were divided into 8 colors, signifying clarity. He observed the sun and moon and the celestial balance. Yao is said to have exhibited this unusual feature in his youth, characterized by benevolence and wisdom. This was a similar sign to that of Yao himself. In addition, Yang Feng had 2 younger brothers, the 5-year-old Yang Yun and the 4-year-old Yang Lei, all of whom were born to Yang Ji. Yang Chun and Yang Sheng had yet to have children. Yang Feng had little fondness for children, yet these 2 little shadows trailed him incessantly, calling out brother, brother. While Yang Feng was reluctantly tending to the children, his mother, Su Shi, summoned him to the inner hall. Fenger, how have you been feeling lately? Not too bad. By the way, mother, how did I fall ill? Yang Feng inquired, eager to ascertain the nature of his ailment, fearing that his imperial destiny might be cut short prematurely. Actually, it was not an illness per se. While playing with some children outside the city, you encountered a massive white python that blocked your path. You almost got swallowed by it and fainted from fright. And what happened to the giant python? It was slain by an unknown individual. Ah, so the white serpent has been vanquished. Yang Feng thought to himself. The signs of imperial destiny were indeed aligning. Thankfully, the people of this world were unaware of such omens otherwise. he might have already been eliminated by the Emperor of Jinliang. Yet, this was not an era of chaos, it was a unified dynasty. How could he possibly defy fate? Yang Feng pondered in silence. All right, Fenger, if there's nothing else, go take your brothers to study and practice martial arts. Understood. With that, Yang Feng took his two younger brothers and dashed outside. He needed to gather more information and discern the stability of this dynasty. If it appeared precarious, perhaps it would be wiser to live as a wealthy gentleman. Jinliang Imperial Palace. Urgent report from the frontier. Speak, Your Majesty. The barbaric Hu tribes of Songming region have invaded Heiyuan state once again, committing acts of arson and plunder. The state governor implores your support. Useless. A mere state lord unable to fend off a band of barbarians dares to seek my aid? The Emperor of Jinliang, Lu Gong, was infuriated. Your Majesty, please remain calm. The officials all knelt, imploring him to temper his wrath. Enough of kneeling. Propose a solution. Who shall we send? Lu Gong queried. No one among the officials spoke. Battling the Hu tribes was no trivial matter. As a nomadic people, they were swift as the wind, always mounted on horseback. By the time reinforcements arrived, the enemy would have long since vanished, rendering any military engagement futile and frustrating. Seeing the silence among his officials, Lu Gong grew anxious and could only appoint someone. Qin, as Chancellor, who do you deem fit for this task? Qin, the Chancellor, had no choice but to kneel and respond. Your Majesty, in 10 days, we will hold the Tianbao Poetry and Martial Arts Festival. We might find some promising new talents among the participants. This is also an opportunity to demonstrate Jinliang's commitment to nurturing talent. Relying on a civilian martial competition to select generals seems somewhat imprudent, does it not? Your Majesty, the Tianbao martial contest has been a tradition for over 100 years. Though it is a civilian event, it holds significant weight in the hearts of the people. This could also mitigate the fallout from the recent events. Very well, let us heed Chancellor Qin's advice. It appears no one is willing to undertake this task otherwise. Your Majesty is wise. Now, let us wait for the victor to emerge in 10 days. There is no need for excessive discussion. You may disperse. Long live the Emperor. Long live. Long live. Yang Mansion in Tianbao City. Sigh, while others who traverse time have systems, I find myself empty-handed. Yet, perhaps it's for the best. Being a carefree, second-generation wealthy heir is quite appealing. Why should I endure the hardships of striving for dominance, as depicted in those novels? Why not simply enjoy life? I truly cannot comprehend. Yang Feng lay on his bed, mumbling in boredom. Beep. Host detected. Verifying identity. Verification successful. System loading complete. Welcome to the most powerful imperial cultivation plan in history. Whoa, I actually have a system now. How remarkable. It's as if mere musings have summoned it. It's the strongest imperial system to boot. Why must I rebel? Can't I just be a rich heir? I must be out of my mind. Even if 1,000 systems were at my disposal, they wouldn't sway me from my desire to remain a sloth. Yang Feng rolled over, returning to sleep. Beep. The most powerful imperial cultivation plan can assist the host in achieving dominance and unifying the realm. The host may summon renowned figures from Chinese history, including historical figures, literary characters, and folklore when necessary. Each summon requires 100 reputation points, capable of calling forth individuals with abilities ranging from 801 to 110. Rest assured, I will never summon anyone with ambitions of world domination. Why not just be a sloth and continue my leisurely existence? System, you might as well abandon that hope. Even if I were to leap off a cliff and meet my demise, I would never summon anyone. Yang Feng rolled over again. Beep. System mission issued. Main quest. The Path of the Emperor. First link. The Dawn of Dominance. The first step for an emperor is to secure territory and develop influence. Mission objective. Acquire personal territory, at least a city. Mission reward. 1 gold summon card, 1 family summon card, and 1,000 reputation points. Mission duration. 12 years. Failure to complete will result in immediate termination of the system. Wait, immediate termination? That's utterly preposterous. You can't just end my life. No, I refuse to accept that. It's better to live than to die. In 12 years, it'll be 18, the prime of my life. Absolutely not. I won't be terminated. You want me to be an emperor? How am I supposed to navigate this unified dynasty? Fine, if you insist on making me summon. Where's my beginner's gift pack? If you don't provide one, they'll genuinely stop playing along and enjoy my final 12 years. Yang Feng finally sat up, realizing he could no longer remain a sloth. Beep. The beginner's gift pack has been dispatched. Please check. Are you sending it to yourself? Just say what you have. Let me clarify. If there's nothing worthwhile, I'm absolutely done with this and irresolutely abandon it. Yang Feng declared firmly. Ding. Newbie gift package. 1 gold summoning card, 1 silver summoning card, 1 bronze summoning card, 2 initial companion cards, and 100 prestige points. Sounds quite sincere and appealing. However, I presume the gold, silver, and bronze refer to their capabilities, along with those companion cards. Forget it. I won't speculate any further system. Please elucidate this for me. What does it all mean? Ding. The gold summoning card can summon a character with any ability value between 105 and 110. The silver summoning card can summon a character with any ability value between 95 and 105, and the bronze summoning card can summon a character with any ability value between 85 and 95. The companion card can summon a historically renowned figure to be the childhood companion of the host, growing up alongside them. A historically renowned figure? Don't you dare give me some oddball. However, that's not too unreasonable. How about you summon someone like Xiang Yu, Li Yuanba, Li Sunxiao, Zhuge Liang, Bai Qi, or Han Xian? I'm never greedy. Ding. It seems the host is daydreaming. Hey kid, do you dare to insult me? By the way, does this summoning card randomly select a character? Ding. Not exactly. Each summoning will provide a candidate list of 5 individuals, from which the host can choose to eliminate 2 before making a random selection. However, the companion card is drawn randomly by the system, ensuring it is a historically notable figure. The more you explain, the less I believe your words. All right, I've blabbered long enough. Let's see how your system performs. Yang Feng rubbed his hands together, eager to give a try. Ding. Please make your selection. Host. Let me think. Right. What values do you possess? You haven't mentioned that yet. Ding. The values include leadership, martial arts, intelligence, politics, and charisma, which are the 5 fundamental attributes. Special talents will also have corresponding special ability ratings. That sounds reasonably coherent. Not bad at all. It's thoughtful of you to include special talents. Ding. Thank you for the compliment. Now, let's take a look at my attributes. Ding. Yang Feng, 6 years old. Leadership 2, martial arts 6, intelligence 7, politics 1, charisma 79. What? My values are far too low. You must be mistaken. As a new Century University student, I should have at least an intelligence score in the 70s, if not 80s or 90s. Moreover, in terms of physical fitness, I've never lost a fight. Many children have gone home crying after facing me. And about my charisma, with my good looks, I should be turning heads on the street. You assign me a charisma of 79? This is an affront to my splendid eyebrows. They say I have the demeanor of an emperor, and you give me a mere 79? Are you making fun of me? Yang Feng protested indignantly, feeling as though he could tear the system apart if it were before him. Ding. The system cannot be mistaken. Under normal conditions, with free growth, the maximum values for leadership, martial arts, intelligence, and politics can reach 10. Only with education or rigorous training can they reach up to 30. Having such data at 6 years old is already quite commendable. As for your claim of being a university student, punching kindergartners and kicking nursing homes belongs to your previous life. Your body is different now, so your attributes cannot be the same. This is discrimination. I protest. Ding. Protests are ineffective. Please proceed to use the cards quickly. If you continue to quibble, 1 summoning card will be randomly deducted. Please, I'm just making a casual suggestion. If you don't accept it, that's fine. It's not worth your dignity to hold a grudge against me. Come on, let's summon. Just remember to maintain a calm mindset during the summoning. Emotional turmoil is not good for your health. Ding. Enough with the nonsense. Please select your summoning option now. This system has always been fair and just, so save your petty thoughts. Hey, I'm just concerned. Fine, he'll think it over. Yang Feng jumped off the bed, pacing around the room while pondering aloud. In the novels I've read, those who travel back in time crush everything effortlessly. At the very least, our university students should have superior intelligence, right? Alas, it's a pity not to have the original body. What should I summon first? Right? System, what is the personality of the summoned character like? Will they be completely loyal to me? Ding. There is no absolute loyalty in this world. The summoned characters will exhibit personalities based on historical records and narrative accounts. They possess independent thinking capabilities, so they may only have a slight fondness for the host. If the host's actions provoke their dislike, they may choose to leave or rebel against him. Thus, one must lead by example. If one's character is flawed, even commands will not be obeyed. Being true to oneself is paramount. I have to rely on my charisma to win them over. That's quite challenging. Given this, I cannot afford to be careless with my first summoning. I should start by improving myself. I truly wonder how those predecessors managed to crush everything with martial prowess and intelligence. This is quite difficult for me, but I'm just 6 years old. There's plenty of time. First, I should find a teacher to complete my 9 years of compulsory education. System, I've made my decision. I will use the gold summoning card to summon an educational talent and see how the finest educators can shape me. Ding! The summoning has commenced. A comprehensive review of historical figures is underway, and the selection of individuals with exceptional educational abilities is in progress. Ding! The summoning has begun. A thorough examination of historical figures is ongoing, and the selection of individuals with remarkable educational capabilities is underway. Hurry up, hurry up. My friend can hardly wait. Yang Feng urged incessantly. Ding! Due to the initial usage, please hold on. What a pathetic system. Am I to be a subject of experimentation? Yang Feng retorted indignantly. Ding! The selection of 5 individuals with exceptional educational abilities has been completed. Come on, big brother, do not keep my friend in suspense. The first individual, Confucius, the founder of the Confucian school in China. Command? Martial power? Intelligence 103, Politics 105, Charisma 105, Education 110. Why are there still question marks? Yang Feng inquired, puzzled. Ding! The system's level is insufficient to ascertain detailed values. Well, it seems I need to level up further. This first individual is indeed Confucius. Quite a notable figure. Let's see who the next great deity is. Yang Feng continued. Ding! The second individual, Laozi, the founder of Taoism advocating for non-action. Command? Martial power? Intelligence 105, Politics 102, Charisma 104, Education 108. This is simply overwhelming. Who am I supposed to choose? I too have emerged. After all, this is someone who taught Confucius, yet Confucius's educational prowess is slightly superior. This only heightens my anticipation for what lies ahead. Hurry, hurry, my great sword has long been unsheathed. Well, that's not to be mentioned, but I cannot contain my excitement. Ding! The third individual, Wang Su, a paragon of the strategist schools during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Command 101. Martial power? Intelligence 110. Politics? Charisma 102. Education 110. The legendary Giguzi has surfaced. If he were to be my teacher, I would be invincible. Let's take off. Ding! The fourth individual, Wang Shoren, a Ming Dynasty thinker, military strategist, and the culmination of the Heart-Mind School. Command 97. Martial power? Intelligence 100. Politics 98. Charisma 103. Education 105. Wang Yangming. Yet another great figure. I suspect his martial prowess is also substantial, a well-rounded hexagonal warrior indeed. However, it appears that Mr. Yangming falls slightly short when compared to the preceding 3 great figures. I am rather eager for the grand finale. Ding! The fifth individual, Liang Qichao, a modern Chinese thinker, politician, and educational reformer. Command? Martial power? Intelligence 98, Politics 95, Charisma 100, Education 100. Well, Liang Qichao is acceptable, but in comparison to the 4 above, he is somewhat lacking. Ding! Please select 2 individuals to eliminate. Let us remove Liang Qichao and Wang Yaming. I hope to summon Giguzi. My ultimate comprehensive development relies on him. Yang Feng rubbed his hands together, hoping to attract good fortune. Ding! Summoning in progress. Giguzi, Giguzi, Giguzi. I want Giguzi. Yang Feng shouted loudly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have summoned Confucius, the founder of the Confucian school. Alas, still no Giguzi. What a pity. Ding! The host should not be unaware of the blessings he possesses. As the founder of Confucianism, Confucius is already the most outstanding educator in history, and you remain unsatisfied? Indeed, after all, he is Confucius. This can be considered a significant leap for me, as he spoke. Yang Feng fell into reminiscence. Confucius, whose name was Qiong and courtesy named Zhongni, is the epitome of Chinese cultural thought and the founder of Confucianism. He was a great thinker, politician, and educator of ancient China, who traveled across the states with his disciples for 14 years. Revising the 6 classics in his later years, the Book of Songs, the Book of History, the Rites, the Music, the Book of Changes, and the Spring and Autumn Annals, he was recognized by UNESCO as the foremost cultural figure globally. Confucius dedicated his life to poetry, codifying rites and music, arranging the Book of Changes, and authoring the Spring and Autumn Annals, though some claim the Spring and Autumn Annals was authored by an anonymous writer, with Confucius merely revising it. Legend has it that Confucius had 3,000 disciples, among whom 72 were renowned sages. After Confucius's passing, his disciples and their successors recorded all his sayings and thoughts, compiling them into the Analects of Confucius. In ancient times, Confucius was venerated as the heavenly sage, heaven's wood bell, and was among the most learned individuals of his time, revered by later rulers as Confucius the Sage. The most sage and greatest teacher, and the model teacher for all ages. His Confucian thoughts have had a profound impact on both China and the world. To be honest, having Confucius as my teacher feels somewhat embarrassing. I feel unworthy, I must say. This summoning system is truly powerful. It is utterly delightful. Only a fool would refuse to use it. Yang Feng murmured. Ding! Did the host not say that he would jump off a cliff and perish, shattering into pieces rather than summon? In that case, I can only say it is indeed delightful. My previous ignorance has given way to newfound wisdom, and I am now enlightened. Yang Feng continued his ramblings. Ding! The identity of Confucius is being implanted. Must there be an identity implantation as well? Yang Feng asked, perplexed. Ding! Of course, otherwise, if a multitude of living beings were to appear out of nowhere, who wouldn't find it suspicious? True. This way I need not worry about how to explain the origins of those I summon in the future. Quite good, system brother. I appreciate you. Ding! The identity of Confucius has been successfully implanted. Kong Qiong, courtesy named Zhongni, hails from Qiong in Donggu Prefecture. Born into the Kong family. In his youth, he traveled the continent, seeking wise teachers and engaging in philosophical discussions for over 20 years without pause. The Emperor Lu Gong of the Jin dynasty, upon hearing of his talents, wished to invite him to govern the world, but was obstructed by the Prime Minister of Qin, Kong Qiong, with no avenue to serve his country. Reluctantly returned to his hometown, Qiong, where he established the Xingtan to educate and nurture individuals. Currently, he has over 3,000 disciples, with 71 sages among them, wishing to take on a closed-door disciple. Upon hearing of the host's remarkable qualities, Kong Qiong, having learned from ancient texts, wishes to accept the host as a disciple. However, he remains cautious regarding the host's character and desires to observe further. What is this? Further observation. If I fail to pass the observation, will my golden summoning card have been used in vain? Yang Feng exclaimed in fury. Ding! If the host lacks confidence to pass the assessment, how can he aspire to dominate the world? There is already goodwill. Simply perform well. I have no desire to dominate the world. It is you who are forcing me. Yang Feng mumbled softly. Very well. An assessment is an assessment. I just know that being Confucius's disciple is no easy feat. However, with so many senior brothers, I can certainly take advantage of the situation. Ha ha ha. I am truly a clever little imp. Ding! Does the host wish to use the summoning card again, with resources in hand? I remain unperturbed, so perhaps not. Ding! The system reminds the host that if the companion card is not used within 3 days of acquisition, it will be automatically deducted. Damn, I am at your mercy. It seems. Very well, just tell me. Do I need to use the remaining cards all at once? Yang Feng asked angrily. Ding! Not at all. The other summoning cards do not have usage restrictions. Please allow the host to decide whether to use the companion card. Use. I shall use both. I am the host, and you are like an ancestor to me. Use both companion cards for me. Ding! The companion cards are in use. The companion card has been successfully implanted. And your best childhood friend has been integrated. Please check. How do I check? I cannot even recall who my best friend is. At least give me a hint. Who on earth is it? Am I solving a riddle here? It is not the Lantern Festival. At least provide a riddle to go by. Say something. Yang Feng incessantly questioned. Ding. The companion card usage is complete. Please check. I am exasperated. System, you truly excel at this. I have wasted all 3 cards. Yang Feng was exceedingly frustrated. Kicking the cabinet in irritation. As he cradled his foot in pain, he heard someone calling him from the courtyard. Feng Di. Feng Di. We have come to see you. We heard you were ill. Have you rested better these past few days? Was that large python fierce? Tell us about it. As they spoke, 2 children entered Yang Feng's room. Hey, who is it that wishes for death? Calling me Feng Di? Your whole family is comprised of younger brothers. System, please check who these 2 country bumpkins are. Yang Feng vented the frustration he had just endured from the system onto the 2 children. Ding! The system has identified the individuals from the companion card. Who are these 2 little brats? System, please probe their attributes. Hey, Feng Di, have you hurt your head? Don't you recognize us? One of the children spoke. Yes, we've played together since childhood. Have you truly lost your memory, Feng Ge? The other child chimed in. This Feng Di is giving me a headache. System, quickly tell me who they are and what their values are. Yang Feng pressed his forehead and mused. Ding. The first individual detected is. Ding. The first individual detected is the renowned general of the Shu Han during the 3 Kingdoms period, the valiant Zhao Yun, age 8, command 93-54. Martial strength 173, intelligence 82-46, politics 75-20, charisma 95-76. The numbers in parentheses represent his abilities at the age of 8. Why is this kid so impressive? Oh, it turns out to be Zhao Yun. Zhao Zilong. No wonder, Yang Feng pondered to himself. Ding. Did the host not claim he was a rustic child? Who dares to insult my brother Yun? I would take them down. Just look at these stats. They utterly surpass mine. How disheartening. When comparing people, one often feels small. Who is that little snot-nosed brat? This historical figure is quite remarkable. Yang Feng silently reflected. Ding. The second individual detected is the famed general of the warring states. The hero against the Qin, Li Mu. Age 5, command 103-66. Martial strength 91-42. Intelligence 87-35. Politics 70-15. Charisma 97-73. The numbers in parentheses represent his abilities at the age of 5. Goodness, this brother is Li Mu, truly invincible, command 66 at the age of 5. I'm in tears. What a pathetic attribute I have. Alas, comparisons are futile. I no longer wish to play. Can I restart? Ding. Restart not possible. But instant annihilation is an option. Let's just leave it be. My stats are quite decent with ample room for improvement. Once my master arrives, I'll soar. Yang Feng thought as he contemplated. Just then, Zhao Yun approached and delivered a hearty slap on Yang Feng's back, nearly knocking him off balance. Brother Feng, I see your ailment has healed, yet you still seem dazed. Don't confine yourself indoors all day. Let us go horseback riding. I shall accompany you, and should any great serpent appear, I will cleave it in twain, Zhao Yun declared, unsheathing his sword and demonstrating a slashing motion. Indeed, Brother Feng, it has been ages since we rode together. We even spoke of becoming great generals. You cannot go back on your word. Let us ride, Li Mu chimed in, sniffling and shaking Yang Feng's arm vigorously. Calm down. Off we go then. If you keep shaking me, I might just fall apart. Let us ride. Yang Feng replied helplessly. The trio laughed and departed from the Yang residence. At the stables, Yang Feng dismounted, exhaustion etched upon his face. This horseback riding is no small feat. I feel as if I'm falling apart. You all go ahead, he exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground and gulping down water. Ha ha ha. This won't do, Brother Feng. Look at how well Brother Yun rides. You simply need more practice. It's only been a short while, and you can't endure it. Truly useless. I'm off to ride with Brother Yun, Li Mu said, mounting his pony and riding away from Yang Feng. That I can hardly believe it. To be friends with Li Mu and Zhao Yun. Both their fathers serve as lieutenants under my father. It is truly beyond comprehension, Yang Feng mused, reflecting on the historical lessons learned about the two. Zhao Yun, styled Zilong, hailing from Chashan, was a towering figure renowned as one of the leading generals of Shu Han. During the chaotic wars of the late Han, Zhao Yun was elected by his district to join the White Horse General, Gong Sunzan. During this time, he encountered the imperial Liu Bei, but soon departed upon the death of his elder brother. After approximately 7 years, Zhao Yun reunited with Liu Bei in Yu City and followed him thereafter. For nearly 3 decades, Zhao Yun participated in numerous battles, including the Battle of Bawangpo, the Battle of Chaban, the pacification of Jiang'an, and independently commanded the campaigns in Sichuan, the Han River, and Jigu Valley. achieving resounding victories. In addition to his military exploits, he served as a subordinate general, governor of Qiong, and commander of the garrison at Ankang, advising Liu Bei to restore lands to the people following the pacification of Yizhou and dissuading him from attacking Wu after the deaths of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. After his death, Lu Shan posthumously honored Zhao Yun with the title of Shumping Hou. Mu, of the Ying surname, named Mu, was a distinguished general of the Zhao state during the Warring States period, famed for his military prowess alongside Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Lian Pu, collectively known as the Four Great Generals of the Warring States. In the late Warring States, Li Mu was the only capable general upon whom Zhao relied during perilous times, earning the saying, "If Li Mu dies, Zhao perishes." His life can be divided into two phases, first resisting the Qiong along the northern borders, and later defending against the Qin, where he achieved great victories. Notably at the Battle of Ian, earning the title of Wuan Jun. In 229 BC, King Zhao of Zhao fell for a scheme devised by the Qin, believing slanderous accusations that led to the confiscation of Li Mu's military power. Culminating in his execution. Li Mu emerged as the most esteemed general of the eastern six states during the late Warring States, beloved by soldiers and citizens alike, renowned for his military acumen. His untimely demise led to the downfall of Zhao, lamented by posterity. "This system has truly been benevolent to me. I am utterly enamored with the valiant Zhao Zilong and the pillar of Zhao. Li Mu, if only I could summon a strategist, I would be invincible. The game's difficulty seems exceedingly low. I feel embarrassed to call it the ultimate emperor cultivation plan. In these times, true strength holds little value." Yang Feng lamented, shaking his head. "Ding, the beginner's protection period has elapsed. Due to the host utilizing one golden summoning card and two companion cards, the system shall balance the summon characters." "What? Balance the summon characters?" "No, please, we were merely jesting. This difficulty is already challenging enough. Do not complicate it further. I truly regret this," Yang Feng expressed, filled with remorse. "Ding, the golden summoning card has summoned Kong Qiu, and to maintain balance, the following figures from the 100 schools have been summoned: Confucianism, Mingzi, Xuanzi, Zhuxi, Taoism, Laozi, Zhuangzi, Lizi, Legalism, Jiqiao, Shindao, Sang Hongong, Moism, Mozi, Craftsman, Luban, Ouyangzi, Logicians, Gongsun Long, Weisher, Bai Shaoxing, Yinyang School, Zhouyin, Dongfang Shua, Strategists, Guguzi, Miscellaneous, Elbuwei, Shi Jiao, Agronomists, Su Xing, Jia Sixi, Novelists, Shi Nian, Luo Guanzhong, Wu Qingyin, Chao Shuiqin, Military Strategists, Sun Wu, Sima Rongju, Medical Experts, Bian Ke, Hua Tuo Martial Artists, Tong Yuan, Wang Yu, Zhou Tong, totaling 33 individuals, now successfully summoned and embedded with identities. "Is this even a game? How can I play with so many deities?" Yang Feng questioned in bewilderment. "Ding. As the heads of the 100 schools, they are defaulted to not serve in official capacities. Those with hidden attributes as hermits cannot serve either. The rest are eligible. Each notable figure will recruit disciples according to their preferences and spread their teachings. The host may also seek to recruit their disciples." Hidden attributes. Could there be skills involved too? Ding. Correct that in this realm, each person can awaken one passive skill and 5 hidden skills. However, not everyone will necessarily awaken them. What about me? What are my passives and skills? Yang Feng inquired eagerly. Ding. Currently, none have been discovered. And Zhao Yun and Li Mu. Ding. As of now, they have not awakened. Well, that presents a stark contrast. One is undiscovered while the other remains unawakened, indicating they must possess something. Oh, I feel like crying. Ding. Being cute is shameful. Fine, the great masters can still recruit disciples. That is splendid. I can find 2 more teachers upon my return. I can also find suitable mentors for Little Yun and Little Lei. Yang Feng contemplated. Ding. The peak attributes of summon characters can be enhanced through continuous learning and the rigors of warfare. They can progress. Then Zhao Yun and Li Mu would be truly invincible. All right, I'll arrange for a teacher for them. There is Tong Yuan here. Perhaps he can still mentor Zhao Yun, Yang Feng mused. Just then, Zhao Yun and Li Mu returned on their ponies. Brother Feng. Have you heard? The Tianbao conference is set to commence in 10 days. Shall we attend? What is the Tianbao conference? Yang Feng inquired. Brother Feng, have you truly forgotten? The Tianbao conference is our Jinliang's decade-long grand event. It is divided into the Tianbao Poetry Conference and the Tianbao Martial Conference. Though a folk event, it holds great prestige. and those who perform well may ascend the rankings of renowned figures. Zhao Yun explained. What is the ranking of notable figures? Yang Feng continued to ask. The ranking of notable figures is primarily organized by Xiaoxing. It comprises both the literary ranking and the martial ranking. The literary ranking, also known as the Hongru ranking, includes 36 individuals. The martial ranking is more detailed, featuring the Commander S ranking and the martial strength ranking. The Commander S ranking, known as the 100 victories ranking, is reserved for generals who achieve 100 victories without defeat, comprising another 36 individuals. The martial strength ranking, known as the champion ranking, is for those who surpass all in valor, totaling 72 individuals. Certainly, the children among us also have their own rankings. The literary ranking for those under 16 is called the Qianlong list, while the martial ranking is known as the Youhu list. Only 18 individuals can be selected for each, totaling 36, collectively referred to as the Longhu list. Now, do you understand? Li Mu patiently elucidated this to Yang Feng. Oh, it sounds quite lively. Yang Feng responded absently. Shall the three of us participate in the competition? Li Mu suggested, grasping the hands of his two elder brothers. Sure. Zhao Yun replied, but I'm not going. I don't know anything, but what's the point of going? I'd rather sleep at home. You two can go, and I'll just cheer you on. Yang Feng replied dismissively. Ding. Task initiated. Main quest. Eternal renown. First stage. Rise to fame. To be recognized as the greatest emperor is merely a prerequisite. Let your name resound throughout the continent. Quest objective. Participate in the Tianbao conference. Seize the top position and enter the Longhu list. Quest rewards. 1 golden martial power summoning card, 3 master begging cards, usable for others, and 200 reputation points. Quest duration. Until the first update of the Longhu list after the Tianbao conference. Failure to complete will result in immediate deletion by the system. Big brother, if you want me to participate, just say the word, no need to arrange all these tasks. You think I'm afraid of death? I just enjoy competitions, sigh. I have to work hard to help you both find masters. It's truly unfair, but I suppose, as brothers, this burden falls solely on me. However, it doesn't matter if I can't participate in the martial competition. The literary one is still simple enough that I've seen those who traverse realms come to be literary copyists. Now it's my turn. The essence of Chinese culture is vast and profound. I firmly believe I can secure the first place by simply copying a few pieces. I refuse to believe that you are better than all those venerable sages. The difficulty is still manageable, Yang Feng thought, filled with pride. Ding, companion card summoned. Zhao Yun, Li Mu, for system balance, exceeding limits. Don't, big brother. I won't speak carelessly anymore. Please don't exceed the limits. Yang Feng exclaimed in despair. Ding, system limit exceeded. Character balance null. Tianbao Yang Mansion. What? Fenger, you signed up for the Tianbao Poetry Conference. Su Shi scolded Yang Feng while tugging at his ear in anger. You, who have never even read a book since childhood, wish to attend a poetry conference. Those participants are at least of the age of maturity, and many are scholars who have dedicated years to the study of poetry. All seeking fame at the Tianbao conference. What do you think you can achieve? Huh? You were frightened recently, and your mind isn't quite right. You keep speaking nonsense. Now you wish to participate. Be practical. Let your mother find you a tutor to teach you to read. You can attend the Tianbao conference in 10 years. It won't be too late. Then be good and listen to your mother. We won't go to don't follow Xiao Yun and Xiao Li into nonsense. Mother, you don't understand. Look at my aura. What does it mean to have knowledge and grace? With my good looks and cultural prowess, I won't be outshone even by those from the Hongru list. Let them see what true dominance looks like. Yang Feng shook his head confidently, asserting his extraordinary nature. You sure slapped Yang Feng on the back of the head. You think you can outshine the Hongru list? You truly are out of your mind. Zhong Feng, do you think Fenger still isn't well? Should we invite Dr. Hua to examine him again? Hearing Su Shi's words, Yang Ji shook his head and said, Wonder, I observe that Fenger's eyes are clear and his thoughts are coherent. He doesn't seem ill. Besides, the child is still young. If he wishes to go, let him. It would be good for him to see the world. Even if he is eliminated early, it would still be an experience, wouldn't it? Let him go. But Fenger, you must promise your father that you are now of an age to study and practice martial arts. After this conference, I will find you a teacher to guide you. All right, as long as I can participate. But father, finding a teacher is a significant matter. It can't be done casually. The teacher must pass my test. Yang Feng said, his face brimming with joy. Haha, agreed. I promise, finding a teacher for Fenger will not be taken lightly. When you grow up, the task of revitalizing the Yang family will fall to you. Do not disappoint my hopes, Jiang Ziya said, stroking his long beard with delight. You spoil him. You've turned him into a brat that it seems like I'm the only one who is harsh on the child. I won't bother with this child anymore, Su Shi huffed, angrily leaving the room. Seeing his wife angry, Jiang Ziya hurriedly followed after her, turning back to Yang Feng as he ran. Fenger, I still have some matters to attend to. Remember today's agreement. After the Tianbao conference, I have something to discuss with you, so don't forget to seek me out. All right, I know. Go on. If you keep talking, you won't catch up to mother and will miss your bedtime. Hurry. Yang Feng waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Ziya was momentarily taken aback, then coughed out, I'm not chasing after your mother. I just remembered some official business to attend to. I in this household. I am the master. I will sleep wherever I wish. Who dares to prevent me from going to bed? Humph. Does she dare? Indeed. Father is right. I in our family, no one dares to oppose your words. Son will also remember our agreement. Hurry back, father. Yang Feng shrugged in resignation. Jiang Ziya said nothing more and turned to chase after Su Shi. Watching Jiang Ziya leave, Yang Feng sighed that it's true. One must admit to being under the thumb of his wife. What's so shameful about it? It's better to save face than to suffer needlessly. It seems that tonight, father will be sleeping on the floor again. Fortunately, Yang Feng's glee did not go unnoticed by Jiang Ziya. Otherwise, he might have sought a whip to teach Yang Feng a lesson about who truly holds authority in the household. By the way, system, I asked you to probe my father's ability values earlier. Can you tell me now? Yang Feng silently communicated with the system, having grown accustomed to conversing internally after days of dialogue with it, which had led many to believe he had lost his mind. Ding. Jiang Ziya, Command 92, Martial Power 82, Intelligence 87, Politics 51, Charm 98. Oh, impressive. My father possesses quite decent abilities. No wonder he has repeatedly defeated the barbarian tribes. His command and intelligence levels are commendable, though his political acumen leaves something to be desired. It's no wonder he's accomplished much yet remains at the rank of a city guard, merely standing at the gates for the emperor daily. How can he aspire to dominance? It seems I must rely on myself. His charm is remarkable, indeed. It surpasses even that of Zhao Yun, Li Mu, and Deng Yu at their peaks. That makes sense. After all, my father is quite handsome now. He must have been a dashing figure in his youth. Otherwise, how could he have won my mother, who is now so beautiful? I have heard that back in the day, she was the most stunning beauty in Sichuan, captivated by my father and eloping with him. My father has had his struggles as well. He built our current household solely through his own abilities. All right, these capabilities are satisfactory. While Yang Feng was deep in thought, Yang Yun and Yang Lei, two little rascals, burst in. Big brother, I want to participate in the Tianbao conference too. I can fight. Yang Lei exclaimed that I want to join too. Big brother, I can argue. Yang Yun added, equally determined. Yang Feng couldn't help but facepalm. What kind of skills are these? Fighting is one thing, but boasting about arguing. What do you think? That insults can win you a championship. Should I award you a prize? Yang Yun felt a bit embarrassed after hearing this. If that's the case, then I might not have much skill, but if Big Brother is participating, I want to join too. Second brother, don't intrude. I'll go with Big Brother. He'll participate in the poetry conference. And I'll join the martial one. Together, we'll bring home the first prize, leaving no place for you. Yang Lei declared proudly, as if victory were already secured. Go away. Stop trying to stir trouble. Yang Lei, you little brat. You're only 3 years old. What do you think you're doing in a martial competition? It's full of strong men, and you're still too small to even reach their thighs. Don't disturb your brother. Go play elsewhere. Yang Feng waved his hand dismissively, like shooing away a fly. Seeing that his brother did not believe him, Yang Lei, in a fit of rage, brought in a stone lock used for training. He lifted one in each hand, tossing them high into the air and catching them effortlessly as they fell, looking remarkably at ease. To him, the stone locks were as light as sandbags to other children. Big brother, look, I'm really strong. Yang Lei boasted while playing this stone lock fake. Let me try it. Yang Feng was skeptical. How could a 3-year-old lift such heavy stone locks? They must be hollowed. He intended to expose Yang Lei's trick and teach him a lesson. Oh, I put it down. Go ahead and try, brother. Yang Lei placed the stone lock on the ground, his face falling as he said, I thought I was really strong. Turns out this stone lock is fake. As he spoke, tears welled up in Yang Lei's eyes. Yang Feng hurried over to comfort him. Don't cry. Little Lei. It's all right. Acknowledging your mistakes is a great virtue. Let's not deceive others anymore. Okay, in the future. Practice martial arts diligently. Eldest brother believes that Xiao Lei is the finest. Once he grows up, we shall aspire to become great generals, and there shall be no room for tears. After finally soothing Yang Lei, Yang Feng was drenched in sweat, pondering how challenging it was to manage the child. He certainly lacked the aptitude for childcare. As he contemplated, Yang Feng approached the stone lock, saying, Xiao Lei, I'm taking this toy outside. From now on, let us engage with something more genuine. However, before he could finish, he attempted to lift the stone lock, but it refused to budge no matter how hard he tried. This toy is rather intriguing. I refuse to believe it. With both hands gripping the stone lock, he exerted all his strength, exclaiming, lift. Yet, the stone lock remained unyielding, causing sweat to cascade down his forehead, veins bulging with effort, but it remained immovable. Yang Lei stared in astonishment at his brother's performance, thinking that if one did not know better, they might truly believe the stone lock was exceedingly heavy. Eldest brother, stop pretending. I know I was wrong. Please, spare me the humiliation, Yang Lei said indignantly. Yang Feng was at a loss for words. He was not pretending. The stone lock was indeed heavy. Ha! Eldest brother, Xiao Lei, this stone lock is genuine. I saw father practicing with it. It weighs around 250 jin. Yang Yun laughed heartily. Humph, I told you, I would never deceive you. Eldest brother is quite foolish, unable to lift a mere stone lock, Yang Lei joyfully remarked. Yang Feng was speechless. Was he truly foolish? Who, besides Xiao Lei, could lift it? He was astonished that the boy possessed such innate strength. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently become the subject of ridicule, wishing he could vanish into the ground. However, he had to maintain the dignity of being the elder brother, a sentiment not understood by Xiao Yun and Xiao Lei. Eldest brother is not incapable. Rather, I am merely trying to amuse you. If I were to lift it effortlessly, would Xiao Lei find joy in that? I strive to foster a cheerful atmosphere for our family. You truly do not comprehend the heart of your elder brother. And it pains me deeply. Very well, you may leave. I am exhausted. Yang Feng feigned a posture of profound sorrow, lying on the bed, cocooned in the blankets, not even revealing his head. Xiao Lei wished to say more, but Yang Yun restrained him, saying, let it be. It seems we have truly misunderstood eldest brother. Xiao Lei, let us not attend the grand assembly. Eldest brother has our best interests at heart. Come, let us not disturb his rest. Listening to Yang Yun's reasoning, Xiao Lei found it quite sensible, and, clutching the stone lock, he followed Yang Yun out of the room. Upon hearing the door close, Yang Feng lay still for a while, ensuring they had departed, then kicked off the blanket, exclaiming, phew. Thankfully I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have truly faced social death. Those two little dimwits think they can compete with me, but I have bullied more children in my day than they have encountered. Ding! Yang Lei awakened a passive skill, boundless strength, unfettered by the heavens, unbound by the earth, able to lift mountains and bear heavy burdens. Truly a hero. Learning heavy weaponry efficiency doubles, while learning light weaponry efficiency is halved. Permanent increase in martial power by 5. Incredible. This is certainly the makings of a formidable warrior. I suspect Qiong you must have had a similar passive skill, and if Li Yu and Ba were here, he would undoubtedly possess one as well. This warrants careful consideration. I must find a good teacher for Xiao Lei. Alas, I am running low on apprenticeship cards. Yang Feng felt a mix of excitement and frustration. Ah, no need to dwell on that. I should prepare for the Tianbao Poetry Conference. I cannot allow a great warrior to emerge and steal my thunder. That would be disastrous. For now, I shall stay home and compose some poetry. Where are you going, elder brother? Do you not know? Today is the Tianbao Conference. I must hurry to secure a good spot. Is that so? It sounds rather lively. Hey, from your tone, you're not one of the 3-day folks. Are you? How would I know, elder brother? Ah, the Tianbao Conference is the most vibrant event in our 3 regions, held every decade. Do you not find that exciting? Indeed. Then, elder brother, do share the details, since you ask. I shall enlighten you that we need not discuss the martial assembly. The arena battles are merely for spectacle. However, this year's poetry meeting is quite exceptional, as a renowned scholar from the Hongru list will be attending. Oh, who might that be? I would be grateful if you could elaborate. This esteemed individual is none other than the 36th ranked scholar, Guan. The 36th rank, you say? Ah, you do not comprehend. Our Jiang has a population exceeding 90 million. With countless scholars. To stand out among them is no small feat. Even the last-ranked individual is deserving of respect. Furthermore, Guan is celebrated as the king of couplets, or colloquially, the king of couplets. Oh, how impressive. Indeed, this is a grand occasion. Young one, you are fortunate to be here. I must take my leave to secure a place. Thank you. Elder brother, the passerby who had answered departed, leaving the young man who had posed the question standing alone. This young man, clad in a black robe, had deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and dark skin. Setting him apart from the others, he was deep in thought when a child called out to him from behind. Zebianda, how are your inquiries faring? Zebi replied, Prince Temujin, you truly should not have disregarded the advice of the Han and sneaked out that if they were to discover your identity, it could endanger you. Oh, but with Zebianda by my side, I have nothing to fear. Just look at the affluence of the people here in Jinliang. Observe the splendor of the capital. Our kin can scarcely find food. Yet they are well fed. One day, I shall conquer this land, and wherever my steed roams, it shall become our territory, Temujin declared confidently, greed glinting in his eyes. Your Highness harbors lofty ambitions, yet the Han have a saying. A child of 1,000 golds does not sit in a low hall. You should not take such risks. Zebi cautioned, enough, since I am here, I shall make the most of it. This is a Han saying. Now, explain to me why it is so lively here, Temujin replied dismissively. Very well, the Tianbao conference is about to commence. This is a decade-long grand event in Tianbao Prefecture, divided into a poetry meeting and a martial assembly. The martial assembly involves arena combat, with the victor crowned as the Tianbao martial champion. The poetry meeting is a gathering of poets, with subjects set by the examiners, selecting the top 10 through 3 rounds for the final competition. The examiners will present a topic, and the 10 participants will compose poetry to determine the best. Awarded the title of Tianbao Poetry Champion, Zebi explained, conveying all he had uncovered to Temujin. Temujin pondered for a moment and said, Zebianda, you shall participate in the martial assembly and secure the title of martial champion. Your Highness, do not jest, Zebi implored. Ha, I knew you would be reluctant. While you were gathering information, I had already signed you up, Temujin said, holding up the registration form for Zebi to see. Zebi looked at the young prince, feeling exasperated. Very well, I shall do this once, but there shall be no second time. Whether I can claim the title remains uncertain, but I shall do my utmost. Zebianda, you are far too modest. The first warrior of the grasslands is invincible here in Jinliang. Let us go. We must participate. With that, the two squeezed into the crowd of competitors. Meanwhile, Yang Feng had arrived at the competition venue alongside Zhao Yun and Li Mu. Unknowingly brushing shoulders with Genghis Khan for the first time, it seems that the remarkable Temujin was accompanied by Zebi. Who knows whom else might be present? This Zebi is not the same as Guijing's master from the legend of the Condor heroes. The historical Zebi is far more formidable. Zebi, originally named Juro Adai, was a member of the Mongolian Bisu tribe and a celebrated general of the Mongol Empire. Initially, he served the Taichuwu tribe before surrendering to Genghis Khan, who bestowed upon him the name Zebi, meaning arrow in Mongolian, also translated as Bi. His surname is Zhe, and his name is Bi, with the origin of the Zhe surname being noted. Zebi was known for his valor, rising from a leader of 10 households to a leader of 1,000 in 1211. He accompanied Genghis Khan on a southern campaign against the Jin dynasty, capturing Wusha Fortress, Wuyue Camp, and Badaxing Mansion, reaching the Qiong Pass and advancing to the central capital, present-day Beijing. In 1218, he led 20,000 troops to annihilate the western Liao. Executing Chu Chuli. In 1219, he joined Genghis Khan on his western expedition. In 1223, he defeated the alliance of the Oirat and Kipchak at the Khalkha River battle but fell ill and died on the way back home. As for the legendary Genghis Khan, known to all, he is none other than Borjigin Temujin, the Khan of the Mongol Empire, honored with the title Genghis Khan, meaning the great chieftain who possesses the oceans and the four corners. He was an exceptional politician and military strategist in world history. Born in 1162 in the northern grasslands near the Onan River, in present-day Kenai Province, Mongolia, he was named Temujin in the spring of 1206. He established the Mongol Empire and subsequently launched multiple conquests, expanding his territory to Central Asia and the Black Sea region of Eastern Europe. In the year 1227, he met his demise during the campaign against the Western Xia. In October of the second year of the Yuan dynasty, 1265, Kublai Khan, the founder of the Yuan dynasty, posthumously honored Genghis Khan with the temple named Te Obi. October of the third year of the Yuan dynasty, 1266. The ancestral temple was completed, and the posthumous title was conferred, designating Genghis Khan as the Holy Martial Emperor. In 1271, the 8th year of the Yuan dynasty, Kublai Khan changed the state name from Great Mongol Empire to Great Yuan. In December of 1309, the 2nd year of the Great Daji, the Yuan Emperor Wuzong, Haitian, added the posthumous title Faxianqian and the temple name Taizu. From then on, Genghis Khan's posthumous title became Faxianqian Holy Martial Emperor. The legendary prowess of this great figure, Temujin, indeed brought numerous challenges to Yang Feng on his path to dominance, marking this as merely the first of many. Second brother, we shall part ways here. Third brother and I are heading to the martial assembly. I hope you can achieve commendable results at the poetry gathering, Zhao Yun said, pulling Li Mu and Yang Feng apart, as the venues for the martial assembly and poetry gathering were separate. Yang Feng waved his hand. Go ahead, elder brother. This time, the martial champion is surely yours. I shall strive for the poetry champion, and thus we shall create a remarkable tale. Second brother is biased. Who says the martial champion is merely an elder brother's grasp? I am quite formidable myself. Elder brother cannot best me, Li Mu exclaimed, vigorously swinging his fists. Yang Feng shot Li Mu a disdainful glance, while Zhao Yun chuckled softly. Indeed, third brother is the most formidable. You will surely clinch the championship at this gathering. Humph, that is undoubtedly mine, Li Mu declared, before following Zhao Yun to the martial competition venue. Yang Feng mused, I wonder where he derives such confidence. Perhaps during their sparring, elder brother has been overly lenient, giving him this false sense of security. He ought to consider his own capabilities. Yang Feng's confidence in Zhao Yun's potential to seize the championship stemmed from a recent system evaluation. To his surprise, in just 10 days, Zhao Yun's combat prowess had surged from 73 to 80, a remarkable leap indeed. I wonder what this kid has been consuming to grow so rapidly. A 7-point increase in 10 days is truly astonishing, Yang Feng thought to himself. Yang Feng assessed the combat abilities of the majority of participants using the system. Those scoring between 60 and 70 were already considered elite, yet very few surpassed 70. As for Li Mu, being younger and less skilled, he had only improved from a combat score of 42 to 45. Compared to Zhao Yun, he was still lacking, and he likely wouldn't even make it to the top 10 among the competitors. Yang Feng pondered on how to gently inform Li Mu of the harsh realities of adulthood, suggesting he should wait until he matured further before participating. What, you say Zhao Yun is also a mere child? Yang Feng was the first to vehemently object. To dare label my brother Yun as such is utterly intolerable. For a university student in his 20s to be called big brother by a 6-year-old is absurd, by that logic. He must be at least 30, who in their right mind would consistently associate with a 5-year-old. How embarrassing. As Yang Feng's thoughts spiraled, he arrived at the poetry gathering venue and decided to set aside his musings. He resolved to focus on earning the title of poetry champion, lest he suffer defeat before the competition even commenced, a fate he deemed unacceptable. Suddenly, a voice called out, all participants in the poetry gathering, please assemble here. The first round will commence shortly. Non-participants, please vacate the area. At last, it begins, Yang Feng remarked as he approached the speaker. A crowd had gathered around a young man, who was dressed in an eye-catching ensemble. A bright red robe atop green lantern pants, with yellow shoes on his feet and a fan in hand, inscribed with the character. His appearance was less than flattering, resembling a weasel that had come to life, and the throngs surrounding him were like stars orbiting the moon. One sycophant exclaimed, Young Master Qian, you shall undoubtedly claim the title of poetry champion this time. Such words are misplaced. Although my mentor is the chief judge this time, one must not underestimate the talents of others. Young Master Qian replied, fanning himself. Indeed, young Master Qian is correct. We must not belittle the heroes of the world. The sycophants echoed in agreement. Let us remain humble and not overly ostentatious as scholars. We must embody the demeanor of learned individuals. Such loud boisterousness is unbecoming. Young Master Qian continued to fan himself. Young Master Qian, after this poetry gathering concludes, would you kindly introduce us to Masters Wuqiu? One sycophant inquired, handing over a pouch filled with silver coins. As he accepted the pouch, young Master Qian responded, what is this? Do not act in such a manner. My mentor is quite busy. However, I assure you he will agree once I mention it. That said, whether you gain his favor depends on your own abilities. Let this not be a precedent. Of course. Thank you, young Master Qian, the sycophants gratefully replied. Yang Feng then understood that this young man, Qi Qian, was a closed-door disciple of Zhua Qiong, the renowned figure. Indeed, he was known for little more than indulging in wine, women, and gambling. It was likely that his mother had some questionable dealings with Zhua Qiong, which led to his acceptance as a disciple. Rumors also circulated that he was Zhua Qiong's illegitimate son. Unable to contain himself, Yang Feng remarked, "Who is this? A single mouse droppings has spoiled the entire pot of porridge." With a visage akin to a weasel, he ought to remain hidden and not embarrass himself. His incessant prattle has surely sullied the air here. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Qi Xian's expression darkened, and his sycophants began to advance, demanding, "What did you say? Are you looking for a fight? Who are you calling a mouse droppings? Who do you accuse of foul speech?" Of course, one can only point fingers at those who ask. Yang Feng shrugged in response. The sycophants were ready to take action, but were halted by Qi Xian, who declared, "The poetry gathering is imminent. Do not stir trouble. You, boy, if you possess any skill, leave your name." "You are unworthy to know my name," Yang Feng replied haughtily. "Very well, boy, I shall remember you. When the mountain does not move, the water shall shift. Await my return," Qi Xian threatened as he departed with his entourage. Yang Feng scoffed. Just then, hearing the judge announce, "The Tianbao poetry gathering is now commencing. Please prepare yourselves." The atmosphere grew tense, including Yang Feng, who lifted his gaze towards the elevated platform, eager to discover the first prompt. The first prompt of the Tianbao poetry gathering. As you are all aware, the barbarous Hu tribe from the Tsangming domain has once again invaded our Heiyuan prefecture, committing acts of arson and pillage. How can our beautiful land of Jinliang be so trampled upon? Please compose a poem on the theme of military service, in 5 or 7 character verse or lyrics, to be judged by the panel. With 100 participants advancing to the second round, you have the time of 1 incense stick. The time starts now. As the rules were announced, participants began to ponder and compose. Some paced back and forth. Others recited verses, while some wore troubled expressions, and others appeared self-assured. Among the most confident was undoubtedly Qi Xian, for his mentor was the chief examiner, who had already disclosed the prompt to him for thorough contemplation. Qi Xian prepared his ink and, with a flourish, wrote a poem with effortless grace. Despite his less than appealing appearance, his calligraphy displayed the diligence he had invested, flowing like water and dissipating like smoke. It is often said that one's writing reflects one's character. And this was not entirely untrue. Having completed his work, Qi Xian did not rush to submit it. To do so too hastily would reveal his prior knowledge of the prompt. Instead, he observed the others, particularly the boy who had insulted him earlier, Yang Feng, who appeared troubled and distressed. Qi Xian secretly reveled in the moment. "You, young one, without the skill to handle such delicate matters, should refrain from meddling in affairs beyond your reach. Just moments ago, you were so sharp-tongued. Now, I see you cannot pen a single word. Await my return after I claim the title of Tianbao Poetry Champion. I shall settle the score with you then." The time of 1 incense stick can feel both long and short. As participants submitted their works, many failed to finish within the allotted time and were thus eliminated. Qi Xian remained fixated on Yang Feng, surprised to see that, despite his evident distress, Yang Feng managed to complete his poem just before the deadline. "Hey, boy, luck seems to be on your side, but it matters not. You will still be eliminated. You ought to return home and play in the mud, for that is where you truly belong." Qi Xian taunted Yang Feng. Yang Feng raised his gaze to Qi Xian, contemplating, were it not for the system's insistence on this task, I would have no desire to engage with this weasel. This individual is akin to a lazy frog on my foot. He may not bite, but his presence is irksome. Engaging in a verbal battle with him felt beneath Yang Feng. He resolved to let the facts speak for themselves, for they belonged to 2 entirely different worlds. With that thought, Yang Feng wore a contemptuous smile and chose not to respond to Qi Xian. Qi Xian, noticing his lack of reaction, became even angrier and demanded, "What are you laughing at, boy? What is so amusing? Have you found joy in the mire?" Unwilling to engage with Qi Xian, who seemed eager for conflict, Yang Feng thought, "This is intolerable. I cannot allow such insolence to continue in this day and age. One has seen many things, but never someone so desperately seeking confrontation." Yang Feng pondered to himself. A frog in a well cannot speak of the ocean. A summer insect cannot discuss ice. He spoke in a nonchalant manner, dismissing Qi Xian, who seemed eager to provoke him. This was a level of audacity that was simply intolerable. In this day and age, one encounters all sorts of things. but one has rarely seen someone so desperate for reproach. What does that mean? Qiong inquired, bewildered. In this era, is cursing not supposed to be direct? Shouldn't it involve exchanging pleasantries about one's immediate family or clan members? Just as Qiong was about to say something further, a voice from the high platform announced, "Here lies a poetic work, the authorship of which remains unknown. Might this esteemed individual enlighten us about its meaning? What a remarkable piece this must be, to leave even the judges perplexed and in need of an explanation." Surely, with Masters Qiong present at this competition, it cannot be that he is entirely befuddled. Who can say? After all, there are always individuals beyond one's understanding. The crowd buzzed with speculation, craning their necks to glimpse this remarkable creation. What are these characters? Are they a new script? I can't decipher them at all. Brother, do you understand? Ah, I do not comprehend either. Perhaps it is a new style of calligraphy from a master. I recognize it. This is a new script that has been passed down from Huang Hezhou. Just look at these strokes. They are anything but ordinary. You understand my point, right? Qiong stammered. Such lofty discourse. My brother, I never imagined you would be familiar with such obscure script. You truly are a remarkable talent. Ahem. I merely have read a bit more. It is nothing to boast about. Qiong humbly waved a fan. Ah, such modesty. Young Feng listened to the ongoing discussions, feeling so awkward that he could almost dig a hole to hide in. This was not a new script. It was merely Yang Feng's poorly executed handwriting. Even a handful of rice-toasted chickens would likely yield better results. If anyone could decipher this, that would indeed be a strange occurrence. Yang Feng consoled himself. Who can write with a brush these days? No one who has traveled back in time would know how to. Besides, serious university students type everything. It's not my fault that it's the examination that lacks computers. They ought to receive a poor review for this event. Though the responsibility lay with the event organizers, Yang Feng hurriedly ascended the platform. This is my work, he proclaimed loudly. Oh, young brother, why not recite your poem for us? Why not? Yang Feng quickly concealed the paper he had written on. Please listen closely. Dark clouds press upon the city, threatening destruction. The armor gleams like gold scales in the sun. The sound of horns fills the autumn sky, while the rouge of the borderlands condenses into night as purples. Half the red flag approaches the river, frost weighing heavy, drums silent in the cold. I report to you, my lord, you're intent upon the golden terrace, to carry the jade dragon to die for you. Yang Feng loudly recited his own poem, showing no shame for his plagiarism. This was indeed a poem by the great poet Li Hidati. Oh, think this competition is akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, Yang Feng mused internally. Could such poetry be crafted by a mere 6-year-old? Has he ever been to a battlefield? Where is Yishui? Qiong's sycophants questioned loudly from below. Can this young brother provide an explanation? The host inquired. What is so difficult about this? My father is Jiang Ziya, the capital's chief of the Imperial Guard, who was reassigned to Tianbao City just a year ago. Previously, he fought against the barbarians at Mianhong Prefecture and the Fire Domain. I have also visited the battlefield. Why do you ask about Shijiang City? It is merely named for the river nearby, known as Langyi River. Why should it not be called Yishui? Moreover, this topic was posed by Masters Qiong, and I composed it on the spot. Are you implying that Masters will leak the topic to me? Yang Feng declared with conviction. Qiong's sycophants were left speechless. I can attest to this. I am not acquainted with this young lad and could not possibly know the questions I posed. As Guan finally made his appearance, Yang Feng regarded Guan. His first close encounter with someone from the Hall of Scholars, observing the frail, withered elder whose skin resembled dried bark, yet whose small eyes sparkled with intelligence. The results of the first round have been determined. Now let me announce the topic for the second round, as Guan said, fixing his gaze upon Yang Feng. Feeling an inexplicable chill at his stare, Yang Feng sensed a hint of disdain. The names Guan seemed familiar, yet he could not recall from where. Nevertheless, Yang Feng brushed it aside and replied, "It would be my honor to receive your prompt." Very well, the word love is often the hardest to part with. For the second round, I ask you all to compose a poem on the theme of love. You shall have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Guan stated calmly. After Guan finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on Yang Feng, thinking to himself, let us see how you write. Young one, can a 6-year-old truly comprehend love? Though I may appear 6, I am, in truth, over 20, having traversed time. Yet, I seem to be perpetually single. History is filled with love poems. I must ponder which to use. Yang Feng thought to himself, as the incense stick burned low. Yang Feng anticipated Guan's reminder and promptly recited his lines. the bright moonlight before my bed. Perhaps it is frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my hometown. What do you think, master? Yang Feng inquired once more. Passable, Zhuqiao Guang replied, somewhat reluctantly. Zhuqiao Guang clenched his teeth, begrudgingly accepting the situation. Once the selection was complete, the remaining 9 individuals ascended the stage, among them Qi Xian, who fixed a fierce glare on Yang Feng, who appeared blissfully unaware, standing there with an air of nonchalance. Master, let us hasten to the final round. I'm eager to claim the title of poetry champion and return home for dinner. If you delay any longer, I'll be late, and my mother will surely scold me, Yang Feng remarked towards Zhuqiao Guang. Patience, young one, that I have already devised the final round's topic, Zhuqiao Guang replied. Then do speak quickly. Time is of the essence, and I have other commitments, Yang Feng pressed on. Zhuqiao Guang's face turned a shade of fury, his hands trembling slightly. Young man, do not underestimate the heroes of the world. Remember, there are always greater talents beyond your ken. Do not assume that the title of poetry champion is assured for you. Indeed, one must consider the interests of the disciples, as everyone understands, Yang Feng retorted, casually cleaning his ears. What are you insinuating? Qi Xian exclaimed angrily. Oh, are you flustered? Ready to bite back? I didn't mention you. Yet here you are, feeling guilty, are we? You, enough? Zhuqiao Guang shouted. No, master, Qi Xian attempted to explain. I said enough. Zhuqiao Guang roared. Yang Feng observed the duo with a hint of amusement. All right, let us move along. You two need not perform a duet here. Hurry up, my friend has other matters to attend to. This final round will focus on the themes of the bright moon and the moon's reflection, Zhuqiao Guang said through gritted teeth. I shall go first, Qi Xian proclaimed, stepping forward from the lineup. Ah, no more theatrics. Did you already prepare your response upon hearing the topic? Yang Feng chuckled, finding Qi Xian to be quite the inept ally. Zhuqiao Guang shot a fierce glare at Qi Xian. Then, do enlighten us. From afar, the jade wheel appears remote. Up close, the moonlight is enchanting. Where do the years of life reveal themselves, when existence feels so sparse? Qi Xian confidently recited. Huh, is that all? Yang Feng laughed outright. At our level, anyone can compose poetry. It's merely a matter of speed and quality. Can you truly produce a verse of better caliber in such a brief moment? Absolutely. Today, I shall demonstrate the art of composing a poem in 7 steps. With that, Yang Feng began to recite. When does the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to inquire of the heavens. Unaware of which year it is in the celestial palaces, I long to ride the winds back. Yet fear the cold heights of the jade towers. I dance with the moonlight's shadow. How unlike the mortal realm it feels. The vermilion pavilion turns, the ornate windows lower, illuminating the sleepless. There should be no resentment. Why must the moon wax and wane upon parting? Humanity experiences joy and sorrow, while the moon has its phases of fullness and emptiness. This has been a challenge since ancient times that I only wish for enduring unity. Sharing the moonlight across 1,000 miles that he completed the recitation just as he took the 7th step. Ding. Achievement 7 steps to poetry completed. Intelligence 2, Charm 2, Reputation points 300. Yang Feng, 6 years old, Leadership 3. Martial Power 7, Intelligence 10, Politics 2, Charm 82, remaining reputation points 400. Impossible. You must have plagiarized. There's no way you could compose such verses so swiftly, Qi Xian asserted loudly. Who would have thought, at such a tender age? You resort to plagiarism? I once believed you to be a promising talent, but it seems your true nature is quite vile. I hereby announce the disqualification of Yang Feng from the Tianbao Poetry Conference, Zhuqiao Guang declared to the assembly. You. Yang Feng was about to speak when a voice interrupted. Wait. Wait. The crowd turned to see an elderly man emerging from the throng. The old man was white-haired yet spirited. Tall and robust, with prominent features, teeth protruding, nostrils flared, large ears, bulging eyes, and a head that was low in the center and high on the sides. Upon seeing this figure, Yang Feng recognized him immediately. Realizing that the historical accounts of Sima Qian were indeed accurate, the records of the grand historian noted, Confucius was born with a prominent forehead, hence he was named Qiong. He stood 9 feet 6 inches tall. And people referred to him as the tall man. In local folklore from Ciufu, Confucius was also said to possess the 7 protrusions appearance, indicative of his remarkable features. This distinctive visage of the sage was recognized not only by Yang Feng but also by some in the audience. The sage, you're unaware of this? Exclaimed another. How can you call yourself a scholar? This is none other than the foremost Confucian of our time, Kong Qiu from Tsui. Indeed, the sage has established a school in Tsui, educating thousands of disciples, among whom are 71 sages. Among these sages, four have ascended to the ranks of the greatest scholars. The audience buzzed with excitement, while the sage ascended the platform with composure. Yang Feng, seeing his future mentor arrive, felt compelled to make a good impression and rushed forward, supporting the sage with a flourish. Master Kong, what winds have brought you here? Zhuqiu Guan also approached the sage, greeting him. Master Kong Dada. No need for such formalities. Young Zhuqiu, it has been many years since we last met, Kong Qiu said, stroking his beard as he regarded Zhuqiu Guan. Indeed. Master. I have not forgotten the teachings I received from you at the school, and I regret not having visited you in 2 decades, Zhuqiu Guan replied, bowing humbly. Yes, back then you were quite young, and now your hair has turned white. Time spares none, Kong Qiu remarked with a hint of nostalgia. You remain as dignified as ever, Master, Zhuqiu Guan responded. I heard from below that you questioned whether this young man committed plagiarism. Is that true? Kong Qiu's gaze bore into Zhuqiu Guan. Upon hearing this question, Zhuqiu Guan realized he had invoked the sage's displeasure, yet the die was cast, and he could not retract his statement. Indeed, I did say so. Oh, do you have evidence, Master? You may not be aware, but this Yang Feng is the son of the capital's chief of the guards, Yang Ji. A child of a military family. At the tender age of 6, he has not received any formal education. How could he produce such exceptional poetry? Moreover, how could a mere 6-year-old fathom the depths of love and nostalgia? Surely, someone must have written it for him in advance. Zhuqiu Guang's voice grew louder with each assertion. This, Kong Qiu hesitated. Indeed, how could a child write such lines as what is love, that teaches one to sacrifice life and death? Yes, that makes sense. So he was merely pretending. How foolish of me to think he was a prodigy. It turns out he is a fraud? Yes. Listening to the crowd's reactions, Zhuqiu Guang felt a surge of confidence. It seemed the matter was settled. Even if you are a genius, young man, from this day forth, you shall be known as a charlatan. With this thought, Zhuqiu Guang turned to observe Yang Feng's panicked expression, only to find him as composed as ever. Why is he so calm? Could he have a hidden card? Zhuqiu Guang pondered. How amusing. Zhuqiu Guang, did you not just assert publicly that these topics were known only to you, and that you had not shared them with me? Now you claim I must have prepared someone else's work in advance. How does that logic hold? Yang Feng challenged. How could anyone know whether you prepared numerous poems to anticipate the topics? Furthermore, to produce such high-quality poetry in such a short time, let alone a 6-year-old, would be a feat even I might struggle with. Zhuqiu Guang countered. Just because you cannot do it, does that mean no one else can? Old fool, you underestimate the heroes of the world, Yang Feng retorted. You dare speak to me so? Do you not understand the respect owed to a teacher? With your disposition, even talent could be a calamity, Zhuqiu Guang fumed, pointing an accusing finger at Yang Feng. Respect for a teacher is reserved for those deserving of the title. Do you even qualify? You lack the essence of a true mentor, filled with envy and spite. You are unworthy of the title, Yang Feng fired back, not backing down. A joke. You claim I lack understanding of the teacher's way? Very well, enlighten me. What does it mean to be a teacher? Zhuqiu Guang replied with a derisive smile. Old fool, today I shall teach you a lesson. Pay close attention, Yang Feng declared as he stepped to the forefront of the stage. A teacher is one who imparts understanding, guidance, and enlightenment to others. No one is born with knowledge. Who among us is free from confusion? To be confused and not seek a teacher is to remain in ignorance forever. Those born before me may have heard the way before I did, and I learned from them. Those born after me may also have heard it before I did, and I learned from them. The way of the teacher exists irrespective of age or status. Wherever the way is found, the teacher is present. Yang Feng proclaimed loudly, glancing at Kong Qiu, realizing it was time to curry favor with his future mentor. Confucius said, when 3 walk together, one must be my teacher. Thus, students need not be inferior to their teachers. Teachers need not be superior to their students. The path to enlightenment has its own timelines, and expertise varies by field. That is all. After Yang Feng concluded his remarks, he cast a glance at Kong Qiu, contemplating whether this would suffice to earn the teacher's favor. Although reproducing the master's words felt somewhat disrespectful to Han Yu, He reasoned that the promotion of Chinese culture is a collective responsibility, and he would not allow pride to cloud his judgment. Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, Qiong nodded in satisfaction. In stark contrast, Zhuo Guang's expression turned pale with anger. This was indeed reminiscent of an old tree's bark. As the audience's discussions leaned towards Yang Feng, Zhuo Guang's temper flared. You insolent brat. Are you attempting to masquerade your genius to conceal your plagiarism? I have dedicated my life to scholarship, unlike you, a mere sharp-tongued youth that if you truly possess talent, why not compete with me in crafting couplets? The old man was visibly vexed. Who could predict what kind of couplets he might produce? After all, he was not a genuine scholar, merely a conveyor of Chinese culture. Yang Feng mused bitterly. Young Zhuo. You are somewhat bullying him, considering you hold the title of king of couplets. Do not exert your superiority over the lesser. Qiong interjected, advocating for fairness. Observing Yang Feng's hesitation to respond, Zhuo Guang deduced that the lad lacked understanding. Today, he would suffer a significant loss of face. With this in mind, Zhuo Guang disregarded even Qiong's authority. Sure, did you not say that a disciple need not be inferior to the master? Nor must the master be superior to the disciple. Let us see what this lad is truly capable of in uttering such a phrase. Zhuo, you have gone too far. Yang Feng merely reiterated that expertise varies across fields. Qiong attempted to interject, but was interrupted by Zhuo Guang. No need to elaborate. Sure, pay attention. Boy, here is your prompt. 2 monkeys cut wood in the deep mountains. Even a little monkey dares to face the saw. Zhuo Guang pointed angrily at Yang Feng. Qiong felt a twinge of anger. This couplet was somewhat insulting to Yang Feng. He had not anticipated that Zhuo Guang would lack such magnanimity. Yang Feng, however, found amusement in the situation. Recognizing it as reminiscent of the tale of Xian. In the Ming dynasty, the talented Hanlin scholar Xian, known for his brilliance from a young age, had gained the title of Jinshi by the age of 10. One day, at a banquet among peers, a powerful minister, envious of Xia's talents, devised a scheme to ridicule him by presenting a couplet. 2 monkeys cut wood in the deep mountains. Even a little monkey dares to face the saw. Using a pun on the word saw and couplet to mock him, confidently, Yang Feng replied, One horse sinks its hooves in the muddy depths. How could an old beast ever escape? Upon hearing this, Qiong internally mused, employing a pun on hooves and topic, and countering little monkey with old beast. This response was both equitable and incisive. The lad possessed a certain cleverness, though still youthful and impetuous. Zhuo Guang, enraged by the retort, declared, Listen closely, you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The audience, bewildered, questioned the significance of such a simplistic couplet. Surely Yang Feng understood the old man's insult. The elderly scholar retorted, Your response is filial piety, brotherly love, loyalty, trustworthiness, propriety, righteousness, and integrity. Yang Feng inquired, What does that mean? I fail to comprehend. Zhuo Guang's prompt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What significance does it hold? Oh, I see now. The old man is indeed hurling insults. In Yang Feng's response, it is even more straightforward. Filial piety, brotherly love, loyalty, trustworthiness, propriety, righteousness, and integrity. How shameless indeed. The audience erupted in fervent discussion, and the more they listened, the more incensed Zhuo Guang became, finally prepared to unleash his ultimate challenge. I shall not relent. This is my carefully crafted masterpiece. The sea's tide rises and falls, day after day. Yang Feng chuckled, considering, could this old beast also be a time traveler, as all his knowledge aligns with mine? How fortuitous for me. Without further ado, he countered, Old beast, listen closely. The clouds drift long and far, ever dissipating. You fail to grasp my meaning. I can alter it too. The sea's tide, day after day, rises and falls. I can do the same. The clouds swell, ever rising, ever dissipating. There are variations. The sea's tide rises, day after day it falls. I, too, can adapt. The clouds swell, ever swelling, ever dissipating. The sea's tide, day after day, rises and falls. The clouds ever swell, ever swelling, ever dissipating. The sea's tide, day after day it falls. The clouds swell, ever swelling, ever dissipating. The sea's tide, day after day, rises and falls. The clouds ever swell, ever swelling, ever dissipating. The sea's tide, day after day, rises and falls. The clouds ever swell, ever swelling, ever dissipating. The sea's tide, day after day, rises and falls. The clouds ever swell, ever swelling, ever dissipating. Zhuo Qiong was left speechless, utterly astonished that such a cascade of responses could be generated. Are you finally convinced? Yang Feng proclaimed with an air of triumph. The audience, utterly astonished, found themselves at a loss for words. Even Kong Qiu was taken aback. Who knew a simple couplet could yield such an array of variations? Yang Feng began to question whether this old man was also a time traveler. It seemed he would need to verify their shared knowledge. Hey, old man, how about a toast with imperial jade liquor? Yang Feng inquired of Zhuo Qiong. What? Zhuo Qiong was utterly confused. Was this also a couplet? And what of odd changes and even remain unchanged? How about chasing frozen fish along the way? I am Qi Sheng. Remember that. Both the black and white paths are concerned. I am the angel Shao Anxin. Chewing coffee without sugar. I am the construction magnate Gao Qiong. What is your Wi-Fi password? You are my little apple. Is this the grand stage of Zuin? The audience was left bewildered by the exchange. What are these two discussing? I cannot comprehend either. This must be a novel form of greeting from the southern Jiangzhou region. Brother, you are remarkable to know all this. Ah, humility, humility, Yang Feng replied. But Zhuo Qiong could not comprehend a single word. Initially, he believed Yang Feng was presenting a new couplet, but as the conversation progressed, he realized Yang Feng was likely mocking him. Overcome with fury, Zhuo Qiong spat blood in frustration. Alas, old brother, that is not the right approach. Have you seen Stephen Chow Estang Bohu Dian Xiao? You should emulate the steward and spit blood dramatically. That would be truly impressive. Yang Feng attempted to teach Zhuo Qiong the art of theatricality. Enough with the nonsense, Kong Qiu exclaimed, witnessing Zhuo Qiong faint from anger. Ah, Yang Feng ceased his banter, feeling a pang of regret. He had hoped to engage with a fellow time traveler, only to have incited such rage that it led to a fainting spell. Clearly, finding a compatriot was more challenging than anticipated. As Yang Feng pondered this, Zhuo Qiong was carried away, and Qi Xian, feeling embarrassed, seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. After attending to Zhuo Qiong, Kong Qiu returned to the stage and announced, "Since Zhuo Qiu can no longer continue, may I take on the role of chief judge for this poetry gathering?" Kong, sure. You are too modest. If you are not qualified, who is? Indeed, indeed, the crowd echoed in agreement. Then I shall proceed with the hosting duties. Those who have completed their works may recite them for evaluation. Confucius addressed the remaining 8 individuals, each of whom possessed a keen self-awareness. They recognized that Yang Feng had indeed garnered significant acclaim, and the poem he composed in praise of the moon was nothing short of exquisite, earning their genuine admiration. Master Kong. Upon hearing young Master Yang's poem, I was utterly astounded and wholeheartedly impressed. I shall refrain from embarrassing myself further. With that, one of the competitors descended from the high platform, withdrawing from the contest. This prompted a leader among them, and soon the others followed suit, offering a few polite refusals before stepping down as well. Observing this, Confucius declared, "In that case, I hereby announce that the champion of this Tianbao Poetry Conference is none other than Yang Feng." Ding! The host has acquired the title of Tianbao Poetry Champion. Intelligence 1. Charm 1. Reputation points 100. Yang Feng. 6 years old. Leadership 3. Combat 7. Intelligence 11. Politics 2. Charm 83. Remaining reputation points 500. Thank you. Thank you. Your kindness is greatly appreciated, Yang Feng acknowledged, bowing to both the audience and Confucius. I also extend my gratitude to Master Kong for your candid words. Young man Yang, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you, Confucius said, approaching Yang Feng. Sensing the goodwill emanating from Confucius, Yang Feng realized that his performance today had indeed caught the esteemed master's eye, bringing him one step closer to becoming his disciple. Master Kong, what would you like to discuss? Yang Feng began, but was abruptly interrupted by the system notification. Ding! Zhao Yun awakens a skill. Ding! Zhao Yun awakens a skill. Ah, it seems that little Yun is engaged in quite a fierce battle. Has he truly been compelled to awaken a skill? That seems improbable, as I previously observed that group to be rather lackluster, posing no threat to Zhao Yun. Could there possibly be a hidden expert among them? Yang Feng pondered. Ding! Zhao Yun awakens the weapon skill Spear Master. Zhao Yun activates the Spear Master skill. When using a spear, he can activate the Spear Master skill, which increases his combat power by 1 upon successful activation. Currently, Zhao Yun's combat power stands at 8-1. It appears the situation over there is quite intense. I should go take a look, Yang Feng contemplated. Master Kong, I must express my concern for my sworn elder brother and third brother, who are still competing in the Tianbao Martial Conference. I would like to check on their progress. Shall we continue our conversation once the martial event concludes? Of course, I shall accompany you, Confucius replied. Following Yang Feng toward the martial arena as they made their way, Yang Feng silently inquired of the system. What does this weapon skill entail? Ding! A weapon skill is a skill that can be activated while using a weapon. Each weapon possesses its own, and it is one of the most common and easily awakened skills. When proficiency with the weapon reaches a certain level, it can evolve. Spear Master is considered a fundamental skill. It can evolve. That is quite promising. However, given the time that has elapsed, they must be approaching the finals. I wonder who Zhao Yun's opponent is. Certainly not that Li Mu fellow. He must have been thoroughly defeated by now. Alas, I shall need to console him later. Yang Feng mused. To understand what transpired at the martial conference, we must first recount the events involving Zhao Yun, Li Mu, and Yang Feng. Zhao and Li arrived at the martial conference venue, submitted their registration cards, and awaited the draw for their opponents. Brother, earlier, second brother mentioned that you were sure to win the championship. Is that truly the case? Do I stand no chance? Li Mu inquired of Zhao Yun. Just as Zhao Yun was about to respond, a dark-skinned youth accompanied by a quirky child approached them. The newcomers were Zibi and Temujin, both of whom also intended to participate in the martial conference. Having submitted their registration cards, they joined the waiting area just in time to hear Li Mu's assertion that Zhao Yun was destined to win the championship. Temujin scoffed. You too, mere children, think you can claim the championship. If you were to win, would it not render the title meaningless? Are you not a child yourself? What of it if we win the championship? My second brother has said, ambition knows no age. A life without ambition is a life wasted. The championship is surely destined for my second brother, Li Mu retorted, feeling an inexplicable aversion to the two newcomers. Zhao Yun gently tugged at Li Mu. Third brother, do not underestimate the heroes of the world. Humph. Li Mu, having heard his brother's words, ceased to argue further. Observing their silence, Temujin boasted, this time, the martial champion will undoubtedly be my elder brothers. He then patted Zibi on the back, exuding an air of arrogance. Witnessing this, Li Mu, who had initially intended to ignore them, suddenly felt a surge of anger. You two combined cannot even match my elder brother. Yet you prattle on as if invincible. Just wait until I grow 2 more years. You will not stand a chance against me. With that, Li Mu made to confront Temujin, but Zhao Yun hastily restrained him. Third brother, there is no benefit in further discussion. Let us settle this on the arena. Zhao Yun led Li Mu away, while Temujin, unwilling to concede, remarked, what are you pretending for? Do you truly think yourself unbeatable? Prince, that boy who stood on the high platform earlier is no ordinary child. Despite his youth, his internal strength is remarkably profound and should not be underestimated, Zibi remarked to Temujin. Zibi, can you defeat him? Temujin inquired, tilting his head. If he were my age, he might pose a threat, but for now. Humph, Zibi replied with an air of superiority, leaving his statement hanging. Yet the arrogance was palpable. Of course, Zibi is the mightiest warrior of our grasslands. Temujin exclaimed with delight, as if the title of martial champion was already within his grasp. As the matches progressed, Zhao Yun effortlessly secured a place among the top 32, while Li Mu also managed to advance, albeit with great difficulty. Brother, I hope we do not face each other. That way, I might advance even further, Li Mu expressed cheerfully. Zhao Yun affectionately ruffled Li Mu's hair and said, Third brother, you are still young. This achievement is commendable. The opponents ahead will be formidable, so heed your elder brother's advice. Should you find yourself outmatched, be sure to concede promptly. Very well, I shall listen to you, Li Mu replied, a hint of discontent on his face. You are the most obedient third brother, Zhao Yun remarked. I am no longer a child. Please do not speak to me in such a manner, Li Mu retorted. All right, Zhao Yun acquiesced as the drawing of lots concluded. Li Mu did not draw Zhao Yun. Instead, he was matched against someone named Taisha. Brother, I have drawn the brother of that boastful lad from earlier. I shall make them eat dirt, Li Mu declared, shaking his small fist in defiance. Zhao Yun, however, wore a grave expression. Third brother, that Taizhou is quite formidable. I have observed that his internal strength surpasses mine. He has won his previous matches with ease. And I cannot discern his true capabilities. If you find yourself in a difficult position, do not hesitate to concede. That won't do. To concede before the battle even begins is not my style. Li Mu insisted. Then you must exercise caution. If the situation proves dire, concede without hesitation. In 2 years' time, you will surely be able to defeat him. Do not act recklessly, Zhao Yun cautioned. Rest assured, brother, I am well aware of what I am doing. Li Mu replied confidently. Seeing that Zibi had drawn Li Mu, Temujin was elated. Zibi, when you take the stage, do not hold back. We cannot allow such a contender to flourish. He must be eliminated at the outset. Understood, Prince, Zibi replied. Unbeknownst to Zibi, the 7-year-old Temujin possessed a ruthlessness that belied his age, yet he was right. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Moments later, the match between Li Mu and Zibi commenced. Li Mu leaped onto the arena, while Zibi sauntered up at a leisurely pace. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Are you afraid of losing and going home to cry? Li Mu taunted. Are you eager to lose? Don't worry, I'll make sure you cry, Zibi shot back. Who knows who will win? If you lose, don't shed any tears, Li Mu countered. Humph, fists and feet are merciless. You should just go home before you meet your end on the arena. Zibi warned. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun's heart sank. He sensed malice in Zibi's words. Had they previously crossed paths with his third brother? This did not seem likely. Who exactly were they? Zhao Yun was bewildered. Temujin, too, contemplated Zibi's words. Was it wise to reveal such intentions? If that boy chose to forfeit, it would be a severe miscalculation. Let us cease this chatter and see who prevails, Li Mu declared. With that, he charged forward, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Zibi's face. Zibi deftly sidestepped and seized Li Mu's wrist, thinking, you choose your own path to damnation. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. May you find a better life in your next incarnation. Just as Zibi was lost in thought, Li Mu executed a side kick, sweeping towards him. Zibi countered with a punch that struck Li Mu squarely on the jaw, resulting in a sickening crack as Li Mu's leg broke. In an instant, Li Mu was writhing on the ground, clutching his leg and drenched in sweat. Quickly concede. Third brother, Zhao Yun shouted loudly. Upon hearing Zhao Yun's words, Li Mu realized that he had lost. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, he hesitated. Just then, Zibi had already advanced step by step to stand before Li Mu. Do not blame me for my ruthless heart, Zibi thought to himself, raising his leg to deliver a kick that would shatter Li Mu's skull. Caught off guard, Li Mu mused. It's over. This time, I'm finished. Brother, second brother, we can only be brothers in the next life. Father, mother, I shall repay you in my next life. Closing his eyes, Li Mu awaited his demise. But after waiting left and right for the impending kick, he opened his eyes to find his elder brother Zhao Yun standing protectively in front of him, blocking the blow. This brother should show mercy where mercy is due. Li Mu conceded defeat. Zhao Yun took it upon himself to declare Li Mu's surrender. This, Zibi, seeing that he could not kill Li Mu, turned to look at Temujin, who shook his head. At that moment, the referee stepped forward, announcing, Zibi wins. Now he could not even kill. What a pity. Zhao Yun scooped up Li Mu and leaped off the arena, directly taking him to the medical hall for treatment of his injured leg, ensuring no lingering issues would remain that could lead to a disability. Had it not been for Zhao Yun's earlier match finishing quickly, he would have missed this opportunity to return in time for the competition. Zhao Yun, filled with ire, wished he could have faced Zibi sooner to avenge Li Mu, but time and again, fate had kept them apart until this final match. It could be said that when enemies meet, the tension is palpable. Before the match, Temujin had cautioned Zibi, Zibi, if you have the chance, do not repeat the mistakes of the past. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost. Should the opportunity arise, I will not hold back. Zibi replied, locking eyes with Temujin. For some reason, every time Zibi looked into Temujin's eyes, he felt an ominous glint of bloodlust, as though he was being targeted by a predator. Zhao Yun soared onto the platform, pointing at Zibi, and proclaimed, when the mountains do not shift, the waters shall flow. Today, I shall seek justice for my third brother. Step forth to meet your demise. Ha! Little brat, do not embarrass yourself here. Your third brother is merely a lesson learned. Heed my words and go home to drink your milk, Zibi retorted, vaulting onto the stage. Words are futile. Let us see who prevails through our skills. Zhao Yun declared as he prepared to strike. Wait. Zibi gestured for Zhao Yun to halt. What? Are you afraid? Zhao Yun inquired, perplexed. Huh? Me afraid? How about this? I shall grant you the chance to avenge your third brother. Let us duel with weapons. Are you bold enough? Zibi proposed, intending to use weaponry to fully unleash his might against Zhao Yun. However, Zibi did not anticipate this would play to Zhao Yun's strengths. In terms of fist and foot techniques, Zhao Yun might indeed be inferior to Zibi, but when it came to weaponry, Zibi was not necessarily Zhao Yun's equal. Zhao Yun seized a long spear from the weapon rack. Declaring, as you wish, Zibi selected a long blade, challenging, come at me. Ding! Zhao Yun activated his Spear Master skill. When wielding the long spear, he could activate Spear Master, which increased his combat prowess by 1, bringing his current strength to 81. With a flourish, Zhao Yun twirled the spear, drawing applause from the audience. Zibi, however, regarded this with disdain, remarking, all show and no substance, that he lunged forward with his blade. But Zhao Yun parried, demonstrating a fluidity in his movements that was both mesmerizing and formidable. Meanwhile, Feng and Kong Qiong had arrived at the foot of the arena, having inquired about the events that led to this moment. This man does not appear to be from the Central Plains. Kong Qiong observed, gazing at Zibi. System, please analyze this individual's attributes. Feng mused. Ding. Analyzing character. Zibi, 15 years old. Leadership 80, 69. Combat power 97, 83. Intelligence 65, 63. Politics 57, 55. Charisma 89, 87. Da-da. So he is Zibi's master. It seems he emerged alongside Genghis Khan. With a combat power of 83, little Yunzi is still 2 points behind him. Victory will not come easily. Feng thought, as the battle raged on. Zhao Yun and Zibi had exchanged blows for 50 rounds. Zhao Yun was astonished. He did not expect Zibi to be this formidable. Li Mu's defeat was certainly justified, and it appeared that victory could only be achieved through cunning. Zibi, equally impressed, noted that Zhao Yun was remarkably strong. Despite exerting all his power, he could not subdue him. This contest was turning out to be unpredictable. Zibi maintained his composure, knowing that Zhao Yun was still young and his stamina was waning. He planned to wait until Zhao Yun was fatigued to claim victory. Temujin's gaze was fixed on Zhao Yun. This young lad was holding his own against Zibi, a clear sign of hidden talents in Jinliang. Zhao Yun could not be spared. Yet, it was evident that Zibi would not be able to kill him. Very well. If killing him is not feasible, then so be it, that I shall devise another plan next time. For now, let Zibi secure victory in the martial competition, he concluded. After 20 more rounds, Zhao Yun's stamina visibly dwindled, and he could only defend himself without the strength to retaliate. Zibi, sensing victory was within reach, increased the ferocity of his strikes, his long blade whirling with lethal grace. Zhao Yun's movement slowed, and seeing his opportunity, Zibi summoned all his might, delivering a decisive blow aimed at Zhao Yun's head. Declaring, Zhao Yun, today marks your demise. As he swung down, Feng perceived the danger and rushed toward the stage, but Kong Qiong seized him, saying, do not rush. Your elder brother has his own plans. Feng, upon hearing this, turned to observe the unfolding scene. Suddenly, the tide shifted dramatically. Zibi's full-force strike was indeed earth-shattering, but Zhao Yun seemed to regain his strength and, using the momentum, rolled away from the descending blade. He landed a kick on Zibi's hand, causing him to drop his sword. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yun thrust his spear directly at Zibi's face with an attack that was as swift as a dragon. Zibi realized he had been outmaneuvered and quickly swung his head away, yelling, I concede. Zhao Yun's spear missed its mark, and he stood there, for the opponent had already declared his surrender, thus he could not continue the assault. Zibi narrowly avoided disaster and exhaled a sigh of relief. But just as he did so, Zhao Yun remarked, this spear is for avenging my third brother, a parting gift to accompany you through life. Zibi, bewildered by Zhao Yun's words, felt a sudden chill on his face. When he touched it, he found his hand covered in blood. He screamed in shock and jumped off the stage. Prince, Zibi has failed to fulfill the prince's task. Please punish me. He knelt before Temujin. Zibi, rise quickly. We must first attend to your injuries. As the Han saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is not too late, even after 10 years. One day, you will have your chance to take revenge. Now go. Temujin consoled him, helping him to his feet. Temujin turned his gaze back to the arena, where Feng had already rushed up to embrace Zhao Yun. He shot them a fierce glare. Imprinting their figures in his memory, as Yang Feng held Zhao Yun, he suddenly felt a sensation of being watched by a fierce beast. Scanning the surroundings, he found nothing amiss and turned to Zhao Yun, saying, "Congratulations, brother." Ding, Zhao Yun, having triumphed over a stronger opponent and outsmarted Zibi, has left a lasting impression on him. His combat power permanently increases by 1, and intelligence increases by 1. Ding. Zhao Yun has obtained the title of Heavenly Treasure Martial Champion, increasing combat power by 1, charisma by 1, and raising his combat power ceiling by 1. Zhao Yun, 8 years old, leadership 94, 54, combat power 102, 82, intelligence 83, 46, politics 76, 20, charisma 96, 77. Impressive. Yang Feng silently commended Zhao Yun. "Congratulations, brother. I told you the title of martial champion would surely be yours," Yang Feng exclaimed to Zhao Yun. It was quite perilous this time that if it had not been a weapon match, my chances would have been slim. Moreover, Zibi did not fully understand my capabilities. Winning through cunning does not diminish my honor, Zhao Yun humbly replied. Excessive humility can easily be mistaken for arrogance. Brother, what is wrong with using strategy? That is your cleverness. Victory is victory. When you encounter him again, you shall triumph, Yang Feng encouraged. Indeed, when next we meet, I shall win again, Zhao Yun asserted confidently. How did your poetry competition fare? Oh, I won that as well. Not to boast. But I hardly broke a sweat before they faltered, Yang Feng bragged. Zhao Yun rolled his eyes at Yang Feng, saying, "Could you refrain from boasting? In this day and age, honesty seems to be disregarded." I was merely beginning to explore the depths of our traditional Chinese culture, and it concluded before I even broke a sweat. Truly, invincibility is a lonely path. Yang Feng pondered that by the way, second brother. I have something to tell you, Zhao Yun said earnestly. What is it? Why so serious? Has something happened? Yang Feng immediately inquired. I have taken on a master. My recent progress in martial arts is all thanks to his guidance. My master said that if I wish to improve, I must venture beyond practicing at home, Zhao Yun explained. That is wonderful news. You should be happy, Yang Feng said happily. However, we are about to part ways. I feel somewhat. Before Yang Yun could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yang Feng, who replied, What is there to lament? There is no banquet in this world that does not come to an end. A true man should aspire to the four corners of the earth. By the way, I haven't inquired yet. Dear brother, could you enlighten me with the name of your esteemed master? Yang Feng was primarily concerned that this individual might lack the ability to teach Zhao Yun, potentially wasting this promising talent. Who would he turn to for justification if that were to happen? He was counting on finding a renowned master for Zhao Yun to help him reach his peak potential. My master is named Tong Yuan. Zhao Yun responded that, Oh, I see. Yang Feng exclaimed that it seemed that Zhao Yun would forever be Tong Yuan's disciple in this lifetime, that I have also heard of Master Tong Yuan's reputation. Confucius interjected as he heard them mention his old friend. Zhao Yun turned to Yang Feng and asked, Second brother, will you not introduce me to this gentleman? This is Kong Qiong, Master Kong, Yang Feng introduced. The illustrious Master Kong Qiong, the foremost scholar? Zhao Yun expressed his astonishment. Indeed, Yang Feng confirmed. Cloud pays his respects, Zhao Yun said, bowing deeply to Confucius that young general, you are too courteous. Moreover, your master Tong Yuan and I share a connection. Confucius replied with a smile. Oh? Zhao Yun inquired, puzzled. Confucius elaborated, explaining that Tong Yuan's identity as a martial artist had significant ties to the esteemed Confucian leader, Kong Qiong, though Tong Yuan had never ascended to the champion rankings. His prowess was not to be underestimated. During Kong Qiong's travels across various states, he had met Tong Yuan several times, and the two had enjoyed delightful conversations. Kong Qiong had invited Tong Yuan to join him in service. But Tong Yuan declined, stating he was accustomed to a life of leisure and preferred to remain in seclusion. Kong Qiong had not pressed the matter, and after some time, he departed. Nevertheless, Kong Qiong held Tong Yuan's abilities in high regard. He had been capable of entering the top 10 of the champion rankings back then, and his strength was likely even more unfathomable now. Upon hearing Confucius's account, Yang Feng felt quite satisfied with his brother's master. Surmising he was likely the pinnacle of martial prowess in this world, this was fortuitous, as it spared him a mentorship card. Once the potential dragon rankings were updated, he could utilize these 3 mentorship cards for Li Mu and the others. which would be just sufficient. As Young Feng contemplated how to use the cards, Confucius interrupted his thoughts, saying, Young Feng, this gathering is coming to a close. I would like to visit your residence, if that would be agreeable. Of course, I would be most delighted, Young Feng replied. Then, brother, I shall take my leave for now. When you embark on your journey, do inform me, and I shall accompany you with Xiao Mu to see you off. After parting ways with Xiao Yun, Yang Feng escorted Confucius to the Yang residence. Master Kong, was there something you wished to discuss earlier? It was rather chaotic, and I didn't have the chance to ask. Yang Feng said, looking up at Confucius. There is no rush. We can speak of it once we meet your father, Confucius replied. Yang Feng mused to himself, is it not merely a matter of taking me as a disciple? What could be so difficult to articulate? Time waits for no one. The sooner I learn, the sooner I can complete my tasks that I certainly do not wish to be erased. Just then, Yang Ji arrived at the entrance to welcome Confucius. Accompanied by his two younger brothers, such a grand reception truly necessary. The whole family is here to welcome him. It seems I underestimated Master Kong's influence. Yang Feng thought to himself, Master Kong, it has been a long time. You still retain your impressive demeanor, Yang Ji said, bowing deeply before Confucius. Are you refusing to let this old man enter? Must we be so formal given our relationship? Confucius said, helping Yang Ji to his feet. Master Kong, you flatter me. Please, do come in, Yang Ji urged, leading Confucius into the residence. Yang Feng found himself perplexed. What connection did Confucius have with his father? They seemed quite familiar with each other. Could it be that the teacher his father mentioned was indeed Confucius? No wonder he said he would discuss it after the poetry gathering. He must be concealing something from me that I never imagined my father had such an extensive network. By the way, I should check the abilities of my second and third uncles to gain some insight into my family, Yang Feng thought to himself. Ding Yang Chun, leadership 76, martial power 69, intelligence 96, politics 75, charisma 91. Ding Yang Sheng, leadership 81, martial power 97, intelligence 65, politics 32, charisma 88. These attributes look promising. Clearly, my father is the strategist, my second uncle provides counsel, while my third uncle is the one who battles on the field. No wonder they have achieved numerous military accomplishments. They possess quite a bit of skill, but my third uncle's martial prowess rivals that of the peak warriors. It seems the Yang family boasts good genes. When my second and third uncles have children, I must find them excellent teachers for my younger siblings. Alas, there is still a long road ahead. Yang Feng contemplated as he followed them into the residence. Xiao Feng, I heard you made Zhuo's old coot spit blood in anger at the poetry gathering today, Yang Sheng exclaimed, lifting Yang Feng into the air. Hey, third uncle, mind your manners and act like an uncle should. Yang Chen reminded him. Yang Sheng dismissed it with a scoff. So what? I can dote on my own nephew as I please. I enjoy holding Xiao Feng, and he loves it too, don't you? Yang Feng felt speechless. Although he appeared to be 6 years old, his mind was that of a young man in his 20s. Besides, third uncle, could you refrain from using your bushy beard to poke at me? Do you not realize it hurts? Though he thought this, Yang Feng maintained a forced smile. I love it when third uncle holds me. Look at that, second brother, huh? Yang Sheng's laughter boomed like thunder, making Yang Feng feel as though his ears might burst. As they chatted and laughed, they entered the study, where Yang Ji approached a water cup on a shelf and twisted it 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right. With a series of clicks, the bookcase door swung open. Whoa, there's a secret room in our house. I had no idea. What could be such a significant secret? Yang Feng felt a flicker of unease in his heart. Xiao Feng, go fetch Yun heir and Lei heir. Today, I shall reveal to you the greatest secret of our Yang family. Yang Ji instructed Yang Feng. Sure thing, Yang Feng replied, and turned to exit in search of them. Before long, everyone had gathered. All right, we are all here. Today, I shall unveil the secret of our Yang family, Yang Ji announced with a booming voice. All eyes were fixed on Yang Ji, when suddenly Confucius interjected. Allow me to speak. After all, you were but a child back then and may not remember clearly. Master, although Ji was young, I shall never forget this matter. It is, after all, our family's affair, so let me recount it. Yang Ji countered. Very well, you may share, Confucius conceded, closing his eyes as if lost in reminiscence. Yang Ji took a deep breath and began recounting the story from 35 years ago. Back then, the Yang family was a prominent power in Jinliang, commanding great respect. A mere cough from them would send tremors throughout the entire region. 35 years ago, the emperor of Jin Liang was not yet Lu Gong. Lu Gong was merely a fallen prince who, while en route to Yuxi to establish a fief, was ambushed. Yang Hong, Yang Ji's father, single-handedly rescued Lu Gong. Grateful, Lu Gong pledged brotherhood with Yang Hong, following the sudden demise of the crown prince. The old emperor was consumed by grief. The son he had nurtured for over 20 years, the most virtuous and promising prince, had departed this world before him. The old emperor aged a decade overnight. Mourning the loss of his son, while everyone expected the old emperor to seek a second successor among his remaining sons, he instead appointed the crown prince's 3-year-old son as the heir apparent, wishing to cultivate him into a capable leader. Yet fate did not favor him. The grieving emperor did not endure long, passing away within 10 months. The heir apparent ascended to the throne, yet a young ruler breeds skepticism, especially with the incursions of foreign tribes from the Four Territories. The entire Jin Liang was engulfed in turmoil. Many ministers began to question the wisdom of the old emperor's decision to appoint an heir. The Empress Dowager, the former crown princess, heeded the ministers' counsel, believing that to stabilize the throne, the fiefs must be curtailed. This sparked a wave of rebellion, named the clearing of the court. The court officials were not idle, swiftly extinguishing 6 weaker fief lords. Only the old emperor's 4 sons persisted in their resistance. Meanwhile, Lu Gong, following Yang Hong's advice, refrained from joining the rebellion and instead aided the court in quelling the unrest. The Empress Dowager was greatly pleased, dispatching supplies to support Lu Gong in restoring order. As the officials remarked, "Let them dogs bite each other." Lu Gong received ample resources without engaging in battle, instead fortifying the borders while developing the economy and internal affairs of his territory. The 4 major fief lords and the court suffered heavy casualties. Yang Hong led his forces to annihilate the 4 remaining fief lords. The imperial court has discerned the fangs of Lu Gong. However, his contributions in quelling the rebellion are undeniable. Some ministers have proposed inviting Lu Gong to the capital, seizing the opportunity to eliminate future threats. Lu Gong, accompanied by Yang Hong and 3,000 soldiers, returned to the capital to receive his title. The Empress Dowager commanded the troops to camp outside the city while allowing Lu Gong and Yang Hong to enter the city to pay their respects. Ambush troops were stationed at the Qiong gate of the inner city, intending to assassinate Lu and Yang. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a betrayal occurred, and Lu Gong turned the tables by bribing the outer city guards, leading his 3,000 soldiers to charge through Qiong gate, defeating the ambushers and storming into the palace, intent on usurping power. However, the Empress Dowager and the young emperor managed to escape through a secret passage. Their whereabouts unknown. In a fit of rage, Lu Gong set fire to the emperor's quarters, declaring that the young emperor had been swayed by treacherous individuals and sought to kill his uncle, forcing Lu Gong to resist. Unfortunately, the young emperor, consumed by remorse, ultimately took his own life. Lu Gong then declared himself emperor, bestowing the title of one character, shoulder-to-shoulder king, upon Yang Hong, appointing him as the grand general commanding the nation's armies. While the traitor who leaked the information was none other than the current chancellor of Qing, Yang Hong held a position of great power, truly one who stood above all others. Yet, as the saying goes, when the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hunting dog is cooked. Lu Gong had always harbored some suspicion towards Yang Hong, which was exacerbated by the slander from the chancellor of Qin and the betrayal of Yang Hong's disciple. During the banquet for Yang Sheng's first month, the entire Yang family was arrested on charges of conspiracy. Facing execution. 3 remaining disciples of Yang Hong fought fiercely to rescue Yang Ji, Yang Chun, and Yang Sheng, entrusting them to the great scholar Confucius for upbringing, while Yang Hong's second son vanished without a trace. At that time, Yang Ji, Yang Chun, and Yang Sheng did not bear their current names. Those names were assigned by Confucius. Aside from these 4 sons, the rest of the Yang family was brutally slaughtered. Confucius entrusted these 3 children to a family in Shijiang City, Mianhong Prefecture. While Yang Chun and Yang Sheng were still young, with only Yang Ji aware of the situation, as Yang Ji recounted this tale, Yang Sheng stood up first. "Elder brother, that vile emperor, let us storm the palace and slay him." "Calm yourself, third brother. I know your temperament, which is why I have hesitated to tell you. This matter requires careful deliberation, not impulsiveness." Jiang Ziya advised that I once read in an ancient text that the innate sage of antiquity bears two signs. One is the presence of double pupils, and the other is the division of eyebrows into 8 colors. Confucius interjected. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Yang Feng. It dawned on them that the hope for vengeance lay with Feng. Yang Chun whispered, "It seems our family's hope for revenge rests upon Feng." Confucius nodded, saying, "I have come to take Yang Feng as my disciple. I wonder if you all would consent." Master Confucius, "It would be our immense honor for Feng to become your disciple." Yang Ji replied that he then urged Yang Feng, "Quickly, Feng, prostrate yourself before the master." Yang Feng immediately knelt and bowed 3 times, declaring, "Once a teacher, forever a father. Master, I shall always treasure your teachings." Confucius helped Yang Feng to his feet, saying, "Very well, Feng, you shall henceforth follow me as your master." Before I set out, I consulted an old friend, and the oracle foretold that the winds of change would sweep the realm as the stars align against the emperor. The ability of the Yang family to avenge their grievances will depend on you, Feng. Ding. Yang Ji triggered the passive skill. Family hatred. The enmity of a slain father cannot be resolved. Each time the hatred awakens, 2 years of life will be sacrificed, adding 1 to all 5 dimensions. This has been activated 10 times. Am I to trade my vitality for power? 20 years of life gone. Yang Feng pondered. Presently appearing to be in his 30s, he was, in truth, over 50. His father's strength had come at the cost of his life. He hoped never to employ this skill again. Yang Feng's gaze toward Yang Ji now carried a tinge of sympathy, though Yang Ji remained oblivious, expressing gratitude to Confucius. "Thank you, Master Confucius. Your assistance to our family is beyond repayment. You are unaware, my dear Yang Ji, in my travels across the states, my family was once embroiled in a rebellion against the feudal lords. And it was the elder Yang Hong who aided us, executing only the principal offenders while sparing the innocent. My assistance to your family was merely repaying a debt to the late Yang. Today, recruiting Feng as a disciple serves my own interests, as the Confucian teachings I champion are not embraced by the current court. Thus, upon learning of the impending chaos, I selfishly sought to place my bets on Feng's extraordinary potential." Confucius candidly revealed his inner thoughts. The members of the Yang family sighed in admiration, recognizing the rarity of such candidness. Expressing one's true feelings is no small feat, master. I have a question I hope you might answer. Yang Feng suddenly queried. Of course, Feng. Ask away. I shall share all that I know. Confucius replied, stroking his beard. The Jinliang dynasty appears quite stable. Why then do you predict impending chaos? Is it merely due to the oracle's reading? Yang Feng inquired. Confucius guffawed. "Ah, Feng, you know only one side of the coin, not the other, but do not fault yourself. You dwell within the capital, witnessing its splendor and tranquility, unaware of the turmoil beyond. Allow me to elucidate the state of the world." "Please enlighten me, master," Yang Feng replied. The others in the Yang family leaned in. "For rebellion during tumultuous times is far easier than during prosperous ones. In truth, I can foresee the impending chaos without reliance on oracles, based on 3 main reasons. Firstly, although the surface appears peaceful, hidden currents swirl beneath. Too many ambitious individuals lurk in the shadows. You may not have heard, but during my journey to Tianbao, I encountered many spreading the teachings of the Taiping Tao, claiming that deities monitor human actions, extending or shortening lives based on the morality of those actions. This movement, founded by a man named Jiang Ziya, who calls himself the Great Sage, has gained traction across many states, attracting numerous followers. Moreover, the whereabouts of the young emperor remain unknown. Recent reports suggest he is alive, secretly amassing an army, heralding conflict. The second point arises from a conversation I had with my friend, the divine physician Hua Tuo, who informed me that he was summoned to the palace to treat Lu Gong. Initially, Lu Gong was evasive about his illness, but now it has seeped into his bones. Even divine intervention would struggle to eradicate it. Hua Tuo predicts Lu Gong has at most 5 years left. Without a designated heir, among his sons, there are many capable and ambitious candidates, even if he names a crown prince. Chaos will surely ensue following Lu Gong's passing. The third and most critical point is that the current system in Jinliang has become terminally ill. During my journey, I witnessed countless displaced citizens suffering under exorbitant taxes and burdensome labor, a situation that will undoubtedly break the camel's back. Confucius expounded. It seems that Jiang Ziya has begun to gather strength. I wonder if any of Lu Gong's sons have been implanted with the essence of historical emperors. There are certainly numerous Lu family members. Yang Feng mused inwardly. Therefore, my dear Yang Ji, you must prepare early, Confucius continued. Indeed, we must strategize, Yang Ji nodded. Might you have any suggestions, master, on how we should proceed? Yang Ji inquired. Confucius appeared to have anticipated Yang Ji's question. Instead of offering a direct answer, he turned to Yang Feng. Feng, I present you with the first challenge. Propose strategies to your father on how he should act. Yang Feng was taken aback by Confucius's request. And after a moment of contemplation, Confucius remained patient, sipping from his cup. Drawing from his historical knowledge related to rebellion, Yang Feng filtered suitable strategies for the present situation that I've come up with a few points. If any are amiss, I hope everyone will correct me. Yang Feng stated. Go ahead. Feng, Confucius encouraged that I have 10 points, which I shall call the 10 principles of domination. First, alter the circumstances in times of chaos. Territorial control is paramount. Without it, all is moot. Only with a territory can one raise an army and possess the means for domination. Therefore, our immediate priority is to depart from Tianbao. Remaining in the capital will yield no results and leave us mere stepping stones in the chaos. Thus, father must petition for reassignment. I see 4 optimal locations. First, returning to Mianhong Prefecture, where you are familiar and have established a stronghold over the years. Second, consider Heyuan Prefecture. While not affluent, it possesses fertile plains formed by rivers. Ideal for agriculture. With food, one can cultivate strength for domination. The third option is to occupy Donggu Prefecture, allowing us to assess the situation in the central plains before deciding. Lastly, there is Lianyu Prefecture. Despite its poverty, it is known for its horses, and cavalry is the way of kings, especially in the north. The number of cavalry reflects the nation's strength. Regardless of the location, we must leave this 3-day radius. Second, once we acquire territory, we must develop agriculture. The places I have chosen are all suitable for extensive cultivation. Having grain in hand ensures a calm heart. In times of chaos and conflict, the struggle is fundamentally about sustenance. Agriculture remains the cornerstone of society, holding paramount importance regardless of the era. Thirdly, commerce must be pursued vigorously, for it is the swiftest avenue to wealth that a mere penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. Without funds, we find ourselves incapacitated, unable to develop our military forces. Should we falter in the arms race, we risk being perpetually outpaced. Thus, financial resources are essential. Is it not true that my mother's family has thrived in trade? Reviving the merchant caravans and entrusting them to my kin would bring peace of mind. Fourthly, it is imperative to enhance the remuneration of our military personnel. To cultivate a formidable fighting force, we must elevate their status and offer compensation for casualties to their families, instilling a sense of belonging among the soldiers and elevating the esteem of military service in the eyes of the populace. Fifthly, the quality of our troops is more critical than their quantity. An overabundance of soldiers proves challenging to manage and incurs excessive expenses. That we must implement a system of elite soldiers, meticulously selecting the finest warriors, thus also reducing the financial burden of compensations for losses. Sixthly, the situation across the realm is ever-changing, as noted by our esteemed teacher. Ignorance of these fluctuations is unacceptable. We must establish our own intelligence department, infiltrating various locales to ensure our eyes and ears are omnipresent, thus empowering our military to act decisively. Seventhly, we must attract talented individuals. This point requires little elaboration, for talent is of utmost significance. As the saying goes, gold is easily obtained, but a general is hard to find. We must practice humility and honor those who are worthy. Eighthly, we must prioritize education, while we seek to recruit talent. We must also focus on nurturing it. The pursuit of supremacy is a protracted endeavor, and to prevent a talent drought, we must open academies to provide opportunities for the underprivileged, avoiding excessive reliance on established families, as they are often the least dependable. Ninthly, should turmoil arise and rebellions break out across the land, we must refrain from opposing them. I understand that this may seem perplexing, so allow me to elucidate. The first bird to rise is often shot. We must develop our strength discreetly, fortifying our defenses and stockpiling provisions, allowing others to exhaust themselves in conflict when they are embroiled in their strife. That will be our moment of opportunity, much like the plan proposed by my grandfather. Hence, we must endure and act as loyal subjects for the time being. Lastly, we should engage minimally in civil war. Merely securing a province to stabilize our territory, as internal conflict is too taxing. This is the rationale behind my selection of these particular regions. Each of these areas presents opportunities to confront foreign adversaries, whose large populations can yield numerous captives upon our victory. We can utilize them for agricultural labor and urban development, essentially acquiring free labor. Moreover, defeating foreign foes will significantly enhance our prestige, attracting both the populace and talent to our cause. With an increased population, we can implement the aforementioned strategies. This is the extent of my thoughts. Teacher, what do you think? Very well indeed. I am pleasantly surprised, Feng. Your insights are quite profound, and I have greater confidence in your potential to succeed. Regarding the selection of territories, I too have some thoughts, Kong Qiu remarked. Yang Ji promptly responded, Kong Shifu, please share your wisdom. Let us forego Mianhong and Donggu. Firstly, Mianhong is surrounded by mountains with a basin at its center, making agricultural development easy and defensible. While it appears advantageous, the very quality that makes it defensible also makes it difficult to launch an offensive. One can only maintain a small foothold, which is not an optimal choice. As for Donggu, there is a hint of personal bias in my opinion. One must understand that it is unwise to place all eggs in one basket. Kong Qiu elaborated. Kong Shifu makes a valid point. Yang Ji concurred. In truth, Donggu is an excellent choice. Its favorable location offers security, and the land is fertile, ideal for cultivation. Moreover, the Academy of Apricots is situated there, making talent cultivation straightforward and cost-effective. Alas, this would bind the teacher to the chariot of war. However, as the saying goes, the son of 1,000 golds does not sit idly, and such perilous endeavors are best declined. It seems my teacher does not fully believe in my capabilities, Yang Feng contemplated. Very well, we have discussed quite a bit this evening. Take the time to digest this information. I shall take my leave now, and I will return in 3 days to fetch you, Kong Qiu addressed Yang Feng. The Yang family exited the secret chamber, with Yang Ji and Yang Feng seeing Kong Qiu off. The night passed without incident. The following day, elder brother, wake up. Yang Lei burst into Yang Feng's room, shouting in his ear, have you lost your mind, Xiao Lazy? What is the matter? Can you not let me sleep soundly? Yang Feng turned over, attempting to continue his slumber. Elder brother, you and Zhao Yun-Gij have ascended the dragon and tiger list. Yang Lei exclaimed. Beep, main quest. Eternal glory, stage 1, rising fame, quest completed. Reward, 1 golden martial force summon card, 3 master disciple cards, transferable. Reputation points 200. Beep. Inventory check, 1 golden martial force summon card, 1 silver summon card, 1 bronze summon card, 3 master disciple cards, transferable, and 700 reputation points. Currently quite affluent. Indeed, Yang Feng mused as he sat up. Xiao Lazy, what rank am I now? Elder brother, you are currently ranked 9th on the hidden dragon list. Yang Lei replied. Not too shabby. And Zhao Yun's rank? Yang Feng inquired. Zhao Yun-Gij is ranked 3rd, while that fellow he fought, Taijia, is ranked 5th. Yang Lei responded. Damn, it truly is a case of comparison leads to despair. I've been laboring to promote our rich cultural heritage and only managed 9th. This is quite unscientific. Yang Feng silently cursed. Still, I ought to consider how to utilize these master-disciple cards, he thought. Xiao Lei, please leave for now. I wish to be alone for a while. Yang Lei, looking reluctant, grumbled, how boring. You're just sending me away. After Yang Lei departed, Yang Feng paced the room, first considering Li Mu. This renowned general of the warring state surely needs a worthy mentor. Sun Wu, the sage of military strategy, has emerged. Perhaps Li Mu could study under him, which might eventually lead to inviting Sun Wu out of seclusion. While the chances may be slim, one must always have dreams, right? As for the second card, it should go to Deng Yu. This young man possesses talents in internal affairs and could serve well as a strategist. After all, he is Lu Xiu's Xiao, he plus Zhang Liang. El Buwei would likely be his best mentor, as he is the one who raised Qin Shi Huang, a figure of immense educational value. However, it seems that he will only be able to learn from El Buwei, who is likely busy attending to Yingzheng. Nevertheless, Deng Yu's father is connected to my own, which makes his escape unlikely. As for the third card, should it go to Yang Lei or Yang Feng? Yang Lei possesses immense strength, but lacks a suitable mentor, while Yang Feng currently shows little potential. What to do? Never mind. I'll just use these two for now. Having made his decision, Yang Feng addressed the system. I will use the two master-disciple cards, one for Li Mu to apprentice under Sun Wu, and the second for Deng Yu to study under El Bu Wei. Beep. Initiating implantation. Implantation successful. Sun Wu, once a refugee amidst the turmoil, was emaciated and starving until Li Mu's grandfather offered him sustenance. This act of kindness has remained etched in his memory. And upon recognizing Li Mu's potential, he plans to take him as a disciple. Beep. El Bu Wei, while journeying through Tianbao City, encounters Deng Yu and perceives his extraordinary talents, seeking to bolster his adoptive son Ying Zheng's ranks. He decides to take Deng Yu as a disciple. Success. Let us leave it at that for now, Yang Feng concluded. Beep. Master-disciple cards utilized. One remains. This last one requires careful consideration, Yang Feng mused. Beep. Master-disciple card is about to explode. More? I can't believe it. Please stop. Yang Feng lamented, on the verge of tears. Beep. Explosion completed. First explosive figure. Patriarch Bodhidharma. Command 21. Martial Force. Intelligence 87. Politics 72. Charisma 100. Embedded identity. Leader of Buddhism. Wandering widely, gathering disciples. Dedicated to the dissemination of Buddhism and the promotion of martial arts. Wow. The Patriarch Bodhidharma has emerged. Could this lead to the establishment of the Shaolin Temple? As the leader of Buddhism, his martial prowess remains unquantified, indicating it is exceptionally high. It seems I've found a suitable master for Shao Lazy. Yang Feng thought to himself. Beep. Explosion completed. Second explosive figure. The treacherous Prime Minister Qin Hui of the Southern Song Dynasty. Command 60. Martial Force 33. Intelligence 91. Politics 95. Charisma 41. Embedded identity. Prime Minister of the Jinliang Kingdom. He has spent years searching for the 4 children of Yang Ji, harboring an unending vendetta against the Yang family. Yang Feng was taken aback. Wait, this Qin Xiang is actually Qin Hui. No wonder they never mention his name. I've been waiting for this. I loathe this treacherous minister from the tales of Yu Fei's exploits in my youth. I must eradicate him, not only for my grandfather's vengeance, but also for Marshal Yu's retribution. Old scoundrel, await my reckoning. Beep. Summoning completed. This round of accompanying cards has summoned 2 individuals. System upgrade. Currently at level 8, 34 individuals away from level 9. 8th level privilege. Reputation points can summon options for strength and intelligence. Each summoning allows 1 individual to participate in the next summon, with a 35 success rate for intercepting 1 individual during an explosion. Currently, the remaining reputation points are 700. Ding. Interception failed. Well, I suppose I have exhausted my last MasterCard. System. Utilize the MasterCard to have Yang Lei apprentice under Master Dermo Xiao Yun. I apologize. It is not that I favor your brother, but you lack any extraordinary abilities. When I acquire another MasterCard, I will surely use it for you. Yang Feng employed his final MasterCard. Ding. Implantation in progress. Implantation successful. Master Demo is presently preaching in Tianbao City, while Yang Lei, out for a stroll, inadvertently collided with Dermo. This young child knocked Demo off his feet, and Demo immediately recognized Yang Lei's innate strength, leading to his desire to take him as a disciple. Believing he had caused trouble, Yang Lei fled. Master Demo will soon pay a visit. This lad has turned misfortune into fortune. Demo, having merely stumbled, is unharmed. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have been gravely injured. No, I must have a serious talk with this boy. His recklessness cannot continue. Yang Feng felt a surge of anger within. Ding. The MasterCard has begun to explode. Ding. The individual summoned in the explosion is Dong Zhua, the warlord of Shiliang from the 3 kingdoms. Commander 91, Strength 87, Intelligence 73, Politics 69, Charm 66. His identity. Once a disciple of Yang Hong, he fought alongside Yang Hong across the world, later defecting to Lu Gong and betraying Yang Hong. He is currently the governor of Liangyu Province. Dong the Demon King holds a deep grudge against me. This system truly wishes for my demise. Once I rise in power, I shall deal with you all. Yang Feng, now burdened with many debts, felt unperturbed. Ding. Summoning complete. This round's accompanying card has exploded, summoning 1 individual. The system has upgraded. It is currently at level 8, needing 33 more individuals to reach level 9. 8th level privilege. Reputation points can summon options for strength and intelligence. Each summoning allows 1 individual to participate in the next summon, with a 35% success rate for intercepting one individual during an explosion. Currently, the remaining reputation points are 700. Ding. Interception failed. Indeed, with just this one individual, and he holds a grudge against me. Even if I succeeded in the interception, I would not dare to accept him, for this Dong Taisha is quite notorious. Yang Feng truly did not wish to take on Dong Taisha. As Yang Feng was conversing with the system, the doors suddenly swung open, revealing a small head peering in, eyes darting about. Yang Feng realized that the troublemaker Yang Lei had likely come seeking refuge. Yang Lei entered the room, a broad smile on his face. "Brother, what are you up to? I came to keep you company, fearing you might be lonely. Did I not just send you away? Why have you returned? Have you gotten into trouble again?" Yang Feng feigned seriousness. Yang Lei, feeling guilty, stammered, "What trouble could I possibly cause? I am the most obedient in our family. You 3 days without discipline, and you're ready to tear the roof off. You have no connection to the word obedient." Yang Feng replied, "Oh, dear brother, what are you saying? I merely made a small mistake," Yang Lei said, realizing his fault. "Then tell me, what mistake did you commit this time?" Yang Feng asked sternly. "I was simply out, running a bit fast to play with Xiao Dongzi, dang you. And who would have known a big bald fellow would come barreling towards me? I barely nudged him," Yang Lei explained, looking downcast. Yang Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Listening to him, one might think he was the victim. Just as he was about to reprimand Yang Lei, a servant called for them, saying the family head awaited them in the main hall. The two hurried to the main hall. There, the 3 brothers Yang Ji, Yang Sheng, and Yang Yun were present, along with an unfamiliar figure. Presumably Master Daimo. Yang Feng scrutinized Daimo, noting his tall stature, calloused hands, and monk's robe. His shaved head bore 9 scars, and in terms of appearance, Yang Feng felt disappointed, expecting something extraordinary, only to find an ordinary visage. Had he had hair, one might not have noticed him on the street. "Ba, young benefactor, I am Master Daimo. I have come to seek this young benefactor," Daimo said, clasping his hands in greeting and turning towards Yang Lei. Realizing the bald man had come to his doorstep, Yang Lei thought he was doomed and instinctively hid behind Yang Feng, hoping to remain unseen. "Yang Lei, come forth and explain what trouble you have caused that has drawn the master here." Yang Ji thundered. Seeing his father furious, Yang Lei emerged, head drooped. "Father, I merely bumped into him accidentally. With your strength, can a mere bump not cause harm? Apologize to the master at once," Yang Ji commanded, pointing at Yang Lei. Yang Lei turned to Daimo, bowing. "I am sorry, master, it was not intentional. Master, how is your health? Allow me to accompany you to the physician," Yang Ji offered. Daimo shook his head. "The monk is unharmed. You need not trouble yourself that I have come primarily for your young son Dado. Master, could it be that Yang Lei has not disclosed something? Watch me discipline him for lying." As Yang Ji spoke, he picked up a whip to strike Yang Lei. Instantly, Yang Lei darted behind Yang Feng. Daimo intervened. "Benefactor, it is not that your son has concealed anything. I merely perceive exceptional talent in Yang Lei and wish to take him as my disciple." "How does the benefactor feel about this?" Upon hearing this, Yang Ji lowered the whip. But he thought, "My son cannot become a monk." Before he could voice his thoughts, Yang Sheng interjected, "Old monk, are you out of your mind? Our heir is only 3 years old, and you wish for him to become a monk. Have you lost your senses?" Ba, young benefactor Yang Lei still has worldly ties and cannot shave his head to become a monk. "I only wish to take him as a lay disciple," Daimo clarified. Yang Ji felt relieved upon hearing this. However, the old monk is unknown, and heir possesses innate strength. If nurtured well, he could become a formidable warrior. "I am not at ease with entrusting him to Daimo," he thought to himself. Yang Sheng laughed heartily. "Old monk, do you know that our heir is born with divine strength? What can you possibly teach him as his master?" Yang Feng found this amusing. His third uncle was truly his father's strongest advocate, articulating all the thoughts his father wished to express. "That I possess some martial knowledge. Teaching young benefactor Yang Lei should pose no issue," Daimo explained. "Ha, some martial knowledge, and you dare to be a teacher. I see you are not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue," Yang Sheng mocked. "How about this, Yang Sheng? Let us have a contest. Should I, by chance, emerge victorious, then young benefactor Yang Lei shall be entrusted to me for instruction," Daimo proposed. Yang Ji pondered. Though his third brother was a bit unruly, his martial skills were indeed exceptional. If this master could defeat the third brother, Allowing Layer to learn from him might not be a bad idea. Old monk, do you think you can defeat me? I am not boasting. After years of campaigns, I have yet to meet a worthy opponent. I fear I might accidentally injure you and be accused of bullying the elderly. Yang Sheng retorted, in no matter. If the benefactor can defeat me, it merely indicates my own lack of skill. Mo replied, very well. This is your own choice. Come, the courtyard is spacious. Let us proceed there, Yang Sheng declared, stepping into the courtyard. The entire family moved to the courtyard, ready to witness the duel. System, please assess Mo's attributes. Yang Feng silently commanded. Ding, Mo, Commander 21, Strength 110, Intelligence 87, Politics 72, Charm 100 what? 110. This must be the pinnacle of combat power. Mo is indeed formidable. My third uncle only has 97 in strength. It seems my third uncle is in for a rough time. Yang Feng silently prayed for Yang Sheng, hoping Mo would go easy on him. Old monk, are you ready? Yang Sheng asked. Please, benefactor, Mo replied. Yang Sheng launched the first punch, aiming directly at Mo's abdomen. He reasoned that striking the face might risk breaking the old monk's nose, so the stomach would suffice. Being more forgiving, Mo swiftly evaded Yang Sheng's punch, who then spun around, delivering blow after blow. Relentlessly pursuing Mo after 30 exchanges, Yang Sheng had yet to graze Mo's clothing. Old monk, do not evade. Let us clash head-on. Yang Sheng shouted, as you wish, benefactor, Mo responded. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng covered his face, thinking, oh, third uncle, you truly do not understand the meaning of danger, do you? Mo is simply allowing you to strike. Can you not perceive this? As Yang Feng pondered, the outcome of the match had already been determined. With a swift kick, Mo sent Yang Sheng hurtling against the wall, producing a resounding crash. Fortunately, Yang Sheng's robust physique absorbed the impact. Had it been anyone else, such a blow would have surely left them severely injured. Yang Ji had considered that the old monk might possess formidable martial skills, but he never anticipated that his invincible third brother could be so effortlessly defeated. This was truly astonishing. Yang Feng reflected that Mo had likely shown some restraint, as he needed to take Xiao Lazy as his apprentice. It would be unwise to sever ties so abruptly. If the disparity in martial prowess were evident on the battlefield, Uncle would have been swiftly dispatched. Wow, big bald head, you're incredible. You even defeated my uncle, exclaimed Yang Lei, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Would you be willing to teach this old man the art of combat? Mo inquired, squatting before Yang Lei and affectionately ruffling his hair. Of course I would. But Yang Lei gazed longingly at Yang Ji. Upon realizing the question had been directed at him, Yang Ji responded, Master, I certainly wish for Layer to become your disciple. However, he is still quite young. Perhaps it would be better for him to wait a few more years before taking on a master? Not at all. The younger one starts, the more effective the training. Waiting a few years may be too late. Mo replied. Yang Ji was reluctant to part with Yang Lei, especially with Yang Feng about to leave with Confucius. If Yang Lei were to depart as well, only Yang Yun would be left at home. He did not want his children to endure hardship at such a tender age. Yet, with deep family grievances looming, it was imperative for the children to grow strong enough to protect themselves and seek vengeance. Having considered this, Yang Ji ultimately nodded in agreement. Do not worry, benefactor. This old monk will be preaching in Tianbao City for at least 6 months, so Yang Lei shall still be able to accompany you. Mo discerned Yang Ji's reluctance. That is splendid news. My primary concern was that Layer might prove troublesome for you. Master, Yang Ji replied with relief. Yang Lei promptly bowed 3 times before Mo. Solidifying his status as a disciple, Yang Feng gazed at the shattered stone slab beneath Yang Lei, feeling a twinge of exasperation. His foolish younger brother truly did not understand the concept of pain. Such strength should not be wielded so recklessly. Master, might you spare a moment to teach me a few moves as well? Yang Feng inquired, hoping to glean some knowledge from Mo after all. Every man harbors a dream of gallivanting across the battlefield, and martial prowess is undoubtedly paramount. Learning from a martial arts expert could only be advantageous. Indeed, Master, my elder brother is quite clever. Would you kindly impart some wisdom to him as well? Yang Lei chimed in, eager to support. Mo regarded Yang Feng and shook his head. It is not that this old monk refuses to teach. Rather, it is simply not suitable. Each young benefactor possesses their own unique destiny. and it is essential to remember that only what is suited to oneself is truly the best. Thank you for your guidance, Master, Yang Feng replied, though internally he felt a twinge of disappointment. If he would not be taught, then so be it. There was no need for further lamentation that it appeared that these great masters had their own temperaments. If they took a liking to someone, they would, but if not, one could not impose their will. Subsequently, the Mo lingered at the Yang residence for a time, agreeing on a daily training schedule before taking his leave in Yang Feng's chamber. Yang Yun lamented, "Elder brother, both third brother and I have teachers now, yet I am left all alone. Woe is me." "Ah, this is indeed my fault," Yang Feng mused, though he consoled, "Little Yunzi, do not weep. What is a man without a mentor? Tell me what you excel at, and I shall find you a suitable teacher. Being good at scolding others a skill." Yang Yun replied eagerly, "No one has ever bested me in that regard." "What? Scolding? Perhaps you should simply become a troll instead," Yang Feng retorted. "What is a troll? Is it fun?" Yang Yun inquired, puzzled. "Nothing of consequence," Yang Feng answered, noting that discovering his younger brother's talents on his own would prove futile. He silently commanded the system to assess Yang Yun's attributes. Ding Yang Yun's attributes are Ding evaluating Yang Yun's attributes. Yang Yun, for years old, leadership 18, martial power 12, intelligence 52, politics 76, charisma 75. Remarkable. This makes him the most politically adept in our family, Yang Feng pondered. How ironic that the most politically astute among us is just a 4-year-old child. No wonder our family is always achieving merit without receiving any official titles. We are all political illiterates that it would be exceedingly difficult to compete with the likes of Qin Hui in the political arena. But how does this child possess such high political acumen? Is the system malfunctioning? Yang Feng mused. Ding, the system does not err. Then why is that? Yang Feng questioned, perplexed. Ding evaluating Yang Yun's passive awakening. What? Little Yunzi has awakened a passive skill too. It seems the joke is on me. Yang Feng lamented. Ding, Yang Yun has awakened the passive skill debater. Each time he wins a debate against a renowned figure, politics 3, charisma 3, up to a total of 10 times, 6 times used. After the completion of this opportunity, winning subsequent debates will grant intelligence 3, up to a total of 10 times, currently and used. Learning political-related knowledge has double efficiency. Little Yun, whom have you debated with recently? Yang Feng inquired. Debated? I haven't done that. I just scold people every day. Yang Yun replied innocently. Sweat? What have you been doing? Yang Feng sighed. Who have you scolded lately? Let me think. Brother Zhao Yun, Brother Li Mu, Brother Deng Yu, Xiao Lei, and our father, along with uncle and third uncle that I've basically scolded everyone except you. Yang Yun listed, counting on his fingers with pride that you've grown quite bold, even daring to scold our father. Yang Feng remarked. Well, he was wrong. If he couldn't argue with me, then I had every right to scold him. Yang Yun defended himself, feeling aggrieved. What a troublesome child, Yang Feng sighed. This passive skill is misnamed. What do you mean by debate? It is clearly a one-sided scolding, and if I let him scold me once more, I could raise my attributes again. Yang Feng felt he had discovered a flaw in the system. Ding, that is not permissible. Why not? Is this personal? Yang Feng challenged. Ding, a renowned figure is defined as having at least one attribute reaching or having the potential to reach 90 or above. The highest charisma of the host is 83 points. Insufficient to be classified as a renowned figure. Is this a joke? Everyone else is a renowned figure, but I am not? Fine, I see how it is. Just say it directly. Yang Feng retorted indignantly. The system fell silent, which only fueled Yang Feng's frustration. Noticing his brother's troubled expression, Yang Yun asked, Elder brother, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Should I fetch a doctor? Yang Feng gazed at Yang Yun's innocent face and sighed. I am fine, by the way. Elder brother, you haven't mentioned finding me a teacher yet. I also want a formidable mentor, Yang Yun said, looking at Yang Feng with eager anticipation. Yang Feng felt bemused. Let me think on it. Time passed swiftly, and the day arrived for Yang Feng to depart with Confucius as previously arranged. Confucius arrived at the Yang residence, observing Yang Feng's mother, Su Shi, holding Yang Feng's hand and shedding tears. Confucius could not help but express, while parents are present, one ought not to wander far. If one does, it must be with purpose. Yang Ji hurried over upon hearing these words. Master Kong, please excuse my wife. She is simply reluctant to part with Fenger, who has never been away from her since childhood. I understand. but you should take the opportunity to speak with Feng a few more times. It may be years before you see him again, Confucius advised Yang Ji. Master Kong, are you planning to take Feng to the Xingtan? Yang Feng inquired. Not at all. This time I intend to take Feng on a grand tour of the various states. Traversing all 4 regions and 13 provinces, Confucius replied with a smile. What? Master Kong, you intend to take Feng to the 4 regions. Those lands are inhabited by barbaric tribes, fraught with danger, Yang Ji questioned anxiously. Confucius waved his hand dismissively. Zhongfeng. The 4 regions are also part of my Changfeng continent, but a true man must possess a heart that embraces the world. Furthermore, I will be accompanying him. Do you truly fear for Feng's safety? Yang Feng overheard the exchange between Confucius and Yang Ji and found it quite appealing. He too wished to explore this continent, to discover the individuals who had been mentioned, to see what they were doing, and to gauge their levels of skill. However, he was concerned that Confucius might not possess the martial prowess to protect him. System, please evaluate Confucius's attributes, Yang Feng silently commanded. Ding Confucius. Leadership 73, Martial Power 108. Intelligence 103, Politics 105, Charisma 105 to what? Martial Power 108. Is that even credible? Yang Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Ding, this is historically documented. What? There is historical documentation. As a history major, I was unaware of this. Yang Feng questioned, bewildered. Ding, the Huainanzi's main arts records. Confucius was unparalleled in wisdom, surpassing Chang Hong, and his bravery eclipsed that of Meng Ben. He could traverse the land like a hawk, and his strength could breach city gates. His capabilities were vast. It is said that Confucius possessed immense strength, rivaling the renowned warrior Meng Ben of the Zhou dynasty, and his speed could match that of wild hares in the countryside. Confucius was well versed in rites, music, archery, charioteering, writing, and mathematics. Among these, archery and charioteering demanded not only physical prowess, but also experience and skill. The records of the grand historian recount. Duke Ding of Lu met Duke Jing of Qi at Jiaqiu, and Confucius served as the minister. Qi sought to ambush the ruler of Lu, but Confucius ascended the steps with composure and decisively executed the corrupt musicians of Qi. The Duke of Qi, fearing, then ceased his aggression and returned to Qi, apologizing for the encroachment. This illustrates that during a diplomatic meeting, Confucius ascended the stairs with unhurried decorum while simultaneously executing justice against the lewd musicians of Qi. Even in the act of execution, he maintained decorum, adeptly engaging in both discourse and martial prowess, compelling the state of Qi to return lands to Lu. Does the host still harbor doubts? No more. Confucius is truly remarkable. He is invincible in all aspects except for leadership. Once I hone my leadership skills, I shall become a formidable warrior of my own. Yang Feng mused joyfully. Suddenly, Yang Feng remembered his intention to find a teacher for Yang Yun and approached Confucius, saying, Master, Yun'er seeks a teacher as well. Given your extensive connections, could you assist in finding one for him? Oh, Feng, do not be foolish. It is sufficient for me to find a teacher for Yun'er. There is no need to trouble Master Kong for such trivial matters. Interrupted Yang Ji. Yang Yun rolled his eyes, reflecting on their family's political stature. Finding a teacher would likely lead to Yun'er's failure, that I had hoped he would excel politically, perhaps even become my Xiaohe. Is it your second brother? Confucius inquired. Yes, master, replied Yang Feng. Yun'er, come here. My master has agreed to help you find a teacher, Yang Feng called to Yang Yun. Yang Yun approached and respectfully bowed to Confucius, saying, Thank you, Master Kong. Confucius, momentarily speechless, thought to himself, My disciple is always seeking trouble. Yun'er, I have observed you, and you are quite intelligent. How about this? I have a junior brother named Zhu Shi. I shall write him a letter, and I believe he will honor our connection. However, my junior brother is quite demanding. Whether you can seize this opportunity will depend on you. Confucius did not elaborate further. Upon hearing the name Zhu Shi, Yang Feng realized he was referring to the eminent Zhu Shi, also known as Yuan Hui, with the courtesy name Zhong Hui and later known as Huiyan, was a prominent Neo-Confucian scholar of the Song dynasty. Revered as a master of Confucianism and a significant figure of the Min school, he was the only disciple not directly from Confucius to be honored in Confucian temples, ranked among the 12 sages in the Hall of Great Accomplishment. Zhu Shi served as the governor of Nankang in Jiangxi and of Zhangzhou in Fujian, and held the position of inspector of Eastern Zhejiang. known for his integrity and contributions to the development of educational institutions. He was appointed as a lecturer at the Huanzhong Pavilion by Emperor Ningzong of the Song, where he imparted knowledge. This is indeed commendable. Little Yuner has found a distinguished mentor. However, I hope he does not offend Zhu Shi. Yang Feng silently prayed. All right, Feng, let us depart, Confucius said, turning away from the Yang residence. After bidding farewell to his parents, brothers, and uncles, Yang Feng followed suit. Master, where shall our first step take us? Yang Feng asked, filled with excitement at his first journey away from home. I am awaiting an old friend, Confucius replied, squinting. Yang Feng could do nothing but wait, watching as a middle-aged man approached, accompanied by a young child. Upon closer inspection, Yang Feng recognized the child as Li Mu. Could that man be? Confucius interrupted Yang Feng's thoughts. Chongqing, you are late. Ha, brother Zhongni, it seems you have arrived too early. The middle-aged man replied that it was indeed Sun Wu. Yang Feng concluded. Sun Wu, courtesy named Chongqing, was a renowned military strategist and politician from the late spring and autumn period. Revered as the sage of war and known as Suanzi, he was hailed as the supreme master of military strategy, instrumental in shaping Eastern military thought. From Qi to Wu, he was recommended by the prominent Wu minister Wu Zishu to King Helu of Wu, where he presented his 13 chapters on warfare and was subsequently appointed as a general. He led the Wu army to a decisive victory over Chu, capturing its capital, Yingqing, nearly leading to the fall of the state of Chu. His monumental work, The Art of War, remains a revered classic in military literature, esteemed by strategists throughout history and recognized internationally. As Yang Feng contemplated historical references related to Sun Wu, Li Mu could no longer contain himself. Second brother, what are you doing? Why are you ignoring me? Oh, I was lost in thought. Third brother, who is this? Yang Feng feigned ignorance. This is my master, Sun Wu, the master of military strategy, who topped the 100 victories list 10 years ago. Impressive, isn't it, second brother? Li Mu boasted. Indeed, quite impressive, Yang Feng replied nonchalantly, thinking to himself, you, my friend, would still be wallowing in your own mess if not for my using a mentor card for you, brother Zhongni. You know my stance. Unless he can pass my test, my promise is void. Sun Wu stated that of course, everything shall proceed as Chongqing wishes. Confucius replied, stroking his beard that it became clear that Confucius acknowledged his limitations in leadership, but, leveraging his connections, sought to find a military strategist for Yang Feng, leading to Sun Wu. Fenger, come here and greet your uncle Chongqing. Confucius beckoned. Hello, Uncle Chongqing, Yang Feng said, bowing respectfully. No need for excessive formalities, Sun Wu nodded. Confucius expressed his desire for Sun Wu to instruct Yang Feng in military strategy, and Sun Wu agreed but insisted upon testing Yang Feng first. Yang Feng was elated. His master's connections were unmatched. Li Mu was equally thrilled, imagining a future where he and Yang Feng would be brothers in arms. He would call him second brother, while Yang Feng referred to him as senior brother, each pursuing their own paths. All right, I am quite direct. Fenger, I shall pose 3 questions. If I am satisfied with your answers, I will fulfill my promise to teach you military strategy for 3 years. However, if your answers do not meet my approval, all previous agreements will be rendered void, Sun Wu stated plainly. Yang Feng pondered, assessing Sun Wu's capabilities internally. Ding, military sage Sun Wu. Leadership 110, martial power 80. Intelligence 101, politics 76, charisma 100, education 107. This pinnacle of leadership is indeed formidable that I must carefully consider how to respond to Sun Wu's inquiries. Yang Feng thought to himself. Uncle Chongqing, please proceed with your questions. He said, first question, what is the most crucial factor when 2 armies confront each other? Sun Wu inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Feng replied, in battle, it is courage. Victory belongs to the brave when paths converge. Excellent. You have passed the first question. Now for the second. If tasked with delaying a large army using a small cavalry force, how would you proceed? Sun Wu continued to eye in the face of the enemy. I would retreat. When they halt, I would disrupt. When they tire, I would strike. When they withdraw, I would pursue. Yang Feng boldly declared. Well said. You have articulated the essence of cavalry harassment, Sun Wu praised. Yang Feng shamelessly added. I call this form of harassment guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare, intriguing, Sun Wu contemplated, impressed by the vividness of the term. Now, for For my final question, what is the best method to defeat an enemy? Sun Wu asked. Yang Feng confidently replied, to achieve 100 victories without fighting is the greatest victory. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Brother Zhongni has a fine disciple in you, Sun Wu declared with delight. Yang Feng mused inwardly. Brother, I know you better than you know yourself. These are your own words. How could they not resonate with you? I am not merely competing with you. I am drawing upon the wisdom of the great sages of Chinese history. Do not thank me. I am merely a vessel for Chinese culture. Limu joyfully embraced Yang Feng, exclaiming, Wonderful, second brother. You are incredible. I never expected you to be so adept in military strategy. Yang Feng gently pushed him away, admonishing, Do not praise a man so openly, understand? Limu looked perplexed. All right, brother Zhongni, I must take my leave. When the time comes for me to instruct Fenger, you may find me at my home. I will take Mu'er to study now. Sun Wu concluded. Sun Wu bid farewell to Confucius. Let us embark on our journey of cultivation as well. Confucius set off with Yang Feng. May I inquire, where lies the path? The path is beneath our feet. As Yang Feng sang, he followed Confucius into the distance. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the master and disciple, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Life is akin to the rise and fall of the sun. Time slips away, and the past is but a fleeting memory. The world changes, and nothing remains the same. Time is relentless, indifferent, as if it were just yesterday. The shadows beneath the sunset had already transformed. The once tall figure now appeared slightly stooped, while the formerly small silhouette had grown into a towering tree. Wind, it has been 10 years. You have grown up. There is nothing more for your master to teach you. Remember, when you traverse the world again, you shall no longer have your master by your side. Confucius extended his hand, yearning to pat Yang Feng's head as he once did, but he could not reach it as before. Prompting a sigh from Confucius, Yang Feng crouched down, taking Confucius's hand to stroke his own head, just like in the past. Master, I am still the little wind from those days, and I will never change. Yang Feng said, tears brimming in his eyes. Foolish child, you have grown. You no longer need your master to shield you from the storms. You have your own path to tread. Return home now, Confucius replied. Tears welling in his eyes as well. Yang Feng remained silent, merely holding Confucius's hand and continuing to stroke his head, tears streaming down his cheeks as the fond memories of their 10 years together flooded back. Confucius's gentle guidance seemed as if it had transpired just yesterday. Yang Feng lifted his gaze to Confucius and said, Teacher, will you truly not come with me, even just to accompany me home? To send you 1,000 miles, one must ultimately part ways. The fledgling eagle has grown. It must learn to soar on its own. It is not that I do not wish to accompany you, but I cannot do so alone, Confucius lamented, tears falling from his eyes. Yang Feng chose not to speak further. Instead, he knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times. The grace of my master's teachings, I, Feng, shall never forget. Having spoken, Yang Feng rose, wiped his tears, steeled his heart, and turned to depart. Wait, wind, Confucius called after him. Yang Feng turned back, joy lighting up his face. Have you changed your mind? Not at all. I simply have one last gift to bestow upon you. Confucius replied, shaking his head. What is it, master? Yang Feng inquired. When we first met at the poetry gathering, it was not indeed our first encounter, Confucius reminisced. When was that? I have no recollection, Yang Feng said, puzzled. Confucius gazed at Yang Feng, memories rising within him. In truth, our first meeting was by the shores of Rajin Lake, where you were ensnared by a giant python, nearly losing your life. It was I who severed the serpent with my sword. Yet you fainted from fear and did not see me. Yang Feng finally understood that it was Confucius who had slain the white python, marveling at how the system could implant such memories. Confucius, observing Yang Feng's silence, continued, as a final gift, I shall bestow upon you a courtesy name. Zijin. Very well. I shall henceforth be called Yang Zijin, Yang Feng said, bowing deeply to Confucius. Confucius stepped forward to support Yang Feng, saying, Zijin, I believe you will undoubtedly unify this chaotic world. Go forth, my child, and fulfill your destiny. Yang Feng sighed deeply, clasped his hands, and declared, Master, Zijin is departing. With a smile, Yang Feng turned away, tears streaming down his face. The memories of the past 10 years, each lesson from Confucius, every moment of danger where Confucius came to his aid, and every time Confucius stroked his head while speaking to him, all of these memories coalesced into tears. Flowing from his eyes, Yang Feng walked the path alone, devoid of the elder's companionship. Suddenly, a masked figure appeared beside him. Yang Feng glanced at the figure, who immediately knelt, saying, "Young master, the agent of the Hong faction reports to you." "Did my father send you?" Yang Feng asked. "Indeed, young master," the masked figure replied. Yang Feng helped the figure to his feet and said, "Then, tell me about the events of the past decade at your command." The masked figure began to recount the changes of the past 10 years that it turned out that during the decade Yang Feng spent learning under Confucius, monumental changes had transpired. First, there was Yang Ji. After Yang Feng's departure, the court found itself in dire straits, lacking a leader to confront the invading tribes in Heiyuan Prefecture. Yang Ji volunteered to take command. Lu Gong was overjoyed and appointed Yang Ji as the governor of Longyuan City. Commanding an army of 10,000 to guard the city against the intruders, Yang Ji marched his troops to Longyuan, with his entire family accompanying him, except for Yang Lei, who remained in the capital to study under Dharma. Upon reaching Longyuan, Yang Chen suggested that Yang Ji feign weakness to lure the barbarian tribes into a nighttime ambush. The tribes, believing Yang Ji to be weary and beleaguered, attacked at night, only to fall into Yang Ji's trap, resulting in the destruction of 6,000 barbarians. Yang Ji pressed on, pursuing them to the borders of Tsangming realm, driving the invaders out entirely. When Lu Gong heard of Yang Ji's victory, he was elated and intended to appoint Yang Ji as the prefect of Heiyuan, but was halted by Qin Kuai. Ultimately, Yang Ji was awarded the title of Inspector of Longyuan and General of Wuwei. Yang Ji established a stronghold in Longyuan, vigorously developing local agriculture, providing refuge for displaced persons, and leading them to cultivate fertile plains along the rivers. All lands reclaimed by the refugees belonged to them, a policy that attracted countless refugees to settle and farm. Yang Ji also encouraged his wife, Su, to return to her family, bringing her merchant caravan to Longyuan, significantly boosting commerce and elevating the status of merchants. The Longyuan merchant fleet became renowned throughout the nation, despite 2 years of development. The barbarian tribes continued to harass them. Whenever Yang Ji ventured out, the tribes would retreat, being a nomadic people skilled in horsemanship. Yang Ji was vexed but found little recourse until Yang Feng and Confucius traveled through Heiyuan, where Yang Feng advised his father to construct a stronghold in the Gale Valley of Tsangming realm, flanked by mountains that would provide a natural barrier, enabling defense and offense. Yang Ji was delighted and immediately began construction. Once completed, the stronghold kept the tribes at bay, allowing the local populace to cultivate their fields in peace. Yang Feng named the stronghold Yanmen Pass. Yang Ji also established an intelligence division, which Yang Feng dubbed the 6th Bureau of Security. The bureau comprised 8 secret agents named after the elements of heaven and earth. While Yang Ji's territory flourished, Jinliang fell into chaos. In the 8th year of Yang Feng's studies, the young emperor emerged. He was none other than the system-implanted Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty. Liu Bang raised the banner of Jinliang's legitimacy, rallying the old faction in Tianyang Prefecture to establish a new regime. Issuing proclamations denouncing Lu Gong's unjust actions, Lu Gong, infuriated, immediately dispatched troops to quell the rebellion. Although Liu Bang's forces were few, he was led by the famed General Chao Can, known for his principle of Shao Gui. Chao Sui, Chao Can, styled Jinghua, hailed from Peixian County in the Sisui Prefecture, a founding minister of the Western Han Dynasty. He was a military strategist and politician, known as the second prime minister of the Han Dynasty. Referred to in history as Chao Xianghua, initially serving in the Qin Dynasty, he began his career as a jailer in Peixian. In the first year of the second emperor, he participated in the uprising in Peixian. Having fought numerous battles, he played a significant role in the downfall of Qin and the defeat of Chu, achieving numerous military successes, conquering 2 nations and 122 counties, after Liu Bang established his capital in Chang'an. He ranked second in merit and was granted the title of Marquis of Pingyang. That he served as Prime Minister of Qi, assisting King Liu Fei. When Emperor Hui ascended the throne, he succeeded Shao He as Prime Minister, adhering to the principles of Shao He and Shao Can, laying a solid foundation for the era of Wen and Jing. Not only did the army consist of renowned generals, but there were also unparalleled warriors leading the charge, including Liu Bang's childhood friend, Fan Kuai. Fan Kuai, a notable general from the late Qin and early Han periods, was also from Paisian. Originally a dog butcher, he, along with Liu Bang, hid in the marshes of Mang and Daxiang. In the first year of the second emperor, he, along with Xiao He and Xiao Can, supported Liu Bang's uprising against the Qin, engaging in numerous battles, often leading the charge and achieving significant victories. After entering Xianyang, he urged Liu Bang to retreat and avoid the temptations of the opulent Qin palace. In the 12th month of the first year of Han, he stormed the Hongmen banquet with sword and shield. Rebuking Xiang Yu and helping Liu Bang escape peril. In August, he returned from Hanzhong to subdue the three Qins, rising to the rank of cavalry general, later becoming a general again. He participated in battles against Chu, garrisoning Guangwu for a year. With the rise of the Han dynasty, he was granted the title of Marquis of Wuyang. He accompanied Liu Bang in quelling rebellious feudal lords, capturing Zhongtu and executing King Han Exine. Seizing 27 counties in Zhao territory. In the second month of the 12th year of Emperor Gao, he led troops against the king of Yin, Lu Wan, pacifying 18 counties in Yin territory. Shortly thereafter, due to familial ties to the Empress Dowager, he was slandered and nearly executed by Liu Bang. Qiao Can achieved resounding success in defeating the Jinliang forces and gained fame with a single battle, while Fan Kuai distinguished himself by slaying 4 generals in one fight, both earning spots on the records of victories. Just as turmoil erupted, another calamity arose. Jiang Ziya launched a rebellion. Jiang Ziya, proclaiming the heavens are dead, the yellow sky shall rise, rallied the impoverished populace of Tianhua Prefecture under the banner of the Yellow Turbans. The Yellow Turban Army swiftly occupied the entirety of Tianhua Prefecture. Meanwhile, in the north, Li Chunsheng incited the impoverished masses, questioning, do nobles and lords truly possess any inherent superiority? He, along with his close comrade Wu Guang, seized the majority of the territory of Bai Li. News of victories spread like snowflakes to Lu Gong's desk, igniting a surge of fury within him, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. After regaining his composure, Lu Gong heeded Qin Kuai's advice and dispatched Dong Zhuo with 50,000 cavalry from Liangyu to Tianhua to confront Jiang Ziya. He entrusted his imperial brother Liu Bei with 100,000 troops to engage Liu Bang in a grand battle at Tianyang. Upon arriving at Tianyang, Liu Bei immediately led his 2 sworn brothers to the front lines for a challenge. Fan Kuai promptly stepped forward, while Liu Bei's second brother Guan Yu managed to wound Fan Kuai after 100 exchanges. Noticing the unfavorable turn of events, Qiao Can led his troops to cover Fan Kuai's retreat. Liu Bei's third brother, Zhang Fei, found Qiao Can amidst the chaos and, with 3 strikes, inflicted injuries upon him, prompting Qiao Can to abandon his horse and seek refuge among the troops, narrowly escaping disaster. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei earned fame through their valor, whereas, after sustaining injuries, Liu Bang dispatched Qiao Can's brother Qiao Qiao to confront Liu Bei. Upon Qiao Qiao's arrival on the battlefield, he swiftly halted the tide of defeat. Under Qiao Qiao's command, Xiahou Dun engaged in a fierce battle with Zhang Fei, with neither side gaining the upper hand after 50 exchanges. Meanwhile, the situation in Tianhua improved significantly following Dong Zhuo's arrival. As the 50,000 cavalry from Liangyu shattered Zhang Jiao's 200,000 Yellow Turban forces, realizing the dire state of affairs, Zhang Jiao promptly dispatched his 2 disciples, Huang Chao and Hong Xiuquan, who fortified their positions at the front line, leading to a temporary stalemate as cavalry units struggled to breach the city. In the north, Lu Gong assigned Wang Shichong, the governor of Heyuan Prefecture, to lead an army of 100,000 to quell the rebellion in Bai Li, while Yang Ji remained stationed to guard against potential incursions from barbarian tribes. Upon reaching Bai Li, Wang Shichong engaged in a fierce confrontation with Chen Shang, resulting in both factions controlling equal portions of Bai Li. Just as the situation appeared to stabilize, a rebellion erupted in Mianhong Prefecture. Zhang Xinzhong, the governor of Mianhong, witnessing the chaos across the land, declared himself the king of Dashi, opposing Jin Liang's rule. He mobilized his forces to assault Xian Prefecture. In response, Lu Gong promptly dispatched 100,000 troops to support Zhu Wen, the governor of Xian Prefecture. Upon their arrival, Zhu Wen managed to withstand Zhang Xinzhong's onslaught. Amidst the rising flames of conflict in Jinliang, the barbarian tribes from the 4 regions began to stir restlessly. The Aizen-Zhoro and Wanyan clans from Hanmu region set aside their enmity to jointly attack Songshan Prefecture. The governors of Songshan, Chai Rong, and Donggu, Zhao Kuangyin, united to fend off the enemy, enduring a series of battles that cost them 4 prefectures before they could finally withstand the dual assault. Meanwhile, the barbarians from Liang region could no longer suppress their desires as the largest tribes. The Tuoba and the Murong allied to launch an attack on Huanghe Prefecture. Governor Zhang Shiqing found himself retreating steadily, losing a quarter of his territory in a short span, prompting him to urgently seek reinforcements from the court. The court could only dispatch Sun Quan, the governor of Nanjiang Prefecture, to provide support. Sun Quan's brother, the little overlord Sun Su, decisively defeated 10 generals from the Tuoba and Murong clans, temporarily halting the offensive in Liang. However, with Sun Quan and Zhang Shiqing's forces being too few, it was a challenge to reclaim lost ground. After receiving the report from the undercover agent known as Hongzi Wuhao regarding the state of affairs, Yang Feng reflected on the circumstances of the Yang family. Having heard snippets during his travels, he realized he lacked a comprehensive understanding of the ongoing conflict. Contemplating the Yang family's position, he concluded that to secure a foothold amidst the chaos, they must engage in the tumultuous battles. The Yang family's primary rivals in Heyuan were the governors Wang Shiqiong and Dou Jianda of Ximing City, with both leaders now preoccupied with the conflict in Beili. Yang Feng could only observe the developments on that front, hoping for their demise on the battlefield. However, he acknowledged that such aspirations might be unrealistic for the peasant army led by Chun Sheng and Wu Guan. Despite their sheer numbers, lacked the quality to contend with seasoned troops, relegating them to a desperate defense of half the prefecture. The shortage of capable generals was evident. In times of war, the presence of formidable commanders was imperative. System, how many cards do I have left? Yang Feng pondered inwardly. Ding. The current inventory of the host includes 1 golden military summoning card, 1 silver summoning card, 1 bronze summoning card, and 700 reputation points. Please make a selection. Let's initiate a standard summoning, utilizing reputation points to favor military prowess, Yang Feng decided. Ding. Standard military summoning in progress. The first figure has been randomly selected. Qiong, one of the 24 heroes of Lingyan Pavilion. Command 93. Military 99, Intelligence 81, Politics 79, Charm 95. Excellent. Qiong, also known as Qin Shubao, is a remarkable choice. It seems my years of saving summons have finally paid off, Yang Feng thought to himself, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Ding. The second figure, Xiao Mengchong, Qiong, Command 99, Military 95, Intelligence 88, Politics 83, Charm 93. What? 2 Qiongs, Yang Feng exclaimed, bewildered. Ding. These are 2 different versions of Qiong. Point 1 is the historical figure from the 24 heroes of Lingyan Pavilion, while the other is the Xiao Mengchong from the Sui Tang romance, known as one of the 13 Taibao. If one is summoned, the other will not appear on the list though, so there are different versions. Interesting, the commanding skills of the romanticized Qiong are indeed impressive, while the historical version has significantly higher military prowess. Overall, the romanticized version appears to be more formidable, Yang Feng mused. Ding. The third figure, Chen Tang, a renowned general of the Western Han. Command 97, Military 100, Intelligence 95, Politics 75, Charm 96. Alas, Chen Tang is truly invincible, renowned for his declaration against the Han dynasty's foes, stating those who dare to challenge the strong Han shall face execution. Regardless of distance, he is indeed a valiant warrior, though his greed has led to his downfall on several occasions. His political score of 75 reflects his shortcomings in governance, Yang Feng contemplated. Ding. The fourth figure, Ji, a valiant warrior. Command 96, Military 89, Intelligence 80, Politics 52, Charm 76. This Ji is undoubtedly an underrated general of the Three Kingdoms era, who rose to fame after his decisive victory against Gongsun Zan's White Horse Cavalry. Unfortunately, his pride in his achievements led to his early demise, but his high command score indicates his capability as a notable general, Yang Feng reflected. Ding. The fifth figure, Du Yu, the illustrious Du Wuku of the Western Jin. Command 98. Military 80, Intelligence 94, Politics 98, Charm 98. Du Yu possesses remarkable qualities, a true powerhouse. Albeit somewhat obscured, he was the only individual prior to the Ming dynasty to be enshrined in both the literary and martial temples. He is undoubtedly a formidable figure. While his military score is slightly lower, he is essentially a well-rounded warrior. This selection is proving to be quite challenging, Yang Feng recalled. Ding. Please choose 2 figures to discard. Choosing whom to discard is quite regrettable. Very well, I shall remove Jui in the romanticized version of Qiong. After all, retaining any of the remaining 3 would not be a loss, Yang Feng concluded. Ding. Summoning complete. Summon figure. Du Yu, also known as Yuan Kai, age 20, command 98, 91, military 80, 77, intelligence 94, 87, politics 98, 85, charm 98, 88, currently not at his peak, that a truly remarkable warrior, Yang Feng mused. Recalling the introduction he had previously read about Du Yu, styled Yuan Kai, hails from Longyuan City in Heyuan Prefecture. During the tumultuous times of war, he faced great hardships, but, under Yang Ji's leadership, achieved numerous victories against barbarian invasions, establishing safety for the citizens of Longyuan. Deeply admiring Yang Ji, he enlisted in the army and now serves in Yang Ji's personal guard. Excellent. This demonstrates a high level of recognition for our family. Securing this 5-dimensional warrior will be beneficial. With training, he could become an invaluable asset. At just 20 years old, he has great potential for growth. Alongside Li Mu, both are prime candidates for leading my forces. I wonder how that rascal Li Mu is faring under Sun Shi's tutelage. Once again, my elder brother, I am uncertain how well the learning has progressed. Yang Feng feels somewhat akin to Li Mu and Zhao Yun. Ding. The host currently possesses 1 gold military summoning card, 1 silver summoning card, 1 bronze summoning card, and 600 prestige points. Please make your selection. By the way, could you elaborate on the specific rules regarding the explosion table? Yang Feng inquired. Ding. The specifics of the explosion table depend on the type of summoning chosen by the host. For ordinary summoning, combined with the bronze summoning card, after every 5 uses, it will result in an explosion of 10 individuals. With no characters carried, for the silver summoning card, each use will result in an explosion of 3 individuals. With no characters carried, for the gold summoning card, each use will result in an explosion of 5 individuals. With 3 characters carried, this seems exceedingly unfair. The ordinary summoning is undoubtedly the most cost-effective, and the bronze is still acceptable, as it at least offers a 1-for-2 exchange. The silver provides a 1-for-3 exchange. Yet the gold is utterly terrifying, offering 1 for 20 individuals. This is simply unjust. Yang Feng expressed his irritation. Ding. The exploded individuals may serve others, may roam freely, or may choose to serve the host. There's a chance they might pledge allegiance to me. That's quite splendid. Let us have more explosions, Yang Feng joyfully inquired. Ding. There is a possibility of directly serving the host, albeit with a very slim chance. Damn it, doesn't that mean it's virtually non-existent? What a scam, Yang Feng pondered. Ding. A slim chance does not equate to non-existence. Furthermore, individuals roaming freely or serving others may be swayed to ally with you through personal charm, unless they are historical figures known for their absolute loyalty. That's a feasible strategy. Defeating a faction would allow me to seize their grand rewards. Quite advantageous, Yang Feng contemplated. Ding. Does the host wish to proceed with summoning? For now, let us hold off. Also, please preserve the legendary Qiong for me, Yang Feng stated. Ding. Preserved legendary Qiong. There are 4 uses remaining before the next explosion for ordinary summoning. Well, that sounds favorable. Let us assess the situation first. I wouldn't want to disrupt the balance with reckless explosions. By the way, could you check my 5 dimensions? I wish to see my growth over the past decade, especially after studying under my teacher and master Sunday. Yang Feng inquired again. Ding. Yang Feng, 16 years old, command 85, military 88, intelligence 89, politics 82, charm 93. Quite impressive. I finally resemble a renowned general. A Pentagon warrior is invincible. Yang Feng exclaimed with exhilaration, raising his fist. Ding. Task initiated. Growth.to become the most exceptional emperor. One must not lack in ability. Cultivating personal skills is a requisite for any monarch. Task objective. Each dimension must exceed 100. Task reward. For every dimension surpassing 100, a gold summoning card for that ability will be awarded. Task duration. Unlimited. This task is achievable. Finally, I won't be annihilated for failing, Yang Feng thought to himself. By the way, after all these years of learning, do I have any awakened passives or skills? No one has mentioned anything to me. Ding. The host has awakened the passive skill Fortuitous Luck. which can evolve those destined to become lords or generals, often possess immense fortune. Fortuitous luck is the first step. Effect 1. Enhances personal luck, providing 3 opportunities for heroic rescue in times of peril, currently in use. Effect 2. Boosts the morale of commanded troops. Effect 3. Accelerates the development of agriculture, commerce, water management, and construction in governed cities. This fortuitous luck is already quite powerful, with 3 life-saving skills. The other effects are commendable as well, and it can even evolve. How does one achieve evolution? Yang Feng asked. Ding. When a faction is entirely annihilated by the host, fortuitous luck can upgrade to chosen one if this condition for advancement is rather manageable. Yang Feng mused. Ding. The host has awakened the weapon skill Blade General. When wielding a long knife, Blade General can be activated, granting a 2 boost to military strength upon successful activation. Blade General is quite impressive, surpassing Zhao Yun's spear mastery in military enhancement. Although Zhao Yun was only 8 years old at that time, it's still quite remarkable, considering it's Zhao Yun. Yang Feng reassured himself. Ding. The host has awakened the skill Gentleman S6 Arts. Effect 1. Writes, when recruiting talents, if charm exceeds the opponent's intelligence, charm increases by 5 while the opponent's intelligence decreases by 1. If lower, charm increases by 3 while the opponent's intelligence decreases by 2. Effect 2. Music. When showcasing charm, if charm exceeds the opponent's charm, charm increases by 5 while the opponent's charm decreases by 1. If lower, charm increases by 3 while the opponent's charm decreases by 2. Effect 3. Archery. During martial contests, if military exceeds the opponent's military, military increases by 3 while the opponent's military decreases by 1. If lower, military increases by 5 while the opponent's military decreases by 2. Effect 4. Governance. When commanding the entire army, if command exceeds the opponent's command, command increases by 3 while the opponent's command decreases by 1. If lower, command increases by 5 while the opponent's command decreases by 2. Effect 5. Literature. When competing in politics, if politics exceeds the opponent's politics, politics increases by 3 while the opponent's politics decreases by 1. If lower, politics increases by 5 while the opponent's politics decreases by 2. Effect 6. Calculation. When competing in intelligence, if intelligence exceeds the opponent's intelligence, intelligence increases by 3 while the opponent's intelligence decreases by 1. If lower, intelligence increases by 5 while the opponent's intelligence decreases by 2. My goodness, what a divine skill. It amplifies oneself while diminishing the enemy. This must be a teaching of Confucius. Such a wonderful teacher truly makes a difference. Yang Feng was filled with excitement. Ding. The host has awakened the skill the general command strategies. Effect 1. When employing strategies or ambushes, the opponent's general's intelligence decreases by 5. Effect 2. During battles, the commanding general's command increases by 5. Effect 3. During battles, suppressing the opponent's general results in a -5 decrease in their command. Effect 4. During battles, the morale of the troops increases significantly, with the entire army's military gaining 1. Effect 5. During battles, the opponent's morale decreases significantly, with the entire enemy army's military suffering a -1 penalty. I hereby declare that I am invincible. Truly, with just these 2 skills, I can directly achieve a command of 95, while simultaneously lowering the enemies by 7 points, making a difference of 17 points. If I surpass a command of 100, then others will be of no concern. Yang Feng thought. Ding. High command generals will also possess their own command skills. The host will not be invincible. Must you douse my joy with cold water? Yang Feng expressed his discontent. As Yang Feng basked in his thoughts, he arrived at Longyuan City and proceeded directly to the Yang residence. Upon reaching the entrance, he called out, "Father, mother, second uncle, third uncle, Fenger has returned." With this single exclamation, the entire Yang residence erupted into a flurry of activity. Yang Ji, Yang Chun, Yang Sheng, and Su Shi all rushed to the entrance, with Yang Sheng even more excitedly slapping Yang Feng on the back of his head. "You little rascal, you finally remembered to come back. It seems you fared well over the years, taller than third uncle now. Are you planning to leave again?" Yang Sheng's remark struck a chord with Yang Ji and Su Shi, who looked on eagerly, awaiting Yang Feng's response. Yang Feng rubbed his nose, gazing at his parents and uncles, and replied, "This time, I won't be leaving." His words nearly brought tears to Su Shi's eyes. With all three children away for their studies, what mother wouldn't he yearn for her children to be by her side? In her midnight musings, Su Shi often wept for her sons. Finally, it seemed that her eldest son would not be departing. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Shi choked back tears. It's wonderful that you're not leaving, Feng. Mother misses you so much. Young Feng, seeing his mother's tear-filled eyes, approached and embraced her. Mother, I miss you too. Jiang Ziya, witnessing the affectionate embrace, couldn't he help but feel a swell of emotion. However, the weight of the entire family's grievances rested upon the shoulders of this mere 16-year-old child, causing Jiang Ziya to feel a pang of pity. The Yang family returned to their home, reveling in their reunion and warmth. After spending over 10 days at home, Yang Feng began to feel restless. The allure of the thrilling battles beckoned him. Even if he didn't desire to participate, the system was urging him on. With only 2 years left, he still lacked his own territory and needed to seize the moment. With that thought in mind, Yang Feng made his way to Yang Ji's room, where Yang Chun and Yang Sheng were also present. What's the matter, Fenger? What business do you have with your father? Yang Ji inquired upon seeing Yang Feng enter. Well, I simply want to understand the current state of the battlefield, particularly how things are faring with our neighbors in the Northly region, Yang Feng asked. Our safety bureau just transmitted information regarding the situation in Northly. Yang Chun was about to explain when suddenly, a butler rushed in to inform Yang Ji, Master, the imperial decree has arrived. Quickly, second brother, third brother, come with me to the hall to receive the decree. Yang Ji exclaimed in a flurry as he rushed toward the hall. Yang Chun and Yang Sheng hurriedly followed their elder brother, and seeing the urgency, Yang Feng called out, Father, I shall accompany you. He quickly joined the three brothers and arrived in the hall, where 2 eunuchs stood holding the imperial decree. Might I inquire what brings you here, esteemed sirs? Yang Ji respectfully greeted them with a bow. One of the eunuchs replied, Does the Yang family not wish to receive the decree? The 4 members of the Yang family immediately knelt down and proclaimed loudly, The Yang family receives the imperial decree. The eunuch unfurled the edict and read aloud. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, I have heard of the son of General Hu Wei, Yang Feng, who possesses great talent and virtue, loyalty, filial piety, righteousness, and courage, and is a worthy disciple of a great scholar. With the situation in Bailey growing tense, I hereby appoint Yang Feng as a subordinate general to lead 50,000 soldiers of Longyuan to provide support, hoping to showcase the might of our Jinliang. From the day this decree is received, you shall set forth immediately without delay. Thus it is decreed. The eunuch read this aloud. Another eunuch turned to the 4 members of the Yang family and said, General Hu Wei, subordinate general, do not forget to express your gratitude. I, Yang Ji, Yang Feng, thank the emperor, they replied in unison. The 4 members of the Yang family rose to accept the decree, and Yang Ji instructed someone to escort the 2 eunuchs to rest before they solemnly returned to the study. Yang Sheng was the first to speak, unable to contain himself. Elder brother, what does Lu Gong mean by this? Why must Yang Feng go to battle? He has never set foot on a battlefield. Yang Ji remained silent. They asked the Yang family's current strategist. Yang Qin stepped forward and said, I suspect the reason for this decree is certainly the scheme of that old miscreant. Qin Kuai. He is well aware that Feng has never been to war. Yet he sends him to lead troops to quell a rebellion. By appointing Feng as subordinate general, he ensures that his rank is lower than mine and that of our third brother. Thus, if Feng is the commander, neither of us can accompany the army into battle. This old scoundrel has calculated this quite shrewdly. After Yang Qin's explanation, Yang Sheng finally understood the implications. Anger surged through him as he exclaimed, That old beast has malicious intentions. I truly wish to behead him. Yang Ji pondered. This time, Qin Kuai aims to eradicate the roots of the Yang family. He knows well that my relationship with Wang Shiqiong is strained. Having established enmity during the struggle for the governorship, if Feng goes to support him, even if he achieves victory, the credit will not be his. Should he fail, all blame will fall upon him. Listening to their analysis, Yang Feng interjected, Wasn't Wang Shiqiong at an advantage on the battlefield in Bailey? How has the situation changed so drastically? What has transpired? I was just about to explain when this decree interrupted. Yang Chun replied. Yang Chun detailed the situation of the Bailey War. Initially, the forces of Wang Shiqiong and Dou Jianda had easily subdued Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, successfully reclaiming half of Bailey. Just as Chen Sheng and Wu Guang were at a loss, Their subordinate Zhou Zhang devised a plan. There existed a group of mountain bandits near the border of Bai Qi and Songshan. Led by one Li Zicheng, who styled himself the Qiong Wang, he had successfully repelled the government troops multiple times, and his warriors were formidable. Zhou Zhang proposed recruiting them into their ranks. Upon hearing this, Chen Sheng immediately dispatched Zhou Zhang to contact Li Zicheng. Though both were peasant uprisings, Li Zicheng's abilities far surpassed those of Chen Sheng and Wu Guan. After all, he had stormed the capital of the Ming dynasty, leading to the demise of Emperor Chongzhen. With Li Zicheng and his men joining the rebellion, Chen Sheng promptly appointed him as the general. Meanwhile, Wang and Dou assumed their opponents were weak, allowing themselves to be caught off guard by Li Zicheng's ambush, resulting in a loss of 60,000 troops. Wang Shicheng quickly retreated to the fortress, seeking aid from the court. Upon receiving Wang Shicheng's battle report, Lu Gong was infuriated and nearly issued a decree to execute him, but was dissuaded by Qin Kuai. Qin Kuai advised sending Yang Feng to assist Wang Shicheng, which led to the issuance of this imperial decree. Yang Feng grasped the situation and contemplated for a moment before addressing his father and uncles. Though Jin Liang is currently in turmoil, our foundation remains intact. This is not the moment for vengeance that we must accept the decree. I have my own plans for the expedition to Bai Qi. There is no need for concern. Fenger, the battlefield is not as simple as you imagine. You are still quite young and inexperienced, Yang Shen cautioned. Yang Chun, after a moment of thought, turned to Yang Ji and said, Elder brother, I too believe we should accept the decree. Fenger claims to have a plan, and we ought to trust him. Moreover, in these chaotic times, we cannot remain under our protection forever. The future of avenging our family lies with Fenger. We must have faith in him. Then, Fenger, please share your thoughts. Yang Ji inquired. My thoughts are quite simple. The edict states that I am to lead 50,000 elite soldiers to support the Bai Qi battlefield, but it does not specify aiding Wang Shicheng. Additionally, I have traveled through Bai Qi with my master. The region is predominantly flat with few mountains, except for a mountain range connecting Bai Qi and Songshan. If Chunsheng fortifies his defenses, it may pose some difficulties. But they have just achieved a great victory and their morale is high. They might attempt to annihilate our forces in a wild battle. The rebel army led by Chunsheng consists mainly of farmers with limited equipment, while our Lonyuan boasts a cavalry strength. If I command 20,000 cavalry and 30,000 infantry, we will surely achieve victory, Yang Feng asserted confidently. Yang Ji gazed at his confident son and could not help but pour cold water on his enthusiasm. Fenger, it is not as simple as you think. Among the 100,000 elite soldiers Wang Shicheng brought, there were still 30,000 cavalry, which were nearly entirely annihilated by Li Zicheng in a single battle. War is not as straightforward as you assume. Nevertheless, since the decree has been issued, it may be beneficial for you to experience it firsthand. Remember, regardless of the outcome, survival is paramount. After hearing Yang Ji's words, Yang Feng pondered if he had indeed underestimated the situation. Throughout history, renowned figures were not merely empty names. He had only studied theoretical knowledge and never fought in battle. He must not follow the path of the historically infamous Zhao Kuo, whose failure to seize a city led to his demise. That it seemed prudent to summon additional allies. Observing Yang Feng deep in thought, Yang Ji refrained from further comment. After all, fledglings must learn to soar on their own. By the way, father, I have heard that one of your bodyguards is named Du Yu. It is said he possesses commendable martial skills. I would like him to be assigned to me, Yang Feng requested earnestly. Yang Ji nodded. Very well. He is a fine young man. Since you wish for him, I shall have him report to you. Yang Feng successfully acquired Du Yu, contemplating that this was the first step. At least he now had a commander. The rank of 91 should suffice. He needed a decisive victory in this first command, but he also required a strategist and a fierce general. After all, Li Zicheng had yet to reveal his forces, and without a formidable warrior to lead, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Without further delay, Yang Feng returned to his quarters, firmly closing the doors and windows to commence dialogue with the system. System, I wish to summon. Yang Feng spoke to the system. Ding, the host currently possesses 1 golden martial summon card, 1 silver summon card, 1 bronze summon card, and 600 reputation points. Please make your selection. Let me think. I shall refrain from using the golden martial card for now. It seems likely I will only need it upon encountering Xiangyu, and I have yet to see any invincible generals. Moreover, Xiangyu has not yet entered service. I will hold on to it for now, given the rather low probability of a 15-to-1 ratio, which is a bit hard to swallow. The ordinary summon range is too vast. Perhaps I might get lucky. Let me try an ordinary martial summon first, Yang Feng mused. Ding, ordinary martial summon in progress. The first character, Xian Ding's assassin Zhu Yi. Commander 96, martial power 89, intelligence 80. Politics 52, charm 76.0. No. Zhu Yi again. How persistent he is, Yang Feng thought. Ding, host, if a historical figure appears 3 times, they will be removed from the summon list and will directly reach the maximum level. Oh, so that's how it works? But I suppose it doesn't matter much. If I can refuse them 3 times, they probably aren't too exceptional, just overly ambitious and unable to be controlled. I can always give them to someone else. It won't have any significant impact, Yang Feng analyzed. Ding, second character, General Xing Daorong of Lingling. Commander 60, martial power 80, intelligence 41, politics 16, charm 31. System. Are you doing this on purpose? General Xing Daorong of Lingling? I truly do not deserve to be his lord. His martial power of 80 seems a bit excessive. He was easily slain by Zhao Yun. Nevertheless, General Xing does possess some merit, as not everyone dares to engage in schemes with Zhuge Liang or compete in martial prowess with Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun. However, I certainly do not wish to recruit him. Yang Feng reflected on General Xing's illustrious achievements. Shaking his head, Ding, third character, Wushuang General Pan Feng. Commander 56, martial power 81, intelligence 14, politics 12, charm 23. If you're not going to play, then don't. Why is the Wushuang General appearing? What is this? Just a joke. I have the General Pan Feng, who can slay Hua Qiong. Truly, a name that evokes a smile. Never mind, I'll skip this one, Yang Feng thought, eager to move on. Ding, fourth character, renowned general of the late Qin. Zhang Han, Commander 96, martial power 98, intelligence 82, politics 87, charm 86. Finally someone who isn't a joke. Zhang Han of the late Qin. These attributes are quite impressive. Though he lost to Xiangyu, it was no disgrace, as he faced the overlord. However, Zhang Han is also the great contributor to the defeat of Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, that if I summon him, it may indeed be a sign of destiny. Yang Feng pondered. Ding, the fifth individual, Wenji Qi Wu, Zhu Ti, command 90, martial power 95, intelligence 73, politics 79, charm 82. The renowned Zhu Ti of the Eastern Jin dynasty, you, young man, are the one who rose to dance upon hearing the crow of the rooster, causing me to be educated so extensively since childhood, learning from you. Just imagine, if I were to summon you, I would have you sleep with the chickens every day, Yang Feng thought to himself. Ding, please select 2 individuals to eliminate. Is this even a question? Do you have a heart? Of course, it has to be the 2 most famous ones. Quickly send General Pan and General Xing away. And yes, add the retained Qin Qiong as well, Yang Feng declared, no longer wishing to see Generals Pan and Xing Ding. Qin Qiong has been added to the summons. Zhu Yi, Zhang Han, Zhu Ti, and Qin Qiong commenced the random summoning. Summoning complete. Summon character, Xiao Mengchong Qin Qiong, 19 years old, command 99, 93, martial power 95, 94, intelligence 88, 82, politics 83, 75, charm 93, 88, currently not at peak performance. Excellent. The portrayal of Qin Qiong is quite satisfactory. Having a general with 94 martial prowess should suffice for now. I suspect there won't be any formidable generals on Li Ziqing's side. This will do, Yang Feng thought with excitement. Ding, Qin Qiong implanted successfully. Identity implanted. Qin Qiong, courtesy named Xu Bao, hailing from Tingyuan City in Bailey Prefecture. Amidst the ceaseless turmoil of war in Bailey, Qin Qiong, deeply affected by the suffering, wished to enlist with his mother in tow, initially seeking to join Wang Shichong's ranks. However, upon seeing Qin Qiong accompanied by his mother, Wang Shichong refused him under the pretext that the army does not support wives and children. Reluctant to abandon his mother, Qin Qiong heard of Yang Ji's recruitment, which promised accommodations for families. Thus he brought his mother to Longyuan to enlist. He is currently a centurion in the cavalry unit headed to the battlefield in Bailey under the host. Very well, I'll find him once the army is on the move, Yang Feng contemplated. Ding, the host currently possesses 1 golden martial power summoning card, 1 silver summoning card, 1 bronze summoning card, 500 prestige points. Please select to use. Let us go with a silver summoning card for an intelligence summon. If I can get a strategist, we should be stable, Yang Feng mused. Ding, silver intelligence summon. Character is being randomized. First character, the talented Guan Jia. Command 62, martial power 27, intelligence 101, politics 93, charm 87. The first one is quite impressive. Guan Jia, Guofeng Xiao, a top strategist of the Three Kingdoms. This is good. However, with a martial power of only 27, he might fall in battle with a mere encounter, Yang Feng thought with excitement. Ding, second character, the talented Sun Yu. Command 83, martial power 42, intelligence 98, politics 102, charm 98. Quite capable indeed, undermining Cao Cao's foundations. With 102 in politics and 98 in intelligence, Sun Yu is formidable as well, Yang Feng noted, growing increasingly pleased. Ding, third character, the loyal Qin Ping of the Western Han. Command 69, martial power 45, intelligence 103, politics 99, charm 96.0. Qin Ping has appeared. A slight undermining of Liu Bang's foundation here, with 103 in intelligence. This is indeed a fortunate draw. Yang Feng became exhilarated, unable to contain himself. Ding, fourth character, the strategist Du Rui. Command 72, martial power 60, intelligence 96, politics 98, charm 82. This one is acceptable as well. A right-hand man to Li Shimin, though still slightly inferior to the previous characters, Yang Feng mused. Ding, fifth character, the unparalleled Wang Ming. Command 97, martial power 52, intelligence 100, politics 101, charm 90. Alas, such joy, I have no one to share it with. So many formidable figures, it's truly mesmerizing. Yet, one must be cautious, for everyone could be an enemy, and this joy is something others might find hard to believe. Yang Feng felt overwhelming happiness. Ding, please select 2 individuals to eliminate. The system's cold voice interrupted Yang Feng's reverie. I must eliminate Sun Yu and Du Rui. I apologize. It's not that you are lacking strength, but my standards are simply high, he stated. Ding, Guan Jia, Qin Ping, and Wang Ming begin the random summoning. Wang Ming, Wang Ming, Wang Ming, I want Wang Ming, Yang Feng fervently prayed. Ding, summoning successful, summon character, the unparalleled Wang Ming, 22 years old. Command 97, 88, martial power 52, 50, intelligence 198, politics 101, 90, charm 90, 85, currently not at peak performance. I have taken flight. Yang Feng celebrated wildly. History teachers do not deceive me. Wang Ming, the unparalleled one, indeed lives up to his title. Wang Ming, courtesy named Jinglu, hailing from Juxian in Beihai County, later resided in Weijun. A renowned politician and military strategist during the 16 Kingdoms period. He held the titles of Chancellor and General under former Qing. Wang Ming came from humble beginnings, living in seclusion in the mountains, making a living by selling dustpans. He was well-read in military texts and adept in strategy and warfare in the 10th year of Yonghe during the Eastern Jin. When General Huan Wen advanced into Guangzhou, Wang Ming visited him, pointing out sharply that Huan Wen's northern expedition was merely an attempt to enhance personal prestige, lacking any ambition to reclaim the lost territories. He declined Huan Wen's invitation and found a kindred spirit in Fu Jian. Discussing matters of state, they resonated deeply. Upon Fu Jian's ascension, he appointed Wang Ming as the deputy minister of the Central Secretariat, promoting him 5 times within a year, ultimately achieving the positions of Chancellor, Monitor of the Central Secretariat, and Commandant of the Ministry of Personnel, bestowing upon him the title of Marquis of Qinghe. Becoming a principal aide to Fu Jian, Wang Ming served in former Qin for 18 years, integrating Confucianism and legalism, selecting the virtuous and capable, and emphasizing practical results. Achieving notable political accomplishments, he resisted the powerful clans of the Di and Qiong. Rectifying government affairs and reinforcing central authority, as the administrator of Shiping, he enforced law and strict penalties against the powerful, as the governor of Jingzhou. He maintained law and order, executing over 20 illicit noble families within a few months. Instilling fear among officials, militarily, in the 6th year of Jin Yuan, he commanded troops to eliminate former Yan, garrisoning Yi, overseeing military affairs in 6 provinces of Guangdong, making significant contributions toward unifying the North. He selected the worthy and capable, simplified laws and eased governance, allowing the Yin people to stabilize their livelihoods. Economically, he encouraged agriculture and sericulture, opened mountains and fields, improved irrigation, and enhanced farming practices, leading to the expansion of fields and the fullness of granaries. During his administration, Guan enjoyed peace, and the populace thrived, presenting a scene of relative prosperity. Wang Ming passed away in June of the 11th year of Jinyuan at the age of 51. Even at his death, he worried about the power of the various clans within former Qin, advocating for Fu Jian not to attack Eastern Jin, though his advice was unheeded, leading to the defeat at Feishui. Wang Ming assisted Fu Jian in unifying the north, earning the title of the unparalleled one surpassing Zhuge Liang. Ding. Wang Ming implanted successfully. Wang Ming, courtesy named Jinglu, hailing from Yinhong Prefecture. His father was a veteran who fought alongside Yang Ji in earlier campaigns. After Yang Ji was recalled to Tianbao, he continued to follow him, later accompanying Yang Ji to Longyuan City. Wang Ming studied under the esteemed Sima Rongju and Giguzi from a young age. Upon completing his studies, he enlisted to serve Yang Ji, who recognized his abilities. Knowing this was Yang Feng's first time commanding troops, Yang Ji assigned Wang Ming to assist him. My father is truly wonderful. He is like a real father to me. With such illustrious mentors, it is no wonder Wang Ming possesses such formidable abilities. Indeed, a great teacher produces outstanding disciples. In comparison, I also have 2 masters. Yet I am leagues away from Wang Ming. I shall go to meet Wang Ming and Qin Qiong. And yes, do retain Qin Ping for me, Yang Feng thought with growing delight, setting out to find Wang Ming and Qin Qiong. Ding. The host currently possesses 1 golden martial power summoning card, 1 bronze summoning card, 500 prestige points. Ding. Summoning concluded. Ding. Qin Ping retained. The next ordinary summon is 3 times away from a critical point. Ding. Silver summoning card summon completed. Beginning critical point. Ding. Silver summoning card summon completed. Beginning critical point. Seeing this brings tears to my eyes. It's starting to reach critical point again. I hope this silver critical point doesn't send additional personnel to Qin Sheng and Li Zicheng. Please, let there not be any overwhelming figures that could alter the course of battle. Yang Feng repeatedly pondered. Ding. Critical point completed. The first character from the critical point is the renowned general of the southern and northern dynasties. Xiao Mo. Command 95, Martial Power 102, Intelligence 75, Politics 82, Charm 85. Identity implanted. His father was a loyal minister during the reign of the old emperor. After Lu Gong ascended, he resigned and sought the whereabouts of the young emperor. Upon learning of Lu Bang's rebellion, he sent Xiao Mo to join Lu Bang's forces, repaying the old emperor's kindness. Xiao Mo, heeding his father's wishes, has joined Lu Bang's army. Now Lu Bang has gained a talent. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei should finally have a rival, making Liu Bei's path to quell rebellions even harder. Yang Feng silently mused. Ding. The second character from the critical point is the renowned general of the Sui dynasty. Han Qintian. Command 91, Martial Power 98, Intelligence 88, Politics 85, Charm 82. Identity implanted. He grew up in poverty, wandering the streets until he was rescued by Zhang Jiao, who later adopted him as a son. Subsequently, he was sent to practice martial arts and has just returned to join Zhang Jiao's army. Great. Another formidable general has been given to Zhang Jiao. I truly hope they don't send an overwhelming figure to Qin Sheng. Yang Feng continually prayed in his heart. Ding. The third character from the critical point is the renowned general of the later Liang. Iron Spear Wang Yanzhong. Command 86, Martial Power 103, Intelligence 71, Politics 67, Charm 89. Identity implanted. Wang Yanzhong hails from a prominent family in Bailey Prefecture. After the uprising of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, his family was forcibly looted, and Wang Yanzhong fought back fiercely, killing enemies left and right. Chun Sheng and Wu Guang recognized his valiant prowess and, at the cost of the lives of the Wang family and the cessation of plundering noble households, appointed him as their general. What else can I say? It feels as though I am being singled out. They bestowed upon Chun Sheng the highest martial prowess in this round, a staggering 103. Who could possibly rival such strength? Even my own heroes, Qin Qiong and Du Yu, are no match. I must devise a plan. Yang Feng's anger is futile. The system is clearly biased against me. Just moments ago, I felt invincible, and now I am being schooled again. Ding. Interception failed. Ding. Summoning complete. This round's silver summoning card has summoned 3 ordinary individuals, with 3 exceptional talents. The system has upgraded. It is currently at level 8, with only 27 more required to reach level 9. Level 8 privileges. Reputation points can be used to select martial prowess or intelligence, and each summoning allows one individual to be retained for the next. The success rate for intercepting exceptional talents is 35. Currently, I have 500 reputation points remaining. Alas, with a 35 chance, one would expect at least 1 out of 3 to succeed. Now it seems I have gained nothing, akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket. I should seek out Wang Ming and Qiong to discuss their thoughts on the Northernly campaign. As Yang Feng contemplated, he made his way to the military camp on the outskirts of the city. Upon arriving, he summoned Du, Qiong, and Wang Ming to his tent. The three entered and clasped their fists in salute. "We pay our respects to the general." Yang Feng observed the trio. Qiong was tall and robust, with striking good looks, his complexion resembling jade, lips red and teeth white, and his eyebrows slanted like swords. Truly a handsome young man. He then turned his gaze to Du, who appeared decent but bore a slight goiter, akin to what is known today as a thyroid enlargement. "I shall find a physician upon my return to examine him." Wang Ming, on the other hand, emanated the aura of a cultured general, dressed in scholarly robes that starkly contrasted with the military garb around him. His eyes radiating immense confidence, he exuded the impression of one who strategizes within the tent while determining victories from afar. Having observed them, Yang Feng inquired, "You are all to accompany me to the Northernly battlefield. What are your thoughts on this conflict?" The three exchanged glances, realizing he was testing them. After a moment of contemplation, it was Qiong who stepped forward first. This humble one believes the Northernly rebels are not to be feared. He stated with a respectful gesture, "Do, why does Brother Shubao hold this view?" Yang Feng asked. "The Northernly rebels are merely a peasant uprising, their equipment acquired solely through the conquest of cities. They are numerous yet poorly armed, almost entirely composed of infantry in a battle on the plains. Our army of 20,000 cavalry would easily overwhelm them. Although there are some brave individuals among the rebels, once they are defeated, they will crumble like a mountain. Individual prowess cannot alter this outcome." Qiong replied. Yang Feng nodded in agreement. Finding his reasoning compelling, that Du then interjected, "This is a short-sighted strategy. The battlefield is ever-changing, and circumstances can shift in an instant. Engaging in direct confrontation carries substantial risks." "Oh, what insights does Brother Yuan Kai possess?" Yang Feng turned his attention to Du. "I do not mean to imply that Brother Shubao's opinion is incorrect. We have a significant advantage in a direct confrontation. However, two considerations must be taken into account. First, while our combat strength is formidable, the sheer number of Northernly rebels is daunting, akin to ants overwhelming an elephant. A victory, if achieved, would still come at a great cost. Secondly, it is widely known that Wang Zhoubu and Inspector Yang are at odds. That in a direct confrontation, Wang Shichong will undoubtedly direct our forces to strike. The casualties would be severe, and he would then swoop in to reap the rewards. Our Dragon Sword soldiers would sacrifice themselves in vain, merely to provide him with a victory." Du succinctly articulated the issues at hand. "What course of action does Brother Yuan Kai propose?" Yang Feng inquired. "I have two plans. First, the Northernly rebels are a coalition of two forces, and Chen Sheng and Wu Guang are hardly remarkable figures. The general could send envoys to Li Zicheng, persuading him to surrender in exchange for high office and wealth. Even if he refuses, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang will surely doubt his loyalty. Repeated correspondence will sow discord among the rebels. When the time comes for battle, the general can invite Li Zicheng for a discussion at the front lines, showering him with flattering words. The more they converse amiably, the more Chen Sheng will doubt him. This is a strategy of psychological warfare. The second plan involves temporarily entrusting the command of the infantry to Wang Shichong under the pretext that our cavalry is not suited for siege warfare. This would allow us to consolidate Wang Shichong and Do Jinda's cavalry forces. Their remaining cavalry is limited, and acquiring 30,000 effective troops would surely delight them. In a siege, if they find themselves at a disadvantage, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang will abandon the city. Our cavalry, swift as the wind, can then capture the rebel leaders, causing their army to collapse without a fight. The credit for this victory would rightfully belong to the general." Du articulated his plan with precision. Yang Feng was thrilled, exclaiming, "If this plan succeeds, the honor will undoubtedly belong to Brother Yuan Kai." Du humbly deflected, "The honor belongs to the general." Yang Feng, am not one to covet glory. Credit should go to whom it is due, and Brother Yuan Kai need not be modest, Yang Feng insisted, waving his hand. Just as the two were reveling in their plans, Wang Ming interjected, clasping his fists. General, I have a differing opinion. Brother Jinglu, please feel free to speak, Yang Feng encouraged. While this plan is clever, it is by no means the best course of action, Wang Ming asserted. That do you, somewhat displeased, replied, Brother Jinglu. How is it not good? Please elaborate. Wang Ming glanced at Du Yu and said, I have no objections to Yuan Kai. I am merely discussing the matter at hand. Firstly, while the strategy of deception is indeed commendable, it is time-consuming and labor-intensive. If there are wise individuals among the enemy ranks who see through it, both Li and Qin are well aware of the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, and they will undoubtedly exercise great restraint. Secondly, if we hand over 30,000 elite troops to Wang Qiong, a forced siege would certainly incur heavy losses, most of which would fall upon our Dragon Source army. Even if Chunxing falters and abandons the city, should the enemy have a formidable general, much like Generals Guan and Zhang during the battle at Wanyang, who can seize the enemy general's head amidst the chaos, it would be as easy as plucking a flower. Our cavalry would not be able to capture the rebel leader in pursuit. That I must ask the general, do you wish to claim the first merit in quelling this rebellion? Before Yang Feng could respond, Du Yu interjected, your arguments are merely hypothetical. How likely is it that Generals Guan and Zhang will appear? Yang Feng addressed Du Yu, saying, Brother Yuan Kai, you may not be aware, but I have received intelligence indicating that there are indeed formidable generals among the northernly rebels, perhaps even surpassing Guan and Zhang. Furthermore, there are also wise individuals serving under Li Zicheng. Du Yu sighed, realizing he had underestimated the capabilities of potential heroes. Brother Yuan Kai need not be so modest, Yang Feng reassured him, turning back to Wang Ming. Pray tell, how might one acquire the first merit in quelling this rebellion? Currently, the northernly rebels are stationed at northernly city. A direct assault on the city would inevitably lead to significant losses. That we might consider an alternative approach. Brother Shubao, you hail from Tingyuan City in northern Li. Do you not? Are you aware of the strategic importance of Tingyuan City? Wang Ming inquired, glancing at Qin Qiong. Qin Qiong, not lacking in intelligence, immediately grasped Wang Ming's plan. Yang Feng, having traveled through northern Li, also understood the city's significance and quickly comprehended Wang Ming's strategy. Only Du Yu, who had not been to northern Li, remained puzzled, entirely unaware of the discussion's context. Wang Ming, noticing Du Yu's confusion, explained, allow me to elucidate for Brother Yuan Kai. The northern Li rebels occupy half the province, and a direct assault on northern Li city is a poor strategy. The eastern part of northern Li province is mountainous, while the western part is predominantly flat. And Tingyuan City is strategically built against the mountains. If our army were to launch a surprise attack on Tingyuan City through the Tsangming region, it would be akin to seizing a snake by its throat, cutting off the rebels' ability to assist one another and severing their retreat routes. Listening to Wang Ming's explanation, Du Yu began to understand. Qin Qiong added, moreover, Tingyuan City serves as the granary for the entire northern Li province. If news of a food shortage reaches northern Li city, panic will ensue, leading to the rebels' inevitable defeat. Wang Ming continued to refine his plan. Our large army's approach to the northern Li battlefield will be well known. The rebels will surely be aware. Thus, this surprise attack on Tingyuan can only be executed by cavalry initially, while the main force raises multiple banners, leading the enemy scouts to believe our entire army is united. Furthermore, our main force should not converge with Wang Shichong at northern Li city. The imperial edict commands us to support the northern Li battlefield, but it does not specify support for Wang Shichong. We shall feign an assault on Wanguang City, making the rebels believe we intend to encircle northern Li city from both sides. Wang Ming's strategy positioned the Dragon Source army advantageously, and Yang Feng, elated, declared, you three are exceptionally talented. I am fortunate to have your counsel as we embark on this expedition to northern Li. I appoint Wang Ming as the chief strategist, accompanying the army. Wang Ming, overjoyed, knelt partially in submission, replying, I shall obey your command. Thank you, my lord. Yang Feng continued, I appoint Du Yu as the commander of the infantry to lead 30,000 foot soldiers in a feigned assault on Wanguang City. Du Yu followed suit, kneeling in acceptance. I shall obey your command. Thank you, my lord. Yang Feng then stated, I shall personally lead 20,000 cavalry to launch a surprise attack on Tingyuan City, with Qiong as the vanguard. There must be no mistakes. Qiong accepted the order. I shall obey your command. Thank you, my lord. Very well. You may all go and make preparations. Return home to settle your affairs, and gather at the eastern gate at dawn tomorrow for our expedition. Yang Feng concluded. Wang, Du, and Qin exited the tent, ready to prepare for the impending campaign. Yang Feng also returned home, for he had yet to share this matter with his mother. That evening, as night fell, Yang Feng entered his parents' chamber. Upon seeing her son, Su Shi joyfully rushed forward to embrace him, exclaiming, Xiao Feng, which young lady have I introduced to you recently that has caught your fancy? Speak to me. And your father and I shall personally visit her family to propose marriage. Yang Feng's brow furrowed at her words. His mother had been incessantly introducing various girls to him under different pretenses. Leaving him somewhat speechless, he had only recently traversed from university life, where his family had not pressured him into relationships. Now, having crossed into this new world, he found himself being urged to court at the tender age of 16. Even without an imperial decree, he felt he could hardly endure the pressure at home. The notion of superficial charms attempting to enter his household was bewildering. He wondered if the system could summon beautiful women. He was curious to see what historically renowned beauties looked like. Noticing her son's lack of engagement with her remarks, Su Shi continued, Xiao Feng, marrying a wife will bring you stability. Your mother is counting on you to carry on the family lineage. But there are still Xiao Yun and Xiao Lu. The responsibility of continuing the lineage does not rest solely upon my shoulders, Yang Feng countered. Who said you are not the eldest? Moreover, they have yet to return. When they do, your mother will find them suitable partners as well, Su Shi said earnestly, holding Yang Feng's hand with a serious expression. Yang Ji, who was nearby reading, overheard and felt a twinge of annoyance. Why are you so unconcerned, Zhong Feng? Is Feng not your son? You ought to be urging him as well. How can I not be concerned? It is merely that this lad has his own ideas. What good would my words do? Yang Ji replied, putting down his book upon hearing his wife call for him. I do not care. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to Wang Yang's home. Their daughter is a year younger than Feng, possessing both beauty and intelligence. Let us see if he finds her agreeable, Su Shi insisted. Yang Feng quickly interjected, Mother, I must depart for battle tomorrow. I cannot visit Wang Yang's home. I came today solely to bid farewell to you both. Upon my return, I will certainly visit. With that, before Su Shi could respond, he bowed deeply and swiftly fled to his own chamber. Su Shi, dissatisfied, remarked, Zhong Feng, why must you arrange for our son to go to war? He is but a child. How can he face the battlefield? Yang Ji rolled his eyes. Moments ago, she had declared he was grown and ought to marry, yet now she was lamenting he was still a child. Though he thought this, he dared not voice it aloud. After all, it was the emperor's decree for Feng to lead troops to Bai, and he could not thwart it. But Bai is fraught with danger. What if something were to happen to Feng? Su Shi fretted that a child can no longer remain sheltered beneath his parents' protection forever. Yang Ji reassured her, I do not desire my son to face such peril. I wish for nothing more than for him to live a peaceful life. Su Shi asserted, in these chaotic times, where is peace to be found, my dear? Rest assured, Feng will return safely from this venture. Yang Ji comforted, that will not suffice. I shall visit the temple these next few days to pray for Feng's safety. Su Shi declared on the day of departure. Yang Feng donned his armor and mounted his steed, heading straight for the eastern city gate. Upon seeing the neatly arranged ranks of soldiers, a surge of pride filled his heart. He galloped to the front of the line, where he spotted Wang Meng, Du, and Qiong at the forefront. Upon noticing Yang Feng, they clasped their hands in salute, saying, We pay our respects to the general. The soldiers echoed, We pay our respects to the general, as the deafening cheers rang in his ears. Yang Feng felt a swell of ambition, recalling the lines of Li He. Why do men not carry the Wu hook? To seize the 50 states of the frontier? Please ascend the Lingyan Pavilion for a moment. And I shall ask how a scholar can become a marquis. He mused that only the battlefield was a man's true domain, and it was here he first fell in love with the allure of war. Yang Feng raised his voice and proclaimed, Brave soldiers, today we set forth to Bai with but one goal, to triumph and return victorious. The Longyuan army is invincible in 100 battles. The soldiers cheered in unison. The Longyuan army is unmatched in the world. To battle, Yang Feng cried, waving his spear and leading the charge. The soldiers followed suit, shouting, Fight, fight. Yang Ji, Yang Chun, and Yang Sheng stood atop the city wall. Their gazes fixed on Yang Feng. Yang Ji sighed. Feng has grown. He is no longer the little child who used to follow at my side. Indeed, I recall when I held him as a babe. He once soiled me completely. Now he has become a general. How swiftly time passes. Yang Chun lamented. I maintain that our Yang family sons are unflinching. Do you remember, brothers, the first time we stepped onto the battlefield? It has been nearly 20 years since. Yang Sheng reminisced about their initial foray into war. You dare speak. Third brother? I recall your first battle, when you were so frightened your legs turned to jelly. And tears streamed down your face. And here you are boasting. Yang Ji laughed. Listening to his brother's banter, Yang Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet as he recalled those days, he too joined in the laughter. Yang Feng led his troops to the juncture between He Yuan and Bailey, where they began to set up camp and prepare for rest. He summoned his 3 commanders to his tent. We shall adhere to our original plan. Brother Yuan Kai, find someone to take my place and confuse the enemy scouts. You shall have full command of these 30,000 troops, Yang Feng instructed. Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, do you feel a deep sense of trust and a desire to fight for such a leader? I am grateful for your trust, my lord. I shall not disappoint your expectations. He replied. Yang Feng nodded and turned to Qiong, saying, Uncle Bao, you shall lead 5,000 cavalry ahead to scout. I, along with the strategist, will follow with 15,000 mounted troops. I shall not fail your trust. Qiong vowed, clasping his fist. Strategist, do you have any further instructions? Yang Feng inquired of Wang Ming. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ming addressed Qiong. General Qin, be certain not to reveal our movements. Should we be discovered, all our efforts will be in vain. Rest assured, strategist, Qiong reassured him. Crossing the Songming domain, we must also be wary of the Yell clan. Wang Ming continued. With this reminder, Yang Feng recalled the Yell family and wondered who Yell Aboji might be. Caution was imperative. Encountering a mere fledgling would be manageable, but should they face a formidable opponent, the stakes would be dire. However, Qiong's capabilities should suffice against an ordinary foe. With this in mind, Yang Feng cautioned Qiong. Uncle Bao, be vigilant of the Yell clan. If you spot their scouts, eliminate them without hesitation. Understood, Qiong affirmed. Wang Ming then turned his attention to Du Yu. General Du, once you reach Wangguan, you must test the enemy's strength. Apply pressure to compel them to divert reinforcements. This will enhance our chances of taking down Tingyuan. You need not worry. I shall uphold the military order. Du responded with a salute. That is unnecessary. I have faith in Brother Yuan Kai's abilities. Yang Feng interjected diplomatically. By the way, all must remember that Chun Sheng has a fierce general named Wang Yanzhong. This man is exceptionally formidable. Even more so than Guan and Zhang. If encountered, do not engage him in single combat. Chun Sheng has such a formidable general? Wang Ming inquired. Indeed, the information is absolutely reliable. We must remain cautious, Yang Feng reiterated. I shall keep this in mind. Du Yu and Qiong replied in unison. Meanwhile, Wang Ming remained silent, leaving Yang Feng uncertain of his thoughts. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, the 2 factions split paths. Du Yu led 30,000 troops, feigning 5,000, advancing steadily, while Qiong and Yang Feng directed the remaining 20,000 cavalry toward the Songming domain. In the Songming domain, within the Yell clan. Their leader, Yell Abaoji, was informed, My lord, we have spotted numerous Jinliang cavalry at the border. Can you discern their banner? Yell Abaoji inquired. The great flag bears the character Qin, the scout reported. Qin? Who might they be? What business do they have in our Songming? Abaoji pondered. How many are there? There appear to be 5,000 troops. The scout relayed. 5,000. What could their intentions be? Abaoji questioned, perplexed. Xiu, take 5,000 men and investigate their motives. A young man stepped forward from the ranks, took the order token, and swiftly exited the main tent, rallying the soldiers and leading them onward. Report, General, we have spotted barbarian cavalry ahead. The scout reported to Qiong, revealing the unexpected presence of barbarian troops. The entire army halted its advance to discern the intentions of these invaders. Qiong, while organizing his forces, dispatched a scout to relay the situation to Yang Feng. Having concluded his instructions, Qiong galloped to the front lines. Inquiring, who among you is the leader? He brandished his spear, pointing it at the barbarians. Yell Shioka ordered his troops to stand down and rode forth, brandishing his blade, questioning, Who are you? Why have you invaded the territory of the Yell clan? Qiong chuckled heartily, responding, I am Qiong. What invasion do you speak of? We merely passed through. Yet, you send such a multitude. What is your intent? Do you wish to wage war against me, the general of Jinliang? To encroach upon my lands with such audacity, you are the first I have encountered. Yell Shoka, dismissing further dialogue, spurred his horse, ready to engage Qiong in combat. Let your barbaric head serve as a stepping stone for my promotion. Qiong laughed, advancing with a thrust of his spear. Qiong's base martial prowess is 94, equipped with the tiger head gold inlaid spear, 1 martial prowess, and riding the yellow Biao transparent bone dragon, 1 martial prowess. His current strength stands at 96. Yell Shoka's base martial prowess is 96, equipped with the Dan Feng Chao Yang Yin Xiang San Ting Dao 1 martial prowess, and riding the spotted leopard, 1 martial prowess. His current strength is 98. Upon receiving the system notification, Yang Feng was taken aback. It appeared that Qiong had engaged in battle with Yell Shoka, whose prowess surpassed that of Qiong. Urgently, Yang Feng commanded the central officers to relay orders for the entire army to advance swiftly in support of Qiong. Returning to the battlefield, Qiong and Yell Shoka clashed fiercely. Exchanging blows in a battle that had already spanned over 10 rounds, Qiong recognized the valor of his opponent. Without employing some extraordinary skill, he would struggle to overcome him. With this thought, Qiong accelerated the speed of his tiger head gold inlaid spear, launching a fervent assault. Qiong activated the spear master skill, increasing his martial prowess by 3, bringing his total to 99. With this newfound strength, Qiong surpassed Yell Shoka, prompting the latter to unleash his full might. Yell Shoka activated the blade general skill, gaining an additional 2 martial prowess, now totaling 100. A mere point of difference in strength creates a significant chasm. Surpassing the 100 mark is a qualitative leap to in the blink of an eye. Within less than 5 exchanges, Qiong found himself on the defensive, drenched in sweat, pondering, am I to perish at the hands of this barbarian in my first battle? I, Qiong, have trained for years, yearning to serve my country, yet here I stand, on the brink of death, without having achieved anything that I refuse to accept this fate. Qiong awakened his exclusive skill guardian of the gate, Effect 1, in martial duels or group battles. Igniting his inner combat spirit increases his strength by 3, usable 4 times. Effect 2. In martial duels or group battles, it randomly seals one of the opponent's skills. Effect 3. Guardian of the Gate wards off evil, rendering all skill suppression effects ineffective. Effect 4. When the Lord faces danger, martial prowess increases by 5. Activating effects 1 and 3. Qiong's strength increased by 3, now totaling 102. Yell Shoka's blade general skill was sealed, reducing his martial prowess back to 98. Seeing that Qiong now held a 4-point advantage over Yell Shoka, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Qiong thrust his spear directly at Yell Shoka's face, who narrowly evaded, the spear grazing his ear and dislodging his helmet. Yell Shoka awakened his exclusive skill kitten War God. Effect 1. In martial duels or group battles, sustaining light injuries increases martial prowess by 5. Heavy injuries also yield an increase of 5. Nearing death, the same applies. Effect 2. When commanding troops against his own kin, leadership increases by 2. When facing foreign tribes, it increases by 3. Effect 3. Upon being titled Great King of the Northern Courtyard, all 5 attributes increase by 1. Currently, Yell Shoka is lightly injured, activating Effect 1, bringing his martial prowess to 103. Injured, Yell Shoka's ferocity intensified, wielding his 3-section blade with renewed vigor, each strike heavier than the last, placing immense pressure on Qiong, whose forehead glistened with sweat. Yet, his fighting spirit surged as he deflected Yell Shoka's 3-section blade. Qiong bellowed, "Boy, behold my spear." Qiong continuously activated the Guardian of the Gate skill twice more, increasing his martial prowess by 6. Now totaling 108, with a fluid motion, Qiong's spear struck Yell Shoka's left arm, causing him to wince in pain, nearly dropping his 3-section blade. In the ensuing round, Qiong pierced through Yell Shoka's right leg. After 3 rounds, Qiong aimed for Yell Shoka's abdomen, exerting force to penetrate him, but Yell Shoka countered fiercely, deflecting the tiger head gold inlaid spear. Though he failed to pierce through entirely, blood gushed forth. Qin Qiong reined in his horse, standing firm, and addressed Yel Shioka. Boy, you should surrender. You cannot match me. Yel Shioka tore a strip from his battle skirt, hastily bandaging his wound to staunch the bleeding. Then licked the blood from his hand, savoring the taste, and gazed at Qin Qiong with a grin. Blood is always more delectable when it belongs to an enemy. With that, he charged at Qin Qiong. Wielding his three-section blade, Qin Qiong smirked. Even uninjured, you could not best me. Now, wounded, you stand no chance. Mark my words, I offer you a chance. Heed this sage advice and be reborn in your next life. Ding. Currently, Yel Shioka is in a near-death state. Activating Effect 1, raising his martial prowess to 113. Ding. Qin Qiong activated the fourth instance of the Guardian of the Gate skill, increasing his martial prowess by 3. Now totaling 111. To Qin Qiong's surprise, Yel Shioka, despite his injuries, fought with even greater ferocity. His strikes were powerful enough to give Qin Qiong pause that a storm of blades surrounded him, and Qin Qiong struggled against the onslaught of the enraged Yel Shioka. Suffering several cuts that, while not fatal, hindered his spear techniques, that it seemed that within mere rounds, he might lose his life. Ding. In a state of fury, Yel Shioka deepened his martial understanding, increasing his base martial prowess by 1. Now at 97, his current strength is 114. Realizing the dire situation, Qin Qiong recognized that Yel Shioka was far too formidable, and he turned his horse to flee back to his own ranks. Seizing the opportunity, Yel Shioka pursued relentlessly. As he closed the gap, a sense of foreboding crept over him. After all, Qin Qiong's steed was of excellent breed. How could he be so easily caught? Ding. Qin Qiong awakened the skill last resort, enabling him to unexpectedly hurl a mace at his adversary during combat, increasing his martial prowess by 6, bringing his total to 117. Just as Yel Shioka was about to catch up, Feng arrived with reinforcements. Seizing the moment, Qin Qiong aimed to employ a finishing move against the barbarian before his lord. He swiftly drew twin maces from his waist, and, glancing back, hurled the gilded mace. Yel Shioka, forewarned, and noticing Feng's army approaching, hesitated, intent on retreat. Though Qin Qiong's mace struck him, it was not fatal, and Yel Shioka quickly fled. Seeing Yel Shioka escape, Qin Qiong urged his horse to pursue, but it was too late. Riding the spotted leopard, Yel Shioka had already returned to his own ranks. Feng, determined not to let Yel Shioka slip away, led his troops to intercept. Yet, Yel Shioka showed no concern for his soldiers, fleeing alone, disappearing from sight. Feng could only vent his frustration on the 5,000 cavalrymen. Witnessing their leader's retreat, the barbarian troops' fighting spirit waned. Many surrendered willingly, while those who resisted were swiftly vanquished. Qin Qiong triumphed against a stronger opponent, utilizing the last resort technique to defeat Yel Shioka, whose base martial prowess was 97. Increasing Qin Qiong's strength by 2. His current attributes are as follows: leadership 99, 93, martial prowess 96, intelligence 88, 82, politics 83, 75, charm 93, 88. Remarkable. Qin Qiong has surpassed his previous martial prowess peak. Indeed, the guidance of skilled masters accelerates growth. This world surely harbors many generals who will shatter their limits, Feng mused, then inquired about Yel Shioka's attributes. Ding. Kitten War God Yel Shioka, age 15, leadership 101, 95. Martial prowess 197, intelligence 92, 85, politics 86, 79, charm 95, 89, currently not at his peak. Goodness, how formidable! He is even younger than I am. With 101 in leadership and 100 in martial prowess, it was a grave mistake to let him escape. He will undoubtedly pose future threats, Feng lamented. Ding. The host has achieved victory in their first war, activating war settlement mode. What is war settlement mode? Feng inquired. Ding. It refers to the process of tallying casualties, the number of enemy troops annihilated, and the count of captured foes at the conclusion of each battle. The difference between the two is divided by 100 to calculate the reputation points awarded to the host. In the grand theater of warfare, where battles exceeding 150,000 participants unfold, rewards in the form of summoning cards are granted based on the ratio of total casualties to the number of enemies slain and captured. An analysis of the Tsangming encounter reveals that it did not meet the criteria for a large-scale battle reward, with casualties amounting to 205,000 enemy troops eliminated or captured, resulting in a discrepancy of 4. 800. If the host thus earns 48 prestige points, bringing their total to 548 points. It appears that engaging in large-scale battles is essential for acquiring summoning cards in the future, mused Yang Feng. Meanwhile, Qiong, having fruitlessly pursued Yel Shioka, returned to report to Yang Feng, lamenting, "I am inept, allowing the enemy general to escape. Please, my lord, impose a penalty." Yang Feng replied, "Ah, brother Shubao, this is a resounding victory. The rewards are yet to be dispensed. There is no cause for punishment. The enemy's escape is inconsequential. You have bested him once and can surely do so again. Do not fret. Go tend to the wounded in the rear camp." With that, Qiong departed to attend to the injured. Yang Feng dispatched 1,000 troops to escort the captured 3,000 barbarian prisoners back to Longyuan City, while the remaining forces continued their advance towards Tingyuan City. On the other side, a blood-soaked Yel Shioka returned to the Yel family encampment, collapsing from his steed without uttering a word. Upon learning of this, Yel Aboji immediately summoned a physician to tend to Yel Shioka and sent out a multitude of scouts to ascertain the intentions of the Jinliang cavalry and to investigate the reasons behind their recent devastating defeat. Leader, this contingent of Jinliang cavalry has not pressed further into our Tsangming territory, but is heading towards Bailey Prefecture, reported the scouts. Tingyuan? Yel Aboji pondered from within the grand tent. One individual stepped forward, stating, "Supreme Commander, it appears these Jinliang cavalry aim to sever the retreat of the Bailey rebels." Hearing this, Aboji regarded the speaker, saying, "Siwen, elaborate further." The speaker was none other than the renowned Wei Wang Siwen, historically recognized as the father of the famous Empress Xiao. In this context, Siwen was summoned as the chief of a tribe among the Tsangming barbarians, closely allied with the Yel clan. Together, they had vanquished numerous surrounding tribes. With Yel Aboji elected as the grand leader, the Xiao and Yel families had intermarried, consolidating their power over half of the Tsangming domain, contending with the formidable Borjigin clan to the west. Siwen continued, "Supreme Commander, this Jinliang cavalry must surely have originated from Longyuan City. How do you deduce this, Siwen?" Aboji inquired. "Supreme Commander, our intelligence indicates that the Jinliang Emperor dispatched Yang Feng, the son of the Longyuan governor, leading an army of 50,000 to bolster the Bailey front. It seems this Yang Feng is no ordinary adversary, flanking the rebels' retreat. He has cleverly disguised 30,000 troops as 50,000, moving slowly towards Wanguang City, leading the rebels to believe he intends to assault Wanguang, while simultaneously reallocating forces from Tingyuan to support Wanguang. He himself leads 20,000 cavalry through our Tsangming territory, directly targeting Tingyuan City, with the limited forces at Tingyuan's disposal. I fear they will struggle to hold the line. Should Tingyuan fall, the entire Bailey rebellion will be thrown into disarray, with the Western Front becoming a trap and the Eastern forces left leaderless. When the Western Front crumbles, the Eastern faction will surrender without a fight. A brilliant strategy indeed. Siwen astutely analyzed Yang Feng's intentions. Aboji was taken aback, realizing the depth of Yang Ji's son's cunning. It was evident why Yang Ji had repeatedly repelled the Borjigin clan. Contemplating this, Aboji addressed Siwen. "Siwen, having discerned Yang Feng's plan, we must thwart his ambitions. What course of action should we pursue?" Siwen stroked his beard, a sinister smile forming as he replied, "We cannot allow Jinliang to quell the rebellion so effortlessly. The more chaos they face, the greater our opportunity. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let us lend them a hand. I propose we inform Qiong of Yang Feng's strategy." "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." Aboji concurred with Siwen's plan and promptly dispatched a message to Qiong. 3 days later, at Bailey City, Qiong convened Wu Guang, Li Zicheng, and others in the Golden Hall. Just now, a messenger from Yel Aboji of the Tsangming barbarians delivered news that a contingent of Jinliang cavalry has crossed into our territory, intending to launch a surprise attack on Tingyuan City, while the forces at Wanguang City merely serve as a distraction. Do you find this credible? Qiong inquired loudly. Li Zicheng was the first to step forward, asserting, "Qiong, I believe Aboji's message to be true. If Yang Feng captures Tingyuan City, it will sever our army's retreat, leaving us trapped in the Western Front. This cannot be allowed. We must send reinforcements immediately." "Indeed, Qiong, I concur that we should promptly support Tingyuan, as our provisions are all stored there," Wu Guang added. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Sheng asked, "Who do you think should be dispatched for support?" Li Ziqing immediately suggested, "My subordinate Gao Jie possesses unmatched courage. I propose he lead 30,000 troops to assist Tingyuan City." Upon hearing this, Chun Sheng hesitated. After all, Li Ziqing was an outsider, and entrusting such a vital location to him made Chun Sheng uneasy. Wu Guang, noticing Chun Sheng's concern, interjected, "Your Highness, such a notion is misguided. 3 days have already passed. If reinforcements from Bailey were to march, they might arrive only after Tingyuan has fallen. It would be wiser to send Wang Yinzhong, the commander of Wangguang City, with 10,000 troops for immediate support. That would be the best strategy." Chun Sheng felt a surge of relief upon hearing this, although Wang Yinzhong had previously clashed with his forces. The presence of the Bailey family would ensure his loyalty, making him a far better choice than entrusting the mission to Li Ziqing. Moreover, Chun Sheng was well aware of Wang Yinzhong's capabilities. Realizing that Gao Jie would likely fall short in comparison, with his mind made up, Chun Sheng declared, "Your suggestion is sound. We shall proceed as you advised at Li Ziqing. Do not take offense. General Gao Jie's valor may serve him well in delivering a decisive blow to Wang Shiqiong on the front lines." Li Ziqing, hearing Chun Sheng's decision, could only shake his head in resignation. It was clear that Chun Sheng had made up his mind, revealing a lack of trust in him. That a sense of unease crept into Li Ziqing's heart. Fearing that Wang Yinzhong might not hold Tingyuan City against the impending onslaught. Meanwhile, on Yang Feng's side, he had received word that Chun Sheng was dispatching Wang Yinzhong to support Tingyuan, prompting him to summon Qiong and Wang Meng for discussion. Chun Sheng seems to have caught wind of our plan to ambush Tingyuan City and has already sent Wang Yinzhong to reinforce them. What should we do? Yang Feng inquired. Wang Meng, exuding confidence, replied, "From the very moment we clashed with Yel Shioka, I anticipated that our ambush would soon be revealed. That I have already devised a plan. Pray, enlighten us, military advisor," Yang Feng urged, eager to hear Wang Meng's strategy. Qiong leaned in attentively, curious about the military advisor's proposed tactics. Wang Meng unfurled a map he had commissioned Qiong to create, depicting the area surrounding Tingyuan. Given that Wang Yinzhong will undoubtedly be racing against time to reach Tingyuan, we must set an ambush at Wind Spirit Valley. Once Wang Yinzhong's forces enter, we will block their path with boulders and set the valley ablaze, securing a resounding victory. Meanwhile, the rest of our forces can continue their assault on Tingyuan. Once Tingyuan learns that their reinforcements have been annihilated, we will be able to seize the city with ease. A brilliant scheme. Military advisor, I request permission to lead a contingent to set an ambush for Wang Yinzhong. Qiong exclaimed. Yang Feng considered for a moment before responding. Let this contingent be led by myself alongside brother Shu Bao, while the primary assault on Tingyuan City shall be entrusted to the military advisor. Wang Meng was taken aback, as he had anticipated that Yang Feng would assign Qiong to ambush Wang Yinzhong, allowing himself to command the forces tasked with capturing Tingyuan City. After all, seizing Tingyuan would be the crowning achievement of this campaign. Yang Feng's generosity in permitting him to lead the main army was unexpected. Realizing this, Wang Meng immediately prostrated himself, exclaiming, "My lord, this is unwise. Jinglu is a scholar of great renown. He should not command such a large army. I implore you, lead the forces yourself." Yang Feng hastily assisted Wang Meng to his feet, stating, "There is no need for such humility. My friend, I recognize that you are a distinguished disciple of Master Sima Rongjiu, and Master Wang Geguzi, and your capabilities in leading troops are beyond question. However, it is essential to note that Wang Yinzhong is exceptionally fierce. I worry that brother Shu Bao may not be sufficient to overpower him." Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, Qiong fell into contemplation, understanding that Yang Feng was not one to diminish others' merits while elevating his own. The fact that he expressed such concerns indicated that he possessed intelligence regarding Wang Yinzhong's capabilities. Indeed, Qiong's reasoning was sound, but Yang Feng's confidence stemmed from the system's metrics, wherein his martial prowess of 103 was no trivial matter. Although Qiong has surpassed his own peak martial prowess, he still falls significantly short when facing Wang Yinzhong. Even if Qiong unleashes all his skills, it is uncertain whether Wang Yinzhong would not employ his own abilities. Thus, it is prudent for Yang Feng to remain cautious. Wang Yinzhong, leading an army of 10,000, is making rapid progress through the night and will reach the foot of Tingyuan City within a day. At that moment, a scout arrives with news. General, Yang Feng's forces are currently besieging Tingyuan City. The defending general, aware of your impending support, is resolutely holding the fort, and Yang Feng's army has yet to achieve any success. Wang Yinzhong stroked his beard and remarked, that young rascal Yang Feng brings only cavalry. Swift though they are not adept at sieging cities. Knowing I come to their aid, Tingyuan will undoubtedly hold fast. Once I arrive at the foot of Tingyuan City, we shall launch a pincer attack. Yang Feng poses no threat. The general is indeed wise, his soldiers praised. Wang Yinzhong, pleased with himself, declared, enough talk. Prepare the troops for a night march. We must reach Tingyuan City by dawn and deal a decisive blow to Yang Feng's forces. With that, Wang Yinzhong and his army pressed on through the night, traversing Fengling Valley, and would reach Tingyuan within the hour. However, as he surveyed the terrain of Fengling Valley, an unsettling feeling crept into his mind. Should there be an ambush here, his 10,000 troops could meet their end. Wang Yinzhong quickly summoned a scout and inquired, "Did you observe whether Yang Feng's entire force was engaged in the siege?" "Yes, my lord," the scout replied. "Then go and check the woods above the canyon for any enemy ambush," Wang Yinzhong instructed with caution. "My lord, I have just been there. The woods are still teeming with birds. If there were an ambush, such numbers of birds would not remain," the scout reported promptly. Wang Yinzhong considered this carefully, finding it reasonable, and thus ordered the army to continue their advance. That I in the forest, Yang Feng and Qiong lay in ambush with 3,000 men. Observing the scout sent by Wang Yinzhong, Yang Feng couldn't help but admire Qiong. Had it not been for Qiong's suggestion, he would have blundered into the ambush, startling the birds in the woods and giving their position away. Indeed, knowledge gained from books often lacks practical application. Their experience far surpassed his, despite his seemingly adequate stats. While Yang Feng pondered, another scout reported, "General, the rebel forces have reached the designated position." "Good. Immediately block the path with boulders, and let the entire army rain down arrows," Yang Feng commanded. Thunderous boulders cascaded from above, and Wang Yinzhong realized too late that he had fallen into a trap point. Two massive stones blocked both his advance and retreat, while lanterns and torches illuminated the mountainside like daylight. Arrows flew in unison, and his soldiers fell around him, rendering Wang Yinzhong's bravery futile. Realizing he had trapped his prey, Yang Feng shouted, "I am Yang Feng. Those who surrender shall not be harmed." Wang Yinzhong seized the moment. If he could kill Yang Feng amidst the chaos, there might still be a chance for victory. He spurred his horse straight towards Yang Feng. Ding! Wang Yinzhong's base martial power is 103. Equipped with cursed iron spear, martial power increases by 1. Mount He Yellow adds 1 to martial power, currently at 105. Seeing an opponent charging towards him, Qiong galloped forth to meet him, exclaiming, "Qiong stands before you. State your name." "I am Wang Yinzhong. You, boy, had best step aside lest you waste your life," Wang Yinzhong retorted, pointing his spear at Qiong. Without hesitation, Qiong brandished his spear and charged forward, and the two clashed fiercely. Ding! Qiong's base martial power is 96. Equipped with tiger head engraved spear, martial power increases by 1. Mount Yellow Biao adds 1, currently at 98. Ding! Qiong activates spear master skill. Martial power increases by 3, currently at 101. Wang Yinzhong noted with concern that Qiong's spear technique was formidable, realizing he had encountered a worthy adversary. He knew he must exert his full strength to resolve this swiftly to avoid complications. Ding! Wang Yinzhong activates Spear King skill. Martial power increases by 4, currently at 109. Seeing Wang Yinzhong's intent for a quick resolution, Qiong felt insulted and his fighting spirit surged. Ding! Qiong activates exclusive skill Guardian of the Gate. Effect 1. In single or group combat, ignites fighting spirit, increasing martial power by 3, usable 4 times. Effect 2. In single or group combat, randomly seals 1 skill of each opponent. Effect 3. Guardian of the Gate wards off evil. All skill suppression effects are nullified. Effect 4. When the Lord is in danger. Martial power increases by 5. After activating effects 1 and 3 consecutively, Qiong's martial power rose by 12. Now at 113, Wang Yinzhong's Spear King skill was sealed, reducing his martial power to 105. Qiong activated the effects of the Guardian of the Gate. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Wang Yinzhong gripped his iron spear tightly, pondering, "Am I truly to be bested by this young lad?" He then unleashed all his might against Qiong. Ding. Wang Yinzhong activates exclusive skill Iron Spear King. Effect 1. In single or group combat. Provoked by the opponent, his anger rises, increasing martial power by 5. Usable 3 times. Effect 2. In single or group combat. Suppresses enemy martial power by 16 points. Effect 3. In single or group combat. Suppresses enemy generals wielding spears, reducing their martial power by 3 after activating Effect 1 twice. Wang Yinzhong's martial power increased by 10, now at 115. Effect 2 triggered, reducing Qiong's martial power by 3. Effect 3 also activated, further reducing Qiong's martial power by 3, leaving him at 107. However, due to the activation of Effect 3 from the Guardian of the Gate, Qiong's martial power restored back to 113. Wang Yinzhong's skill immediately imposed his 115 martial power over Qiong's 113, leaving Qiong struggling to withstand the pressure. Wang Yinzhong, witnessing his inability to defeat Qiong, felt his anger surge. His strikes became swifter and more forceful. Ding. Wang Yinzhong triggers Iron Spear King skill Effect 1 again. Martial power increases by 5. Currently at 120. Yang Feng, hearing the system's notification, sensed the impending danger. A 7-point martial power disparity could lead to Qiong's demise. He contemplated charging in to assist Qiong against Wang Yinzhong. Yet before Yang Feng could reach the battlefield, a decisive moment between Qiong and Wang Yinzhong unfolded. Wang Yinzhong's spear struck Qiong's shoulder, causing him pain and loosening his grip on the spear. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yinzhong deftly knocked Qiong's prized weapon from his grasp. Ding! Qiong's weapon tiger head engraved spear is dropped. Martial power -1. Spear master effect dissipates. Martial power -3, currently at 109. Boy, prepare to meet your end. Wang Yinzhong, sensing weakness, aimed to finish Qiong off. Qiong attempted to draw his twin cudgels for defense, but it was too late, with eyes closing. He thought, alas, my life is forfeit. Yang Feng's heart raced with fury, desperate to witness the demise of his summoned general. Just then, a dark arrow shot towards Wang Yinzhong's neck. Should he proceed to claim Qiong's life, he too would be in peril. Not wishing to exchange lives with Qiong, Wang Yinzhong retracted his iron spear, deflecting the incoming arrow. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Qiong immediately turned his horse and fled the scene. Wang Yinzhong bellowed, "Who dares to harm me from the shadows? Come forth and face me." "I am more than willing," came a voice as a white horse galloped into view. Yang Feng turned to look, his heart swelling with joy. He had finally arrived at a young general clad in white armor, bearing a white banner, rode a magnificent steed. The youth, standing tall with a commanding presence, approached Yang Feng swiftly, saying, "Do not panic. Dear brother, I am here. All will be well." The newcomer was none other than Zhao Yun, returning from his training. Zhao Yun pointed his spear and inquired, "Who are you?" Wang Yinzhong stroked his beard, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Zhao Yun, replying, "I am Wang Yinzhong. You, boy, had better not play the hero and lose your life. So you are the infamous Wang Yinzhong of the North My master mentioned that your spear technique is barely passable." Zhao Yun retorted. Wang Yinzhong, enraged, demanded, "Who is your master to dare critique my skills?" Zhao Yun smiled and responded, "My master is Tong Yuan. I am Zhao Yun, also known as Zhao Zilong." Wang Yinzhong, do not be arrogant. Your prowess will be proven on the battlefield, not through idle words. Let me see if you truly deserve the title of Spear King of the Northly. Upon hearing that Zhao Yun's master was Tong Yuan, Wang Yinzhong was taken aback. Everyone knew that Tong Yuan was a master of spear techniques, the ancestor of all who wielded a spear. However, he dismissed the young Zhao Yun, believing he could not have grasped much of Tong Yuan's essence. With that thought, Wang Yinzhong brandished his iron spear and charged towards Zhao Yun, declaring, "I shall test just how much you have learned from your master." Zhao Yun turned to Yang Feng and said, "Brother, allow me to engage this old rascal first. We shall reminisce later. Be cautious, elder brother. Wang Yinzhong is not to be trifled with." Yang Feng cautioned, "I am aware," Zhao Yun replied, brandishing his spear and advancing to engage Wang Yinzhong in battle. Uncertain of Zhao Yun's progress over the years, Yang Feng hastily inquired of the system. System, quickly check Zhao Yun's attributes. Ding. Zhao Yun, age 18, command 94, 90, strength 102, intelligence 83, 80, politics 76, 66. Charm 96. Brother, your martial prowess has reached its zenith. It seems surpassing your own peak is well within reach. As he faced Wang Yanzhong, whose foundational strength was 103. Yang Feng pondered the efficacy of Zhao Yun's skills, surmising that the second mightiest general of the three kingdoms would possess formidable abilities as well. Ding. Wang Yanzhong, foundational strength 103, equipped with Huan Yuan Iron Spear, 1 strength, Mount Dried Grass Yellow, 1 strength. Current strength 105. Ding. Zhao Yun, foundational strength 102. Equipped with Dragon's Daring Bright Silver Spear, 1 strength, Mount Jua Jade Lion, 1 strength. Current strength 104. The two combatants clashed, and after 10 exchanges, Wang Yanzhong accelerated his assault. Little brat, I shall no longer play with you. It's time to unleash my true power. Ding. Wang Yanzhong activated the Spear King skill, gaining 4 strength. Current strength 109. Observing Wang Yanzhong's fierce onslaught, Zhao Yun fortified his defense, his bright silver spear swirling in a seamless dance. Ding. Zhao Yun activated the Spear King skill, gaining 4 strength. Current strength 108. The duel intensified as their spears clashed with increasing velocity, to the point where Yang Feng could scarcely discern their techniques, witnessing only 2 glimmering silvery forms entwined in a fray. Wang Yanzhong was taken aback, realizing that this white-faced youth possessed unexpected talent, as they remained evenly matched after 50 exchanges. Enraged, he intensified his strikes. Ding. Wang Yanzhong activated his exclusive skill Iron Spear King, Effect 1, in one-on-one or group battles. When provoked by an opponent, his anger surges, gaining 5 strength each activation, up to 3 times. Effect 2, in one-on-one or group battles, suppresses the opponent's strength by 16 points. Effect 3, in one-on-one or group battles, suppresses enemy generals wielding spears, reducing their strength by 3. Having activated Effect 1 twice, Wang Yanzhong gained 10 strength. Current strength 119. Effect 2 triggered, reducing Zhao Yun's strength by 3. Effect 3 also activated, reducing Zhao Yun's strength by 3, leaving him with a current strength of 102. Yang Feng felt a pang of concern. Wang Yanzhong's Iron Spear King skill was of a suppressive nature, and with Zhao Yun's strength diminished, a 17-point disparity could spell disaster. As Yang Feng contemplated, the battle took a perilous turn. Zhao Yun narrowly escaped death under Wang Yanzhong's spear. Realizing he must employ his utmost skill, Zhao Yun declared, "Today, you shall witness the might of the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear." Ding. Zhao Yun activated his exclusive skill Dragon's Daring, Effect 1, in one-on-one or group battles. Zhao Yun's courage surges, each activation granting 5 strength, up to 4 times. Effect 2, opponents are compelled by Zhao Yun's valor, suppressing their strength by 38 points. Effect 3, when commanding cavalry, increases his own command by 3 and all troop strength by 1. Effect 4, immune to all skill suppression effects, with half reflected back to the opponent. Effect 5, when the sovereign is in peril, increases strength by 5. Zhao Yun activated Effect 1 3 times, gaining 15 strength. Current strength 117. Effect 2 triggered, reducing Wang Yanzhong's strength by 3. Effect 4 activated, restoring Zhao Yun's strength to 123, while Wang Yanzhong's strength decreased by 3, leaving him at 113. With the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear unleashed, Zhao Yun's spear moved like a phoenix ready to soar, striking heavily against Wang Yanzhong's chest, causing him to spit blood. Zhao Yun pointed his spear at Wang Yanzhong, declaring, "You cannot defeat me. You should yield." Wang Yanzhong laughed heartily. "Today, only the dead Wang Taixin shall remain, not the surrendering Wang Yanzhong. Little brat, if you desire my life, you shall pay the price." With that, he tore away the ruined armor and clothing from his chest, raised his iron spear, and charged once more at Zhao Yun. Ding. Wang Yanzhong activated the skill Facing Death to Live. Only those with a death wish can trigger this. Facing mortal peril, he unleashed astonishing potential, gaining 510 strength. With his resolve clear, he gained 10 strength, current strength 123. Zhao Yun, witnessing Wang Yanzhong's approach, sighed. "Good advice is hard to impart to those doomed to die. I have granted you a chance, yet you squander it. Prepare to meet your end, Wang Yanzhong." The two warriors clashed again. Zhao Yun unprepared for the ferocity of Wang Yanzhong's newfound martial prowess, with their spear techniques now evenly matched, as if they were two entirely different combatants. Realizing it would not be simple to best Wang Yanzhong, Zhao Yun steadied his resolve and continued the struggle. Yang Feng observed the battle, both warriors at 123 strength. Unable to determine a victor, he marveled at Wang Yinzhang's prowess, contemplating how formidable Li Cunxiao would be if he were to appear. Yang Feng hoped Zhao Yun could capture Wang Yinzhang alive, as it would mean gaining a powerful general, and the city of Tingyuan would be within reach. Considering the current contenders, only Xiang Yu could rival them. After 100 exchanges, Zhao Yun and Wang Yinzhang remained at an impasse. Zhao Yun felt alarmed, having anticipated an easy victory upon descending the mountain, only to find Wang Yinzhang exceedingly tenacious. Wang Yinzhang, equally astonished, realized that no one had pushed him to this extent in years, and he could not allow his legacy to be tarnished by this unknown youth. Determined, Wang Yinzhang summoned every ounce of strength to deliver a decisive blow to Zhao Yun within the next 30 exchanges. Ding! Wang Yinzhang activated the skill Berserk Warrior. He unleashed a surge of ferocious energy, instantly gaining 36 strength, but would succumb to exhaustion after 30 exchanges, losing minus 510 strength. Wang Yinzhang activated Berserk Warrior, gaining 4 strength, recovering to his original value after 30 exchanges, but with a minus 8 penalty. Current strength 127. Wang Yinzhang transformed into a formidable force, and with 127 strength, he was poised to dominate Zhao Yun's 123. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhao Yun recognized that Wang Yinzhang was truly fighting for his life, employing secret techniques to elevate his strength. This state, however, could not be sustained for long. Zhao Yun resolved to adopt a strategy of endurance, waiting for the outburst to subside before claiming victory in the blink of an eye. 20 exchanges passed, and Wang Yinzhang felt a twinge of anxiety as Zhao Yun's defense remained impenetrable. If he could maintain this, he would surely defeat Zhao Yun within 50 exchanges, yet he lacked the time. It was time to unleash his ultimate move. This technique is my strongest spear technique. Should you perish beneath it, you shall not have lived in vain in your next life. Remember not to provoke those you cannot contend with. Wang Yinzhang threatened. Ding! Wang Yinzhang activated the skill Critical Strike. Instantly gaining 5 strength, he would revert to his normal value after 1 exchange. Wang Yinzhang's strength increased by 5. Current strength 132. Receive Might Songlong Break. Wang Yinzhang unleashed his ultimate technique towards Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun's expression turned grave as he beheld Wang Yinzhang's spear charge towards him, the spear's momentum coalescing into a dragon, hurtling directly at him. The fierce wind stirred Zhao Yun's white robes. In this critical moment, Zhao Yun unexpectedly closed his eyes. Yang Feng, alarmed, thought, with 132 strength, Wang Yinzhang could instantly eliminate Zhao Yun, and now he has closed his eyes that he's surrendering. Is my sworn brother about to perish? Yang Feng's heart raced, longing to assist, but it was too late. The attack had already reached Zhao Yun at that moment. Zhao Yun abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce glint igniting within, and thrust his dragon's daring bright silver spear forward with resolute determination. Ding! Zhao Yun awakened his exclusive skill Solo Charge. Effect 1. When Zhao Yun charges alone, he gains 4 strength. Effect 2. When facing multiple foes, each additional enemy general increases his strength by 3, up to 5. Effect 3. Zhao Yun instantly perceives the flaws in the enemy's technique, reducing their strength by 36. Effect 4. In one-on-one duels, Zhao Yun gains 3 strength while reducing the enemy's strength by 3. Zhao Yun activated effects 1, 3, and 4, gaining 7 strength. Current strength 130. Wang Yinzhang's strength decreased by 8, leaving him at 124. The outcome of the battle became evident in an instant. Wang Yinzhang's ultimate technique was thwarted as Zhao Yun pierced through the flaw, dissipating the inner energy that had surged forth. Zhao Yun's spear penetrated Wang Yinzhang's left shoulder, and as he withdrew the spear, blood gushed forth. Wang Yinzhang appeared to age a decade in an instant. Murmuring, "The younger generation is formidable. You have triumphed." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he collapsed, falling from his horse. Zhao Yun, gazing at the unconscious Wang Yinzhang, exhaled a long sigh of relief. He had finally won, having exhausted all his skills. Had Wang Yinzhang possessed any further techniques, it would have been Zhao Yun who faced defeat today. Yang Feng, witnessing this breathtaking battle from the rear, could not help but marvel at Zhao Yun's exceptional prowess. He possesses 2 exclusive skills. If the likes of El Bu, Li Yuanba, or Li Kungku were to appear, the ferocity would be unimaginable. Zhao Yun's victory over the formidable Wang Yinzhang, whose strength was rated at 103, granted him an increase of 1 in his own martial power, currently elevating his attributes to Command 94, 90, Strength 103, Intelligence 83, 80, Politics 76, 66, and Charisma 96. Yang Feng, not wishing to ponder further, urged his horse forward to Zhao Yun's side, embracing him with fervor. However, Zhao Yun, fatigued, caused both of them to tumble from their mounts. They rose, exchanging glances, and soon erupted into hearty laughter. "Brother, after all these years, you remain as dashing as ever. White armor, white robes, white spear, and a white horse. Truly handsome," Yang Feng remarked, admiring Zhao Yun's attire. Zhao Yun brushed away Yang Feng's wandering hands and replied, "Ah, dear brother, you have not changed at all. You have always had a penchant for touching my belongings." Upon hearing this, Yang Feng quickly retorted, "I have no such inclination. Don't speak nonsense. I prefer the company of women." Zhao Yun, amused by Yang Feng's unchanged demeanor, laughed once more. As they reveled in their reunion, Zhao Yun reminded Yang Feng, "We shall converse later. The battle is not yet concluded." Yang Feng, upon hearing this, spurred his horse onward, shouting at the besieged northernly rebels, "Wang Yinzhang has been captured. Surrender your weapons at once. Those who yield shall not be harmed. Those who resist shall face no mercy." The Dragon Source army echoed his call, "Surrender your weapons. Those who yield shall not be harmed. Those who resist shall face no mercy." Seeing their commander captured, the northernly rebels dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. After a night of reorganization, the reinforcements from the northernly rebels were either slain or captured. The report on the Wind Spirit Valley ambush battle indicated conditions for large-scale battle rewards not met. Casualties totaled 1 for 100, with 10,000 enemy troops annihilated or captured, resulting in a total difference of 600. The host gains 86 prestige points, bringing the total to 6,348 in overwhelming victory. "I owe it all to you, brother. Otherwise, I might have perished at Wang Yinzhang's hands." Yang Feng expressed to Zhao Yun, "Family need not speak in formalities." Zhao Yun replied, looking at Yang Feng, "By the way, brother, how did you know I was here? Have you been practicing your spear skills all these years?" Yang Feng inquired with curiosity. Zhao Yun began recounting his experiences since his training began. It turned out that after forming a bond with Tong Yuan, Zhao Yun had remained by his side, learning various spear techniques. Ultimately, he mastered the 100-bird salute to the Phoenix Spear, a technique considered Tong Yuan's ultimate skill. Previous disciples had failed to grasp it, but after 5 years of relentless practice, Zhao Yun finally comprehended the essence of the technique. When Tong Yuan recognized Zhao Yun's achievement, he declared he had nothing more to teach him, cautioning that the techniques of the spear were merely forms. True mastery lay in the freedom to wield it without constraints. Zhao Yun found this difficult to accept, having devoted so many years to learning techniques, and struggled with the notion of their futility. Tong Yuan offered no further explanation and sent him down the mountain. Upon returning home, Zhao Yun learned that his father had relocated to Longyuan City with Yang Ji. Upon discovering that his younger brother Yang Feng was leading troops against the northernly rebels, Zhao Yun was deeply concerned and immediately set off to find him. Zhao Yun first approached the Dragon Source army in front of Wanguang City, displaying the Dragon Source military token given to him by Yang Ji, and met with Du Yu, who informed him of Yang Feng's plans. Without delay, Zhao Yun hurried towards Tingyuan City. As he approached Wind Spirit Valley, he witnessed the clash of two armies, observing from a high vantage point. He spotted his younger brother Yang Feng, and, seeing Wang Yinzhang poised to slay Qiong, Zhao Yun swiftly drew a carved antelope arrow from his beast pouch, knocked it, and felled Qiong with a single shot. The subsequent battle with Wang Yinzhang is well known to Yang Feng and requires no elaboration. Just as the brothers were joyously conversing, a messenger entered Yang Feng's tent. "General, Wang Yinzhang has regained consciousness. Do you wish to interrogate him now?" the messenger inquired. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, prompting Zhao Yun to quickly interject. "Brother, Wang Yinzhang is a rare and formidable general. Perhaps we should persuade him to surrender." "Haha, brother, you call him a rare general. Is that not a veiled compliment to yourself?" Yang Feng chuckled. Zhao Yun, somewhat embarrassed, was at a loss for words, while Yang Feng, no longer teasing him, addressed the messenger. "Please invite General Wang to join us." "Understood," the messenger replied, departing to deliver the message. Before long, Wang Yinzhang was brought into the tent. Yang Feng hurried over to untie Wang Yinzhang, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? We must show respect to the venerable general, who bound him so tightly. They shall receive 20 strokes of the staff as punishment. The soldiers, realizing their lord was merely acting, complied, muttering that they had disrespected the general and would accept their punishment. As Yang Feng loosened Wang Yinzhang's bindings, he smiled and said, "General, you have suffered. Please take a seat. Someone, prepare tea at once." Wang Yinzhang remained silent, squinting at Yang Feng, contemplating something. After observing Yang Feng's performance, he finally spoke. "Young one, your thoughts are as transparent as a mirror. Yet, you stand so close. Do you not fear that I might slay you? Even with Zhao Yun present, at such close quarters, even a celestial being would struggle to react." Zhao Yun, startled by these words, instinctively moved closer to Yang Feng, only to be halted by Yang Feng's gesture. Yang Feng, gazing at Wang Yinzhang, replied, "General, you are a true hero. Above such trivialities, let me be direct. I wish for you to join me in crafting an extraordinary legacy in this chaotic era. A man should wield a sword and forge an unparalleled achievement that I, Zijin, long to partner with you, General, to leave our names etched in history." Wang Yinzhang scrutinized Yang Feng, assessing the sincerity of his words. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Young lad, it is too late. I understand your intentions, but fate has deemed us incompatible. To die by your hand would be an honor. General, why must you take this path? You initially allied with Chen Sheng out of necessity. I do not compel you to fight against him. Once I defeat Chen Sheng, I shall treat the northernly families with respect." Yang Feng continued to persuade. Wang Yinzhang merely shook his head again, closing his eyes and stating, "A loyal minister does not serve two masters. A virtuous woman does not marry two husbands. That a wise bird chooses its tree. A worthy minister chooses his lord. General, Chen Sheng is not worthy of your loyalty." Yang Feng pressed on. Wang Yinzhang remained unmoved, leaving only the words. Yinzhang is a warrior, unlettered, yet he understands the old adage, a leopard dies leaving its skin. A man dies leaving his name. Zhao Yun could no longer stand by and stepped forward to plead, "General, Chen Sheng is narrow-minded. He knows of your superior martial skills, yet fears your loyalty. A soldier will lay down his life for one who understands him. Your fate with Chen Sheng is most unjust. I cannot bear to see you meet such an end." Wang Yinzhang opened his eyes and regarded Zhao Yun. "Young one, your spear technique is indeed remarkable. You both are still young. I have grown old. Grant me a swift end." Zhao Yun wished to say more, but Wang Yinzhang interrupted, addressing Yang Feng. "What kind of leader serves one lord in the morning and another in the evening? Therefore, I ask you, General Yang, to deliver the final blow. That I harbor no grievances. It would only bring me honor." With that, Wang Yinzhang closed his eyes once more, not to be swayed by the brother's pleas. Resembling a meditative monk, indifferent to the world around him. After a prolonged silence, Yang Feng sighed and said to Zhao Yun, "Brother, the general's mind is made up. Further persuasion is futile. We must respect his choice." Zhao Yun nodded and addressed Wang Yinzhang. "General, you are a hero, and I hold great admiration for you. Bring the general away and execute him." Yang Feng reluctantly uttered these words. Upon hearing this, Wang Yinzhang opened his eyes, looking at Yang Feng and Zhao Yun, and said, "Thank you." Upon finishing his words, he turned and followed the soldiers down. Yang Feng and Zhao Yun gazed at Wang Yinzhang's retreating figure, lost in thought. After a while, the herald returned, reporting to the general that Wang Yinzhang had been executed, and inquiring how to handle the body. A grand burial. Yang Feng solemnly uttered those two words. "Understood," the herald replied, and departed to carry out the task. Yang Feng's heart descended into confusion. He had once believed himself to be a chosen one, endowed with a system that could summon forth destiny. He was confident that anyone he earnestly persuaded would inevitably be swayed. For all are fearful of death. Yet today, he was taken aback by the sight of someone so unafraid of mortality. Perhaps there are indeed things that hold greater significance than life itself. Zhao Yun, too, bore a downcast expression. Nevertheless, he patted Yang Feng's shoulder in consolation before exiting the main tent, his destination unknown. Yang Feng sighed, reflecting that throughout history, who among men has not faced death? To preserve an unwavering heart in the annals of history is indeed true. The tales of history resonate with truth. Some individuals possess treasures more precious than life. As Yang Feng contemplated, the news of Wang Yinzhang's death had already spread throughout Tingyuan City. Wang Ming dispatched envoys to the city, delivering an ultimatum and informing them that the reinforcements had been completely annihilated. The northernly rebels were, to begin with, a disorganized mob, and the commanding officer of the city was not a renowned general. They relied solely on a shared belief, awaiting reinforcements to withstand Wang Ming's relentless onslaught over the past few days. But now, with no reinforcements in sight, it was evident to all that a solitary city could not be defended. The soldiers' faith crumbled instantaneously, and the once lofty morale disintegrated completely. Numerous soldiers approached Wang Ming, requesting, "Military strategist, the enemy's morale is faltering. If we assault the city now, we shall face little resistance that I implore you to allow us to lead the charge." Wang Ming chuckled and shook his head. "My master once told me that my esteemed uncle took in a disciple, who is our current lord, when our lord was but 6 years old. He expressed to my uncle, the highest form of warfare is to subdue the enemy without fighting. The next is through alliances, then through military might, and lastly, through siege. The method of besieging a city should only be used as a last resort. To compel the enemy to surrender without battle is the essence of mastery in warfare. My master and I hold great admiration for our Lord, for he has elucidated the true nature of war. Therefore, while a direct assault would indeed lead to victory, it is a lesser strategy. To conquer the heart is the superior tactic, in my estimation. It will not be long before the city gates swing open of their own accord." The soldiers regarded Wang Ming, who exuded confidence, with a mix of belief and skepticism. However, they had no choice but to heed the strategist's words and await the outcome. As night fell, many officers sought out Wang Ming once more. "Military strategist, it has been a day, and it appears Tingyuan will not surrender. Should we not attack at dawn? After all, our lord and General Qin are soon to return, and if we have not captured the city by then, where shall we place our honor?" Wang Ming understood the officer's desire for achievements, yet he shook his head once more. "No, in my view, tonight Tingyuan will descend into chaos, and by tomorrow, we shall easily enter the city. Do not fret. Should our lord arrive, and we have yet to capture the city, the blame shall fall solely on me." The officers, hearing Wang Ming's resolute declaration, could only acquiesce and await the dawn to see if the strategist's predictions would hold true. Wang Ming, observing the officers depart, shook his head, pondering that his prestige still fell short. However, he reassured himself that tomorrow morning would reveal the truth. Wang Ming's intuition proved correct. That night, Tingyuan City was indeed engulfed in turmoil. The faction advocating for surrender had gained the upper hand, while the hardliners believed that although the western reinforcements had been annihilated, support from the east was inevitable. Yet the surrender faction was intimidated by Yang Feng's fierce military prowess. After all, they were merely peasants in rebellion. When the winds were favorable, they thrived without issue, but when the tides turned against them, uncertainty clouded their minds. They feared that even with reinforcements, they would still be unable to withstand the might of Jinliang's forces. Though Jinliang faced its own tribulations, the remnants of its power still loomed large in the hearts of the people. Consequently, as night deepened, the surrender faction convened and decided to open the gates. The primary obstacle to surrender lay in the staunch hardliners. Thus, that night, several bloody incidents occurred. The surrender faction had prepared and caught the hardliners off guard. In a single night, over 1,000 heads fell, and the air in Tingyuan City was thick with the stench of blood. The following morning, Wang Ming led his army to the gates of Tingyuan City, only to find them swung wide open. Groups of soldiers bearing white flags emerged, among them a high-ranking officer who raised the city lord's seal and proclaimed loudly, "Chun San wishes to surrender to Jinliang." Wang Ming, surveying the scene with satisfaction, prepared to accept the surrender, but an officer beside him hastily intervened. "Military strategist, you mustn't. What if the enemy employs a ruse of feigned surrender? Your life may be at risk. Allow me to investigate first." Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need. If they dare to come forth and surrender, it must be genuine. If there were such a wise individual among them, they would not have suffered such heavy casualties in their defense." Wang Ming mounted his horse and approached Chun San, inquiring, "Chun San, what was your position previously?" Replying, "To your honor, I was the deputy lord of the city." Chun San replied respectfully, "Go, and what of your city lord? Does he not wish to surrender?" Wang Ming continued his questioning. "Indeed, my lord, the city lord is a staunch loyalist to Chun Sheng the rebel and has been executed by me and my brothers." Chun San answered, Wang Ming nodded in satisfaction, accepting the city lord's seal, and gestured for his army to enter Tingyuan City. Upon entering, Wang Ming's first decree was to prohibit his soldiers from pillaging or causing harm, followed by a proclamation to reassure the populace. The citizens, witnessing the Jinliang army entering the city without transgression, accepted the new order, having previously lived under Jinliang's rule. For the common people, the identity of their rulers mattered little. After ensuring the safety of the citizens, Wang Ming promptly reorganized the surrendered troops to minimize the potential for rebellion. Once this was accomplished, he penned a letter to Yang Feng, informing him of the situation in Tingyuan. In truth, Yang Feng had already been informed by the system. Notification: Siege of Tingyuan City. Conditions for large-scale battle rewards not met. Casualties: 300. Enemy forces annihilated and captured: 15,000. Total difference: 700. Host gains 97 prestige points. Current prestige points: 731. Upon receiving the system's notification, Yang Feng felt a surge of satisfaction towards Wang Ming. Typically, sieges incur greater losses. Yet Wang Ming had achieved victory with only over 5,000 casualties against 15,000 defenders. This was indeed commendable. With this news, Yang Feng no longer rushed to support Tingyuan and leisurely made his way there. A day later, he finally arrived at the foot of the city. Wang Ming led the officers out to welcome Yang Feng. Yang Feng hastened to ride closer, reaching Wang Ming and exclaiming, "Brother Jinglu, what a resounding victory! We have demonstrated the might of our Longyuan army." Wang Ming cupped his hands in acknowledgement, stating, "Had it not been for our lord's annihilation of the enemy reinforcements, I would not have been able to seize Tingyuan City." Yang Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Jinglu, you are too modest. The strategies for this campaign were crafted by you. I merely executed the orders. The primary credit belongs to the military strategist." Seeing Yang Feng's words, Wang Ming refrained from further comment and promptly ushered him into the city. The army rested in Tingyuan City for several days. Yang Feng soon received intelligence from the northernly battlefield and immediately summoned Generals Wang Qi and Zhao to the city lord's residence for a council. Once everyone had gathered, Yang Feng provided an overview of the situation at the northernly front. Upon learning that Yang Feng was leading troops to assault Tingyuan, Chunxing swiftly dispatched Wang Yinzhang to provide support. Meanwhile, Li Ziqing suggested preparing for contingencies. Should Wang Yinzhang's assistance prove ineffective, they would find themselves ensnared. Chunxing agreed wholeheartedly and inquired what suggestions Li Ziqing had to offer. Li Ziqing proposed a strategy. The Wangdo coalition would learn of Yang Feng's plan to encircle Chunxing's rear and would undoubtedly fortify their defenses, waiting for the encirclement to take shape before making a move. The solution was simple: attack the enemy's most pressing concerns to the south of northern Lilei Tianbao Prefecture, which could be directly assaulted, compelling Wang Shichong to pursue them, thereby enabling an ambush of his forces en route. This way, even if Yang Feng captured Tingyuan, the battlefield would still belong to Chunxing and Li Ziqing, leaving Tingyuan isolated and ripe for reclamation at their leisure. Chunxing found Li Ziqing's suggestion to be exceptionally clever, yet he remained wary of him. Thus, he could only proceed according to Li Ziqing's plan. Upon learning that Chunxing's rebels were headed towards Tianbao, Wang Shichong recognized the enemy's intentions and sought to ensnare them in their own trap. He hastily coordinated with Dou Jianda to pursue Chunxing. In a fierce battle at Yuanli Valley, Wang Shichong narrowly avoided the ambush but relentlessly pursued, his troops exhausted and wearied. In contrast, Chunxing and Li Ziqing awaited their opportunity. During a fierce confrontation, Wang Shichong's subordinates, Wang Rinjia and Jiang Feixiong, bravely faced off against Li Ziqing's foremost general, Gao Jie. In a fierce clash spanning over 100 exchanges, both were slain, yet their sacrifice allowed Wang Shichong to escape. On the side of Dou Jianda, the situation was somewhat better, as Lu Zongmin, under Li Ziqing, and Zhou Zhang, under Chunxing, had joined forces to slay Du Mingfang, a subordinate of Dou Jianda. Lu Haidas soon arrived to provide support and also struck down both Lu Zongmin and Zhou Zhang. The battlefield was exceedingly brutal, and though Chunxing and Li Ziqing emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory. The allied forces of Wang Shichong and Dou Jianda were left with fewer than 10,000 troops, while Chunxing and Li Ziqing's once mighty army of 200,000 had dwindled to less than 50,000. A full 200,000 steeds had perished in the Yueli Valley. This devastating defeat left Lu Gong in a state of fear, prompting him to command Yang Feng to lead the army to swiftly subdue Chun Sheng's rebel forces. What strategies do you all propose? Yang Feng inquired after relaying the intelligence. Wang Ming was the first to step forward, declaring, "I have a plan." Yang Feng's eyes lit up, urging the strategist to elaborate. Wang Ming stood forth, pointing at the map and saying, "Please observe the map of the entire Northern Li territory closely." All eyes turned to the map. The Jinliang Kingdom comprises 13 provinces and 108 cities, with Northern Li being a relatively small province containing 8 cities. Currently, our forces occupy Tingyuan City, while Wang Shichong and Dou Jianda are entrenched in Bailey City and Jinyuan City. Given the present circumstances, the Northern Li rebels still hold considerable strength within their territory. If we are to defeat Qinsheng, the key lies with General Du Yu. Should we capture Wangguang City, we would gain complete control of the northern county, placing half of Northern Li in our grasp. Wang Ming commenced his analysis of the current situation of both sides. He continued, "Our forces stationed in Tingyuan City cannot move at this time, lest we fall prey to a counterattack from the 3 cities of eastern Linsong County. Only if General Du Yu achieves victory and secures 30,000 infantry to guard Tingyuan can we deploy our forces to encircle Chun Sheng's rebels at Liyuan City. Thus, I believe the crux of Northern Li lies with Wangguan." Upon hearing Wang Ming's analysis, Yang Feng nodded, realizing that the outcome hinged on the performance of brother Yuan Kai. Yang Feng held a significant measure of trust in Du Yu, considering the impressive statistics at hand. Not to mention that he was the only individual to have been honored in the martial and civil temple prior to the Ming dynasty, which spoke volumes of his capabilities. Furthermore, the renowned generals accompanying Chun Sheng and Li Zicheng were all stationed at Liyuan City. So Du Yu was certain to capture it. The question remained whether he could do so swiftly enough to ensure ample reinforcements and a stable rear, which was crucial in the forward command tent at Wangguang City. Du Yu lit a lamp and pondered the state of the battle. He was well aware of the situation regarding the Yuli Valley conflict. The pressure now rested squarely on his shoulders. Only by swiftly breaching the city could the Longyuan army seize the initiative. With this thought, Du Yu summoned the messenger officer to his tent and inquired, "How have you executed the tasks I assigned to you a few days prior?" Reporting to the general, "I have acted as instructed," replied the messenger officer. Satisfied with this response, Du Yu nodded, "Very well. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Tomorrow shall be the day we breach the city." After a night of silence, dawn arrived, and Du Yu led his forces once more to the front of Wangguang City. He ordered the army to halt their advance, dismounting alone to approach the city gates, where he proclaimed loudly, "I grant you one final opportunity. If you do not surrender, do not blame me for my mercilessness." The Northern Li rebels atop the walls erupted in laughter, with one leader stepping forward to taunt. "Du, your tactics have been tried before. If you possess any skill, reveal it to us. We are eager for something new." Having successfully repelled Du Yu's assaults in recent days, they believed him to be unremarkable. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that Du Yu had refrained from exerting his full strength in the siege, hoping to avoid unnecessary casualties. That he thought that once Tingyuan City fell, the morale of the rebels would plummet, leading to a victory without battle. However, the resounding triumph in Yuli Valley had greatly bolstered the spirits of the rebels, who were convinced that Chun Sheng would eventually return, seeing that his attempt to persuade them to surrender had failed. Du Yu shook his head. "You leave me no choice. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The rebels atop the city laughed even harder, viewing Du Yu's words as mere bluster, recognizing the futility of further discourse. Du Yu contemplated that these sacrifices were all for the sake of his master's grand ambitions, accepting that he alone would bear the future infamy. With this resolve, Du Yu turned his horse and returned to his troops, commanding the messenger officer beside him, "Withdraw the entire army 10 miles. Once we have retreated, we can execute our plan. Your orders shall be obeyed." The messenger officer replied as he departed to relay the command. The Northern Li rebels atop the city were bewildered, having expected Du Yu to launch a forceful assault as before, yet now witnessing a retreat without battle. They were at a loss as to its meaning. One officer speculated, "It appears Du Yu is afraid of us and wishes to disengage. That he intends to support Liyuan City. His strategy is to capture the king before the thief. General, we can dispatch a small contingent of cavalry to harass their supply routes once they retreat. Awaiting the king's orders, we could encircle these Jinliang beasts, ensuring that you achieve the greatest merit." Many officers echoed this sentiment. while the garrison commander stroked his beard, inwardly pleased but refraining from voicing it. "Ah, I do not covet such accolades. Without your united efforts, how could we have bested Du Yu? It is all your collective merit, no? It is solely the general's merit." The rebels on the walls began to fantasize about their impending victory over the Jinliang army and the bountiful rewards Qiong would bestow upon them. Just as they were engrossed in their discussions, a scout rushed in to report, "General, the U.S. forces have not retreated far, but have halted 10 miles from the city and are no longer advancing." "What in the world do you intend?" The garrison commander pondered. The previously fawning officer stepped forward again, declaring, "General, let us not concern ourselves with Du Yu's schemes. We shall confront whatever he throws at us. If he attacks, we shall counter." The garrison commander found this reasoning sound and chose not to dwell further on it. Recognizing that prolonging the standoff would ultimately benefit the rebels, he regarded the officer with admiration, saying, "You possess a keen mind. What is your name? I shall commend you before Lord Chun." The officer promptly knelt, replying, "In response to your excellency, I am called Jiang Ziya and I have no merit. It is all due to your wise command." "Haha, if I say you have merit, then you do. No need for such formalities with me." The garrison commander was delighted. Jiang Ziya immediately expressed his gratitude. "I shall forever remember your kindness, my lord." Nearby officers watched Jiang Ziya with envy, realizing how easily he had garnered favor with mere flattery, while they could only silently curse him, wishing ill upon those who ingratiate themselves in such a manner. Just as the rebels atop the walls reveled in their good fortune, a tremendous sound echoed from the distance, growing ever closer. The garrison commander sensed something was amiss and urgently asked, "What is that sound?" Before he received an answer, they beheld torrents of water rushing towards Guan city. Panic ensued among the garrison. Where had this flood come from? Jiang Ziya felt a chill of dread. He had boasted moments ago, and now it seemed his words had manifested into reality. What can we do against such a deluge? How could we possibly hold back this flood? He lamented, realizing the gravity of the situation. Qiong, upon arriving at Guan city, had familiarized himself with the surrounding terrain. To the north of Guan city flowed a great river known as the Lan River, which meandered from Heiyuan province into northern Li. The province had earned its name as it served as the source for numerous great rivers. Du understood that a direct assault on Guan would incur heavy losses, and while persuading the rebels to surrender would be ideal, he had also prepared a contingency plan. Unaware that it would soon come into play, he had ordered the upstream water to be dammed. And once the water level had risen sufficiently, it would be the day of Guan's inundation. Though this method might seem cruel, affecting even the common folk, Du recognized that if he could not swiftly capture Guan city, far more lives would be lost. Thus he resorted to flooding the city. The flood surged forth, instantly demolishing Guan's gates. The northernly rebels cursed their own fate, faced with the might of nature. Human strength was insignificant. The homes of the commoners were no exception, as the flood left nothing but ruin in its wake. Though Du did not witness the devastation wrought by the flood, he could easily envision the aftermath. This battle would irrevocably tarnish his reputation. After what felt like the passage of 2 incense sticks, Du noted that the floodwaters had begun to recede and promptly ordered his forces to advance upon Guan city. Upon arrival, the Lanyuan army beheld the once mighty city now reduced to mere remnants. Entering the city revealed a harrowing sight. Not a single structure stood intact, and the corpses littered the ground in staggering numbers. Du immediately ordered his soldiers to remove the bodies and burn them outside the city to prevent the spread of disease. Once again, search for any remaining survivors. Those severely injured should be rescued immediately. And we shall save as many as we can. System notification: Siege of Guan city. The conditions for large-scale battle rewards have not been met. Casualties amount to 7,800, with 30,000 enemy forces exterminated or captured, resulting in a discrepancy of 22,200. If the host gains 222 prestige points. Currently, the host possesses 953 prestige points. System notification: Siege of Guan city. Du has achieved a resounding victory, increasing his leadership by 2 and intelligence by 2. Du's current attributes are as follows: leadership 98, 93, strength 80, 77, intelligence 94, 89, politics 98, 85, charisma 98, 88. Feng received the system notification promptly. Du did not disappoint him, having swiftly captured Guan city and enhanced his leadership and intelligence. Now, he awaits the battle report from Du to discuss the next steps in their strategy. System notification. Du has awakened his exclusive skill force like a broken bamboo. The might of his troops is formidable. Akin to breaking bamboo. After several segments, all obstacles are effortlessly resolved. Effect 1. Each time Du leads his troops, the skill activates, boosting his leadership by 3. Effect 2. Each time Du achieves a great victory, he accumulates momentum. After 5 accumulations, his leadership permanently increases by 1, usable 5 times, with 1 accumulation currently in place. Effect 3. While possessing momentum, until the campaign concludes, Du's leadership and intelligence increase by 2, and all troops under his command gain 2 strength. Effect 4. When facing an opposing army, possessing momentum instills fear in the enemy, randomly reducing their commander's leadership and intelligence by 13 points. Du currently possesses momentum, triggering Effect 3, elevating his leadership to 95 and intelligence to 91. Indeed, a true warrior is unmatched. This skill is invincible. Yang Feng mused with quiet delight, pondering why his last victory at Tingyuan City garnered no increase in ability, despite Wang Ming seizing it without bloodshed. System notification. The victory at Tingyuan City was attributed to Wang Ming's strategy in conjunction with the host defeating the reinforcements, hence no display of Wang Ming's leadership, as such a common tactic is too trivial for an intelligence of 98, resulting in no enhancement. Why, then, was there no enhancement for me? After all, I led the troops to defeat Wang Yanzhong. Yang Feng thought indignantly. System notification. Is the host unaware? To defeat Wang Yanzhong, without Zhao Yun's timely intervention, the host would have long since fallen victim to Wang Yanzhong's blade. Not being deducted abilities is a blessing. Yang Feng could almost sense that if the system were a person, it would have rolled its eyes at him by now, lamenting that this time's increase in ability is a debt owed to him, and that it should remember to repay it next time. System notification. The system, confronted with Yang Feng's shamelessness, found itself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yang Feng rolled about joyfully on his bed, as if celebrating a victory. Days later, within the Lord's Hall of Li Yuan City, Qin Sheng was engaged in discussion with his ministers. He addressed Li Zicheng, asking, King of Chaos, what shall we do next? Your Majesty, we have largely decimated the Wangdo coalition. However, our own forces have suffered significant losses. We must immediately recruit soldiers to replenish our ranks. We shall annihilate the noble families throughout the city and seize control of all resources. Li Zicheng replied. And what if that young Yang Feng sends troops our way? Chen Sheng continued. Li Zicheng stroked his beard and chuckled. Your Majesty need not worry. I predict that Yang Feng will not come. Oh, what makes you say that? Wu Guang interjected on Chen Sheng's behalf. Recently, we dispatched forces from the 3 cities of Linshan County to attack Tingyuan. Tingyuan is too preoccupied to spare attention as long as Du does not breach Wangguang City. Yang Feng will remain stationary. The high, thick walls of Wangguang City cannot be breached quickly, leaving Yang Feng with little choice but to remain idle, accomplishing nothing. Li Zicheng confidently stated that Wu Guang pressed further. But what if Du abandons Wangguang City and directly leads his troops to join Yang Feng against us? Li Zicheng cast a disdainful glance at Wu Guang, who began to feel uneasy under his scrutiny before replying. Should they dare to do so, it would be akin to digging their own graves. If they forsake Wangguang to attack us, while they struggle under siege, Wangguang's forces will coordinate with us to launch a pincer attack. And defeating Yang Feng will merely be a matter of time. Listening to Li Zicheng, Wu Guang felt a flush of embarrassment rise to his cheeks. He opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Chen Sheng. King of Chaos, what brilliant strategy you possess. How long do you think Wangguang City can hold out? In my view, Wangguang City will not fall within 3 months, Li Zicheng confidently proclaimed. Just as Li Zicheng was articulating his confidence, a scout rushed into the hall in a fluster. Your Majesty, urgent news from the front. Upon hearing this, Chen Sheng immediately rose, demanding, what is the situation at the front? Speak quickly. Your Majesty, Wangguang City has fallen. The scout reported. Impossible. How could Wangguang fall? You lie. Li Zicheng exclaimed, gripping the scout's shoulder and shaking him vigorously. Chen Sheng slammed his hand on the table, declaring, King of Chaos, you are losing composure. Quickly, continue. How did Wangguang fall? Li Zicheng had no choice but to release the scout, who knelt and continued. That scoundrel Du employed a water assault strategy, flooding Wangguang City. Our forces suffered near total annihilation. Do you left 5,000 men to garrison Guan, while personally leading the rest of the army to rendezvous with Yang Feng at Tingyuan. Yang Feng retained Du to defend Tingyuan, while he himself marched with the main force directly towards Liyuan city. And how many troops did Yang Feng leave behind? And how many did he lead? Chen Sheng inquired anxiously. The scout replied, Yang Feng left 10,000 troops under Du's command and personally led 30,000 into battle. Impossible. Yang Feng could never muster such a force. Li Ziqing immediately challenged. Your Majesty, most of Du's defending troops are defectors from Tingyuan. The scout explained. Seated upon the high dais, Chen Sheng calculated. With Yang Feng arriving with 30,000 troops, although our forces number over 50,000, Yang Feng's Longyuan army is well equipped. What shall we do? Wu Guang immediately suggested. Yang Feng's forces are predominantly cavalry. We should fortify our defenses and wear them down. I believe we should test the strength of the Longyuan army. Allow my fierce general, Gao Jia, to engage their champion first and see how Yang Feng responds. Furthermore, we can dispatch spies to contact the defectors from Tingyuan, allowing them to coordinate with the troops from the 3 cities of Linshan County to decisively crush Tingyuan. This would open our path, allowing us to attack or retreat at will, securing our invulnerability. Li Ziqing countered. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Sheng conceded. Then we shall heed the king's counsel and observe the Longyuan army's capabilities. Yang Feng led his army to the front of Liyuan city. Gazing at the towering fortress and muttering to himself, such thick walls if Chen Sheng and Wu Guang choose to defend, this battle will not be easy. Yang Feng turned to Wang Ming beside him and asked, Military advisor, with such high and thick walls, if they do not emerge, forcing an assault may cost us many brave soldiers. Wang Ming shook his head, disagreeing with Yang Feng's assessment but my lord. If it were only Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, they might very well choose to remain within the city. However, with Li Ziqing present, the situation changes. How does Li Ziqing differ? Yang Feng inquired. Puzzled, I have been observing. Since Li Ziqing participated in the Northern Li Rebellion, the main force of the Northern Li rebels has hardly suffered defeat. This man relies on a strategy of surprise. He possesses immense confidence in his cunning. Thus, in this initial battle, Li Ziqing will undoubtedly seek to test our army's strength. Wang Ming analyzed calmly. Yang Feng nodded in agreement and asked, Then what strategy do you propose? It's not exactly a brilliant plan, but it will suffice against Li Ziqing. Wang Ming confidently replied. Wang Ming's confidence inspired Yang Feng, who remarked, Having you as my military advisor is like a fish in water. Upon uttering these words, Yang Feng privately thought, borrowing from Liu Bei's lines should pose no issue, especially since Zhuge Liang has yet to make his entrance. This sentiment seemed fitting when compared to Zhuge Liang, as many often compared Wang Ming to him. Wang Ming, less preoccupied with such thoughts, was deeply moved by Yang Feng's trust in him. He clasped his hands in salute, exclaiming, To meet a wise lord like you is indeed a rare fortune. Enough flattery, brother Jinglu. Let us discuss our plans, Yang Feng cheerfully prompted. Wang Ming rode up beside Yang Feng and said, The law should not be shared with 6 ears. Very well, Yang Feng replied. Sensing that Wang Ming wished to confide in him quietly, he leaned in closely to catch the details of Wang Ming's clever strategy. Wang Ming, noticing Yang Feng's proximity, began to whisper his plan into Yang Feng's ear. Yang Feng listened attentively, nodding in agreement until Wang Ming concluded his thoughts. With great admiration, Yang Feng remarked, A brilliant stratagem. Indeed, we shall proceed under the guidance of our esteemed strategist. Ding. Wang Ming activated his exclusive skill. Effect 1. When Wang Ming devises a strategy, his intelligence increases by 5. That if the opponent's intelligence exceeds Wang Ming's, their intelligence decreases by 3. If the opponent's intelligence is lower, it decreases by 5. Effect 2. When Wang Ming commands an army in battle, his leadership value increases by 5, boosting the morale of the entire army and enhancing their combat strength by 2. Effect 3. When Wang Ming governs a region, the development speed of agriculture, commerce, water conservancy, and construction in the cities he oversees is accelerated, and safety is improved. Effect 4. Upon encountering a wise ruler, if Wang Ming meets a lord he respects, his maximum attributes increase by 1. Effect 5. When Wang Ming is conferred the title of Wu Ho, his maximum attributes increase by 1. Wang Ming acknowledged the host, triggering Effect 4. thus increasing his maximum attributes by 1. Currently, Wang Ming's attributes are Leadership 98, 88, Combat 53, 50, Intelligence 101, 98, Politics 102, 90, Charm 91, 85. Wang Ming formulated a plan against the northernly rebels, triggering Effect 1, raising his intelligence to 103. Chen Sheng's intelligence decreased by 5, now at 90. Wu Guang's intelligence decreased by 5, now at 68. And Li Ziqing's intelligence decreased by 5, now at 81. Astounding. With an intelligence of 103, he overwhelmingly surpasses Chen Sheng, Wu Guang, and Li Ziqing, with even the most intelligent, Chen Sheng, lagging behind by a full 13 points. This significantly enhances the likelihood of success for the plan. By the way, let us check the attributes of Chen Sheng, Wu Guang, and Li Ziqing to see their statistics. Yang Feng silently communicated with the system. Ding. Chen Sheng, Leadership 90, Combat 83, Intelligence 95, Politics 94, Charm 96. Ding. Wu Guang, Leadership 82, Combat 80, Intelligence 73, Politics 81, Charm 85. Ding. Li Ziqing, Leadership 95, Combat 98, Intelligence 86, Politics 70, Charm 92. Quite impressive indeed. Chen Sheng possesses commendable political acumen and charm, truly worthy of being the ancestor of the rebel king Wu Guang. However, appears somewhat lacking, with mediocre attributes. He might have fared better in the past. Yet in this era of illustrious leaders, he remains a mere pawn as for Li Ziqing. His leadership, combat, intelligence, and charm are all respectable, though his political skills are lacking, which explains the rapid downfall of his Dazhun dynasty due to his insufficient political awareness. Yang Feng, after reviewing the system's data, began to formulate his strategy. He now had a clearer understanding of his opponent's capabilities, bolstering his confidence for the impending conflict. After all, he had the astute Wang Ming at his side, alongside the martial prowess of Zhao Yun and Qiong, essentially a firm grip on the situation that if he were to encounter adversaries like Chen Sheng or Wu Guang, he could also step into the fray to test his own swordsmanship. Yet, he remained curious about Gao Jia's attributes. However, he presumed that even with high numbers, his skills would likely be average, possibly not warranting Zhao Yun's intervention. After pondering for a while, Yang Feng dismissed his wandering thoughts and promptly summoned Qiong and Zhao Yun, conveying Wang Ming's strategy to them. Both generals nodded in acknowledgement and promptly departed to execute their orders. Observing this, Wang Ming offered a few words of caution to the two commanders, generals. Always prioritize the greater good. Do not be preoccupied with personal gains or losses. Qiong and Zhao Yun, upon hearing this, turned back. Qiong clasped his hands in salute to Wang Ming, stating, "Your concerns are unwarranted." Strategist, both General Zhao and I are not driven by personal glory. Only victory holds true significance, a principle we fully comprehend. General Shubao speaks wisely. I share the same sentiment, Zhao Yun added in agreement. Pleased with the responses from the two generals, Wang Ming nodded in satisfaction, saying, "I appreciate your dedication." Qin and Zhao then took their leave, while Yang Feng and Wang Ming continued to deliberate the finer details of their plan. The night passed without incident, and dawn broke the following day. Yang Feng led his army to the front of Liyuan City, preparing for an imminent battle. Chen Sheng, Wu Guang, and Li Ziqing stood atop the city walls, observing the Dragon Source Army's banners fluttering in the wind, their armor gleaming, the military display impressive. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang felt a surge of apprehension. With such morale, engaging in a field battle seemed perilous. However, Li Ziqing laughed dismissively. Confused, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang questioned his mirth, but Wu Guang could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Chuang Wang, what is the reason for your laughter?" Li Ziqing, gazing intently at the distant Dragon Source army, replied, "I laugh at the folly of the young Yang Feng. Oh, what brings about this sentiment?" Chen Sheng inquired, equally perplexed. Yang Feng is eager for achievements. He ought to have spent more time consolidating his military. A young fool remains a fool. Yet, one must understand that haste leads to missed opportunities, Li Ziqing remarked with a smile. After considering Li Ziqing's words, Chen Sheng scrutinized the formation of the Dragon Source army. Beginning to grasp the situation, Wu Guang, however, remained bewildered, growing increasingly anxious. He urgently pulled at Li Ziqing, imploring, "Chuang Wang, cease with the riddles. What exactly do you perceive? Li Zicheng cast a dismissive glance at Wu Guan. Feeling exasperated, yet continued to elaborate. Upon learning that Yang Feng leads an army of 30,000, I was incredulous. After numerous battles, his 50,000 troops must have suffered considerable losses. It is implausible for him to muster another 30,000 as a main force. The previous claim of 1,000 surrendered troops defending Tingyuan appears to be a ruse. He would never assign such a crucial location to surrendered soldiers. Moreover, our spies have failed to establish contact with the traitors who surrendered, further confirming that the city of Tingyuan is not guarded by defectors. Wu Guang began to comprehend. So, you mean, Li Zicheng continued. In truth, most of the surrendered troops are part of the army currently advancing towards Liyuan City. Yang Feng aims to deceive us. He has arrayed the well-disciplined Dragon Source army at the forefront, showcasing their might, while the feeble surrendered troops are concealed behind. Chen Wang, pretend king, cast your gaze further. Observe the flags in the rear, slightly askew, distinctly discordant with the Dragon Source army. So Yang Feng seeks to trick us. But what advantage does he gain from this? Wu Guang pressed on Li Zicheng's side, finding Wu Guang's comprehension lacking. Yet, he had no choice but to elucidate further. Yang Feng intends for us to mistakenly believe that all his forces are comprised of the Dragon Source main army, dissuading us from engaging in a field battle. Employing surrendered troops to besiege the city will exhaust our forces while preserving his main strength. Once we become accustomed to the rhythm of the surrendered troops' assaults, he will unleash his main army against the city, inevitably catching us off guard. At that moment, Li Yuan will be in grave peril. After an extensive explanation, Wu Guang finally grasped Yang Feng's intentions. Amidst their conversation, a towering figure from Yang Feng's ranks rode forth, challenging the defenders of Liyuan City. Hear me, I am Qiong, a general under Yang Feng. Is there any among you unafraid of death willing to face me? My spear is swift, and I shall send you on your way. Qiong brandished his tiger-headed golden spear, pointing it at the figures atop the city walls. His challenge infuriated the northernly rebels, prompting many to volunteer for the duel against Qiong. Gao Jie stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute, declaring, "My king, I am willing to claim the head of Qiong as an offering to you." Li Zicheng immediately interjected, "General Gao, while I appreciate your fervor, know that Qiong is not the strongest among Yang Feng's ranks. It is said that Zhao Yun, sworn brother to Yang Feng, possesses extraordinary martial skills. Having captured General Wang, he should not be underestimated. I suggest you reserve your prowess for when you confront Zhao Yun." Gao Jie nodded in acquiescence. Li Zicheng's intent was clear. He wanted to send out a few sacrificial pawns to test Qiong's martial abilities. Moreover, with Zhao Yun yet to make an appearance, Li Zicheng preferred not to reveal his own cards too soon. They were all aware of Zhao Yun's prowess in capturing Wang Yanzhong, yet Li Zicheng remained skeptical. Having heard from Chunsheng and Wu Guang that Wang was a formidable warrior, Li Zicheng himself was not entirely convinced, suspecting that the claims were exaggerated, merely a reflection of the collective incompetence of Chunsheng's subordinates. Gao Jie, on the other hand, had proven himself in numerous battles. While confident of his victory, Li Zicheng deemed it prudent to first assess Qiong's capabilities. Just as Li Zicheng pondered this, a commander had already received orders and advanced to confront Qiong. Qiong, unperturbed by the taunts from his opponent, rode forward without inquiring the man's name, striking him down with a single thrust of his spear, as effortlessly as swatting a fly. Chunsheng observed from the city wall, remaining calm as he continued to dispatch challengers against Qiong. The latter, undeterred, declared, "If you dare approach, I shall slay you." He proceeded to cut down 13 of Chunsheng's generals, blood cascading from his tiger-headed golden spear. With a flourish, Qiong called out to the city walls, "Who else fears for their life? Today, I shall claim them all." The northernly rebels were both furious and anxious. They were incensed by Qiong's provocations while desperately hoping that someone would emerge victorious against him. This time, Gao Jie could no longer remain seated. He knelt on one knee before Li Zicheng, beseeching, "My king, allow me to engage. I have discerned Qiong's martial prowess. He is no match for me. Permit me to take his head." Li Zicheng nodded and remarked, "General Yingwu, Gao Jie's courtesy name, must exercise utmost caution." "Indeed," Gao Jie replied without further ado, grasping his iron rod and descending the city wall, mounting his steed to charge directly towards the battlefield. Upon observing a robust man astride a tall steed wielding an iron rod, Qiong silently mused. This must be Gao Jia, as my lord mentioned. Qiong leveled his spear at his adversary and bellowed. Another nameless fool come to meet his demise. Behold, I am Gao Jia, a vassal of the king of disturbance. Qiong, you insolent wretch, prepare to be struck down by my rod. With that, Gao Jia swung his weapon towards Qiong. Come forth, Qiong countered, deftly deflecting Gao Jia's blow with a horizontal motion of his spear. Yang Feng, observing from a distance, recognized that Qiong's opponent was indeed Gao Jia. He inwardly inquired of the system, provide me with Gao Jia's attributes. Beep, Gao Jia, Command 83, Martial Power 99, Intelligence 72, Politics 65, Charm 81, such commendable attributes indeed. No wonder he triumphed over Zhang Xinzhong, one of the notable talents of the Southern Ming's four princes. Yang Feng contemplated. Beep, Qiong's base martial power is 96, equipped with the tiger head gold spear which adds 1 to his martial power, and riding the yellow Biao Tukulong which also adds 1, currently totaling 98, with his weapon and steed enhancing his strength to 98. Gao Jia, lacking divine weaponry and a steed of renown, engaged Qiong in a fierce stalemate, relying solely on his foundational martial power of 99. Gao Jia, eager to conclude the battle and restore dignity to the northern rebel forces, was taken aback by Qiong's formidable resilience. Not only was his spear technique exquisite, but his strength was astonishing. Gao Jia had always believed no one could rival him in physical power until he encountered Qiong. Realizing he faced an opponent unlike any before. Beep, Gao Jia activates Rodmaster skill, gaining 3 martial power. Current martial power is now 102, sensing Gao Jia's unwavering resolve for victory. Qiong, too, could not concede defeat. He tightly gripped his spear and unleashed his true prowess. Beep, Qiong activates Spear Master skill, gaining 3 martial power. Current martial power is now 101. As both warriors surged in strength, the battlefield descended into a frenzied clash. Gao Jia, incredulous, realized that despite his all-out effort, he could not best Qiong. He pondered how formidable Zhao Yun must be, yet shouted in fury, Qiong, come and face your doom. Beep, Gao Jia activates Furious Battle skill. Increases his strength due to rage, gaining 36 martial power. Intelligence-40. Gao Jia activates Furious Battle, gaining 6 martial power. Intelligence-40. Current martial power is 108. Intelligence 32. At this moment, Qiong felt the weight of Gao Jia's determination pressing upon him. He braced himself to endure Gao Jia's blow, which left his hands numb and aching, but he realized he could no longer rely on sheer strength. He must employ cunning tactics to secure victory. Beep, Qiong activates Exclusive Skill Guardian Deity. Effect 1. During one-on-one or group combat, ignites fighting spirit. Each activation grants 3 martial power, can activate 4 times. Effect 2. During combat, randomly seals one of the opponent's skills. Effect 3. Guardian Deity wards off evil. All skill suppression effects are nullified. Effect 4. When the Lord is in danger, grants 5 martial power by consecutively activating Effect 1 and Effect 3. Qiong gained an additional 6 martial power, bringing his total to 107. Gao Jia's Rodmaster skill was sealed, reducing his martial power to 105. With the emergence of the Guardian Deity, Gao Jia's fury was disrupted, and within a mere 20 exchanges, Qiong had him at a disadvantage. Li Zicheng, observing from the ramparts, felt a sense of foreboding. He had not anticipated that Gao Jia would struggle against Qiong, with Zhao Yun yet to make his entrance. The situation appeared dire, prompting careful consideration for a field battle. Gao Jia, taken aback, found himself driven to the brink. Overwhelmed by rage, he summoned all his might to unleash his ultimate technique, Dragon's Tail Sweep. Striking horizontally at Qiong's waist while shouting, Qiong, I shall claim your life. Beep, Gao Jia activates Critical Strike, instantly gains 5 martial power, reverting to normal values after 1 round. Gao Jia's martial power rises to 110. As Gao Jia's rod hurtled towards him, Qiong felt his fighting spirit surge. Beep, Qiong activates Guardian Deity skill again. Martial power increases, just as Qiong was about to employ his true abilities to defeat Gao Jia. He recalled the words spoken by his lord and the strategist in the 10th day prior, almost jeopardizing the lord's grand plans. Quickly, he reined in his strength, only to be swept aside by Gao Jia's strike. Biting his tongue and spitting blood, Qiong hastily urged his steed to flee, cursing, "You cowards ambush me. Qin, that is unworthy of victory." Gao Jie, now devoid of reason, relentlessly pursued Qiong. However, Qiong's steed was a magnificent creature. While Gao Jie's ordinary horse could not keep pace, leaving him to watch as Qiong returned to the formation, Li Zicheng sighed in relief atop the city, at the very least. Gao Jie had bested Qiong, though he remained uncertain whether Yang Feng would dispatch Zhao Yun to the fray. Gao Jie bellowed at the front lines, "Scum of Jinliang, does no one dare to face me? Cease your arrogance, for Zhao Zilong is here." From the throng emerged a striking figure upon a white steed, clad in gleaming white armor. Seeing Zhao Yun take the field, Gao Jie felt undeterred, laughing heartily. "I care not if you are Zhao Zilong or Li Zilong. Your sole identity is as a wraith beneath my rod. You seek death." Zhao Yun retorted, the bright silver spear aimed directly at Gao Jie's heart. Zhao Yun thrust his spear toward Gao Jie's chest, but Gao Jie countered, deflecting the attack with his iron rod. Zhao Yun's spear coiled around Gao Jie's weapon like a serpent. And no matter how Gao Jie maneuvered, he could not evade Zhao Yun's relentless assault. Beep. Zhao Yun's base martial power is 103, equipped with bright silver spear which adds 1, and riding Zhuyue Jade Lion which adds 1. Current martial power is 105. Beep. Zhao Yun activates Spear King skill, gaining 4 martial power. Current martial power is 109. In an instant, Zhao Yun unleashed his Spear King skill, while Gao Jie, having suffered Qiong's defeat, found his seals lifted. Restoring his martial power to 108, the two engaged in an intense struggle, neither gaining the upper hand after 30 exchanges. Zhao Yun managed to deflect Gao Jie's iron rod and retreated to create distance. Gao Jie, perplexed by Zhao Yun's sudden pause in combat, shouted, "Zhao Zilong, are you a coward afraid of your grandfather?" Zhao Yun, unfazed, replied calmly, "Today you have already battled Qiong. I do not wish to take advantage of your exhaustion. Tomorrow, I shall personally claim your head." "Ha, Zhao the Fair-Faced, if you wish for my head, you shall find it a greater challenge than you anticipate. Today, we shall settle this once and for all. You shall not escape." Gao Jie was consumed by his fighting spirit, oblivious to all else. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, Li Zicheng keenly observed the duel. Although Gao Jie and Zhao Yun had fought fiercely for 30 exchanges without a victor, Li Zicheng, with his discerning eye, recognized that Zhao Yun held the upper hand. Should they continue for another 200 exchanges, Zhao Yun would undoubtedly vanquish Gao Jie, i.e., Li Zicheng could not bear the thought of losing his prize general to Zhao Yun. With this realization, Li Zicheng immediately ordered the retreat as the signal sounded. Gao Jie regained his composure, acknowledging that the prolonged battle against Qiong had drained his energy. To engage Zhao Yun now would only lead to his downfall. It was wiser to retreat and prepare for a rematch another day. Gao Jie brandished his iron rod, pointing at Zhao Yun. "Fair-Faced, I grant you one more day. Upon your return, prepare for your demise." Zhao Yun, amused by Gao Jie's bravado, retorted, "I shall return your own words unto you. Gao Jie, tomorrow, I shall see if your rod skills match your boastful tongue. Fair-Faced, await your doom." With that, Gao Jie turned and galloped back to the city. On the walls, Guan could no longer contain himself, immediately challenging Li Zicheng, "King of Disturbance, why have you recalled General Gao? The morale of our troops has plummeted. Can you bear the consequences of this decision?" Li Zicheng rolled his eyes, somewhat impatiently replying, "Fool, have you not seen how exhausted Yingwu was after battling Qiong? Even if they continued, he could not defeat Zhao Yun. It is better to allow Yingwu to recuperate today and return to fight tomorrow." Guan was about to argue further when Qinsheng interjected, "Enough, Guan. The King of Disturbance speaks wisely. Gao Jie has bested Qiong and deserves commendation. Yet, if the king has faith that Gao Jie will triumph over Zhao Yun tomorrow, let us bestow rewards then." Upon hearing this, Li Zicheng mused inwardly, "Qinsheng, that cunning old fox, has entangled both Gao Jie and me in this predicament. If Gao Jie triumphs over Zhao Yun tomorrow, all is well, but should he falter, Qinsheng will undoubtedly use this as leverage against us both. It is truly foolish to engage in internal strife when formidable enemies lurk outside, eyeing us with predatory intent. After we navigate through this perilous phase, I shall certainly distance myself from the likes of Qinsheng and Guan, mere commoners. Though Li Zicheng harbored continuous thoughts of dissent, he merely stated, King Chen, I shall first pay a visit to General Gao. I shall ensure that he exerts his utmost strength against Zhao Yun tomorrow. With that, Li Zicheng descended from the city wall. That Wu Guang approached Chun Sheng and remarked, Elder brother, Li Zicheng clearly disregards your authority. We cannot afford to nurture a tiger at our door. Chun Sheng regarded Li Zicheng's departing figure in silence, and after a prolonged pause, he turned to Wu Guang and declared, In my hands. Even a dragon must coil, and a tiger must lie down. Once we have vanquished young Feng, he will be of no further use. Rest assured, my brother, I am well aware of my course. Within Yuan City, each person harbored their own ulterior motives, while outside, in Yang Feng's grand tent, camaraderie reigned. Qiong, previously wounded and coughing up blood on the battlefield, was now lively, sharing laughter with Yang Feng. Brother Shubao, your acting is truly of an imperial caliber. Flawlessly executed. No one could discern the ruse. Yang Feng praised Qiong. Qiong, somewhat puzzled, inquired, My lord, what does imperial actor mean? What is the essence of this phrase? Ah, well, it is merely a compliment, a good term. You see, Yang Feng stammered. Unable to clarify further, Qiong contemplated asking more. Wang Meng interrupted, asserting, Today's strategy has proven successful. We shall see how General Long performs tomorrow. Zhao Yun clasped his hands in acknowledgement, replying, I shall surely fulfill my mission. By the way, after today's skirmish, do you have confidence in subduing Gao Jia? Yang Feng inquired, still harboring some doubts. Qiong pondered before responding, If Gao Jia exerts his full strength today, defeating him will be a certainty. My concern lies in. Yang Feng understood Qiong's implication. However, given that Gao Jia had already revealed several skills, the likelihood of him having any hidden talents was slim. Still, caution was paramount. With this in mind, Yang Feng turned to Zhao Yun, saying, Brother, you must compel Gao Jia to reveal all his capabilities tomorrow. We must ascertain the extent of his martial prowess. Indeed, I understand, Zhao Yun replied. Yang Feng felt reassured upon hearing Zhao Yun's commitment. After all, given his brother's current strength, barring Xiong Yu, he was virtually unrivaled. There was no reason for Zhao Yun, with a martial power advantage of 4 points, to falter against Gao Jia. With this assurance, Yang Feng continued to refine their previous plans alongside Wang Meng, and after multiple revisions, they deemed their strategy flawless. As dawn broke the following day, the Longyuan army assembled once more before the city. With Chun Sheng, Wu Guang, and Li Zicheng standing atop the walls, observing the scene below. After surveying the formations, Li Zicheng's initial thoughts were further solidified. He mused, the discipline of the Longyuan army appears to have diminished since the first day. Their initial display was surely a mere intimidation tactic. If Gao Jia can triumph over Zhao Yun today, our prospects for victory in the ensuing battle will be all but assured. Li Zicheng contemplated this. He intended to offer Gao Jia some words of caution, but before he could speak, Chun Sheng addressed Gao Jia. General Gao, today's battle hinges upon your performance. Should we achieve great victory, I shall reward you handsomely. Gao Jia immediately knelt, declaring, I shall obey. Today, I will claim Zhao Yun's head. Chun Sheng, elated by his response, smiled and said, Then I shall await your triumphant return. General Gao. Li Zicheng furrowed his brow at Gao Jia's overconfidence. What if he fails? He leaves himself no avenue for retreat. I must trust this as a testament to his confidence in his abilities. Watching Gao Jia mount his steed, Li Zicheng couldn't suppress a final admonition. Brother Yingwu, exercise utmost caution in this battle. If the situation turns dire, prioritize your own safety. Gao Jia, visibly displeased, retorted, Chuang Wang, do not bolster another's spirit at the expense of your own. I have already assessed Zhao Yun's capabilities. Even if a victor were to emerge yesterday, he would not have bested me. Moreover, I am in peak condition today. Chuang Wang, await my victorious tidings. With that, Gao Jia galloped forth from the city. Li Zicheng, encouraged by Gao Jia's words, felt bolstered in his confidence. Yet, an inexplicable sense of danger lingered in his heart, the reason for which he could not fathom. There was no time for further contemplation. He must focus on the imminent clash. Gao Jia rode to the front lines, bellowing, Where is that pretty boy? Here I am. Your esteemed Gao is present. Come forth and meet your demise. Zhao Yun surged forward on his steed, responding, What? Are you so eager to embrace death? Would it not be better to linger a day longer? Huh. Save your words for yourself. Have you prepared your last rites? For after today, there shall be no one left to speak. Gao Jia laughed wickedly. Brandishing his iron staff, sharp-tongued you may be, but I wonder if your martial skills can match your wit. Zhao Yun replied disdainfully. Then come at me. Let us see for ourselves, Gao Jia challenged. Zhao Yun ceased further discourse. Lightly spurring his steed, Zheye Yusher, into action, charging forth with his silver spear aimed directly at Gao Jia's face. Seeing Zhao Yun's fierce advance, Gao Jia swung his staff to strike, exclaiming, "Well done, lad." Ding Zhao Yun's base martial power is 103. Equipped with long and bright silver spear adds 1 power. Mount Zheye Yusher adds 1 power. Current martial power 105. Ding Zhao Yun activates Spear King skill, gaining 4 power. Current martial power 109. Ding Gao Jia activates Staff Master skill, gaining 3 power. Current martial power 102. Ding Gao Jia activates Critical Hit skill. Instantly gains 5 power, reverting to normal after 1 turn. Gao Jia's power increases to 107. As their weapons clashed, a thunderous roar echoed through the battlefield. Zhao Yun deftly deflected Gao Jia's iron staff. Astounded by Gao Jia's remarkable strength, Gao Jia, in turn, was taken aback by the unexpected power emanating from Zhao Yun's seemingly slender frame. Not bad for a kid, Gao Jia acknowledged, but I have yet to unleash my full strength. Witness this move. With that, Gao Jia swung his staff toward Zhao Yun's midsection. Understanding he could not rely solely on brute strength today, Zhao Yun resolved to utilize agility and technique to secure victory. He immediately employed the 125 moves of the Tongyuan's bamboo plum blossom spear, his spear dancing at remarkable speed, the red tassels unfurling like a proud plum blossom standing resolute in the snow, each glimmer concealing lethal intent. Gao Jia, witnessing this display, reassessed Zhao Yun's capabilities, astonished that Zhao Yun could wield the long spear with such finesse. The murderous aura emanating from his spear was indeed formidable. Realizing that continuing in this manner would surely lead to his defeat, Gao Jia ignited his fury. Channeling his inner strength, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the 32 moves of the Azure Dragon Staff. Transforming the ordinary iron staff into a fearsome dragon, Gao Jia roared, "Today, I shall claim your life." Ding Gao Jia activates Fury Battle skill, boosting his strength. Martial power increases by 36. Intelligence decreases by 40. Gao Jia activates Fury Battle. Gaining 6 power, intelligence drops by 40. Gao Jia's martial power reaches 108. Intelligence is now 32. Seeing Gao Jia charge with reckless abandon, Zhao Yun, undaunted, thought, "So be it. If it is a contest of strength, I shall not shy away." With a shift in technique, Zhao Yun unleashed the 162 moves of the Snowfall Pear Blossom Spear. Ding Zhao Yun activates his exclusive skill Longdon, Effect 1, during one-on-one combat or group battles. Zhao Yun's courage surges, igniting his fighting spirit, gaining 5 power for each activation, up to 4 times. Effect 2. During one-on-one combat or group battles, the opponent is pressured by Zhao Yun's courage, reducing their martial power by 38 points. Effect 3. When commanding cavalry, his leadership increases by 3, and all troops gain 1 power. Effect 4. Immune to all suppression effects, and half of the rebound is inflicted on the opponent. Effect 5. When the Lord is in peril, gains 5 power. Zhao Yun activates Effect 1, gaining 5 power. Current martial power is 114. Effect 2 triggers, reducing Gao Jia's power by 3. Gao Jia's martial power is now 105. The battlefield swiftly transformed, as a relentless azure dragon became disoriented amidst the storm, while a blooming pear blossom revealed itself to the world. Feng internally lamented, "This is dire. Zhao Yun's explosive power has surged too rapidly. This 9-point power differential is alarming. Should Gao Jia be swiftly defeated, the strategy would inevitably fall apart." Li Zicheng was equally astonished by Zhao Yun's remarkable prowess. He had not anticipated such formidable skill, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of anxiety for Gao Jia. As the 2 horses maneuvered and then turned back, they beheld Zhao Yun remaining steadfast, while Gao Jia appeared to be riddled with wounds, blood flowing profusely, resembling a grotesque, blood-soaked figure. Zhao Yun thought to himself, "This bodes ill. I hope I haven't struck too hard and killed Gao Jia, for then my mission would be thwarted." Chen Sheng and Wu Guang also stood up. Leaning against the battlements to observe the extent of Gao Jia's injuries, Li Zicheng was deeply concerned. After all, Gao Jia was one of his most cherished generals, having served loyally by his side for many years. A bond undeniably strong, as Gao Jia gazed at the blood streaming from his body. He surprisingly felt an enhancement in his inner strength, a surge of vitality coursing through him. He grinned at Zhao Yun, saying, "Youngster, you possess some skill, but you've truly enraged your elder." Ding! Gao Jia activated the skill blood path. Inflicted with light wounds, he gains 3 in strength, with heavy wounds, 4, and in a near-death state, 5. Currently, Gao Jia is in a state of heavy injury, granting him a 7 boost, bringing his strength to 112. Ding! While battling Zhao Yun, Gao Jia comprehended the essence of life and death, gaining 1 in strength. His base strength is now 100, making his current strength 113. With the system's notifications, Feng realized that Gao Jia had not exerted his full strength the previous day and had additional skills that it seemed Gao Jia possessed quite an array of abilities. Though he lacked a signature skill, otherwise, Qiong might truly be at a disadvantage in the arena. Gao Jia, his eyes filled with bloodlust, wielded his staff and charged once more at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun recognized that Gao Jia had not only improved in this life and death struggle, but had also unleashed a secret technique of vitality. It appeared his trump card had finally been revealed, thus completing Yang Feng's assigned task. This battle should soon reach its conclusion. Gao Jia channeled all his inner power into the iron staff. The shadow of the azure dragon re-emerging, more solid than before, it seemed as if a true dragon was defiantly surveying the heavens and earth, its furious roar directed at Zhao Yun. Ding! Gao Jia activated the skill critical hit. Instantly, his strength increased by 5, reverting to normal after 1 round. Gao Jia's strength rose to 118. Zhao Yun continued to methodically prepare to counter Gao Jia's assault, but this time the azure dragon was different. It was not lost in the tumult of wind and snow, but surged directly towards the pear blossoms. The wrath of the dragon, a force no mortal could withstand. The pristine pear blossoms were shattered by the azure dragon's might, and the swirling snowstorm vanished, replaced by a torrent of blood rain. Gao Jia struck Zhao Yun's spear with his staff, causing Zhao Yun to cough up blood. The intelligent Zhao Yusher, upon seeing its master injured, immediately turned and fled. Gao Jia, momentarily stunned, watched as the jade lion disappeared without a trace. The soldiers of Liyuan City rejoiced, for Gao Jia had firmly established himself as the foremost warrior of Wu and Chu. Conversely, within the Longyuan army, despair reigned, as the usually invincible general Zhao had been defeated, causing morale to plummet. Yang Feng, undeterred, shouted a harsh threat at Gao Jia. "You, Gao, dare to harm my elder brother? Wait, for I shall ensure your body is fragmented." After speaking, Yang Feng promptly withdrew his forces to assess Zhao Yun's condition. Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, Gao Jia laughed heartily. Yang, you have yet to grow into your own, yet you dare to threaten your elder. When next we meet, I shall take your head as a chamber pot." Gao Jia was eager to pursue further, yet Chen Sheng ordered the retreat. Gao Jia, filled with discontent, reluctantly turned his horse back toward the city. Why call for a retreat? He thought, as he glared at Chen Sheng and Wu Guang. What? Gao Jia, do you intend to rebel? Do you realize who you are addressing? Wu Guang pointed at Gao Jia, his voice laced with anger. Chen Sheng intervened, signaling Wu Guang to cease, and then turned to Gao Jia with a smile. "General Ing Wu, and you, false king, there is no need for anger that we face a significant enemy. Let's not create discord among ourselves. Moreover, today's events were orchestrated by me, as I ordered the retreat." Gao Jia, seething with rage, was about to retort when Li Zicheng silenced him with a glance. Chen Sheng continued, "Today's victory is indeed commendable that I shall celebrate in honor of General Gao, and let us feast to commend his valor. Though Zhao Yun is injured, his strength remains formidable. Furthermore, Qiong still lurks with intent. And the glory of slaying the general shall ultimately belong to you, General Gao." Chen Sheng's words were flattering, and Gao Jia had little to counter, exhaling a sigh before gesturing dismissively. "It is premature to celebrate. Let me first repel the young Yang, and then we shall discuss festivities." With that, Gao Jia disregarded any further words from Chen Sheng and Wu Guang. Turning to return home, Li Zicheng, awkwardly smiling, remarked, "Lord Chu, false king, Our Wu truly does not grasp the benevolent intentions of the two kings. Upon my return, I shall ensure he receives appropriate admonishment. Yet, he is merely eager to contribute to our cause of expansion." With Li Zicheng's words spoken, Chen Sheng could no longer voice his displeasure, and he, along with Wu Guang and the other ministers, departed hastily, neglecting even to bid farewell to the Chuang Wang. While Li Zicheng wore a smile on his face, his heart harbored malice. Chen Sheng was already displeased, and with Wu Guang ever ready to incite discord, it was clear that their collaboration was nearing its conclusion. Nevertheless, Gao Jie had grown somewhat arrogant. Yet as a valued general, he still required protection. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang hastily exited, with Wu Guang continuously urging, "Shi Gu," Chen Sheng's courtesy name. "Gao Jie and Li Zicheng no longer regard us with respect. Our combined martial forces would struggle to contend with Gao Jie, who is ambitious that we must prepare ourselves. What shall we do? For now, we can only rely on that scoundrel Li Zicheng. Once we have repelled that Yang Feng, neither Li Zicheng nor Gao Jie will remain untouchable. Let them engage in a fierce struggle. We shall observe from the sidelines, and when they are both weakened, we will strike." Chen Sheng's expression was one of cunning confidence. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Longyuan army returned in defeat, while within the camp, a gathering of esteemed guests convened. Yang Feng sat at the center, flanked by Zhao Yun, Wang Meng, Du Yu, and Qin Qiong. Wang Meng first bowed deeply to Zhao Yun and Qin Qiong, expressing gratitude for their honor, as their reputations had suffered due to his strategies. Military advisor, do not speak thus. When Liyuan city falls, we shall see who among us is the true hero. Zhao Yun waved dismissively. Indeed, Brother Jinglu need not be so modest. The reduction of unnecessary casualties is paramount. For Qin, losing reputation is of little consequence. Wang Meng concurred. Brother and Uncle Bao are correct. Military advisor, there is no need for such concern. When our plans are fully realized, we shall rightfully eliminate that Gao Jie without hesitation, Qin Qiong added. However, the further strategy shall be devised by our Lord, and it rests entirely upon him. Count on me. Yang Feng replied, his confidence stemming from his knowledge of history, where Gao Jie ultimately betrayed Li Zicheng. Indeed, Li Zicheng himself lacked political insight and wisdom. The internal conflicts between Qin Sheng and Li Zicheng were glaringly evident. After the retreat, Yang Feng had observed everything from the city walls. The next day, Yang Feng ordered his entire army to march forth, challenging the city once more. Yang Feng rode out alone, calling loudly to the city above. "I am General Yang Feng. May I ask who among you is the Chuang Wang?" Li Zicheng leaned against the wall, declaring, "I am indeed the Chuang Wang. What do you have to say, you scoundrel Yang Feng? Do you wish to duel with me?" The distance was too great for clarity. He wondered if Hongji, Li Zicheng's courtesy name, would dare to meet him in battle. "You, a mere child. Fear nothing. What would I fear?" With that, Li Zicheng readied his weapon and steed to charge out of the city, but Gao Jie hurriedly interjected. "Chuang Wang, do not proceed. I perceive that Yang Feng is exceedingly treacherous. Allow me to confront this scoundrel and discern his intentions." Before Li Zicheng could respond, Wu Guang stepped forward, exclaiming, "How could you? Gao Jie, Yang Feng is the commander of the enemy forces. He invites the Chuang Wang for dialogue. Yet you wish to charge out and seize him. In times of war, we do not slay envoys. Are you seeking to invite scorn upon our Chun and Chu, or do you believe you can usurp the Chuang Wang's position?" Wu Guang's words struck deep, causing Gao Jie's face to flush with rage as he gripped his staff tightly. Wishing he could strike Wu Guang, Li Zicheng hastily positioned himself between them, stating, "What is this, false king? General Ling Wu is merely concerned for my safety. There is no need for your convoluted reasoning. Do not project your own inner filth onto others." Upon hearing this, Wu Guang was incensed, ready to retort, but Chen Sheng intervened, reminding them, "We face a significant enemy. Do you wish to provide Yang Feng with a spectacle?" Although Yang Feng had not previously distinguished himself with remarkable achievements in combat, his audacity to come forth implied that he possessed certain assurances. "From my perspective, there is no need for the King of the North to take such risks. I have already pledged to that little thief. If I fail to honor my word, would I not be betraying my integrity? My mind is resolute, and there is no need for King Qin to persuade me further." Li Zicheng, too, harbored indignation and showed no regard for Qin Sheng's dignity. Having spoken, he mounted his horse and departed the city. Witnessing this, Chen Sheng's fury ignited. his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. He mused silently that perhaps the days of peaceful coexistence had dulled their memory of his prowess. It was time to make this insolent youth pay dearly. As Li Zicheng and Chun Sheng engaged in their dispute atop the city walls, Yang Feng felt a tumult of apprehension within. With Li Zicheng's martial prowess rated at 98, exceeding his own by a margin of 10, and considering that the king's skills were unlikely to be inferior, even if they were not superior, that considerable gap could not be easily bridged. Moreover, in the annals of history, Li Zicheng was renowned for his combat capabilities. The king's swordsmanship was not merely for show. Previously, Zhao Yun, Wang Ming, and others had expressed skepticism, believing Yang Feng had no need to take such a risk. Yet, without venturing into the tiger's den, how could one hope to seize the tiger's cub if Yang Feng did not step forward? No one else could summon forth the mighty king of the north. As Yang Feng pondered, the side gate of Liang's city swung open, and Li Zicheng galloped out, swiftly approaching Yang Feng. "Halt, you little thief. I have come as promised. Have you prepared your last words?" Li Zicheng brandished the king's blade, pointing it directly at Yang Feng. In response, Yang Feng dismounted and clasped his hands in greeting. "I have heard much of the king's renown. Today, I find that meeting you surpasses mere tales." This unexpected demeanor left Li Zicheng momentarily taken aback, for this young man was not adhering to the script. He had sheathed his weapon, making any attempt to capture him rather futile. Could it be that he truly wished to converse? Li Zicheng's mind began to spiral into confusion. Observing this, Yang Feng felt a sense of calm settle over him. He feared a sudden attack. But now he sensed the possibility of negotiation. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Host has activated the skill The 6 Arts of a Gentleman. When competing in intelligence, if the host's intelligence exceeds that of the opponent, intelligence increases by 3, and the opponent's intelligence decreases by 1. If the host's intelligence is lower, it increases by 5, and the opponent's intelligence decreases by 2. Current host intelligence, 89. Li Zicheng's intelligence, 86. The host's intelligence now rises to 92, while Li Zicheng's drops to 85. With the skill activated, Yang Feng felt increasingly secure. "My dear brother, King of the North, you cannot escape my grasp," he thought to himself. Nevertheless, he continued speaking, "Before I mobilize my forces, I have heard that the King of the North cherishes his people as a father does his children, exhibiting the qualities of a great ruler. I was skeptical, but having met you today, I find your reputation holds true. Regrettably, our positions differ, and we cannot share a drink in camaraderie. You are indeed perceptive, yet alas, your father resides in Longyuan, so you cannot surrender to me. However, you have piqued my interest. I may grant you a complete corpse." Li Zicheng chuckled heartily. Flattery may be a double-edged sword, but it seems Li Zicheng is quite susceptible to it. Between us, there exists no enmity. I am merely following orders. As they say, heroes appreciate each other. Today, I sought merely to meet a hero like you. After this day, we shall meet again on the battlefield. Let life and death be disregarded. Very well, we shall meet again on the battlefield, where it will be a duel to the death. Yang. With that, Li Zicheng turned his horse to leave, but Yang Feng called out, "King of the North, please wait. What is it that you require?" "I have a small request. Speak freely. Regardless of who emerges victorious in this battle, let there be compassion for the common folk. Their suffering is our own." "Agreed. I shall honor that I have taken up arms against the injustices of the government, for I too see the plight of the people. Your words resonate well, young man. I hope you remember what you have said today." With that, Li Zicheng turned his horse and re-entered the city. Yang Feng shouted after him, "Do not forget our pact." Li Zicheng, ever the benevolent ruler, would not forget to provide relief to the people in times of hardship. Thus, Yang Feng was confident that his words would elicit a favorable response. "I have consented," Li Zicheng replied without looking back. Upon entering the city, as Li Zicheng dismounted, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang approached him with urgency. "King of the North, what did you discuss with that little thief?" "Nothing of consequence," Li Zicheng replied nonchalantly. "How can that be? You appeared to be in spirited conversation just moments ago," Wu Guang interjected suspiciously. "What was said that we cannot hear?" Li Zicheng contemplated for a moment, realizing that Yang Feng, despite his lengthy discourse, had ultimately conveyed little of substance, merely that he had heard of Li Zicheng and wished to meet him. "Is that all?" Wu Guang pressed. "I have said all there is to say," Li Zicheng concluded, brushing past them. "Humph, it seems he harbors secrets. Earlier, Yang Feng shouted not to forget our agreement. What exactly did Li Ziqing promise him? Wu Guang pondered incessantly. Chen Sheng also reflected deeply. Regardless of the circumstances, he dispatched men to keep a close watch on them. For 3 consecutive days, Yang Feng refrained from attacking the city to Li Ziqing. Troubled by the situation, mused, this cannot continue. Yang Feng has seized control of Tingyuan City, cutting off Zhang Chu's supply lines. Without provisions, we cannot sustain this siege. Thankfully, we defeated Wang Shiqiong. Otherwise, we would not have held out this long. This young man aims to exhaust me through starvation. I must take the initiative. With this resolve, Li Ziqing sought out Chen Sheng and Wu Guang to discuss offensive strategies. Report. Yang Feng has sent envoys into the city. Did they enter the residence of King Qin? No, they did not. What? Did they go to the false king's residence? Neither. Then where did they go? Have they come to my abode? The envoy did not arrive at the king of the north's residence. He proceeded to General Gao Jia's estate. What? This little thief must be plotting something underhanded. I cannot allow Ing Wu to be deceived. With that, Li Ziqing hastened to Gao Jia's residence. Meanwhile, at Gao Jia's estate, the envoy arrived and headed straight for Gao Jia's quarters. Gao Jia, somewhat perplexed, wondered why he was receiving a message from Yang Feng, with whom he was not well acquainted. The envoy explained that General Yang held great respect for General Gao. Gao Jia pondered this but dismissed it, reasoning that he would know the contents of the message upon reading it. Gao Jia opened the letter, finding the handwriting commendable, yet it bore the appearance of a draft, with numerous corrections and disjointed phrases throughout. Additionally, it mentioned the names of Li Ziqing, Chen Sheng, Wu Guang, and others. Although Gao Jia was not highly educated, he could not regard this letter with any esteem, especially from a supposed student of a great scholar. As Gao Jia scrutinized the letter, Li Ziqing arrived at Gao Jia's residence. Ing Wu, I hear that Yang Feng has sent you a letter. Have you opened it? Indeed, I was just examining it, Gao Jia replied. Holding up the letter, Li Ziqing smacked his thigh in exasperation. You fool! Why did you open it? Hand it over, so I may see. It is merely a letter. What is there to fuss about? Gao Jia said, extending the letter to Li Ziqing. Upon receiving the letter, Li Ziqing frowned. Ing Wu, why have you marked this letter? I did not. It arrived like this. That I remarked earlier that with his level of skill, he claims to be a student of a great scholar, Gao Jia replied. Nonchalantly, Li Ziqing examined the letter, then scrutinized Gao Jia. Filled with doubt, based on his knowledge of Yang Feng, he could not fathom how this clever fellow would make such a blunder. Just as he was about to question Gao Jia further, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang entered the estate. Ing Wu, I have heard that the little thief Yang Feng sent you a letter. May we all take a look? Chen Sheng inquired, as he and Wu Guang approached. Seeing both men arrive together, Li Ziqing realized that Yang Feng had orchestrated a trap. He had no choice but to hand the letter to Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng took the letter, scrutinizing it for a lengthy period. His brow furrowed in contemplation. After reading, he passed it to Wu Guang. General Ing Wu, do you know why this letter contains numerous corrections? Chen Sheng questioned. Gao Jia scratched his head. How would I know? It came this way. I find that hard to believe. Yang Feng is a top disciple of great scholars. It would be wise not to jest. Wu Guang remarked. I speak only the truth. Brother Hongji can vouch for me. Oh, King of the North, is what General Gao says true? Li Ziqing could only step forward. Having read the letter beforehand, I found it in such a state when I received it. However, I assure you on my honor that Ing Wu would never stoop to the disgrace of altering correspondence. This is merely the cunning scheme of the petty thief Yang Feng. While Chen Sheng had yet to speak, Wu Guang could no longer contain himself. So you say he is not that kind of person. And thus he is not. You all are in cahoots, mingling like snakes and rats. False king, what evidence do you possess? If you lack proof, know that I am not one to be easily swayed. As he spoke, Li Ziqing drew the treasured sword at his waist. Wu Guang was about to say something further when Chen Sheng gestured for silence. Since Hongji has vouched for you, we will certainly believe in Ing Wu. However, should such letters arise again, it is best to summon everyone at the first opportunity to examine them together. After saying this, Chen Sheng took Wu Guang back to their residence, while Li Ziqing left Gao Jia's manor, puzzled. Outside Liang City, within the grand tent, the generals were deliberating when a spy delivered a message to Yang Feng. Upon reading it, Yang Feng burst into laughter. Ah, military advisor, it appears our strategy has borne fruit. Wang Meng, having read the letter, also laughed heartily. "My lord, what a brilliant plan. Brother Jinglu, you flatter me. I have merely read a few more books than others." "Elder brother, Uncle Bao, the opportunity has arrived. We shall repay our grievances and grievances alike. It is time for reckoning." Jiang Ziya had awaited this day. Uncle Bao feels the same. Yang Feng nodded, then let Chun and Chu vanish. Emerging from Gao Jia's manor, Chun Sheng wore a grave expression, with Wu Guang following closely as he go. There must be something amiss with Gao Jia and Li Zicheng. This letter from Yang Feng undoubtedly indicates collusion with Li Zicheng. Otherwise, why would he have obscured those critical parts? Indeed, as a disciple of the greatest Confucian of our time, Yang Feng would never dispatch a defaced letter. Furthermore, the messenger had left the city long ago, indicating their fear of us detaining the messenger for interrogation. What you say is reasonable. This matter is surely intertwined with Li Zicheng. Gao Jia, being a brash man, would not have devised such a scheme. Gao Jia's straightforward nature suggests that after Li Zicheng arrived and saw the contents of the letter, fearing we brothers would discover the truth, he resorted to this underhanded tactic. Now, we race against time. We must return and secure the guards at the 4 gates. I shall go at once. Not just the 4 gate guards. We must ensure our people keep a close watch on Li Zicheng's men. Should there be any unusual movements, they are to be dealt with ruthlessly. After hearing Chun Sheng's words, Wu Guang wasted no time and headed straight for the military camp. Chun Sheng, still feeling uneasy, decided to gather both civil and military officers to first control Li Zicheng's forces. After departing Gao Jia's manor, Li Zicheng pondered that given Chun Sheng and Wu Guang's characters, they were likely already convinced of his collusion with Yang Feng, even beginning to undermine his authority and exploit his military power. Once stripped of his military command, he would indeed be at the mercy of others. No, he must take the initiative, although aware this was Yang Feng's ploy. He had to protect himself. By the time the messenger left Gao Jia's manor, the situation had spiraled beyond his control, unfolding step by step according to Yang Feng's orchestrated script. The king of disturbance made a decisive move, heading straight for the eastern camp to secure military power first. He also ordered for Gao Jia to be summoned to the eastern camp. At this moment, it was time to band together for warmth. When Li Zicheng arrived at the eastern camp, he found soldiers from both sides already at odds, many loyal to him having surrendered their weapons. Seeing this, Li Zicheng immediately rode forth, shouting, "Soldiers, I initially sought to align with these 2 gentlemen to restore peace to this land and ensure the people are well fed. However, Wu Guang is narrow-minded, and Chun Sheng is petty, unable to accommodate me. They wish to wrongfully accuse me of collusion. Do they wish for our demise? Shall we acquiesce?" Upon hearing Li Zicheng's rallying cry, the soldiers seized their weapons and shouted, "We do not acquiesce. We do not acquiesce." "Very well, then let us fight alongside me." At this moment, Wu Guang galloped forth, declaring, "Do not listen to this traitor Li Zicheng's claims of treachery. He has already betrayed our original intentions that he seeks to serve the court as a lackey, using the lives of our brethren as capital for his elevation to nobility. Such a vile heart is treacherous. Soldiers, do not allow yourselves to be manipulated. I have already ordered the 4 gates of the city to be tightly shut. Li Zicheng, you cannot escape. Vile traitor Wu Guang, you speak with such venom. Are you afraid to acknowledge your own deeds? I disdain to defend myself. Humph, I see you are merely a thief with a guilty conscience." Both sides of soldiers drew their weapons, preparing for a bloody clash. At that moment, a lone general emerged, donning a steel helmet, clad in chainmail, draped in a plain robe, wielding an iron staff, and riding a yellow-maned horse. Upon seeing this, Li Zicheng was overjoyed. "Ingwu, quickly, seize this official, and let us break through the city." Gao Jia, hearing Li Zicheng's command, charged towards Wu Guang. Wu Guang, well aware of Gao Jia's prowess, did not dare engage and turned his horse to flee, shouting to the surrounding soldiers, "Quickly, capture this scoundrel. Those who slay Li Zicheng shall be promoted 5 ranks and rewarded with 10,000 gold. Those who slay Gao Jia shall be promoted 3 ranks and awarded 1,000 gold." Under the lure of such generous rewards, the soldiers, with eyes aflame, surged towards Li Zicheng's forces. Yet, both Li and Gao were formidable warriors with strengths of 98 and 99. These mere soldiers could not hinder them. Although Wu Guang's subordinates lacked historical heroes, they did have some local warriors, yet they were no match for Gao Jia's might. Martial arts emphasize piercing a line with a spear, sweeping a multitude with a staff. Gao Jie plunged into the fray like a tiger among sheep, facing no adversaries. His iron staff brought death with each strike. Sensing the tide turning, Wu Guang dove into the crowd, but Gao Jie, in a blood frenzy, quickly pursued him. Gao Jie, fierce and swift, raised his iron staff to strike Wu Guang. Ha! Wu Guang, come meet your end. With eyes closed, Wu Guang lamented, Alas, my life is forfeit. Do not harm my brother. Chen Qiong, riding in, saw Gao Jie poised to slay Wu Guang, and swiftly drew a feathered arrow from his quiver, knocking it with precision, aiming straight for Gao Jie's face. Gao Jie altered his stance, deflecting the hidden arrow. Wu Guang, seizing the moment, dashed to Chen Qiong's side. Chen Qiong shouted, Li Zicheng, Gao Jie, do you intend to revolt? Li Zicheng rode closer to Gao Jie, responding, Am I the one plotting rebellion? Is it not you who cannot accommodate me? You conspired with Yang Feng, intending to betray us. Did you not agree in your correspondence on when to surrender the city, making us the pawns of your advancement? Wu Guang, you spout unfounded accusations. When have I ever colluded with Yang Feng? I have merely met that petty thief once. All of this is Yang Feng's scheme that do not fall for the trickery of a scoundrel, causing grief among kin and joy among foes. If you lay down your arms and surrender, I will believe your words to be true. Are you dreaming, Wu Guang? If I were to lay down my arms, all that awaits me is your slaughter. King of disturbance, I swear by my life, should you lay down your weapons, I, Chen Qiong, guarantee your safety. Safety? Do not jest. I am but a fish on the chopping block. You would have me wager my life on your credibility? I have never engaged in losing ventures. You have long been secretly undermining my power. How many of the brothers who descended with me remain? All have perished by your hand. What do you mean by perished by my hand? Each brave warrior is a hero of Zhongchu, who sacrificed their lives for us. I have kept their families in my thoughts. Such sweet words. Since my descent, have you not always pushed my brothers to the front lines while your men lurked behind to claim credit? Were it not for Zhou Zhang's desire for glory, Lu Zhoumin would have slain Du Mingfang long ago. Why wait for Lu Haidu's support only to meet death? I have always been clear in my rewards and punishments. There is no need for you to sow discord here. The rights and wrongs are clear to all. Then why waste breath? Chen Qiong, words are futile. Let us settle this with our blades. Seeing that there was no room for retreat, Chen and Li could only determine right from wrong with their swords. At that moment, a commotion erupted from outside the city, with loud shouts echoing. Brother Hongji, I, Yang Feng, have arrived as promised. Quickly present the heads of the traitors Chen Qiong and Wu Guang. I seek merit before our emperor. Outside the city, 30,000 troops shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, and those inside the city heard it all too clearly. Hearing this, Wu Guang pointed at Li Zicheng and shouted, You scoundrel, what more is there to say? You and Yang Feng conspired for mutual benefit, and just moments ago, you were here speaking so freely. How shameless can you be? Gao Jie leaned close to Li Zicheng and asked, Hongji, did you truly make an agreement with Yang Feng? Li Zicheng, with one hand pressed against his forehead, pondered the impossibility of surrendering to Jin Liang. Oh, you not know me, Ingwu? He exclaimed. What shall we do now? There is no alternative but to break through. The world is vast, and where there is no home, you and I can escape easily. The challenge lies in evading the clutches of Yang Feng. If I am not mistaken, Yang Feng will certainly dispatch Zhao Yun and Qin Qiong to hunt us down. Ingwu, it depends on you now. You must swiftly defeat Zhao Yun to come to my aid and vanquish Qin Qiong. If we achieve this, we shall have escaped to freedom today. Rest assured, that pretty boy is no match for me. I shall exchange injury for victory and swiftly overpower him. It should not prove difficult. As long as Hongji can endure for 30 rounds, I will certainly arrive to assist. Very well, my life is entrusted to you. Ingwu. After their discussion, they left 3,000 men to hold the rear, while the remaining 3,000 galloped towards the southern gate. Outside the city, Yang Feng's army was arrayed at the southern gate, and he shouted until his throat was dry. Turning to Wang Ming, he inquired, How did you know that Li Zicheng would break through from the southern city? Wang Ming stroked his beard, confident in his response that my lord, given your understanding of Li Zicheng, do you believe he would surrender? His character is resilient, fiery as the flames. Surrender is out of the question. Indeed, then where does he intend to break through? Do you interjected that in my estimation, Li Ziqing aims to return to Tai Mang Mountain, where he first established his home. The Tai Mang mountain range is rugged and difficult for large-scale operations, making it an ideal hiding place. Once Li Ziqing has recuperated, he could easily emerge from the mountains, either to march north or venture east towards Tsongshan. Yuan Kai nodded in agreement. Qiong then spoke. By this reasoning, should not Li Ziqing break through from the eastern gate? It is closer to Tai Mang Mountain. Wang Ming chuckled and shook his head. Uncle Bao, your reasoning is flawed. First, the eastern gate is indeed nearer, yet it is primarily flat land, where our cavalry excels in pursuit. They will surely not choose the eastern gate. The southern gate, though slightly farther, is surrounded by woods, ideal for concealment and unsuitable for cavalry pursuits. Secondly, while Li Ziqing is valiant in battle, he is overly confident. He believes the southern gate is a perfect escape route, while presuming we can only wait at the eastern gate, thinking himself superior. Moreover, we just shouted loudly at the eastern gate, and they must have heard it clearly, as it is quite close to their main camp. They will undoubtedly assume we are reinforcing them. And Chunsheng and Wu Guang would not reinforce the southern gate, but would instead concentrate their forces at the eastern gate. Yang Feng nodded in agreement, rallying everyone's spirits if Li Ziqing breaks through. We shall act according to the plan. Allow his forces to pass, while do you and I enter the city together to seize it. Zhao Yun and Qin Qiong, you two shall pursue Li Ziqing and ensure he meets his demise in the auspicious burial ground I have selected for him. Understood. Returning to the city, Gao Jie and Li Ziqing fought fiercely, their plain robes now stained with blood, as they finally reached the southern gate. Gao Jie climbed the walls and directly slew the guarding officials. Ing Wu, hurry, do not linger in battle. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang are in pursuit. Understood. I shall be there swiftly. Of the more than 3,000 they had brought, only a little over 1,000 remained. Meanwhile, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang had dealt with the 3,000 traitors left to hold the rear and had pursued them to the southern gate. That Wu Guang shouted, do not let the rebel Li Ziqing escape. Unexpectedly, the guarding officials had already been slain by Gao Jie, allowing Li Ziqing's forces to flee. Infuriated, Wu Guang struck his thigh. What now, Shigu? Chen Sheng fell into deep thought, hesitating whether to pursue or not. Just then, Yang Feng and Du had already led their troops to attack the city. Not good. Yang Feng, that rascal, is not at the eastern gate, but at the southern gate. Quickly, block the enemy forces. Let Li Ziqing go free. Chen Sheng, Wu Guang, surrender. Lay down your weapons. Those who yield shall not be harmed. Yang Feng charged into the city with his sword raised. Ding. Yang Feng activated the skill Shang Bing Dai Mao. Effect 1. When using strategies or ambushes, the opposing general's intelligence is reduced by 5. Effect 2. During battle, the commanding general's leadership increases by 5. Effect 3. During battle, suppress the opposing general, reducing their leadership by 5. Effect 4. During battle, morale for our side significantly increases, raising all troop strength by 1. Effect 5. During battle, morale for the opposing side significantly decreases, lowering all their troop strength by 1. Effects 2, 3, 4, and 5 were all activated. Yang Feng's leadership increased by 5, raising it to 90. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang's leadership decreased by 5, reducing Chen Sheng's to 85 and Wu Guang's to 77. The entire force of the Lonyuan army saw an increase in strength by 1. Chen Sheng's Zhangchu army's strength decreased by 1. With the buffs in place, the Lonyuan army charged like a tiger among sheep, and Yang Feng became a force to be reckoned with. This Sun Wu skill is truly effective. It feels like a cheat. With just a shift in power, the capabilities of the troops differ by 2 tiers. Moreover, the Lonyuan army has fought against the barbarians for years, becoming seasoned veterans, while Chen Sheng and Wu Guang's troops are of uneven quality. Victory is certain in this battle, Yang Feng thought, wielding his blade to carve a bloody path straight towards Chen Sheng and Wu Guang. Ding! Yang Feng activated the skill Jun Zi Lu Yi. Effect 1. When recruiting talent, if charm exceeds the opponent's intelligence, charm increases by 5, and the opponent's intelligence decreases by 1. If lower, charm increases by 3, and the opponent's intelligence decreases by 2. Effect 2. When showcasing charm, if charm exceeds the opponent's charm, charm increases by 5, and the opponent's charm decreases by 1. If lower, charm increases by 3, and the opponent's charm decreases by 2. Effect 3. In combat, if strength exceeds the opponent's strength, strength increases by 3, and the opponent's strength decreases by 1. If lower, strength increases by 5, and the opponent's strength decreases by 2. Effect 4. When commanding the entire army. If leadership exceeds the opponent's commander, leadership increases by 3, and the opponent's leadership decreases by 1. If lower, leadership increases by 5, and the opponent's leadership decreases by 2. Effect 5. In political contests, if politics exceeds the opponent's politics. Politics increases by 3, and the opponent's politics decreases by 1. If lower, politics increases by 5, and the opponent's politics decreases by 2. Effect 6. In intelligence contests, if intelligence exceeds the opponent's intelligence, intelligence increases by 3, and the opponent's intelligence decreases by 1. If lower, intelligence increases by 5, and the opponent's intelligence decreases by 2. Effects 3 and 4 were fully activated. Yang Feng's strength increased by 3, raising it to 91. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang's strength decreased by 1, reducing Chen Sheng's to 82 and Wu Guang's to 79. Yang Feng's leadership also surpassed that of Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, increasing by 3, raising his leadership to 93. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang's leadership decreased by 1, reducing Chen Sheng's to 84 and Wu Guang's to 76, with an 8-point strength disparity, although he would not be instantly defeated. It would not take 2 rounds before Wu Guang found himself at a disadvantage. If this is your level, then you may as well meet the king of hell, Yang Feng declared, launching a powerful downward strike aimed at Wu Guang's neck. To kill me? Boy, you still have a long way to go, Wu Guang retorted, raising his long knife in defense. Ding! Wu Guang activated the skill Dao Jiang. When wielding a long knife, he could trigger Dao Jiang, and upon successful activation, his strength increased by 2. Wu Guang's strength rose by 2, elevating it to 81. Ding! Wu Guang activated the skill Jiao Wang. As a pseudo-king leading the army, he gains additional courage and valor. This skill has 2 effects. Effect 1. Leading the army increases leadership by 2. Effect 2. In one-on-one combat, strength increases by 2. Both effects were activated, granting Wu Guang an increase of 2 in leadership and strength, raising his strength to 83 and leadership to 78, with an 8-point disparity in strength. While not immediately lethal, Wu Guang would find himself in dire straits within 2 rounds. If this is your level, then you may as well meet the king of hell, Yang Feng declared, launching a powerful downward strike aimed at Wu Guang's neck. Hearing the swift and fierce strike, Chen Sheng arrived, wielding a long spear to assist Wu Guang in fending off Yang Feng's attack. Upon realizing his strike had failed, Yang Feng retreated, pointing his blade at Chen Sheng. You, nameless ghost, shall not die by my hand without revealing your name. Speak your name, and I shall grant you a swift end. Chen Sheng gazed at the young man before him, letting out a cold snort. Little brat, many have sought to kill me, but alas, you are not worthy. Return home and drink your milk for a few more years, lest you become a wandering spirit. So you are Chen Sheng. Yang Feng sneered. You, old thief, are the first to insult me. Today, I shall give you a lesson. You, who are neither accomplished in literature nor martial arts, boast before me. Who have you ever defeated? There are many who wish to kill you. Your selfish actions have led to the deaths of thousands in Bailey, all because of you. You deceive the people, and your death is well-deserved. Yet you continue to spout nonsense. Let me tell you, you and Wu Guang, those worthless scoundrels, together are not enough to contend with me. Yang Feng pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Sheng, berating him, causing Chen Sheng to tremble with rage. You little rascal. How dare you insult me? The rebellion of the people of Bai Li is due to that foolish Lu Gong, who is incompetent and cruel, oppressing the loyal and good-hearted. That treacherous Qin Hui, a gluttonous and deceitful traitor, eliminating all competition. I, the king, have taken up arms and raised my flag. Thus, the world has gathered in response. The old thief speaks too much. Let me see if your weapon is as sharp as your tongue. Yang Feng said as he stepped forward with his blade in hand. Wu Guang, upon witnessing this, hurried to assist Chen Sheng. Shij, you and I shall join forces to confront this rogue. Ding! Chen Sheng and Wu Guang activate their combined skills of Shang Tongpa. This skill is exclusive to Chen Sheng and Wu Guang. Effect 1. When both are present, they each gain 3 in martial prowess against their foes. Effect 2. When both are present, they gain 3 in command, significantly enhancing the overall quality of their army. Effect 3. When both belong to the same faction, their personalities become capricious and arrogant, exhibiting hubris and pride. With all three effects activated, Chunsheng's martial prowess increases by 3. Raising it to 85, Wu Guang's martial prowess also increases by 3, bringing it to 84. Chunsheng's command increases by 3, raising it to 87. Wu Guang's command increases by 3, bringing it to 81. Thus enhancing the overall quality of the Zhangchu army. Chunsheng and Wu Guang possess a combined technique, which was anticipated. However, the third effect reveals the reason for the rebellion's failure. Hubris and arrogance are often the primary causes of many peasant uprisings' demise. Chunsheng still wields formidable weapon skills, and with his unique abilities, he is likely on par with Wu Guang. They must ensure not to falter. Yang Feng resolved to prolong the battle until Du could arrive as reinforcements. Ding! Chunsheng activates the skill Changjiang. When wielding a spear, he can trigger Changjiang, which successfully boosts his martial prowess by 2. Chunsheng's martial prowess thus rises to 87. Despite the 87 of Chunsheng and the 84 of Wu Guang facing off against Yang Feng's 91. The latter still finds himself at a disadvantage but cannot easily overcome the 2. As Chunsheng realizes they cannot best Yang Feng in tandem, sweat begins to bead on his forehead. He had not anticipated the young man's formidable skills. It seems he must resort to his ultimate technique. Ding! Chunsheng activates the skill Qi Zhizu. Historically, the calamities of rebellion do not originate from external forces, but from the common folk. When the Qin dynasty lost its stag, the world pursued it collectively. Dio nobles possessed the same lineage. This is Chunsheng's exclusive skill. Effect 1. When facing leaders of peasant uprisings, all 5 attributes increase by 2. While the opponent's 5 attributes decrease by 1. Against non-peasant uprising leaders, all 5 attributes increase by 1. Effect 2. When commanding a peasant uprising army, command increases by 2. Effect 3. In the face of danger, martial prowess increases by 2. With all 3 effects activated, Yang Feng, being a non-peasant uprising leader, leads to Chunsheng's 5 attributes increasing by 1, command rising by 2, and martial prowess increasing by 2. Chunsheng's 5 attributes now stand at command 90, martial prowess 90, intelligence 96, politics 95, and charisma 97. With his martial prowess at 90, Chunsheng is now capable of contending with Yang Feng, and alongside Wu Guang. They steadily suppress him. In less than 20 exchanges, Yang Feng is drenched in sweat, realizing he has underestimated the situation. However, retreat is no longer an option. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail that he must strengthen himself further. Yang Feng's long blade glimmers like a full moon, illuminating the battlefield and enveloping his entire being with impenetrable defense, leaving Chunsheng and Wu Guang momentarily at a loss, immersed in his swordsmanship. Yang Feng recalls the techniques taught by his master, Kong Qiao. The master once said that no martial art is fixed, yet people often confine their techniques to rigid patterns. While such patterns are important, they can also be limiting, restricting one to dance within a drawn circle, unaware of the vast world beyond. Only by breaking free can one grasp the true essence of martial arts. As the saying goes, no style surpasses having no style. That which suits oneself best is the finest. Yang Feng continuously simplifies his swordplay, transforming his once favored patterns into their most concise forms. For the battlefield is the best place for a warrior to hone their skills. Ding! Yang Feng comprehends the true essence of swordplay, increasing his martial prowess by 1, raising it to 92. Yang Feng's blade clashes against Chunsheng's spear with a resounding roar, causing both steeds to stagger back several steps. Yang Feng crosses his blade before him, closing his eyes to feel everything the blade conveys. Chunsheng and Wu Guang are momentarily bewildered. In this life-and-death moment on the battlefield, he dares to shut his eyes. What is he attempting? Shich, what does he mean to do? Wu Guang inquires, puzzled. Chunsheng observes Yang Feng's demeanor, shakes his head, and dismisses it. Ignore his theatrics. Let us focus on eliminating him. With mutual understanding, they both draw their most skilled techniques. Just then, they hear a commotion behind them. The rebel forces have been completely annihilated, and surrender is their only option. Turning around, Chunsheng and Wu Guang see Du personally leading his army to shatter the Zhangchu forces. With all who resisted meeting their end, while countless others surrendered, just as Du proclaimed, within the city, only Chunsheng and Wu Guang remain armed. They exchange glances, knowing full well that survival is no longer an option. Yet, Surrender is equally inconceivable. The uprising in Bailey shone like a meteor, but today marks its descent to earth. After a brief moment of shock, their eyes reflect a resolute determination, even if they perish today. They shall unleash their most defiant roar. Shij, let us use that technique. Agreed, Shudi, Wu Guang's courtesy name. Though we cannot live together, we shall die together. Having trained together since youth, they are as close as brothers. They now ignite their inner strength, unleashing their strongest strike. Young Feng, today you may have won, but we brothers have not lost. The road to the underworld is too solitary. Accompany us on our journey. Chen Sheng bellows that moment. Yang Feng opens his eyes to behold Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, their bodies ablaze with their expended inner strength, blood pouring forth in torrents. Yang Feng smiles faintly. I thank you both for allowing me to attain enlightenment. Today I shall use my strongest strike to bring you down. Both sides cease their words, awaiting the moment to reach their peak. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang exchange an understanding glance. Kill. Their blood-red inner strength merges, forming a crimson lion that lunges wildly at Yang Feng. He perceives the danger and wishes to assist. But his meager martial prowess is insufficient for such high-stakes combat. He silently fears, could the sovereign I just pledged my loyalty to meet his untimely end? Yang Feng channels all his inner strength into a Qiong, which surges toward Chen Sheng and Wu Guang. Qiong breaks, a gift for you both. May your journey in the underworld be smooth. Yang Feng whispers softly. The Qiong effortlessly rends the body of the blood lion. And Chen Sheng feels his life slipping away. He closes his eyes in resignation, yet instead of the anticipated pain, he opens them to find Wu Guang shielding him. Wu Guang slowly turns, his visage obscured by the blood that stains him. Yet he manages a smile. Shij, I take my leave now. Carry our dreams forward. No sooner had he spoken than Wu Guang falls heavily to the ground, tears blurring Chen Sheng's vision as his heart sinks into a profound silence. Ding! Chen Sheng's passive strong luck, evolvable, triggers. Those destined to become kings or nobles often accompany immense fortune. Strong luck is the first step. Effect 1. Enhances personal luck, and in peril, a hero may come to the rescue. Only 3 chances. Currently 2 used. Effect 2. Morale of the lead army increases. Effect 3. Agricultural, commercial, water conservation, and construction development speed in governed cities increases. Effect 1 triggers. Wu Guang rescues Chen Sheng, and all uses of Effect 1 are now complete. With Chen Sheng benefiting from strong luck, it is likely that Li Ziqing possesses a similar fortune. Yang Feng muses that he must conclude matters here swiftly to assist Uncle Zilong in his endeavors. Chen Sheng, I offer you one last chance. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Yang Feng warns for the final time. Yet Chen Sheng seems deaf to his words, cradling Wu Guang's lifeless body in silence. Yang Feng's patience has run its course. He spurs his horse and raises his blade to end Chen Sheng's life. This moment, Chen Sheng gazes up at Yang Feng. How can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? Yang Feng, you shall never understand me. To vanquish tyranny and eradicate the Jin Liang, do nobles possess the same lineage? Chen Sheng declares loudly. Nearby, the surrendered Jiangchu soldiers watch their former king, tears streaming down their faces. Some already weeping profusely, recalling the spirited Chen Wang who once led them in rebellion. Yang Feng harbors a deep respect for Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, the progenitors of the peasant uprising. They are worthy of admiration. Yet, Yang Feng has more pressing matters to attend to. Their aspirations will be realized in the future. He approaches Chen Sheng. Chen Wang, may your journey be smooth. With that, he beheads Chen Sheng with a swift stroke. Ding! The host has slain the king of Jiangchu, Chen Sheng, vanquishing the Jiangchu forces, and strong luck evolves into the Chosen One. The Chosen One, evolvable 05 throughout history. Emperors are always one in a million. The Chosen One is invariably extraordinary, destined by fate. Effect 1. Enhancing personal fortune. One shall be blessed by the heavens in times of peril, to be utilized once per year, currently unused. Effect 2. The morale of the commanded army is significantly elevated. Effect 3. The agricultural, commercial, hydraulic, and architectural development of the governed city experiences a remarkable acceleration. Effect 4. The loyalty of both civil and military subordinates is profoundly heightened. Brother Tongzi, what does this 05 mean? Is it necessary to defeat the 5 factions? Ding! The host's intelligence has been augmented. Now you even know how to buzz in with answers. Damn, rather than claiming my intelligence has improved, why not enhance my attributes for real? Ding, it is still not dark, yet the host has begun to dream. Yang Feng was truly rendered speechless. This system is undoubtedly a real-life version, constantly venting frustrations to his buddies, which is utterly unbearable. Forget it. I cannot waste time here any longer. I must hasten to assist Zilong and Shu Bao to you. Obey my command. The subordinate is at your service. I hereby order you to lead 5,000 troops to firmly defend Liang City and organize the captives. Ensuring they regain their combat readiness as swiftly as possible, the subordinate shall exert every effort. Having arranged matters within the city, Yang Feng immediately gathered the remaining troops and hastened outside to support Zhao Yun. Speaking of which, at the moment when Li Zicheng broke through, he had just charged out of the city and, upon seeing Yang Feng's 30,000 troops stationed at the south gate, felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed he had just escaped the tiger's den, only to stumble into the wolf's lair. That he had anticipated a fierce battle, yet unexpectedly, Yang Feng's army granted him a path. Li Zicheng could not help but ponder why Yang Feng allowed them to pass. Could it be that he truly empathized with me? That is impossible. Yang Feng is certainly not that kind of person. But then, why? Could it be that Gao Jia has truly defected to Yang Feng? This was the only explanation. Once suspicion crept into his mind, everything that had transpired before was reevaluated. Why did Yang Feng send a messenger to Gao Jia? Why did Yang Feng's letters contain smudges? How did Yang Feng know I broke through the south gate? And why did he allow us to pass unscathed? Suspicion consumed Li Zicheng, and the more he thought, the more convinced he became that Gao Jia had betrayed them. His gaze towards Gao Jia shifted noticeably, though Gao Jia remained oblivious. Hong Ji, do you think this Yang Feng fellow is lacking in wits? He not only refrained from obstructing us, but even cleared a path. Gao Jia exclaimed cheerfully to Li Zicheng. Li Zicheng's expression grew solemn as he fixed his gaze on Gao Jia, but after a moment, he realized that the priority now was to escape. Once they reached Tama Mountain, that would be their territory. Only then could they discern whether Gao Jia had truly betrayed them, which would be much easier. With this thought, Li Zicheng turned to Gao Jia and said, "Regardless, we should hasten our escape. Once we enter the woods ahead, even if Yang Feng wishes to pursue, he will not be able to catch us." They spoke. Li Zicheng and Gao Jia led the remaining 1,000+ troops into the woods. Li Zicheng's heart felt a sense of relief. They had essentially escaped from death. After all, cavalry could not pursue within the woods, and infantry would be too late to catch up. Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, he suddenly detected a peculiar scent upon entering the woods. "Ingwu, do you smell something unusual?" "Yes, it resembles the scent of kerosene." "Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. Retreat immediately. Everyone, backtrack quickly." Li Zicheng realized why Yang Feng had let him go. This forest was laced with kerosene, designed to burn him alive. As chaos erupted within Li Zicheng's ranks, Qiong had already seized the opportunity, commanding all soldiers to unleash fire arrows into the forest. Although Zhao Yun's forces were a step behind, they still shot a multitude of fire arrows, and in an instant, flames soared into the sky, transforming the entire forest into a sea of fire. Alas, the raging inferno brings calamity to the heavens. Zhao Yun lamented, gazing at the blazing flames. Qiong approached, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Yun. This strategy of igniting the fire is to swiftly conclude the war. The rebellion in Bailey has already displaced countless civilians, and our goal is to end the conflict as soon as possible, restoring peace to the people. Of course, I understand. Rest assured, Brother Shu Bao, I will not show mercy, Zhao Yun replied. The fierce flames illuminated the sky, casting a red hue over the mountains, while the cries of agony echoed throughout the forest. Li Zicheng and Gao Jia, relying on their profound internal strength and not venturing deep into the woods, managed to narrowly escape. However, their bodies were charred black, their hair and eyebrows completely burned away, leaving only a few strands of hair clinging on for dear life. Li Zicheng glanced back at the raging fire and the soldiers perishing within the inferno, tears streaming down his face. "Yang Feng, your flood and fire bring misfortune to the heavens. You shall not die a good death. Are you still concerned for my General Yang? Perhaps you should focus on your own self-preservation." Li Zicheng, how many lives have you taken? How many families have been torn apart, homes destroyed? You are the one who deserves to descend into hell, Qiong retorted, the tip of his spear pointing accusingly. Though I, Li Ziqing, may not be a hero, I will never be a butcher like Yang Feng, a lackey of the court. Wherever I go, I ensure the people are fed. I cannot claim to love them as my own children, but I do strive for their welfare. Equal land distribution and tax exemption are the aspirations of the people. Qiong and Zhao Yun exchanged glances, acknowledging that indeed, since joining Zhangchu, Li Ziqing had proposed equal land distribution and tax exemption, which had provided some respite to the war-torn populace, fulfilling their urgent need for land and addressing the pressing production issues. However, this was not favorable for the powerful families, which explained why, despite Zhangchu's apparent invincibility in Bailey, he was still lacking in resources and provisions he could only seize from the wealthy families. Yet he could not eradicate them entirely like Zhang Jiao, who sought to restore clarity to the world. Whereas Li, Chun, and Wu genuinely aspired to seize control of the realm. Li Ziqing, spare me your flowery words and attempts to sway the hearts of the people. I am well aware of your convoluted schemes. I only know to obey orders that I ask for right and wrong. That is for future generations to judge. Indeed, as Zilong rightly said, let us see the truth in action. Allow me to witness whether your blade is as sharp as your tongue. With that, Qiong spurred his horse forward, charging directly at Li Ziqing. Gao Jie shouted angrily, "You scoundrel, do not harm my master." "Gao Jie, your opponent is me," Zhao Yun declared, blocking Gao Jie's path. "A defeated foe dares to speak of courage." Gao Jie scoffed. "Words are futile. Let us engage," Zhao Yun retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. Seeking death, Gao Jie struck with a fiery blow aimed directly at Zhao Yun's face. Zhao Yun, riding swiftly, thrust his spear toward Gao Jie's heart. The two weapons clashed, sparks flying in all directions. Ding! Zhao Yun's base martial power is 103, equipped with the Longden Bright Silver Spear, granting a 1 to martial power, and mounted on the Zhiyue Jade Lion, also granting a 1. His current martial power is 105. Ding! Zhao Yun activated the King of Spears skill, increasing martial power by 4. His current martial power is now 109. Zhao Yun unleashed his full strength, while Gao Jie refused to be outdone. Ding! Gao Jie's base martial power is 99. He activated the Staff Master skill, increasing martial power by 3. His current martial power is 102. Ding! Gao Jie activated the Fury of War skill, gaining a martial power boost of 36. But losing -40 intelligence. Gao Jie, through his Fury of War, currently has a martial power of 108 and an intelligence of 32. At this moment, Zhao Yun felt liberated to engage Gao Jie fully, deploying his ultimate technique. The 100 birds returned to the Phoenix Spear. Gao Jie, feeling the pressure mount, countered with his Grand Knight Demon Staff technique, maximizing his strength advantage. In the blink of an eye, the two warriors exchanged blows in a fierce duel. Having already endured 30 exchanges, Zhao Yun observed closely, noting that Qiong had also engaged in battle with Li Ziqing. Ding! Qiong's base martial power is 96, equipped with the Tiger Head Gold Inlaid Spear, granting 1. And mounted on the yellow steed Bone-Penetrating Dragon, granting 1. His current martial power is 98. Ding! Li Ziqing's base martial power is 98. Mounted on the Golden Top Diking, granting 1. His current martial power is 99. Ding! Li Ziqing activated the Blade Master skill, increasing martial power by 3. His current martial power is now 102. Li Ziqing wielded the Chuanwang blade, employing his self-created Chuanwang blade technique, which emphasized ferocity, speed, agility, and precision, devoid of any superfluous flourishes. Initially, Qiong struggled to adapt, having never encountered such a technique devoid of any routine. Yet, it proved exceedingly effective, and gradually, Qiong found himself at a disadvantage. I cannot allow Li Ziqing to seize the rhythm. That would be too detrimental for me. I must unleash my ultimate skill, Qiong thought to himself. Ding! Qiong activated the Spear Master skill, increasing martial power by 3. His current martial power is now 101. Ding! Qiong activated his exclusive skill Guardian of the Gate, Effect 1, in single combat or group battles. This skill ignites his fighting spirit, increasing martial power by 3 each time it is activated, up to 4 times. Effect 2. During a one-on-one duel or a group battle, randomly seal 1 skill of each opponent. Effect 3. The Guardian God wards off evil, rendering all skill suppression effects ineffective. Effect 4. When the Lord encounters danger, strength increases by 5. Upon consecutively triggering Effect 1 and Effect 3, Qiong's strength rises by 6. Bringing his current strength to 107. Li Ziqing's knife master skill is sealed, restoring his strength to 99. In an instant, the tide turns. Qiong's successive outbursts elevate his strength to 107, while simultaneously sealing Li Ziqing's knife master skill. What was once a 3-point deficit transforms into an 8-point suppression against Li Ziqing. Qiong unleashes a strike. Azure Dragon emerges from the sea, which Li Ziqing narrowly evades, yet the glint of Qiong's spear grazes Li Ziqing's cheek. Li Ziqing touches the blood on his face, the crimson stain contrasting starkly against his dark complexion. It has been a long time since he sustained an injury, since claiming dominion over the mountains. He has fought countless battles, and this sensation of being wounded is one he has not experienced in ages. Qiong, is it? I shall remember you. Is that so? Remembering me as well, when you reach the underworld. Do inform Yama who was responsible for your demise. Qiong replies coolly, you sharp-tongued brat. Li Ziqing gathers his inner strength, preparing to unleash his full might. Ding! Li Ziqing activates his exclusive skill Chuang Wang. Embodying valor and strategy, commanding with authority, leading an army that dares not look up in defiance, and thus achieving victory, excelling among thieves. Effect 1. In a duel or group battle, he ignites his inner courage. Increasing strength by 4 each time, activatable twice. Effect 2. In a duel, suppresses the opponent's strength by 3. Effect 3. When commanding troops, significantly accelerates training speed. Effect 4. When governing, his subordinates are prone to corruption. After consecutively triggering Effect 1 and Effect 2, Li Ziqing's strength rises by 8, currently matching Qiong's strength at 107. He suppresses Qiong's strength, reducing it by 3. However, due to Qiong's Guardian God skill rendering all suppression skills ineffective, his strength remains unchanged. After Li Ziqing's strength also rises to 107, both warriors find themselves at an equal level. After 30 rounds, neither side gains the upper hand. Qiong grows anxious. He must capture Li Ziqing before reinforcements arrive. His fighting spirit surges. Ding! Qiong's fighting spirit escalates. After triggering the Guardian God Effect 1 twice, his strength increases by 6, bringing it to 113. With this renewed strength, Li Ziqing finds himself increasingly at a disadvantage. Struggling under the weight of a 6-point suppression, Gao Jie, engaged in battle with Zhao Yun, keeps a watchful eye on Li Ziqing. Observing Li Ziqing's faltering position, Gao Jie executes a sweeping strike, breaking Zhao Yun's dragon's Feng spear, and charges directly at Qiong with a powerful blow aimed at his head. Do not harm my lord. Ding! Gao Jie activates his skill critical hit. Instantly, his strength increases by 5, returning to normal after 1 round. Gao Jie's strength now stands at 113. Boom! Qiong deflects with his spear, but Gao Jie, leveraging the momentum of his horse, sends Qiong tumbling. Blood spills from Qiong's mouth, although Gao Jie and Qiong possess equal strength. Gao Jie capitalizes on the surprise attack, wounding Qiong. Zhao Yun, witnessing Qiong's injury, feels a pang of guilt. After all, it was his failure to intercept Gao Jie that led to Qiong's harm. Anger ignites within Zhao Yun. Gao Jie, there is a path to heaven that you refuse to tread, yet you dare to barge into hell. This day next year will mark your funeral. Prepare to pay with your life. Ding! Gao Jie's critical hit skill concludes, reducing his strength to 108. Ding! Zhao Yun activates his exclusive skill Dragon's Gallbladder. Effect 1. In a duel or group battle, Zhao Yun's courage surges, igniting his fighting spirit, increasing strength by 5 each time, activatable 4 times. Effect 2. Opponents are pressured by Zhao Yun's valor, suppressing their strength by 38 points. Effect 3. When commanding cavalry, his leadership increases by 3. And the entire army's strength increases by 1. Effect 4. A paragon of bravery, rendering all suppression effects ineffective and reflecting half back to the opponent. Effect 5. When the lord is in danger, strength increases by 5. Zhao Yun triggers Effect 1 twice, increasing his strength by 10, currently standing at 119. Effect 2 activates, reducing Gao Jie's strength by 1, making it 107. With a flourish, Zhao Yun executes 100 birds flying towards the phoenix. Unleashing a flurry of spear shadows, Gao Jie, caught unawares, is struck multiple times, his iron armor shattering under the onslaught, blood saturating his body. From a distance, he resembles a blood-soaked gourd. Gao Jia wipes the blood from his body, savoring the taste on his tongue. The taste of blood is always exquisite, yet the blood of my enemies is even more delightful. Are you prepared to meet your end, Zhao Yun? Ding! Gao Jia activates his skill blood path. Sustaining light wounds grants him 3 strength, heavy wounds yield 4, and in a near-death state, he gains 5. Currently, Gao Jia is in a heavy injury state, adding 7 to his strength, totaling 114. Gao Jia advances, sweeping his staff toward Zhao Yun, who does not yield. In retaliation, Zhao Yun thrusts Phoenix points its head directly at Gao Jia. The two collide. Gao Jia, with greater strength, pushes Zhao Yun back, yet Zhao Yun, possessing superior strength, also retreats. Discontented, Zhao Yun strikes again with Azure Dragon emerges from the sea, aiming for Gao Jia's head. Gao Jia, unable to evade, suffers a piercing wound to his shoulder. The two continue their fierce battle. It is evident that Gao Jia is outmatched. After 30 rounds, Gao Jia has been struck by 20 to 30 spear thrusts yet refuses to retreat, instead growing more exhilarated. Ding! Gao Jia, in a near-death state, gains 5 strength, reaching 119 now equal to Zhao Yun's strength. Gao Yun grasps that he must not hold back. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes his dragon's gallbladder spear, summoning a vividly lifelike phoenix that soars into the air. Just as Zhao Yun prepares to unleash his full might, Qiong arrives by his side, halting him. Zhao Yun, puzzled, asks, "Uncle Bao, what is your intent?" Qiong bows, addressing General Zilong. "You are capable of capturing General Wang Yanzhong. You can easily defeat Gao Jia. However, I wish to personally vanquish him. Please, General Zilong, lend me your support." "Very well. Though the path of a warrior leads to death, if danger arises, I shall intervene. Do not take offense." "Uncle Bao," Zhao Yun replies with a bow. "I understand your good intentions, General Zilong. Enough of your prattling. Come and meet your demise. That is the way." Gao Jia taunts. Qiong charges forth, directly confronting Gao Jia, whose strength stands at 119 at this moment. Qiong possesses only 113 strength, a 6-point disparity. However, this time, Qiong forsakes his tiger-headed golden spear in favor of his ancestral gilded copper mace on the battlefield. Every inch matters. By relinquishing the advantage of reach, he chooses the perilous dual maces, indicating his resolve to fight to the death. Ding! Qiong awakens his exclusive skill divine fist protector, dual mace general, galloping across the Yellow River. My maces dominate the heavens across 3 provinces and 6 states, akin to the legendary Suzhan. Effect 1. Using dual maces or fighting barehanded increases strength by 5. Effect 2. With dual maces or barehanded combat, every 10 rounds, strength increases by 1, maximum of 5 triggers. Effect 3. When injured in battle using dual maces or barehanded, strength increases by 1, maximum of 3 triggers, after which he immediately enters a weakened state. Reducing strength by 30. Qiong triggers effect 1, increasing his strength by 5, now totaling 118. This time, Qiong's resolve to fight to the death not only awakens his exclusive skill, but also nearly matches Gao Jia's strength. As the rounds progress, victory increasingly favors Qiong. After 30 rounds, his strength rises by another 3 points, reaching 121. Though the increase seems modest, the gap feels insurmountable. Gao Jia begins to falter, the wounds he bears affecting his every movement. Suddenly, a surge of warmth floods his dantian. Ding! Zhao Yun exits combat, lifting the suppression, restoring Gao Jia's strength by 1 point, bringing it to 120, with both warriors now at a similar strength level. They engage in another 20 rounds. Qiong's strength peaks at 123. He delivers a devastating blow, meteor chasing the moon, striking Gao Jia in the chest, causing him to spit blood. Qiong withdraws his mace and proclaims loudly, "Gao Jia, I grant you one final opportunity. Surrender is your sole escape." "Pa, there is only a death in battle for Gao Jia, no surrender for Gao Yingguo. Then allow me to escort you on your journey." With that, the two clash once more. Gao Jia channels his remaining inner strength into a single blow aimed at Qiong's heart. Ding! Gao Jia activates critical hit. Instantly, his strength surges by 5, reverting to its normal state after 1 round. Gao Jia's strength now stands at 125. Despite gathering all his strength, Qiong was unable to withstand the force of a single strike from Gao Jia. The internal energy reverberated through him, causing his tiger's mouth to crack and shattering his chest armor, while blood spilled from his mouth to eye in the midst of battle. When using dual maces or fighting unarmed, if injured, Qiong's combat power increases by 1. Currently standing at 124, after sustaining injuries, Qiong fled on horseback, but Jiang Ziya, blinded by rage, would not allow him to escape. In his panic, Qiong chose the wrong path, running in the opposite direction of Zhao Yun, who was unable to offer assistance in time. Jiang Ziya felt a surge of glee. Although he was on the brink of death, he could still take down someone with him. He urged his horse to chase after Qiong. Closing in rapidly, Qiong, today is your day of reckoning. With that, Jiang Ziya raised his staff to strike, but Qiong turned to gauge the distance between them. Finally, seizing the opportunity, he hurled his right-hand mace. The skill mace toss awakened within him, allowing him to catch the enemy off guard with a thrown weapon, boosting his combat power by 6, bringing it to 130. Qiong's mace struck true, slaying Jiang Ziya. Witnessing this, Li Zicheng's blood boiled with rage that I will have you dead. He charged at Qiong with his blade. At this moment, Qiong could not afford to engage Li Zicheng, already severely wounded. The debuff from using his skill was taking its toll. That confront Li Zicheng now would be tantamount to courting death. Zilong, save me. Zhao Yun galloped between Li Zicheng and Qiong. Shu Bao, tend to your wounds first. I'll handle Li Zicheng. Qiong, having triumphed over Jiang Ziya, gaining an advantage despite the odds, saw his combat power increase by 1. His attributes now stood at Command 99, 94, Combat 97, Intelligence 88, 85, Politics 83, 77, and Charisma 93, 90. However, the backlash from his skill left him grievously injured, reducing his combat power by 30. Now at 67, Qiong raced away, eager to escape the battlefield and avoid further disaster. Feng, witnessing the unfolding events, observed the explosive skills and discerned the battle's trajectory. Initially skeptical of Qiong's capability against Jiang Ziya, he was astonished to see him unleash a hidden skill. Turning the tide, Qiong is formidable. To win under such circumstances and possess a hidden skill speaks volumes of his potential. With proper training, he could become an independent force that I must arrange for him to face more generals. Yet, he realized this was not the time for idle thoughts. He needed to hurry and prevent Zhao Yun from claiming another kill, lest they lose a potential evolution to a talent that was hard to come by. With that in mind, Feng spurred his horse forward. After just 3 exchanges, Li Zicheng found himself thoroughly suppressed by Zhao Yun, reduced to mere defense with no power to retaliate, aware that his end was near. Li Zicheng abandoned all pretense of defense, choosing instead to fight to the death. However, the disparity in their combat prowess was insurmountable. Even with all his might, he could inflict no harm. Zhao Yun, with impeccable defense, seized an opening and thrust his spear into Li Zicheng's right arm. With a pained cry, Li Zicheng dropped his blade. Zhao Yun pointed his spear at him, declaring, "If you do not surrender now, when will you? Do you think I, Li Zicheng, would ever yield? From the moment I claimed my territory, surrender was never an option. Come, grant me a swift end. Dying by your hand would not be unjust." Li Zicheng closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. Just as Zhao Yun prepared to deliver a merciful end, Feng arrived, shouting, "Eldest brother, spare him." Hearing Feng's call, Zhao Yun retracted his spear and turned to him. "Second brother, how fares the situation within the city?" "The city is secure. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang have been dealt with. Do not worry, eldest brother." Feng then turned his gaze back to Li Zicheng, who was now a shadow of his former self, his armor in tatters, his face smeared with blood, a picture of despair. "Hongji, I did not expect our reunion to be under such circumstances. Do you not even wish to look at your younger brother one last time? What good would that do? What is the point of looking? A defeated general has nothing left to say." "Hongji, that sentiment is somewhat lacking. That I understand your feelings. I have come only to escort you on your final journey." Upon hearing Feng's words, Li Zicheng slowly opened his eyes to meet Feng's gaze. "Our second meeting has taken on this grim scene. Indeed, I vividly recall our first encounter. Back then, you were full of vigor. Who would have imagined this day would come? If you wish to mock me, do so. You have won this time. Grant me a swift death. I am aware of your sentiments, Hongji, but for me, capturing the enemy and presenting them to the emperor is the best course of action. To you, The dead Li Zicheng and the living Li Zicheng are the same. Why not grant me this mercy? Li Zicheng, now devoid of any power to resist, found his life resting solely in Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng nodded. Indeed, during their first meeting, he had spoken truthfully. He had long admired Li Zicheng's reputation. Thus, I will respect your wishes and personally see you off. Li Zicheng closed his eyes. Thank you. Yang Feng drew his sword, approached Li Zicheng, and said, Farewell, brother. May your journey be smooth. With that, Yang Feng delivered a swift strike, ending Li Zicheng's life. As he sheathed his sword, Yang Feng reflected on his admiration for Li Zicheng, despite his later failings. The harsh reality was that this once great figure had fallen before he could truly shine in this world. It struck Yang Feng that individual strength was but a fragment of what was needed. One needed allies as well. Fortunately, he had summoned talents such as Wang Ming, Qiong, and Du Yu. In contrast, on Li Zicheng's side, there was only Gao Jia, lacking any astute strategists, which ultimately led to their downfall. Their pride and recklessness were their common flaws. Of course, Yang Feng's subsequent strategies were equally remarkable. After all, it was Jia Su's counsel to Cao Cao to sow discord between Ma Chao and Han Sui. Yang Feng could only say, I am not plagiarizing. I am merely a conveyor of history. The romance of the Three Kingdoms does not deceive me. Yang Feng instructed Zhao Yun to scour the battlefield and assess casualties. While he returned to the city first, upon arriving at the government office in Liang, he found Wang Ming and Du Yu methodically issuing commands, stabilizing the populace and eradicating remaining forces. Truly, Wang Ming is impressive. Every command is precise and effective, swiftly restoring order to Liang. Ding statistics for the Liang City annihilation battle did not meet the criteria for large-scale battle rewards. Casualties, 6, 945. Enemy forces annihilated and captured, 20. 000. Total difference, 13, 055. Host gains 130 reputation points. Current reputation points, 1, 083. Ding host has perfected Wang Ming's strategy, successfully defeating Qin Sheng and Li Zicheng's forces. Intelligence increased by 1. Current attributes, Command 85, Combat 89. Intelligence 90, Politics 82, Charisma 93. Not bad. My intelligence has reached 90, drawing closer to 100. It seems I must continue to transport the treasures of history. Yang Feng mused. 3 days later, at the Liang government office. Yang Feng called everyone together to discuss their next steps. I have gathered you all here to deliberate on our future course of action. After Yang Feng spoke, the generals exchanged glances, and no one volunteered to speak. Reluctantly, Yang Feng began naming them. Since no one wishes to speak, I will call upon you, General Shu Bao. Qiong stood up. Since the Lord has asked, I shall speak first. In my opinion, we should reorganize the surrendered troops and march eastward from Tingyuan City to completely eradicate the rebel forces. General Shu Bao makes a valid point. Many of us share this sentiment. Several voices echoed in agreement. Yang Feng observed Wang Ming and Du Yu shaking their heads, prompting him to reflect. Very well. Let us conclude today's meeting here. Wang Ming, Du Yu, Qiong, and Zhao Yun, please remain. The rest may return as the others departed. Yang Feng led the four into the courtyard, brewed some tea, and distributed it among them. Sipping his tea, he remarked, Military advisor. Brother Yuan Kai, it seems you have differing opinions on General Shu Bao's earlier comments. Please, General Wang, go ahead, Wang Ming urged. Very well, I shall begin. Military advisor, please add your insights afterward. My lord, your position is that of a deputy general. While the provincial governor Wang Shichong and the prefect Du Jianda hold the highest ranks on the northern Liang battlefield at that time, we were ordered to support Wang Shichong, yet instead of doing so, we chose to assault Tingyuan and Wanguang cities. Ultimately, Wang Shichong and Du Jianda fell victim to a trap and were defeated by Li Zicheng. Although our army has triumphed over Li Zicheng and Qin the lack of support remains a stark reality. Currently, the significant achievements have been secured by our forces, and the remaining spoils are merely embellishments. It would be more judicious to bestow them upon Wang and Do, as this would be a timely boon for them. Such an act would also mitigate the risk of Wang and Do spreading malicious rumors or casting blame for their failures onto the Lord. Du Yu spoke eloquently, and Yang Feng nodded in agreement. Realizing the intricacies of court politics, it is evident that specialized individuals should indeed handle specialized matters, although he prided himself on his intellect. He had never contemplated such matters before. After Du Yu finished speaking, he glanced at Wang Ming and inquired if the strategist had any additional insights. Wang Ming nodded, acknowledging that Yuan Kai's discourse was already comprehensive. Yet he had a few remarks to add, asking if it was permissible to speak. Yang Feng nodded, indicating that all present were his close friends and allies, and thus he had no objection. Very well. Then, Wang Ming ventured cautiously, "Surely, you and your father must have some history with the Chancellor Qin?" "Oh, what prompts such a statement, strategist?" Wang Ming elaborated that his forebears had long been loyal to Yang Feng's father. And prior to descending the mountain, he had analyzed the situation, concluding that Yang Feng's father's contributions did not align with his current rank, suggesting he had offended the powerful in court. Coupled with what his own father had articulated, Wang Ming concluded that Yang Feng's family was at odds with Chancellor Qin. "Your words ring true. My father indeed has a strained relationship with Chancellor Qin. But what does this have to do with our future course of action?" "This is of great significance," Wang Ming affirmed, agreeing with Yuan Kai's perspective. "Not only for the reasons previously mentioned, but also concerning the potential actions of your family moving forward. If Wang and Do were to report to His Majesty, Chancellor Qin would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Thus, we must not provide him with any leverage, and instead, allow these minor accolades to be granted to Wang and Do. Furthermore, you should immediately send a letter to Wang Qiong, explaining the complexities of the situation and stating that any subsequent actions will adhere to the governor's directives. Agreed that we shall remain passive, and I will promptly write to Wang Qiong." Next came Wang Ming's conjecture. "What do you believe His Majesty will bestow upon us following this resounding victory over Bai? I cannot say for certain. Given our monumental success, your contributions have been paramount. Yet with Chancellor Qin's influence, the rewards are unlikely to be substantial. That I surmise there are two potential scenarios. First, you may be granted a fief in Bai or Heiyuan, close to the other battlefields. Second, it is possible you may be summoned back to the capital, receiving a nominally higher post, thus allowing them to monitor you closely while using you as leverage against your father. This is a twofold strategy. If I were in Chancellor Qin's position, I would surely opt for the latter, ensuring no faults could be found by the public." Yang Feng, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. The intricacies of court life were indeed overwhelming. He had initially thought he would at least be appointed as a governor, which would not only fulfill his duties, but also provide a strategic vantage point to observe the world's dynamics. However, it was evident that Chancellor Qin would undoubtedly interfere. Wang Ming was correct. It was time to make early preparations, and strategists. What should I do? From Wang Ming's perspective, a return to the capital seemed highly probable. Yet even if that were the case, careful planning was essential. "Please guide me. Every situation has its antithesis. Why not identify Chancellor Qin's adversaries? This would grant us maneuvering space. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." "Your suggestion is astute. I have heard that Inspector Tong, one of the three dukes, is at odds with Chancellor Qin, and given his penchant for wealth, it would be prudent for you to send someone to establish rapport." "Indeed, I shall dispatch someone shortly. Next, we must consider the position you wish to pursue. That if you are to return to the capital, the position of commander of the guard would be ideal. However, Chancellor Qin will likely oppose this. Therefore, we could settle for the position of colonel, which, while seemingly prestigious, depends on the actual command of which troops. Currently, aside from the Imperial Guard, there are four formidable forces: the Longxiang Guard, the Huban Army, the Feiyu Cavalry, and the Ruwu Camp. Securing one of these forces would essentially guarantee military authority. Your insights are enlightening, strategist. They have truly illuminated my understanding. Among these four troops, which do you recommend? In my view, given the uncertain state of affairs, we should select the unit most amenable to deployment. The Longxiang Guard is certainly out of the question as the Emperor's personal guard. Their likelihood of leaving the capital is negligible. The Ruiwu Camp is also not a suitable option, as they are exclusively equipped with long swords. While adequate for guarding the capital, their weaponry poses a significant issue for expeditions. The Huban Army and the Feiyu Cavalry are the most viable candidates. The Huban Army primarily consists of heavy infantry, which hinders rapid support. Thus, the Feiyu Cavalry emerges as the most fitting choice, especially since you hail from the Lonyuan Army, renowned for its cavalry prowess. Your counsel is indeed sound. The Feiyu Cavalry is the optimal choice. Upon entering the capital, what actions should Zijin undertake? Wang Ming pondered for a moment before responding. You must adhere to three principles. First, Upon your arrival in the capital, you must exercise restraint and conceal your brilliance. In the presence of Chancellor Qin, the best course of action is to appear inactive. Second, enhance the training of the Feiyu cavalry. As their capabilities currently fall short of the Longyuan cavalry, they must be trained to rival their prowess to bolster future engagements. Third, cultivate relationships with the powerful, should you wish to lead troops into battle again. Having a patron is imperative, thus making alliances with influential figures paramount. A month later, in the Jinliang Palace of Tianbao City, a report arrived concerning the battle in Heiyuan led by Wang Shiqiong against Bailey. Present it to me. Yes. The Grand Eunuch received the report and presented it to the Emperor for his perusal. Lu Gong read through the document page by page, and upon completion, he burst into laughter. Ever since Yang Feng vanquished Chen Sheng and Li Ziqing over a month ago, Wang Iqing has eradicated the remaining remnants of My ministers. How shall I reward these meritorious subjects? Chancellor Qin prostrated himself. In my humble opinion, General Yang Feng's contributions to the Bailey campaign are indispensable. And given that his mentor is the foremost scholar of our era, I propose he be appointed as a minister of rights. Wang Shiqiong's merits and demerits balance out, and he should be reassigned as the governor of Bailey to assess his future performance. As for Dou Jinda, who timely provided reinforcements, I believe he should be appointed as the governor of Heiyuan. That I find this proposal flawed. Inspector Tong, what insights do you have? Pray share them with me. Your Majesty, while Chancellor Qin's assertions hold some truth, General Yang Feng not only decisively defeated the rebel forces, but also eliminated their leader, thus securing the foremost merit. It would be a disservice to reassign such a military prodigy to a civilian post. I suggest he be appointed as the governor of Tingyuan and conferred the title of General of Pingdong. That I respectfully disagree with Inspector Tong's viewpoint. While General Yang has achieved significant success, he is still quite young. I believe he should be recalled to the capital for further honing before being reassigned, ideally to the position of Colonel of the Imperial Guard. Chancellor Qin's opinion is misguided. I contend that even if General Yang is summoned to the capital, he should be appointed as the Colonel of the Feiyu cavalry, given his origins in the Longyuan army, which boasts unparalleled cavalry. It would be prudent to place him in command of the Feiyu cavalry, maximizing his potential. Your statement is... Before Chancellor Qin could finish, Lu Gong interjected. Enough? Both of you refrain from squabbling. I have already reached a decision in my heart. Following the resounding victory at Bailey, General Yang Feng shall be recognized as the primary contributor and appointed as the colonel of the Feiyu cavalry. Wang Shiqiong's performance in this battle was lacking, and he shall be reassigned as the governor of Bailey for future evaluation. Dou Jinda's merits and demerits shall balance out, and he will be appointed as the governor of Wangguan as for the governorship of Heiyuan. Yang Ji has rendered significant service in repelling the barbarian forces over the years and shall be appointed as the governor of Heiyuan. Chancellor Qin was taken aback, pleading, Your Majesty, please reconsider, I believe. Enough. My word is law. Once spoken, it cannot be retracted. I am fatigued. You may all depart. Lu Gong forcefully interrupted Chancellor Qin, leaving the court for the inner palace. The assembled ministers shouted in unison, Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! Chancellor Qin gazed at Lu Gong's retreating figure, lost in thought, while Inspector Tong let out a chuckle, having been suppressed by Chancellor Qin for so long. He finally relished a small victory. Moreover, the benefits bestowed upon Yang Feng were simply too considerable to refuse. In Tianbao City, Yang Feng had been serving in the Feiyu cavalry for over a month. Following the conclusion of the Bailey campaign, he did not immediately assume his duties but first returned home to visit his family, also celebrating his father's appointment as the governor of Heiyuan. After all, Lu Gong had reassigned both Wang and Dou, making the current Heiyuan truly the domain of the Yang family. However, Yang Feng felt a pressing urgency, with only 2 years remaining until his mission's deadline. Failure would result in dire consequences. It was indeed vexing, especially since Lu Gong had summoned him back to the capital. He could only hope for further chaos in the outside world, as this would provide him with the opportunity to prove his worth. During the month spent at home, Yang's mother relentlessly pressured him to engage in matchmaking. As a modern individual who has traversed through time, Yang Feng harbors a profound aversion towards this manner of existence. However, bound by the unyielding command of his mother, he finds it difficult to refuse directly. Thus he must face the relentless demands of each day. After an excruciating month had elapsed, Yang Feng, akin to the wind, hastily departed from Heiyuan, accompanied by Wang Meng, Zhao Yun, Du Yu, and Qin Qiong, to assume his duties in Tianbao City. The foremost task upon taking command of the Feiyu cavalry was to establish authority, with Qin Qiong single-handedly subduing the other lieutenants, instilling a sense of fear among them. Yang Feng also decreed his first order of governance, a grand martial competition for the entire army to be held monthly, where the capable would ascend and the inept would decline. Those who could vanquish the squad leaders would be promoted to squad leaders. Those who could best the company commanders would become company commanders. And those who could defeat the captains or lieutenants would be directly elevated to the rank of lieutenant. Furthermore, any 100 men who consistently finished at the bottom for 3 consecutive competitions would be dismissed and sent home. The 3,000 Longyuan cavalry that Yang Feng had brought from Heiyuan also joined the Feiyu cavalry. Although the troop size reached its limit of 20,000, Yang Feng aspired to refine it down to a formidable force of 15,000 elite soldiers, capable of taking on 10 foes at once. The second order of business upon his appointment was, of course, to pay his respects to the influential figures. He made the rounds to the residences of various dignitaries, including Inspector Tong and the powerful Jin Wu, even visiting the estate of Qin Hui. Nevertheless, despite his visit, Yang Feng never entertained the notion of mending the relationship between the Qin and Yang families. After all, a profound enmity existed, one that could not merely be brushed aside with a smile. Yang Feng understood that a gentleman avenges his grievances from dawn until dusk, since he found himself in a city that repulsed him. He resolved to reciprocate that disdain during his time there. Alas, Wang Meng was of a more upright disposition. Had there been individuals akin to Jia Su or Li Ru, Yang Feng would have already enlisted their assistance in devising schemes to vex Qin Hui. The third task was to cultivate amicable relations with his peers. In the second week of his tenure, Yang Feng visited the other 3 formidable armies, seeking to foster camaraderie, knowing that such alliances would prove beneficial in due course. The commanders of the 3 armies regarded the young Yang Feng with a mix of respect and skepticism. Despite his illustrious military achievements, his youth and rapid ascension to a high position left some feeling slighted. Yang Feng adeptly leveraged his modern advantages, believing no relationship was insurmountable. If there was a stumbling block, it could likely be resolved over a hearty feast. If that still proved insufficient, another banquet would be arranged until the matter was settled. Under the influence of Yang Feng's conviviality, relationships flourished within mere days. Yang Feng could not help but reflect on the truth of ancient drinking culture. There was no grievance that could not be resolved over copious libations. For the only remedy for sorrow lay in the cup of Dukong. Once relations had matured, Yang Feng revealed his true intentions, to borrow 300 men from each of the 3 armies to form an elite guard. Under the pretense of cultivating elite cavalry, those in the know understood that such borrowing often led to an unspoken expectation of further assistance in the future. The Longxiang Guard, as the emperor's personal guard, comprised the most elite infantry, equipped for both light and heavy combat. The Huban army consisted entirely of heavily armored infantry, boasting considerable fighting prowess, while the Ruiwu camp was composed of sword-wielding attendants, who might struggle in the heat of battle. Nevertheless, they were more than adequate for the role of personal guard. Lastly, Yang Feng selected 300 men from his own Feiyu cavalry, all of whom were light cavalry, and transformed them into heavy cavalry, thereby establishing a force of 1,200 elite soldiers, which he named the Shinda Guard. Once Yang Feng had made these arrangements, it was time to gain insight into the broader situation of the realm. Seated within his residence, a masked figure suddenly appeared, kneeling before him. "Young master, I am Hong Wu, the 5th secret agent, here to report to you." "Hong Wu, there is no need for formalities. Speak. What is the status of the various fronts?" "Yes," Hong Wu elaborated, providing Yang Feng with a comprehensive understanding. Firstly, in Tianyang Prefecture, Liu Bang, though having faced defeat at the hands of Liu Bei, had managed to halt the decline with Cao Cao's intervention, gradually consuming Liu Bei's forces. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Liu Gong promptly dispatched his eldest son, Liu Yu, to aid his uncle Liu Bei. Liu Yu's strategist, Liu Muji, devised a plan to lure the enemy deeper. While the commander of the army was Liu Yu's subordinate, Tan Doji, who achieved a decisive victory against the allied forces of Cao and Liu, slaying 50,000 and reclaiming 5 cities. However, as the war progressed, the coalition of Cao and Liu grew more united. rendering Liu Bei and Liu Yu's uncle-nephew combination unable to swiftly subdue them. To break the stalemate in Tiannong Prefecture, external assistance was necessary. In Tianhua Prefecture, after Zhang Jiao's defeat by Dong Zhuo, he summoned his disciples, Huang Chao and Hong Ziyuquan. Huang Chao suggested a defensive strategy, believing Dong Zhuo's cavalry would be incapable of breaching the city. Unwilling to succumb to defeat, Zhang Jiao summoned his disciple in Lu Shan, who, upon arrival, executed a surprise attack, setting fire to Yunming City and destroying Dong Zhuo's supply lines, leaving him with an army but no provisions, leading to a collapse. Given that this failure reflected poorly on Qin Hui, who had recommended Dong Zhuo, and to prevent Zhang Jiao's forces from threatening the imperial city, Inspector Tong recommended that Sima Yi lead 100,000 troops to provide support, firmly blocking Zhang Jiao at Wangshu City. Regardless of Zhang Jiao's provocations, Sima Yi resolutely remained behind closed doors, defending the city. In Mianhong Prefecture, the conflict between Zhang Xianzhong and Zhu Wen raged fiercely. Yet the terrain posed significant challenges for either side to gain a foothold. Zhang Xianzhong sought to defeat Zhu Wen by inciting a peasant uprising in Sichuan Prefecture, with two particularly formidable factions, one led by Chen Yuliang, who proclaimed the Chun Han Kingdom, and the other by Shi Jingtang, who declared himself the ruler of later Jing. The two factions began causing turmoil behind Zhu Wen's lines, leaving him besieged and compelled to send Yang Shiho to defend the southern front against Zhang Xianzhong, while he personally returned to bolster his forces in Sichuan. Meanwhile, Chen Yuliang and Shi Jingtang collaborated, focusing on harassment rather than direct confrontation with Zhu Wen, which infuriated him as he found himself encircled. Ironically, the more they fled, the stronger their forces grew, leaving Zhu Wen exhausted and outmaneuvered. In Songshan Prefecture, Zhao Kuangyin faced off against the barbarian clans of the Wanyan and Aizenjoro families. After initially losing for commanderies, they managed to stabilize the situation. Internal strife within Jinliang resulted in a manpower shortage, and although Lu Gong sought to support Zhao and Chai, he found it impossible to spare any soldiers. The 10th Prince, Lu Che, repeatedly petitioned to lead troops to reinforce Songshan, but was thwarted by the combined efforts of Qin Hui and Inspector Tong, returning empty-handed. Lu Che, frustrated, contemplated taking matters into his own hands. But his guest, Hua Guang, restrained him from such folly. In Huanghe Prefecture, after joining forces with Sun Quan of Nanjing Prefecture, Zhang Shiqing successfully held back the combined forces of the Tuoba and Murong clans. Sun Tzu displayed remarkable prowess on the battlefield, leaving the Tuoba and Murong families at a disadvantage. Even when surrounded by 8 foes, Sun Tzu managed to slay 5, with the remaining 3 fleeing in panic. Just as Zhang Shiqing seemed to gain the upper hand, he began to stir trouble. The supplies for Sun Tzu's army all came from Zhang Shiqing, who, witnessing Sun Tzu's ease in dealing with the barbarian clans, felt emboldened. He tampered with Sun Tzu's provisions, mixing in sand to pass off inferior supplies. Sun Tzu stormed into Zhang Shiqing's residence to demand explanations, and Zhang Shiqing, left with no choice, offered up a few scapegoats to quell the situation. Yet Zhang Shiqing, unrepentant, ceased all supply to Sun Tzu, prompting Sun Tzu to lead his forces to confront him. To his astonishment, Zhang Shiqing simply closed the city gates, ignoring Sun Tzu entirely, left with no option. Sun Tzu retreated back to Nanjing Prefecture. Seeing this, the Tuoba clan, initially expecting to be driven back to Liang domain by Sun Tzu, now found themselves capitalizing on the internal discord, allying with the Murong family to launch a coordinated assault that ultimately overwhelmed Zhang Shiqing. In a matter of a month, Zhang Shiqing lost half of his territory, leaving him no choice but to seek aid from Sun Quan. However, Sun Quan ignored Zhang Shiqing's pleas, compelling him to report to the court instead. Lu Gong, infuriated, dismissed Zhang Shiqing from his position as governor of Huanghe Prefecture, demoting him to the post of Taisho of Kunhua City in Huanghe Prefecture, and appointing Yang Jian, the Taisho of Huahua City in Donggu Prefecture, as the new governor of Huanghe, dispatching him with an army of 100,000 for immediate support. Upon arrival, Yang Jian dispatched his subordinate Gao Jiang with 50,000 troops, with Yang Lin serving as the vanguard. Gao Jiang decisively defeated the Tuoba and Murong coalition in open battle, while Yang Lin made significant advances, nearly slaying the head of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Gui, the head of the Murong family. Murong Chue led another 50,000 troops from Liang domain to support Tuoba Gui, resulting in a stalemate with neither side gaining a clear advantage. Having absorbed this wealth of intelligence, Yang Feng felt sufficiently informed. However, the emergence of various princes had yet to unfold entirely. The whereabouts of several formidable figures, such as Ying Zheng, Xiang Yu, Wang Mang, Li Shimin, Li Longji, and Zhu Yuanzhang, remained shrouded in mystery. One couldn't help but wonder if they were hiding in Yushi Prefecture. Though such a concentration seemed improbable, previously, Yang Feng had gathered intelligence indicating that Lu Xiu was, in fact, the fifth prince of Lu Gong. Within the royal family, Lu Che, Lu Xiu, Lu Yu, Lu Bei, and the former emperor Lu Bang all coexisted. What an intriguing scenario. Perhaps the system could summon a few more to create a Liang version of the nine princes' struggle for succession. While such thoughts crossed his mind, he ultimately decided against it. The presence of so many exceptional individuals made the situation exceedingly challenging. All top-tier talents. How vexing. It appeared that summoning would be necessary. System, dear brother, let us assess our current resources. Ding. The host currently possesses 1 golden martial power summoning card, 1 bronze summoning card, and 1083 reputation points. It is acceptable. It is acceptable. Let us see when the time comes to summon and stir up some tempest. Ding. Task initiated. Main quest. Eternal renown. Second phase. Renowned across the land. As the greatest emperor. Achieving eternal renown is merely standard. Let your name resound throughout the entire continent. Task objective. Enter the martial and literary ranking. Task rewards. 1 golden martial summon card. 1 golden commander summon card. 1 golden political summon card. 1 golden intelligence summon card. 1 golden charm summon card. And an increase of 500 reputation points. Task duration. Unlimited. Woohoo. Take flight. Brother Tongzi is truly formidable. This small task is quite manageable. Do arrange a few more for me. 1 of each of the 5-dimensional golden cards would be exhilarating. You truly are the best for me, Brother Tongzi. Ding. Please act like a human, and do not impersonate one here. How can you still insult me? Never mind. I won't stoop to your level. It seems I need to familiarize myself with the martial and literary ranking. I will inquire about it from Hongwu later to see what formidable individuals are listed. Ding. Task initiated. Main quest. Recruiting the worthy. First phase. Discerning talent. As the greatest emperor. Attracting talent is the first step toward dominance. Begin to discover various types of talent and put them to good use. Task objective. Recruit 5 bronze level talents, or 3 silver level talents, or 1 gold level talent, not summon characters. Task rewards. 5 talent development template cards, and an increase of 200 reputation points. Task duration. Unlimited. Wow, Brother Tongzi. What's going on today? Handing out tasks like crazy. Afraid I might be idle. This task seems to require me to search for the strong in this world. It appears I must check the martial and literary ranking. And I cannot overlook the dragon and tiger ranking this time. By the way, what does the talent development template card mean? The talent development template card allows you to select original figures from Changfeng continent, choosing historical figures as templates for development. Wow, this means I could cultivate a Changfeng version of Xiang Yu or Zhang Liang. Utterly invincible. Ding. Please do not celebrate prematurely, even with a cultivation template. It will be random, similar to summoning. Do not overthink it. Furthermore, cultivation is not an instantaneous process. It merely indicates potential to reach the capabilities of historical figures, rather than truly becoming them, which also depends on your cultivation efforts. Sigh. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Brother Tongzi, must you always discourage me? Can't I just enjoy a moment of happiness? By the way, will this template card yield exceptional results? Ding. Certainly. Wow, not only exceptional results, but you also act cute. Truly shameful. Yang Feng conversed with the system for a while. Although he was in the capital, it did not hinder him from creating a tempest and simultaneously completing these tasks. First, let us take a look at the illustrious rankings and see if there are any promising local talents for me to discover. Alas, there's no helping it. I am just too comprehensive. So I must continue. Hongwu, investigate the illustrious rankings. I require detailed information and make haste. Understood. Hongwu vanished without a trace, leaving only his voice echoing in the air. He is quite cool. I should learn this and use it to charm the ladies. Yang Feng stroked his chin, pondering incessantly. I still need to summon more individuals. There aren't enough yet. The more exceptional, the better, for I must be prepared for battle. After all, there's a 2-year task ahead. And I don't wish to perish. Brother Tongzi, enough talk. Prepare to summon for me. Ding. Please select the type of summoning. No need for summon cards yet. Let us do 3 ordinary martial summons first and see what exceptional results entails. Ding. Ordinary martial summoning in process. First individual. Lu Zhishan, the Flower Monk. Commander 68. Martial Force 99. Intelligence 63. Politics 42. Charm 81. Wow. Lu Zhishan, one of the strongest in water margin. Martial prowess is assured, though the other stats are somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, given the entirety of history, having these values is still commendable. Ding. Ordinary martial summoning in process. Second individual. Wei Ho Lu Jin, one of the 5 great generals. Commander 91. Martial Force 95. Intelligence 75. Politics 62. Charm 78. Not bad. Lu Jin, one of the 5 great generals, indeed impressive for undermining Cao Cao. His command and martial skills are commendable. In the 3 kingdoms, his achievements were quite remarkable, making him a promising candidate for development. Brother Tongzi, you're quite generous today. Keep it up. Ding. Ordinary martial summoning in process. Third individual. Lu Xiangxing, the king of the Lu dynasty. Commander 96. Martial Force 99. Intelligence 91. Politics 82. Charm 83. So it is Lu Zhongsu. Truly the greatest harvest thus far. A pure powerhouse, without a single flaw. No wonder he is known as the king of the Lu dynasty. Today has indeed brought good fortune. It seems Brother Tongzi is in high spirits these days. Ding. Ordinary martial summoning in process. Fourth individual. Shimin Qing, the prodigal son. Commander 37. Martial Force 79. Intelligence 76. Politics 62. Charm 88. What is this? A prodigal son. How can such a character emerge? This is truly an eyesore. You summoned Shimin Guanren. Little Tong, this is unacceptable. His mere presence tarnishes our rankings and more of this next time. Ding. Ordinary martial summoning in process. Fifth individual. Wang Ying, the short-legged tiger. Commander 42. Martial Force 80. Intelligence 63. Politics 54. Charm 32. Little Tong, you're truly testing my patience. Is this what you call a summon? Such rubbish is unnecessary. Can't we discard the dross and keep the essence? Must you insist on bringing in 2 disgusting characters? Ding. Please select 2 individuals to dismiss. Why do you even ask? Isn't it as clear as day, like lice on a bald head? Ding. Please make your selection within 10 seconds. If you exceed the time limit, the system will randomly eliminate individuals. No, Brother Tongzi, I was just joking. You took it seriously. Dismiss Shimin Qing and Wang Ying. I truly do not wish to see these 2 esteemed gentlemen again. I would be most grateful. Ding. Lu Zhishan, Lu Jin, and Lu Xiangxing will now be randomly selected. All 3 of these individuals are decent. But Lu Xiangxing is the best. After all, he is a 5-dimensional warrior with no shortcomings, and his loyalty is unquestionable. That Lu Jin is also viable. As one of the 5 great generals, his martial skills are sufficient. In original history, he was undefeated if he hadn't died young. His score could certainly have been higher at AS for Lu Zhishan. There's nothing much to say. He is merely a pure fighter. Brother Tongzi, do provide me with someone exceptional, I beg you. Ding. Summoning successful. Summoned individual. Lu Xiangxing, the king of the Lu dynasty, 22 years old. Commander 96, 94. Martial Force 99, 97. Intelligence 91, 88. Politics 82, 79. Charm 83, 82. Currently not at his peak. Lu Xiangxing, courtesy name Jindo, also known as Jiutai, hails from Yixing County, Changzhou Prefecture, Southern Jili. A renowned general of the late Ming dynasty. He commanded troops while exhibiting remarkable military talent. Despite his identity as a scholar, he became a jinshi in the 2nd year of the Tianqi era, holding various positions such as principal of the Ministry of Revenue and governor of Daming. From the 6th year of Chongzhen, he suppressed peasant uprisings, earning the title king of the Lu dynasty, and established the Tianqiong army, known for its bravery and combat prowess, amidst the upheaval of peasant revolts and the invasion of the Qing army. Lu Xiangxing repeatedly defeated enemy forces, particularly excelling in field battles. In the winter of the 10th year of Chongzhen, he was reassigned as the governor of Xuanda. In the following year, he was promoted to the title of Minister of the Ministry of War. During his mourning for his father, when the Qing troops entered the pass, he was ordered to guard the capital and advocated resistance against the Qing, but was hindered by Yang Zikang and Gao Qiqian. In December of the 11th year of Chongzhen, Lu Xiangxing and his troops were besieged by the Qing army at Juzhou, and after exhausting his ammunition and arrows, He died on the battlefield at the age of 39. The Southern Ming dynasty posthumously honored him with the title Loyal and Brave, while during the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty, he was posthumously honored as Loyal and Pure to commemorate his loyalty and spirit of sacrifice. Yang Feng raised his arm in exultation. Splendid, Brother Tongzi. In this life, I cannot allow Lu Xiangxing to perish so easily. Ding Lu Xiangxing successfully implanted, identity implanted. Lu Xiangxing, courtesy named Jindo, hailing from Bailey Liang City. In his youth, Lu Xiangxing ascended the mountains to learn, and during the Chunsheng and Wuguang uprising, he faced setbacks in battle, forcibly seizing grain from the aristocracy, leading to a conflict with the Lu family. Lu Xiangxing's father perished at the hands of the rebel army, and his mother nearly lost her life, only to be rescued by Yang Feng. After Lu Xiangxing completed his studies and returned home, his mother revealed all that had transpired during their separation. To repay this kindness, Lu Xiangxing ventured alone to the capital, joining the Feiyu cavalry as a soldier, awaiting next month's grand military competition. Yang Feng rubbed his hands together in delight, saying, "Excellent. When the grand competition arrives, there will be a chance to directly promote Lu Xiangxing. This time, the implant is invincible. Let us continue. Taking advantage of today's good luck to summon more." Ding, the ordinary summon of martial strength is in progress, and the first character is being randomly selected. Purple-faced King Qiong Quahai. Command 69, Martial Strength 104, Intelligence 65, Politics 58, Charm 82. Quite impressive, Purple-faced King Qiong Quahai, renowned as the fourth hero in the Sui and Tang dynasties, has now appeared. With the fourth already here, why not hasten to arrange the first three, Brother Tongzi? Ding, the ordinary summon of martial strength is in progress, and the second character is being randomly selected. The one-eyed dragon Li Qiong of the late Tang. Command 93, Martial Strength 96, Intelligence 85, Politics 83, Charm 72. The one-eyed dragon Li Qiong is also commendable. He is one of the warlords during the late Tang period, a versatile warrior, though his charm seems a bit lacking, perhaps due to his one-eyed visage. Ding, the ordinary summon of martial strength is in progress, and the third character is being randomly selected. Lonling King Gao Changgun. Command 95, Martial Strength 97, Intelligence 83, Politics 72, Charm 93. He, Brother Tongzi, truly cares for me, as Lonling King has also arrived. Today is indeed a fortuitous day. It seems that my wishes are destined to come to fruition. Ding, the ordinary summon of martial strength is in progress, and the fourth character is being randomly selected. Pingshi King Wu Sengge. Command 93, Martial Strength 87, Intelligence 85, Politics 91, Charm 53. The rebellious one has arrived. It appears his charm has been marred by criticism. Wu Sangue possesses commendable abilities, yet he is a traitor. So perhaps it's best to pass on him. Brother Tongzi, I understand your tactics. I shall refrain from expecting anything further. Ding, the ordinary summon of martial strength is in progress, and the fifth character is being randomly selected. Jingnan King Gung Jingzhong. Command 72. Martial Strength 85, Intelligence 61, Politics 65, Charm 63. I knew it, Brother Tongzi. From now on, I shall only focus on the first three. Your strategies are laid bare before me. Ding, please choose two individuals to dismiss. All right, brother, I shall eliminate Wu Sengge and Gung Jingzhong. I cannot afford to employ such esteemed figures, so it is best not to disrupt their futures. Ding, Qiong Quahai, Li Qiong, and Gao Changgun begin their random selection. The best choice remains Gao Changgun, a formidable talent in martial prowess. As for Li Qiong, my sentiments towards him are not particularly favorable, so it's best to set him aside. Qiong Quahai is a pure warrior. Aside from his martial strength, his other attributes are somewhat lacking. Thus, it shall be Gao Changgun. Brother, I rely on you. Ding, summon successful. Summon character. Purple-faced King Qiong Quahai. Age 24. Command 69. Martial Strength 104, 103. Intelligence 65. Politics 58. Charm 82, 80. Yet to reach his zenith. Qiong Quahai, the fourth hero of the Sui and Tang dynasties, known as the Purple-Faced King. He possesses a loyal and righteous character, with arms strong enough to lift 10,000 pounds, skilled in wielding two axes weighing 160 pounds each. Along with a seasoned bronze staff, he is a master of martial arts. Shrouded in mystery, he once felled two ferocious tigers with his bare fists, Qiong Kuahai initially claimed territory in the Taiying Mountains before yielding to the exalted Wang Gao of Xiangzhou. Becoming his grand marshal, his righteous nature led him to forge a brotherhood with Wu Yunzhao, the fifth hero of the Sui and Tang dynasties. During the Lantern Festival in Chang'an, Qiong Kuahai, dissatisfied with Yuan Qingdu's claim of being the best under heaven, disguised himself as a bow seller to provoke Yuan Qingdu, only to suffer defeat. At the anti-king competition in Yangzhou, Qiong Kuahai represented Xiangzhou, where Yang Lin set a trap to ensnare the anti-king. Undeterred by fatigue from his journey, Qiong Kuahai exerted all his strength to lift the 1,000-pound trap, granting the anti-kings an opportunity to escape, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion beneath the weight of the trap. Qiong Kuahai indeed presents an excellent choice. After all, a character with such high martial strength is invaluable. With so many renowned generals at my disposal, he need not command legions but charge into battle. Yang Feng has already devised plans for Qiong Kuahai. It is merely a matter of what identity to assign him. Ding, Qiong Kuahai implanted successfully, identity assigned. Qiong Kuahai, known as Purple-Faced King, disciple of the venerable Daimo, and elder brother to Yang Lei. Orphaned at a young age, he wandered aimlessly until collapsing from hunger before a temple, where he was taken in by Daimo, recognizing the boy's plight and obedient nature. Daimo accepted him as a disciple and imparted martial arts. Qiong Kuahai diligently trained, rising early and practicing late, his natural strength augmented by years of effort, achieving a power equivalent to 1,000 pounds. Ordinary weapons became inadequate, prompting Daimo to enlist master craftsman Oyezi to forge for him a pair of 160-pound axes and a 300-pound seasoned bronze staff. Later, when Yang Lei ascended the mountain for training, Qiong Kuahai cherished his younger brother deeply. Upon hearing of his elder brother's exploits in battle, Qiong Kuahai, having completed his training, eagerly agreed to protect him. Now en route to join the host, Yang Feng leapt with joy. It is indeed the third brother, reliable as ever. As long as Yang Lei is present, Qiong Kuahai shall not stray far. This life, once again under Damo's tutelage, seems destined for greatness. I shall no longer fear combating generals, provided I do not encounter Xiongyu. Ding, does the host wish to proceed with a third summon? Certainly. With such fortuitous luck today, I must continue. However, one must avoid reckless gambling. Otherwise, I might squander all my prestige points today. Ding, the ordinary summon of martial strength is in progress, and the first character is being randomly selected. Pingnan King Shankishi, Command 82. Martial Strength 88, Intelligence 73, Politics 75, Charm 59. Quite remarkable. The 3 disturbances of the Sanfan Rebellion have been tidied up. Splendid, Brother Tongzi. You have truly orchestrated something exceptional for me. Ding, the ordinary summon of martial strength is in progress. And the second character is being randomly selected. The red-haired spirit official Shan Xiongxin. Command 83, Martial Strength 97, Intelligence 70, Politics 66, Charm 90. Not bad at all. The 18th hero of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Shan Wei. I would rather emulate the bonds of the Peach Garden than the fleeting alliances of Wagong. Ding, the ordinary summon of martial strength is in progress, and the third character is being randomly selected. Renowned Southern Song Anti-Jin General Niu Gao, Command 80. Martial Strength 96, Intelligence 52, Politics 43, Charm 81. Niu Gao has arrived. Could Yu Fei be far behind? Upon seeing the title of Anti-Jin General, I initially hoped for Yu Fei or Han Shizhong. Yet you have chosen Niu Gao for me. Brother, is this your way of showcasing talents? Ding, the ordinary summon of martial strength is in progress, and the fourth character is being randomly selected. The Jin Fan Bandit Gan Ning, Command 87. Martial Strength 97, Intelligence 68, Politics 42, Charm 83. Gan Ning is indeed commendable. One of Wu's notable generals, the 3 kingdoms are rife with valorous warriors that it would be splendid for him to join us. Currently, he seems to be the best option. I hope for a grand finale with a prominent figure. Ding, the ordinary summon of martial strength is in progress, and the 5th character is being randomly selected. Timely Rain Song Jiang, Command 77. Martial Strength 70, Intelligence 86, Politics 89, Charm 92. Truly worthy of the title Song Gongming. His charm and intellect are palpable, though his martial prowess is somewhat lacking. It seems prudent to respectfully decline, so I shall graciously excuse Song Jiang. Ding, Please choose 2 individuals to dismiss. This is quite straightforward, Brother Tongzi. Let us remove Shan Kashi and Song Jiang. May their fortunes improve by tomorrow. Ding, Shan Xiongxin, Niu Gao, and Gan Ning begin their random selection. Yang Feng rubbed his hands together, well aware that persistent gambling leads to loss. Although this selection seems satisfactory, it pales in comparison to the previous 2. Perhaps it is best to halt here and observe what arrangements Brother Tongzi has in store for us. Ding, summon successful. Summon character, renowned Southern Song Anti-Jin General Niu Gao, age 23, command 80, 75, martial strength 96, intelligence 52, 50, politics 43, 41, charm 81. 78. Yet to reach his zenith, Niu Gao, styled Buyuan, hailing from Lushan and Ruzhou, is a notable anti-Jin general of the Southern Song that he emerged from a peasant family, initially subsisting by selling firewood and hunting, possessing strength akin to that of an ox, and excelling in archery. Following the invasion of the Jin army, Niu Gao organized local militia to resist, achieving a significant victory at Song village, capturing Yel Ma Wu and gaining widespread renown. The IN 1133, Niu Gao joined Yu Fei's army. Becoming a vital assistant, repeatedly demonstrating valor in battle, he played a key role in the recovery of Xianyang and the suppression of the Yang Yao rebellion, showcasing exceptional prowess. IN 1140, he accompanied Yu Fei on a northern campaign, reaching the banks of the Yellow River, where he contributed greatly to the reclaiming of lost territories. Opposing the peace negotiations with the Jin, Niu Gao was ultimately poisoned by Qin Hui, dying at the age of 60. Niu Gao is certainly a worthwhile addition, serving as a means to summon Yu Fei and bolster my reputation. However, Niu Gao is quite capable. His martial strength of 96 is currently sufficient, which presents no significant issues. Should Niu Gao successfully summon Pengjiu, we shall remain lifelong brothers. Ding, Niu Gao implanted successfully, identity assigned. Niu Gao, style Buyan. Hailing from Longyuan City in Haiyuan Prefecture, he initially earned his keep by purchasing firewood. Possessing strength akin to that of an ox, often venturing into the mountains to hunt, hitting his mark with every arrow. Later, he encountered Zhou Tong. Though not formally accepted as a disciple, he imparted a month's worth of martial arts training. Subsequently, Niu Gao diligently practiced, later recruiting troops in Longyuan, enlisting in the army, and being assigned by Yang Ji to join Yang Feng's contingent of 3,000, now serving as a cavalry lieutenant in the Feiyu unit. Very well, let us refrain from summoning for now and observe the overflow. Yang Feng nodded. Ding, the summoning has concluded. Reputation points remaining. 783. The ordinary summoning is complete and has reached the overflow standard. Beginning overflow. Ding, 5 ordinary summons have been completed and have reached the overflow standard. Commencing overflow. Come on, let the storm rage fiercer. Show me what you are capable of, my commander. The more intense the battle outside, the greater my chances of being dispatched. Whether I can survive depends on you, little commander, so do me a favor and get things moving. Don't just loaf around here every day. Yang Feng incessantly mumbled, praying for the system's support. Ding, the overflow has been completed. The first individual from the overflow is Prince Pingxi, Wu Sangye, command 93, martial 87, intelligence 85, politics 91, charisma 53. System interception failed. The implanted identity is governor of Yunlu City, Songshan Prefecture, a general under the state shepherd Chai Rong, currently confronting the Aizenjoro clan at Yunlu City, having repeatedly repelled their assaults, greatly trusted by Chai Rong. Goodness, so Wu Sangye has gone to Chai Rong's side. This is quite the turn of events, and now he faces the Aizenjoro clan. What does this mean? Are we to witness history repeat itself? Poor Chai Rong. Should he lose Yunlu City, a significant breach will open in the entire defensive line of Songshan Prefecture. The barbarians could come and go at will, with no concerns left behind. Wu Sangye, I advise you to think twice before acting. Yang Feng secretly worried for Chai Rong and Zhao Kuangyin, realizing the critical importance of Yunlu City. Ding, the overflow has been completed. The second individual from the overflow is King Jingnan, Gung Jingzhou, command 72, martial 85, intelligence 61, politics 65, charisma 63. System interception failed. The implanted identity is governor of Qingyan City, Donggu Prefecture, a general under Zhao Kuangyin, currently facing the Wanyan clan at Wangyue City. Zhao Kuangyin is personally stationed at Wangyue City to confront the Wanyan clan, while Gung Jingzhou is responsible for the transport of military provisions. I see now. Commander, do you harbor a grudge against Zhao Kuangyin and Chai Rong? They are already at a disadvantage, and now you send two rebellious figures their way. It seems their good days are numbered. Perhaps I should inquire with Wang Meng to see if Tsongshan Prefecture is a suitable place. Ding. The overflow has been completed. The third individual from the overflow is King Pingnan, Shankashi, Command 82, Martial 88, Intelligence 73, Politics 75, Charisma 59. System interception failed. The implanted identity is County Magistrate of Yunlu City, Tsongshan Prefecture, Wu Sangui's right-hand man, having repeatedly collaborated with Wu Sangui to fend off barbarian invasions. Chai Rong also holds him in high regard and wishes to promote him to a city governor. Yang Feng rubbed his forehead. Good heavens, this Three Feudations rebellion is shaping up. I genuinely worry that Chai Rong is too simple-minded. With these three together, I find it hard to believe they won't stir up trouble. Ding, the overflow has been completed. The fourth individual from the overflow is the Six Thieves of the Northern Song. Tong Guan, Command 89, Martial 85, Intelligence 86, Politics 92, Charisma 55. System interception failed. The implanted identity is Imperial Censor of the Jinliang Dynasty, opposing Qin Hui, consistently consolidating his own power, greatly favored by Lu Gong, engaging in corruption, extortion, selling titles, and colluding with numerous officials in the court. This doesn't seem right. Commander, isn't Tong Guan a eunuch? Yet I recall Jinliang's imperial censor was quite the normal fellow. Moreover, his attributes are quite balanced. Aside from charisma, is that reasonable? Ding. The system has implanted individuals who are the most compatible from another realm. It is impossible to arbitrarily increase the number of characters. Thus, it is understandable that Tong Guan is not portrayed as a eunuch. Remarkable. You truly excel at this, Commander. However, it does hold some merit. Adding characters out of thin air would indeed be too much of a bug. Ding. The host has raised a question regarding Tong Guan's statistics. The system provides an objective evaluation. Did the host not attend a history department in university? How could you not know this? Commander, your insults are quite foul. I do understand a bit about Tong Guan. Firstly, he had notable military accomplishments. Tong Guan was one of the eunuchs in Chinese history who held military power for the longest time. Commanding troops for over 20 years, he achieved multiple military victories in the northwest, such as recapturing the four prefectures and pacifying the northwest rebellions. During the campaign against Feng La, Tong Guan displayed exceptional performance, successfully quelling the uprising and demonstrating his military command abilities. He also emphasized the development of military technology and equipment, promoting the use of cavalry and firearms, improving weaponry such as crossbows and sabers, enhancing the combat effectiveness of the Song army. Additionally, he reformed military organization and training, dividing the army into 5 camps and 8 banners, strengthening military training, enforcing discipline, and boosting the army's combat power and discipline. On the political front, Tong Guan was adept at discerning the emperor's thoughts, successfully gaining the trust of Emperor Huizong of Song through gifts and alliances with the powerful. Exerting significant influence in the court. He was even granted the title of King of Guangyang, becoming the only eunuch in history to be officially conferred as a king. Very well, considering all this, Tong Guan's capabilities are indeed commendable. I shall grant you a pass, Commander. Ding. The overflow has been completed. The 5th individual from the overflow is King of Kuju, Gao, Command 56, Martial 61, Intelligence 82, Politics 77, Charisma 52, Kuju 100. System interception failed. The implanted identity is Grand Minister of the Jinliang Dynasty. Gao was a childhood Kuju teacher for Lu Gong, who adored the game. After Lu Gong ascended to the throne, he continuously promoted Gao, who shares a close friendship with Tong Guan, together forming an alliance against Qin Hui. This king of Kuju has been summoned as well. You certainly know how to play. Commander, with Qin Hui, Tong Guan, and Gao, Jinliang is in for a tough time. Lu Gong truly faces both internal and external challenges. However, this bodes well for me, as I have a grudge against Lu Gong. The more chaotic, the better. Ding. The overflow has been completed. The 6th individual from the overflow is Lin Qiong, the Leopard Head, Command 85, Martial 99, Intelligence 61, Politics 72, Charisma 89. System interception succeeded. Finally, we have a successful summon. With the emergence of High Minister Gao, Lin Qiong follows suit. What a rivalry! But all right, little Qiong, In your past life, you were too timid. This time, stick with me, and one day, I will avenge you. Ding. The implanted identity is former chief instructor of the Imperial Guard in Jinliang. Having offended Gao Qiu's son, leading to Gao Qiu's retaliation, Gao Qiu initially intended to dispatch him to the military, but the host learned of this, and, under the pretext of the Flying Feather Cavalry lacking an instructor, presented a substantial monetary gift and also offered a tribute to Guan. Gao Qiu, swayed by the gold and Guan's favor, demoted Lin Qiong by 3 ranks, integrating him into the Flying Feather Cavalry, where he is currently training the Shinta guards. I knew it. Lin Qiong's grudge against High Minister Gao cannot be resolved, but now that you're following me, this life, you must avenge yourself. Currently, Yang Feng's forces are brimming with talent. Zhao Yun, Qin Qiong, Lu Xiangxing, Xiong Kuahai, Niu Gao, and Lin Qiong are all formidable generals. It can truly be said that they are a veritable cloud of heroes. As for strategists, there are Du Yu, Wang Meng, Qin Qiong, Lu Xiangxing, and Zhao Yun. However, the think tank consists solely of Wang Meng. It seems I need to summon a few intellectuals upon my return. Even the mightiest Wang Meng can have moments of oversight. Ding! The overflow has been completed. The 7th individual from the overflow is Timely Rain, Song Jiang. Command 77, Martial 70, Intelligence 86, Politics 89, Charisma 92. System interception failed. The implanted identity is a minor official from Huanghe Prefecture, known for his open-handedness and loyalty, earning the moniker Timely Rain, and enjoying a modest reputation in Huanghe Prefecture. This commander is quite intriguing. First, he stirs up trouble for Chai and Zhao, then he grants buffs to Lu Gong. And now he is beginning to involve Yang Jian as well. But Song Jiang's petty skirmishes won't amount to much without substantial support. Ding! The overflow has been completed. The 8th individual from the overflow is Saint Duke Feng La. Command 90. Martial 93, Intelligence 77, Politics 82, Charisma 80. That system interception failed. The implanted identity is a resident of Danxia City in Huanghe Prefecture, a promoter of the Manichaean religion, attempting to mobilize the masses for a peasant uprising multiple times. Although the timing has not yet been ripe, he has refrained from action, initially planning to rise during Zhang Shiqing's defeat, but unexpectedly, Yang Jian arrived too swiftly. Thus he remains in wait for opportunity. Yang Jian has it tough. At least Songshan has Chai Rong and Zhao Kuangyin, while Huanghe has only Yang Jian. On this side, I've arranged 2 rebels. While Song Jiang may be lacking, Feng La's capabilities are quite commendable, and his attributes are respectable. Yang Jian, hold on. Huanghe is too far. Even if I were to go, I wouldn't head there. Best of luck to you. Yang Feng shook his head, continuing to ponder. Ding! The overflow has been completed. The 9th individual from the overflow is Emperor Wu of Chun Baxian. Command 96, Martial 97, Intelligence 92, Politics 89, Charisma 87. System interception failed. The implanted identity is a childhood companion of the original Jinliang Little Emperor. Having grown up alongside Liu Bang, later escaping with Liu Bang after Liu Gong's usurpation, he is currently in Tianyang Prefecture, re-establishing the legitimate banner of the Jinliang dynasty alongside Liu Bang, now facing Liu Yu and Liu Bei in direct confrontation. Chun Wudi, also known as Chun Baxian, is indeed a formidable warrior of extraordinary caliber, a rare and illustrious leader of the southern dynasties. This turn of events appears to favor Liu Bang, casting uncertainty over the situation in Tianyang Prefecture. Liu Yu and Liu Bei are not to be underestimated either. The plight of Tianyang is truly dire, and it remains elusive to discern which side holds the advantage. Perhaps it would be wise to observe the situation as it unfolds. The battle roster has been completed. The 10th entry is Yuan Shao, the 4th generation of the 3 dukes. Command 85, Martial Skill 83, Intelligence 91, Politics 95, Charisma 96. That the system interception has failed. His implanted identity is that of a scion from a prestigious family of Donggu Prefecture, with his ancestors having held significant positions along the Jinliang official road. The Yuan family has produced 3 dukes in 4 generations, and Yuan Shao is celebrated as the most exceptional youth of the Yuan clan. However, due to his status as a born of concubine, he did not receive the full support of the Yuan family. After the turmoil in Bailey Prefecture was quelled, he secured the position of governor of Tingyuan City in Bailey. Yuan Shao possesses a strong and upright character, expressing dissatisfaction with the factionalism of Governor Wang Shiqiong. He has repeatedly petitioned the emperor, inciting Wang Shiqiong's wrath, leading to a heated argument and their subsequent estrangement. Yuan Shao then found himself isolated in the political arena of Bailey. What brings Bin Chu to Bailey? The region has been pacified, and he seems intent on confronting Wang Shiqiong, perhaps engaging in a duel with Do Jinda. Could further unrest be looming in Bailey? It remains uncertain, but the signs suggest that there may still be disturbances ahead. The call for action has concluded. Shall the host continue with the summoning? Yang Feng pondered for a moment, deciding to hold off for now, that he would first greet the newly arrived individuals and not rush into subsequent matters. Opting to observe how events develop, the summoning is complete. This round's summoning card has called forth 3 individuals, with a total of 10 entries on the roster. The system has upgraded to level 8, requiring 14 more individuals to reach level 9. Level 8 privileges include the ability to select martial skill or intelligence with prestige points during summoning, the option to retain 1 participant for the next summoning, and a 35 success rate for intercepting 1 individual during each entry. The remaining prestige points stand at 783. Having completed the summoning, Yang Feng rode straight to the military camp. Upon arrival at the camp entrance, a soldier reported, "General, there is a robust man outside claiming to be your brother's senior apprentice." "What shall we do?" Yang Feng, recognizing the urgency, responded, "Quickly, let him in." "Understood. No need for that. I shall greet him personally." With that, Yang Feng dashed out of the camp, spotting a brawny figure in the distance, towering tall. With a robust build, a resolute face adorned with a thick beard, and eyes as fierce as a tiger's, exuding an aura of strength. "Hey, I am indeed your general's brother senior. Why am I being barred from entry? If you persist in this obstruction, I shall not be so courteous." Yang Feng realized the gravity of the situation. A confrontation must be avoided. "Hold on, my good sir, I am Yang Feng. Are you indeed searching for me?" Qiong Kuai looked down at Yang Feng. "You bear a striking resemblance to my junior apprentice. I am his senior." Qiong Kuai. "Please, allow me entrance." Yang Feng sighed. "My good fellow, if you seek someone, it is customary to provide some proof of your identity." "Is proof truly necessary?" "I, Qiong Kuai, am not someone to be impersonated. Brother, must we proceed in such a manner, without any introduction? Who would dare impersonate you? I must express my disbelief." Yang Feng was at a loss for words. "Did my brother not send you with a letter?" "Oh, I almost forgot. My junior did indeed ask me to deliver a letter." Qiong Kuai produced a letter from his bosom. "Here it is. I have kept it close at hand." Almost forgetting, Yang Feng accepted the letter, wiping the sweat from his brow. Despite the convoluted process, the outcome was favorable. Thankfully, his brother was not as unreliable as Qiong Kuai, having actually penned a letter. Upon reading the letter, Yang Feng discovered that it conveyed 2 messages. One was to assure his elder brother of his well-being and progress under the guidance of his master, indicating he might soon descend from the mountain. The second was a detailed introduction of Qiong Kuai, as Yang Lei feared his brother might not be familiar with him. Such extensive detail was unnecessary, for Yang Feng had heard tales of Qiong Kuai countless times and was well acquainted with his reputation. Yang Feng escorted Qiong Kuai into the military camp, gathering the officers to meet him. Soon, all 10 captains convened in the grand tent. Among them was a burly man with a dark visage and a short beard. Exuding strength, yet possessing a rather simple expression, certainly Nyoji Aodas. The officers took their seats. A massive figure entered, his head like a leopard and eyes ringed, with a physique that commanded respect, undoubtedly Lin Qiong. Yang Feng gestured towards Lin Qiong. "Master Lin, please take a seat." Lin Qiong cupped his fist in salute and seated himself. With all present, the only new martial general yet to arrive was Lu Xiangxing, whose whereabouts remained unknown. Nevertheless, the upcoming competition would reveal all that. At this juncture, Yang Feng addressed the assembly. "This is my brother's senior, a distinguished disciple of Master Damo, Qiong Kuai. Let us extend our greetings." Qiong Kuai stood and bowed. "Greetings, everyone. I am Qiong Kuai, and I look forward to your guidance henceforth." The assembly returned the gesture, and Yang Feng continued. "Brother Qiong possesses remarkable martial prowess and hails from a renowned lineage. I have decided to appoint him as a flying feather cavalry captain. What say you all?" One officer interjected, "General, this may breach protocol if Qiong brother demonstrates his martial skills at the upcoming competition. I shall have no objections, but at present, it seems rather inappropriate." Yang Feng regarded him, contemplating. Ah, you seem eager to challenge Qiong Kuai. Very well. If that is the case, I shall accommodate you. Indeed, that is a valid point. How about this? Today at the training grounds, you may spar against Qiong brother. Anyone who disagrees with my decision may challenge him. Should even one of you triumph over him, I shall apologize to all. Please consider, General. No need for concern. What say you, Qiong brother? Yang Feng inquired of Qiong Kuai. Qiong Kuai nodded. I am eager for this opportunity, as I have not engaged in combat since descending the mountain. Today, I shall witness the martial skills of the heroes. With a wave of his hand, Yang Feng commanded the assembly to proceed to the training grounds. News of Qiong Kuai's challenge spread rapidly, drawing a crowd of soldiers eager for the impending clash. In the training grounds, Officer A faced Qiong Kuai, who brandished his familiar copper staff. You may strike first, young one. Do not say, I did not offer you a chance. Arrogant. With that, Officer A charged at Qiong Kuai, who deftly swept him away with a single swipe of his staff. Now I have earned the right to make such a claim, Qiong Kuai declared. Standing firm with his staff, the soldiers murmured among themselves, astonished by the unheralded strength of the newcomer. Yang Feng observed from a vantage point, noting that this encounter hardly showcased Qiong Kuai's full capabilities. While his foundational martial strength was apparent, his skills remained an enigma. It seemed prudent to have a more seasoned warrior measure his prowess. Master Lin, what is your assessment of Qiong brother's martial skill? Yang Feng inquired. His martial prowess is unfathomable, Lin Qiong replied. Oh, and how do you compare? Lin Qiong pondered. Without having engaged him directly, I cannot ascertain the depth of his skill. Very well, let us have you and Qiong brother spar for a moment. Understood. Yang Feng directed Lin Qiong to engage Qiong Kuai, allowing both new commanders to reveal their abilities. Two birds with one stone. Lin Qiong approached the training grounds, facing Qiong Kuai. Qiong captain, having witnessed your impressive martial skills, I find myself eager for a friendly exchange. May I request your guidance? Master Lin is too kind. Let us begin, Qiong Kuai replied with a nod. Lin Qiong grasped his 8-foot serpent spear on the left, while Qiong Kuai stood firm with his copper staff on the right. They regarded each other in silence, neither willing to strike first, as the soldiers below speculated. Duo Yu, somewhat perplexed by the unfolding spectacle, inquired of Zhao Yun. Why do these two remain motionless? Are they merely standing there? My brother Yuan Kai, you misunderstand. In a duel of experts, the initial focus is on the aura. Each is assessing the other's vulnerabilities, engaging in a contest of presence. However, it is only a matter of time before someone grows impatient. Just as Zhao Yun finished speaking, the atmosphere shifted. Lin Qiong and Qiong Kuai's energies clashed, with Lin Qiong struggling to withstand the overwhelming force emanating from Qiong Kuai. One must take the initiative, employing strength to overcome force. Lin Qiong thrusts his 8-foot serpent spear directly at Qiong Kuai, who, with a familiar copper staff, sweeps horizontally in response. Ding! Lin Qiong activates his skill gun king, enhancing his strength by 4. Bringing his current strength to 103. Qiong Kuai blocks Lin Qiong's spear with his staff, chuckling. Interesting, young man, but your strength is insufficient. With that, Qiong Kuai pushes aside the spear and executes a sweeping strike aimed at Lin Qiong's waist. Lin Qiong deftly sidesteps the blow and lunges fiercely at Qiong Kuai, his spear dancing with such speed that it envelopes Qiong Kuai entirely, obscuring his form. Ha! Amusing indeed, Lin Jiao. Now it's my turn. Qiong Kuai exclaims joyfully. Ding! Qiong Kuai activates his skill staff master, increasing his strength by 3, now totaling 107. A beastly aura emanates from Qiong Kuai as he blocks Lin Qiong's serpent spear, sparks flying where the weapons clash. In the next moment, Qiong Kuai strikes Lin Qiong's face with his staff. Lin Qiong deflects the blow with his spear, but Qiong Kuai relentlessly presses down, forcing Lin Qiong to grit his teeth and endure. Veins bulging on his forehead, his face turning crimson, Qiong Kuai, already immensely powerful, has the advantage in sheer strength. Ding! Lin Qiong activates his exclusive skill Tianqiong Star. Effect 1. In single combat or group battles, he ignites his inner courage, becoming fearless, gaining 4 strength for 3 activations. Effect 2. In single combat or group battles, he demonstrates valor, suppressing each enemy's strength by 36 points. Effect 3. During one-on-one duels, his strength increases by 2, while the enemy's strength decreases by 2. Effect 4. Against leaders of the Water Margin faction, he suppresses their strength by 510 points. Activating Effect 1, Lin Qiong's strength rises by 4, bringing his total to 107. Effect 2 suppresses Qiong Kuahai's strength by 3, now at 104. Effect 3 adds 2 to Lin Qiong's strength, resulting in 109. Qiong Kuahai's strength diminishes by 2, now at 102. Yang Feng observes, noting Lin Qiong's suppression abilities, effectively diminishing his opponent while enhancing himself, creating a 7-point gap. Now it hinges on Qiong Kuahai's skills. By the way, does Lin Qiong possess any passive skills? Ding! Detection reveals Lin Qiong's passive skill instructor. Mastering skills is easy, but imparting them is a challenge, especially to thousands. As an instructor, he trains soldiers in half the time, doubling their overall capabilities. Truly invincible, an unyielding training machine, not only quick in training, but also enhancing the soldier's overall quality. A wise choice to entrust Shin Wei to him. Yang Feng muses with delight. Just as Yang Feng contemplates, the tide of battle shifts dramatically. Previously, Qiong Kuahai had been dominating Lin Qiong, but now, with Lin Qiong's skill activation, he surged ahead by 7 points. Flipping the attack and defense roles, Qiong Kuahai finds himself in peril beneath Lin Qiong's spear. Ding! Qiong Kuahai activates his exclusive skill Purple-Faced Heavenly King. Effect 1. In single combat or group battles, his anger surges, entering a berserk mode, gaining 5 strength for 3 activations. Effect 2. He bears the weight of 1,000 June, increasing his strength by 4. Effect 3. The might of the Purple-Faced One, suppressing each enemy's strength by 2 points. Effect 4. Reflects half of the enemy's suppression points, rounded down. Activating Effects 1 and 2, Qiong Kuahai's strength increases by 9, now totaling 111. Effect 3 reduces Lin Qiong's strength by 2, bringing him to 107. Effect 4 allows Qiong Kuahai to reflect 5 points of suppression back at Lin Qiong, reducing his strength by 2, now at 105. Lin Qiong is surprised to discover that Qiong Kuahai possesses a reflection skill, returning half of his suppression effects. Coupled with Qiong Kuahai's own skills, the situation becomes increasingly precarious. Commander, check Qiong Kuahai's passive skills. Ding! Detection reveals Qiong Kuahai's passive skill Bear Shield. His defense is akin to that of a bear. Immensely powerful with a sturdy shield to withstand damage. In battle, his physical defense increases, reducing the damage he receives, lowering the likelihood of severe injury, and enhancing his recovery speed. His bear-like constitution allows him to trade injury for injury. Indeed, a reckless strategy. Yang Feng muses inwardly with satisfaction. As Qiong Kuahai unleashes his fury, Lin Qiong finds himself only capable of defense, unable to retaliate, and the situation grows increasingly dire. He must now evade Qiong Kuahai's onslaught, employing cunning and strategy to wear him down. Hoping this period of frenzy passes swiftly. As the battle progresses, Lin Qiong activates Effect 1 of Tianxiong's star twice more, raising his strength by 8, bringing him to 113. Barely overtaking Qiong Kuahai. However, as Qiong Kuahai activates Purple-Faced Heavenly King once more, gaining 5 strength, his total rises to 116, placing him ahead again by 3 points. Ding! Lin Qiong activates his exclusive skill Leopard Head. Effect 1. The might of the Leopard Head instills fear in all surrounding enemies, suppressing their strength by 3 points. Effect 2. With long spear in hand, his strength increases by 2, further suppressing the enemy's strength by 2 points. Effect 3. In a rage, his intelligence decreases by 30, but his strength increases by 3. Activating Effects 1 and 2, Lin Qiong's strength rises by 2, now at 115. He suppresses Qiong Kuahai's strength by 5, now resting at 111. Ding! Qiong Kuahai's exclusive skill Purple-Faced Heavenly King activates Effect 4, reflecting 2 points of suppression back at Lin Qiong, reducing his strength by 2, now at 113. Lin Qiong's spear lightly grazes Qiong Kuahai's shoulder, and he rejoices at finally inflicting injury, especially to the shoulder, which hampers Qiong Kuahai's power. He believes victory is tipping in his favor. Yet, the wounded Qiong Kuahai remains unfazed, only becoming more ferocious. Ding! Qiong Kuahai's anger intensifies, and with 2 instances of berserk activation, his strength surges by 10. Now totaling 121. It is time to conclude this. Qiong Kuahai grips his copper staff with all his might, the staff embodying the weight of mountains. All his inner strength transforms into a mighty bear, charging ferociously at Lin Qiong. Lin Qiong too gathers his full inner strength, exclaiming, spear piercing the Big Dipper. Lin Chong's energy coalesces into a meteor streaking across the battlefield, crashing violently into the chest of the colossal bear. The bear's claws tear through the meteor's brilliance. With a thunderous roar, dust erupts, and as it settles, the scene reveals the two warriors. One stands tall, his garments tattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The other kneels, propped by his spear, coughing violently, blood splattering onto the ground. Cough, cough, I concede defeat. Qiong Xiaowei is indeed superior, Lin Chong manages to utter between coughs. Qiong Kuahai, equally injured, graciously replies, "Thank you, Lin Jiao." The surrounding soldiers watch, dumbfounded by the fierce clash of titans. This battle stands as the most intense since Yang Feng's arrival at Bai Qi. Though many soldiers scarcely comprehend the intricacies, they remain captivated. The officers above are equally stunned. Do you quietly query Zhao Yun, Zilong? How do these two compare to you? Zhao Yun ponders before responding. They are on par, though I am uncertain if both gave their all. They didn't use their full strength. Do you? Exclaims in surprise. Lin Jiao likely did, but Qiong Kuahai seems to have reserves. Zhao Yun replies earnestly. Yang Feng swiftly descends the platform, rushing to the two warriors, embracing them. Brother Qiong, Lin Jiao, you both are truly formidable. Zijing has seen many battles, yet never encountered warriors of your caliber that I look forward to fighting alongside you in the future. It's hard to fathom. Bring forth a feast. Let us celebrate with wine. Cheers. The assembled generals rejoice. Among the soldiers, Lu Xiangxing gazes at the officers on high, secretly vowing, after the next grand competition, I shall stand upon that stage, toasting with my benefactor. Qin Xiong throws an arm around Zhao Yun. Zilong, with Qiong Kuahai's emergence, your position as the mightiest general is at stake. Zhao Yun shakes his head, extricating himself from Qin Xiong's embrace. I have never considered such matters, only striving to serve my country and fight on the battlefield. Indifferent to these superficial accolades, General Xiong's prowess is unfathomable and inspires me to further hone my skills. Indeed, it's rather pointless. You take jest too seriously, Qin Qiong chuckles. If only your focus could be entirely on martial prowess, you would surely ascend even higher. Come, let us drink. Zhao and Qin, bantering, enter the grand tent, where the generals engage in hearty revelry. After drinking, Yang Feng feels a slight headache. He inquires about the condition of his younger brother. Yang Lei, since ascending the mountain, his talent has been astounding. Personally taught by Damo, building a solid foundation from childhood to T13, Yang Feng had already surpassed the current Qiong Kuahai in strength, and his martial skills were equally impressive. Though he is yet to match Qiong Kuahai now, his youth promises tremendous potential. At the tender age of 13, Yang Lei surpasses his counterpart, Qiong Kuahai, by leaps and bounds. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of optimism regarding his younger brother's future. It was likely that upon his descent from the mountain, his martial prowess would rival the most formidable of warriors. As for his second brother, Yang Yun, he had once received a letter of recommendation from Kong Qiu, urging him to seek Zhu Shi as his mentor. After Yang Yun turned 6, Yang Ji dispatched someone to escort him to find Zhu Shi. Over the years, he had devoted himself to mastering the arts. Yet his current circumstances remain unknown. That unreliable little Yun has not even sent a letter home to assure us of his safety. Upon returning to his residence, Yang Feng was about to rest when Hong Wu approached him. Yang Feng looked up and said, "Ah, Hong Wu, it seems the information I requested has arrived." "Young master," Hong Wu replied, "all the materials have been meticulously compiled for your review." He handed over the well-organized documents to Yang Feng. Yang Feng took the materials and began to scrutinize them closely. The list of distinguished individuals was divided into two categories, the literary and martial rankings, as well as the dragon and tiger rankings. The dragon and tiger rankings comprise talented youths aged 16 and below, with the potential dragon and young tiger lists each featuring 18 individuals, totaling 36. The literary and martial rankings were further divided into the prominent scholars, victorious champions, and the champion rankings. The champion rankings included 72 individuals, while both the prominent scholars and victorious champions lists contained 36 each, culminating in a total of 144. Altogether, this amounted to 180 individuals. Moreover, Bai Qi had classified the abilities of martial generals into 9 grades. Yang Feng compared the martial strength values. The 9th grade corresponded to a martial strength of 65-70, the 8th grade to 7,075. And so forth, 7th grade at 7580, 6th at 8085, 5th at 8590, 4th at 9095, 3rd at 95100, 2nd at 100105, and the 1st grade ranging from 105 to 110. To simplify matters, Yang Feng categorized martial strength below 85 as subpar, 8,590 as fierce generals, 9095 as valiant generals, 95100 as mighty generals, 100105 as tiger generals, and 105,110 as divine generals. Naturally, these were merely foundational martial strengths. There were also skilled individuals capable of challenging beyond their ranks. Primarily reliant on their skill enhancement abilities, Yang Feng further classified the martial general skills and their respective styles. There were those focused on suppression, relying on overpowering their enemy's strength, much like Lin Qiong. Such individuals were vulnerable to those who could ignore or rebound suppression skills. Others adhered to a pure martial style, amplifying their own abilities and overwhelming others with high martial strength. The final category encompassed versatile generals, adept in both enhancement and suppression, exemplified by figures like Zhao Yun and Qiong Kuai. Yang Feng reflected for a moment before gradually unfolding the rankings, observing the names within, some familiar, others not. Upon closer examination, he realized that the options available for local generals were rather limited, with silver or gold-tiered candidates being exceedingly rare. Unless one had achieved renown or was situated within a powerful faction, the likelihood of ascending to Yang Feng's ranks was virtually negligible. Moreover, most were not based in the capital. Among those present, it would be advisable to investigate their capabilities before proceeding. As Yang Feng continued to peruse the list, he was astonished to find that the top of the champion rankings belonged to a local general, an unexpected revelation. The foremost name on the champion rankings was Zhan Xiao, courtesy name Yuntian, who hailed from a humble farming family. From a young age, he was frail and plagued by illness, yet his character was resolute and indomitable. His father, a retired soldier, often recounted tales of valor from the battlefield, profoundly influencing Zhan Xiao and instilling in him the ambition to become an unrivaled martial general at the age of 10. Zhan Xiao was fortunate enough to encounter a reclusive master who, recognizing his exceptional bone structure and steadfast gaze, took him as a disciple to impart martial arts. Gifted and diligent, Zhan Xiao never faltered in his training, mastering the techniques of his mentor, achieving unparalleled martial prowess. Upon entering the martial world, Zhan Xiao quickly made a name for himself with his spear, Lingshu Pashao Chong. During a time of rampant conflict and widespread banditry, Zhan Xiao, upon hearing of the plight of the people, charged into the bandits' lair alone. With his formidable spear skills, he dispatched foes with ease, annihilating the bandits within half a day and liberating the suffering populace. As news of his exploits spread, Zhan Xiao's reputation soared, drawing numerous heroes and warriors eager to spar with him, yet none could withstand more than 10 moves against him. Before long, the barbarian tribes from the Tsangming region invaded. Conducting merciless raids, Zhan Xiao resolutely enlisted in the military, heading to the battlefield. There, mounted on a magnificent black steed and wielding his long spear, he led his soldiers to repel the barbarian assaults time and again. In Liangyue Prefecture, the barbarians deployed their elite troops, setting numerous traps. Undeterred, Zhan Xiao meticulously analyzed their formations and skillfully executed tactics, leading his forces to launch a surprise attack from behind. Amidst a cacophony of battle cries and the flash of spears, Zhan Xiao plunged into the fray, single-handedly slaying the barbarian king and achieving a resounding victory, which plunged the Tsangming barbarians into disarray. Following this triumph, Zhan Xiao became a hero throughout Jingliang, and with the border conflicts momentarily quelled, he was poised for accolades. However, treacherous figures such as Qin Kuai, Tong Guan, and Gao Qiao slandered him before Lu Gong, accusing Zhan Xiao of hoarding power and attempting to marry the barbarian king's wife with intentions of rebellion. Lu Gong, already wary of Zhan Zhao's growing influence, succumbed to the malicious counsel and ordered the revocation of Zhan Zhao's military command, reducing him to the status of a commoner. Disheartened, Zhan Xiao returned alone to Liangyue Prefecture, the place where his journey commenced, and established a martial arts academy, welcoming disciples. Many sought to challenge him, yet none could surpass 10 exchanges against him. This is undoubtedly the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yang Feng mused, contemplating Zhang Zhao's exploits and deducing that his martial strength must be top tier, and his leadership skills not to be underestimated. Lu Gong truly lacks discernment. Such a loyal subject should not be disregarded. However, this aligns with history. My grandfather suffered for the same reason that it appears that the conniving Qin Kuai and his ilk are not the core issue. Rather, Lu Gong's intense paranoia leads him to maintain an iron grip on military power, allowing no one to gain absolute acclaim within the ranks. Yang Feng calculated this in his mind. The top 5 of the champion rankings were all local figures. Besides Zhang Xiao, the others included Zhao Qing, Ao Jun, Xiao Lin, and Song Feng. Each had their own notable achievements, with Xiao Lin and Song Feng having once been Zhang Zhao's trusted aides, only to be dismissed and left idle thereafter. Zhao Qing, on the other hand, could be regarded as the second most prominent figure in Jingliang, capable of silencing the cries of children in the Fenghua domain, having repeatedly ventured into the region to slay countless foes, nearly eradicating the barbarian presence there. Of course, in his pursuit of the title of the world's strongest, Zhao Qing had challenged Zhang Xiao multiple times, losing all 3 encounters, the specifics of which remain unknown. It was only known that Zhang Xiao regarded Zhao Qing as the sole individual capable of pushing him to exert his full strength, truly deserving of being his disciple. Upon seeing Zhao Qing's name, an icy sensation enveloped Yang Feng, and an uncontrollable surge of killing intent welled within him. Even Hong Wu, trained amidst the blood-soaked battlegrounds, sensed a hint of trepidation. Indeed, it was him, the traitor, the wretched dog who sold his master for personal gain, the very disciple who had betrayed his grandfather. The deep-seated enmity was irreconcilable. Yang Feng vowed silently that one day he would personally take his head. Presently, Zhao Qing was stationed in Yushi Prefecture, the only continent untouched by warfare. In contrast, the neighboring Fenghua domain remained the sole region to refrain from seizing the opportunity to attack amidst the chaos. Though Yang Feng harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zhao Qing, he nonetheless acknowledged that Zhao Qing stood as the pillar of strength for all of Jingliang. As for Ao Jun, the 3rd-ranked general on the champion rankings, he was the youngest among the top 5, celebrated as the most promising candidate to defeat Zhang Xiao. Yang Feng, upon further inspection, was astonished to discover that while his father's 3 brothers possessed varying martial strengths, the highest was 97, which, while not excessively high, was sufficient to maintain an undefeated record during the formidable conflicts with Songming Prefecture. This was in part due to Zhang Zhao's earlier triumph over Songming, which had left the region in disarray, coupled with the formidable General Ao Jun at his side. That Ao Jun had also been a passionate youth, who, upon learning of Yang Ji's establishment of the Yanmen Pass in Haiyuan Prefecture to defend against the barbarians, had joined Yang Ji's ranks, accruing numerous military accolades over the years. Ao Jun. So that's how it is, Yang Feng contemplated, finally grasping the truth behind his father's decision to enlist him. The surname Ao was indeed rare. The champion rankings continued with notable figures, including the 6th-ranked Xiao Mo, the 7th-ranked Guan Yu, the 8th-ranked Zhao Yun, the 9th-ranked Zhang Fei, and the 10th-ranked Fan Kuai, along with others such as Sun Tzu, Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan, and Qin Qiong. That a cursory glance revealed that these esteemed individuals had all achieved at least the rank of valiant general, indicating that Yang Feng still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the champion rankings. Next, he turned his attention to the victorious champions rankings. The top of this list was occupied by Rongxing, courtesy named Zhao Wei, who exhibited extraordinary intelligence, exuding a vitality like no other. In his youth, he was captivated by military literature and strategies. The obscure text that confounded others served as his guiding light to glory. At the age of 15, his village fell victim to a barbarian assault. The villagers were thrown into chaos, fleeing in all directions. Rongxing stepped forward, sword in hand, engaging the barbarian forces in a desperate struggle. With his exceptional martial skills and agility, he successfully repelled the enemy, safeguarding his village. Every move he made was closely observed by Sun Wu, and eventually, Sun Wu personally took him as a disciple, with Rongxing becoming his foremost protege. Upon reaching adulthood, as the turmoil erupted in Hanmu region, Rongxing resolutely plunged into military life. On the battlefield for the first time, he exhibited no fear, leveraging his unique understanding of military strategy and audacious decision-making. He led a small contingent, piercing through the enemy's flank like a keen blade, catching them off guard and achieving victory in his inaugural battle. Thereafter, his military prowess became increasingly evident. Whether navigating treacherous mountainous warfare or the rapidly shifting dynamics of plains confrontations, he adeptly seized the opportune moments. Often overcoming superior numbers on the battlefield, he rode a spirited steed, his stature commanding and his commands resolute. Wherever he appeared, the enemy faltered in disarray. After years of conflict, Rongxing expanded the nation's territory and amassed illustrious achievements. Becoming a living legend within the military, his name synonymous with unassailable victory. However, when he attained fame and glory and entered the imperial court, he was struck by the realization that this seemingly prosperous center of power was, in truth, rife with undercurrents of treachery and deceit. Within the court, those with ulterior motives were solely focused on the pursuit of power and profit, willing to sacrifice national interests for personal gain and suppressing the loyal and virtuous. Despite Rongxing's repeated candid advice, he faced exclusion and machinations from figures like Qin Huai and Tong Guan, his counsel disregarded and his efforts maliciously undermined. Observing the nation he had once defended with blood gradually succumbing to crisis under their manipulation, Rongxing was engulfed by feelings of helplessness and sorrow. After enduring repeated disappointments, he finally discerned the darkness of the court. He understood that single-handedly, he could not alter this decaying scenario. Thus, on a moonlit night, he shed his accolades and chains. Quietly departing from the tumultuous capital, he journeyed southward to a tranquil forest, embraced by verdant mountains and flowing waters, accompanied by melodious birds and fragrant blooms, free from the intrigues of the court and the smoke of war. He constructed a humble abode in the woods, cultivating a few acres of land, leading a simple life dictated by the rhythms of sunrise and sunset. In his leisure, he would wander through the woods, savoring nature's gifts, or sit by the stream, quietly reminiscing about his past glories. The brilliance of yesteryears had faded, and now, in this seclusion, he found within himself a newfound tranquility and peace. Alas, it is a pity that the general of 100 victories ultimately laid down his arms to return to the fields. As Sun Wu's most distinguished disciple, whether Li Mu could persuade this elder brother of his remained uncertain, yet even if he could not, it mattered little. After all, history's premier commanders still had numerous options, and Li Mu likely stood on par with Rongxing. Lu Gong, catering to these treacherous officials, had seen both Rongxing and Zhang Xiao brought low by their machinations. This Jin Liang would not endure for long. Yang Feng pondered silently. Following the 100 victories list, the second name belonged to Zhang Xiao, who not only possessed exceptional martial skills, but also excelled in military strategy. However, Zhang Xiao represented the archetypal bold warrior. While the foremost Rongxing was a strategist, strategists like Rongxing placed greater emphasis on meticulous pre-battle planning and deployment, achieving victory through cleverness and stratagem, advocating a righteous defense of the nation and employing unconventional tactics. Prioritizing strategy before engagement, considering the situation, balancing yin and yang, and utilizing skillful techniques. In contrast, the bold warrior faction, led by Zhang Xiao, engaged in more direct tactical analyses, focusing on the excellence of troops and the quality of soldiers. Breaking finesse with brute strength, emphasizing swift action and fierce attacks, adept at seizing opportunities and striking the enemy with lightning speed, prioritizing the use of weaponry, and emphasizing the configuration of forces and the overall quality of soldiers, making it more suitable for elite troops. The third name was also a familiar acquaintance, Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing not only inherited Yang Hong's martial prowess, but also his military strategies in combat against the barbarian tribes. He too could be counted among those with a record of unblemished victories. Yet, the more formidable the enemy, the more exhilarated Yang Feng became. How could anyone rival the likes of Qin Huang or Han Wu? Standing on the shoulders of historical giants, if he could not surpass them, it would render his journey through time meaningless. He might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. The fourth name on the list surprised Yang Feng, for it was none other than his father, Yang Ji. Yang Ji's commanding ability rated a modest 92, not particularly high, yet not low either. Nevertheless, he had never suffered defeat. Seemingly inheriting his father Yang Hong's military genius, the list continued. Historical figures began to appear. Chao Can, Chao Chao, Tan Daoji, Sima Yi, Lu Yu, and Gao Jiang were all present, albeit appearing later in history. There may have been commanders with higher ratings not included. However, with the ongoing conflict, the rankings were bound to shift. After reviewing the champion list and the 100 victories list, Yang Feng felt that the champion's ranking appeared rather bleak. While the 100 victories list was still within reach, he merely needed to dispatch himself for a few more victorious campaigns. Next, Yang Feng turned his attention to the scholar list, which was relatively straightforward. The top position was indisputably held by his mentor, Kong Qiong, a result of the system's integration. Surely, Confucius was deserving of the scholar list's foremost rank. The second spot was occupied by a historical figure, Meng Zi, a disciple of Confucius and a representative of Confucianism. The third was occupied by Jiang Ziya of Taoism, followed by Sun Zi, and the fifth was none other than Zhu Xi, the mentor of Yang Feng's second brother. The scholar list was indeed dominated by historical figures, with the likes of Lai Zi, Zhou Yin, Shi Nian, Luo Guanzhong, Wu Qingyan, and Chao Shuoqin also making their marks. Upon reaching the end, Yang Feng recognized a familiar face, Zhuo Qiuguang, the brother-in-law of Qin Huai, who had previously vexed him during the Tianbao poetry gathering. To his surprise, this old rascal, who had been so incensed that he spat blood, had not perished and was still guarding the scholar list. Yang Feng stroked his chin in contemplation, realizing that Zhuo Qiuguang could serve as a breakthrough. If given the chance, he could usurp him from the list, thereby elevating himself on the scholar list and fulfilling his task, which would reward him with 5 golden summoning cards. Just the thought of it made his mouth water. Completing this task would ensure his subordinates lacked nothing and might even stir the chaos of the world further. The more Yang Feng pondered, the more he felt the need to confront Zhuo Qiuguang once again. Alas, opportunities were scarce, so he set these thoughts aside for the moment and continued to observe the Qianlong and Young Tiger lists. The top position on the Qianlong list was undoubtedly held by Yang Feng, the champion of the Tianbao poetry gathering, a fact beyond dispute. Yang Feng's gaze shifted to the subsequent ranks. Focusing on promising local figures, particularly those in the capital, only 2 stood out, the second-ranked Feng Yi and the fifth-ranked Wu Yan. First, regarding Feng Yi, he hailed from the Feng clan of Donggu Prefecture, which held a certain connection to Yang Feng, not directly with him, but through his mentor. The Feng clan was indeed a prominent family in Donggu Prefecture, a stronghold of Confucianism. The ancestral figure of the Feng family had long-standing ties with Kong Qiong, and Feng Yi was a key figure nurtured by the clan. There had been aspirations to have him study under Kong Qiong, but by then, Kong Qiong had already taken Yang Feng as a disciple and could only decline the offer. Nevertheless, he provided Feng Yi with a letter of recommendation to seek out Meng Ku, Kong Qiong's disciple, in Tianbao Prefecture. Recognizing Feng Yi as a promising talent, Meng Zi accepted him as a disciple. After studying under Meng Ku for 8 years, Feng Yi garnered a reputation as a prodigy, and Meng Zi was particularly fond of him, always bringing him along on outings. Now, at 16, Feng Yi was at an age where he could no longer remain under his mentor's wing. Meng Zi encouraged him to seek his own path. Feng Yi's first stop was the capital, where he currently engaged in discourse at the Tianbao Academy. Being in the capital and a disciple of Meng Zi made him a viable choice, possessing considerable potential. Yet, Yang Feng harbored concerns that he might resent him, given that Kong Qiong had declined Feng Yi due to his tutelage of Yang Feng. This was an undeniable reality, and Yang Feng contemplated this matter. As for Wu Yan, he was a native of Tianbao Prefecture, born to commoner parents who fled to the capital due to the ravages of war. Wu Yan displayed remarkable intelligence from a young age and was recommended to attend the Tianbao Academy at the tender age of 6. Akin to the premier institution of Jin Liang, that he quickly distinguished himself as a natural prodigy with a photographic memory. Now, at just 14, his future prospects were indeed promising. Coming from humble origins was advantageous. Without the backing of a powerful family, rising to prominence was challenging, yet he might seek to ally with Yang Feng. However, the boy was still in school and likely lacked the awareness of such ambitions. Being in the prime of youth, it would be difficult to recruit him. Yang Feng thought it best to observe these 2 children and assess their potential through his brother, the commander. With this resolve, he instructed his steward to issue invitations, planning to visit the Tianbao Academy the following day. The next morning, Yang Feng rose early, prepared, and set off directly for the Tianbao Academy. The academy. Wu Yan inquired of Feng Yi, "Brother Feng, you have been with us at the academy for a while now. Where do you intend to go next?" Feng Yi gazed out over the lake, his thoughts soaring, reflecting that amidst the chaos of the world, nowhere felt as secure as the capital. Indeed, amidst such turmoil, the people suffer, Wu Yan replied. Expressing his own concerns, Feng Yi sighed, stating, Alas, the rise and fall of the people brings both joy and sorrow. Ah, is this not a line penned by Yang Feng? Why did Feng Qiong suddenly mention Yang Xiong's poetry? Feng Mao actually admires Yang Xiong for having the opportunity to lead troops in quelling rebellions and to enter the court as an official. Feng Qiong, if you wish to enter the court, it is quite simple. There is no need to envy. Feng Yi merely shook his head, remaining silent. Amidst their conversation, they noticed numerous scholars hurrying past that Wu Yan. Puzzled, stopped a student to inquire, and learned that Yang Feng was visiting Tianbao Academy today, prompting many to come and see the youngest Tianbao poetry champion. Upon discovering this, Wu Yan turned to Feng Yi. Feng Xiong, since Yang Feng is visiting Tianbao Academy today and everyone is going to see him, shall we join them? Very well, let us go together. Feng Yi and Wu Yan proceeded to observe. As Yang Feng arrived at the main entrance of Tianbao Academy, he presented his invitation and was escorted to the lecture hall. Observing the increasing crowd around him, Yang Feng felt perplexed and asked his guide, "Is there a special event at the academy today? Why are there so many people?" "Yang Shi, the reason for today's large gathering is you.me? What could that possibly mean?" "Many have never seen Yang Shi. They all wish to meet our Jin Liang's youngest Tianbao poetry champion. I see. However, there is nothing remarkable about me. I have but one nose, 2 eyes, and 1 mouth. Nothing particularly special." As Yang Feng watched countless students flood in. He felt as if he were a university professor giving a public lecture, though he was not here to teach, but rather to seek someone. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure parting the crowd, a frail, withered old man. Upon recognizing the old man, Yang Feng thought, what a twist of fate. It's him, the brother-in-law of Qin Hui. Zhuqiu Guang. It seems the lessons of the past have not been enough. Some people never learn. The surrounding students greeted Zhuqiu Guang, who nodded in acknowledgement until he reached the center, next to Yang Feng. "Young man, do you still remember me? I have no recollection of passers-by." "What? You speak of me. Wherever I go, others refer to me as Master Zhuqiu. Have you forgotten the Tianbao Poetry Conference from 10 years ago? I did not come here to chat. I have pressing matters. If you have nothing to discuss, I shall take my leave." As Yang Feng turned to leave, Zhuqiu Guang grasped his wrist. "I have business with you. After 10 years, I finally find you again. At the poetry conference, I was your rival. Over the years, I have diligently studied, hoping for a day to compete with you in poetry and couplets once more. Young man, there is no time like the present. Let us engage in a friendly contest today. I apologize, but I am quite busy. My purpose in coming to Tianbao Academy today is to find someone. I truly have matters to attend to. I hope you understand. How about this? I shall wait here for you, and after you finish your business, we can have our contest." Yang Feng was at a loss for words. This old man was as stubborn as a dogged adhesive. To be frank, Yang Feng felt his confidence in couplets was still lacking. After all, one could never know what kind of upper line the other would present. Unlike poetry, where he could leverage 5,000 years of Chinese culture to establish his reputation in a foreign land. His previous encounter with couplets had been purely serendipitous, leading him to mistakenly believe that Zhuqiu Guang was also a traveler from another realm. Yang Feng could only temporarily acquiesce to Zhuqiu Guang. Seeking out Feng Yi and Wu Yan, Feng Yi and Wu Yan, seated below the stage, had not anticipated that Yang Feng was looking for them. Upon their reunion, they proceeded to a tea room. With Wu Yan preparing tea while Yang Feng and Feng Yi took their places on either side. As Wu Yan brewed the tea, he inquired, "Might I ask why Yang Xiong sought us today?" After Wu Yan's question, Feng Yi also turned his gaze to Yang Feng, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Yang Feng took a sip of tea and began, "The reason for my visit is somewhat purposeful. Allow me to pose a question to both of you. How do you perceive the significant events unfolding today?" Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, he began to observe the two young men. Feng Yi remained silent, while Wu Yan answered first. "Actually, Yang Xiong, the topic you raised was recently discussed between us. Allow me to take the lead and set the stage for both of you. Currently, our Jin Liang faces internal strife and external threats. The 4 major barbarian tribes have already launched attacks on us. The barbarian forces from Liang have even occupied half of our state. And the military in Songshan seems unable to withstand the onslaught from the Hanmu barbarian tribe AS for domestic affairs. First there is the dispute over legitimacy, and now we have bandits exploiting the past events of His Majesty's pacification to pose as a young emperor, deceiving loyal subjects from back in the day to contest legitimacy. The royal brothers and princes are engaged in quelling the disturbances, and though we hold a slight advantage on the battlefield, the unrest has caused the hearts of the people across various states to waver, leading to continuous rebellions. Most of our Jinliang states are embroiled in turmoil. Nevertheless, it is still Yang Qiong who has swiftly quelled the chaos in Bai state, allowing the common folk to recuperate. Yang Feng mused internally. This lad still praises me in the end. He possesses quite a bit of emotional intelligence. His analysis of the nation's affairs seems adequate. But I wonder about his potential. Contemplating this, he instructed his system. Tongzi, please assess Wu Yan's attributes. Ding. Wu Yan, 14 years old, command 73, strength 62, intelligence 82, politics 85, charisma 75. Impressive. At just 14, he possesses such attributes. Both intelligence and politics exceed 80, qualifying him as a bronze-level talent. Tongzi, can we see his potential? Ding. System level insufficient to probe potential. Great. Still not high enough. Essentially, it seems I need to level up. What level is required? Ding. Unlock numerous features upon reaching level 10. Is that so? You tempt me with those numerous features. I am determined to see just how many there are. Ding. Each time the system level surpasses a decade, a grand gift package will be automatically issued. Very well. Tongzi, you've become generous. A.S. Yang Feng conversed with the system. Feng Yi continued Wu Yan's line of thought. What Yan Di said is indeed correct. The current turmoil in the world may appear complex, but if we resolve the key issues, all other problems will naturally be resolved. Wu Yan, somewhat perplexed, pressed on for clarification. Feng Qiong, could you elaborate? I am somewhat dull and have not grasped the intricacies. Feng Yi cast a provocative glance at Yang Feng and continued. In truth, all matters in the world are alike. Once the key issue is resolved, the rest will follow suit. Our greatest challenge in Jinliang is to eliminate the false Emperor Liu Bang. Once he is dealt with, the other rebellions will be effortlessly subdued. Once our domestic military strength is restored, the barbarian tribes will retreat without a fight. Yang Feng, upon hearing Feng Yi's words, felt a tinge of disagreement within him. While Feng Yi was not entirely wrong, most people shared this sentiment. There were still issues to address. Firstly, how easy would it be to eliminate Liu Bang? Secondly, these rebels were not mere petty criminals. They were historically infamous rebels, and one could not view them through the lens of the past. Lastly, would the barbarian tribes withdraw simply upon resolving internal issues? They were not the same barbarian tribes as before. With the infusion of historical figures, their ambitions had transformed. Feng Yi's assertions, seemingly unassailable, were riddled with flaws. Tongzi, please assess Feng Yi's attributes as well. Ding. Feng Yi, 16 years old, command 61, strength 68, intelligence 81, politics 78. Charisma 88. Feng Yi is still ranked second on the potential dragon list, but his attributes seem inferior to Wu Yan's. It appears Wu Yan's charm has hindered him, or he would not be fifth. After Feng Yi and Wu Yan had spoken, they both turned their attention to Yang Feng, eager to hear the thoughts of this renowned genius. Yang Feng, sensing their gaze, knew he must make a display. Both of you have made commendable points. I can only add 3 observations. First, while everyone acknowledges the importance of defeating the false emperor, why does His Majesty not dedicate all efforts to this task? Moreover, with so many renowned generals in the court, why are they not dispatched? Instead, the royal brothers and princes are sent forth. Second, are these rebels truly so easily vanquished? If memory serves, why did the governors of Liangyu, Dongzhua, and Bailey, Wang Shichong, and the governor of Wangguang, Dou Jianda, fail against bandits? Why has Zhu Wan, the governor of Sichuan, struggled to subdue them for so long? Thirdly, the barbarian tribes of today are no longer the same as before. In Tsangshan, half of our state, Huanghe consists of numerous cities. Is it truly the case that our governors are incapable? Even when combining the strength of 2 states, we barely manage to hold our ground. Why is that? Yang Feng's barrage of questions left the previously eloquent Feng Yi somewhat flushed, as these inquiries struck him squarely in the face, rendering him somewhat embarrassed at this moment. Wu Yan spoke up. Yang Xiong's questions are indeed thought-provoking. I have learned much. However, what should our Jinliang do to resolve these issues? Yang Feng regarded Wu Yan and replied, to speak frankly, I too am unsure how to resolve this. Yet I firmly believe in one thing. When the mountains and rivers are shattered, we are all guilty. Why do we pursue knowledge? Mastering both the arts of literature and martial prowess, one seeks to serve the imperial family. Indeed, This moment calls for our generation's contribution. Brother Yang speaks wisely. How about this? I shall compose a poem to present to my two esteemed younger brothers. Excellent. I shall listen attentively. He is also quite eager. Yang Feng, with an air of nonchalance, took a sheet of paper, prompting Wu Yin to hastily grind ink and pass him a brush. Yang Feng elegantly inscribed a poem. Upon completion, he set down the brush and invited his two esteemed brothers to critique it. Wu Yin and Feng scrutinized the poem, and suddenly, Wu Yin burst into applause. Brother Yang, this poem is splendid, he exclaimed. Why should a man not wield the Wu hook to claim the 50 states beyond the mountain passes? Pray, ascend the Zhao Sun Pavilion for a moment. Who among scholars can attain the rank of Marquis? Feng also began to savor the verses, remarking, Brother Yang's poetry is indeed remarkable. The rhetorical question emphasizes his urgency and indignation at the turmoil of the world and the invasion of foreign foes. The term claim conveys a lightness that illustrates Brother Yang's fervent desire to save the nation. These lines are skillfully crafted, with a lively rhythm and clear meaning. Truly, a fine poem. I shall now appreciate the latter couplet. Feng continued, As we all know, during the founding of the Jinliang dynasty, the Taizu emperor bestowed titles upon his meritorious subjects, with the 26 most distinguished figures recorded in the Zhao Sun Pavilion. Brother Yang, by referencing the ascent to the Zhao Sun Pavilion, highlights the helplessness of scholars in attaining noble titles, underscoring the significance of taking up arms. Could this be the very reason you abandoned your pen for the sword? Brother Yang? Wu Yin inquired. Yang Feng nodded. You two children, to be deceived by the poetry of a mere poet is an overestimation of my talents. Yin, you are correct. In my youth, I too aspired to be a carefree scholar. However, with the rise and fall of the realm, every man bears responsibility that I had no choice but to forsake the pen for the battlefield, laying down my beloved brush to wield the sword against the enemy. These choices were never what I desired. Such noble intentions, Brother Yang, Wu Yin and Feng both clasped their hands in respect. Yang Feng observed that he held greater hopes for Wu Yin, a commoner without connections, who surely faced challenges from the likes of Qin Hui and Tong Guan. Moreover, his attributes were indeed commendable, warranting cultivation. In contrast, he sensed an inexplicable hostility from Feng perhaps rooted in past grievances. Yet, he reasoned, fortune favored the prepared. Life was too vast to be tethered to a single tree for sustenance. By the way, Brother Tong, do the two possess any passive skills? Ding detected Wu Yan's passive skill. Ink charm of national stability, the written word as a sword, thought as a shield. The delicate pen tip embodies the power to stabilize the nation. As a regional administrative officer, the governance, agriculture, commerce, water conservancy, and construction development speed in his jurisdiction are doubled. This Wu Yin possesses a top-tier passive skill. He must be secured. Ding detected Feng Yi's passive skill, aura of literary scrolls, drawing from classics with ease. Humble and courteous, refined and elegant, as a scholar, his works resonate profoundly with the world. This skill merely embellishes his talents. To be frank, it lacks substantial utility. Upon reviewing the skills, Feng Yi's importance in Yang Feng's estimation diminished a notch. Yang Feng turned to Wu Yin and asked, Brother Yin, do you harbor aspirations to serve the nation? Would you accompany me in military service for our country? Wu Yin, with a forlorn expression, replied, Brother Yang, I yearn to go, yet my teacher insists that I have yet to refine my skills and forbids me from entering officialdom. Go. Who is your esteemed teacher? My master is Xuanzi, the head of the Tianbao Academy. Ah, so it is Master Xuanzi that I happen to be visiting and would like to pay my respects. Afterward, Wu Yin led Yang Feng and Feng out of the tea room, intending to make their way to the academy's back mountain. Zhuo Guang, upon seeing the three emerge, immediately blocked their path. Young lad, have you completed your official duties? What of our agreement? Yang Feng, repulsed by Zhuo Guang's rodent-like appearance, felt a wave of disgust. Wu Yin stepped forward. Addressing Zhuo Guang, Master Zhuo, I am accompanying Brother Yang to pay respects to my teacher. Please allow us passage. Even so, I shall join you. It has been long since I last saw Headmaster Xuanzi. Zhuo Guang declared, following closely behind Yang Feng. Truly a bothersome toad upon one's foot. It neither bites nor brings relief, akin to an adhesive plaster stuck to one's side. Yang Feng mused, feeling quite displeased. He had not intended to assert his dominance over Zhuo Guang. But since the latter was so insistent, he thought to see if defeating him could elevate his standing on the Hongru list and complete a task. As he pondered, they arrived at the back mountain of the academy. Wu Yin approached the door and knocked. Master, Yang Feng, Feng Yi, and Master Zhua have come to pay their respects. Let them enter, an aged voice responded from within. The door creaked open, revealing an elder with a gaunt face, flowing beard, and clad in loose robes, holding a scroll as he stepped outside. This was Yang Feng's first encounter with Xuanzi, and he noted that the elder appeared somewhat different from historical depictions. Yang Feng clasped his hands in greeting. Master Uncle, Ziji has come to pay his respects. Xuanzi regarded Yang Feng, having heard much of his master's esteemed disciple, yet this was their first meeting. Ziji need not be overly formal. Please, all of you, take a seat. The five of them settled within the pavilion. Xuanzi gazed at the trio and inquired, might I ask why the three of you have sought me out today? Yang Feng stood to address him. Master Uncle, Ziji has come primarily to visit you. That I have been in the capital for several days and have yet to pay my respects. I hope you will not take offense. Xuanzi nodded. I understand that Ziji is quite occupied with official matters. I have often heard your master speak of you. Should you find yourself free in the future, do come to my humble abode and converse with this old man. Certainly, Master Uncle. There is another matter. I wish for Brother Yin to join me in serving the nation, yet he insists on consulting you first. What are your thoughts on this matter? Yang Feng directly posed the question to Xuanzi, leaving Wu Yin feeling quite awkward beside him. Xuanzi narrowed his eyes, observing Wu Yin, who could not bear to meet his teacher's gaze. That in truth, Wu Yin longed to follow Yang Feng, yet he felt unworthy of such a path and feared his teacher's disapproval, leaving him in a state of distress. All of Wu Yan's subtle movements were keenly observed by Xuanzi, who chose not to respond immediately. After sipping his tea, Xuanzi remarked, I comprehend Ziji's intent. However, allow me to pose a question. Where is it that one cannot serve the nation? Ziji, ponder this matter further before making a decision. Yang Feng wished to speak, but refrained. Xuanzi then turned to Feng Yi. Little Yi, what brings you here? Feng Yi rose and bowed. Master Uncle, I have come merely to visit you. Ah, little Yi, I have previously mentioned that Brother Meng has imparted much knowledge to you. Yet, human capacity is finite. Mastering breadth does not equate to depth. Once you grasp this truth, it will become clear to you. Although Feng Yi was not entirely convinced, he nodded in acknowledgement. Your teachings are indeed wise, Master Uncle. Rest assured, one day you will come to understand my reasoning, Xuanzi said, placing the scroll upon the stone table. He then turned to Zhuo. Zhua, do you have matters to discuss? Zhuo rose and addressed Xuanzi. Brother Sun, I wish to challenge Yang Feng once more. You could serve as our judge. Zhua, such fixation is unwise. Xuanzi advised. Please, Brother Sun, grant me this request, Zhuo implored, bowing deeply. Xuanzi helped him up. Zhua, why do you persist? The authority to decide this matter does not lie with me. Both Zhuo and Xuanzi turned their gazes toward Yang Feng, who scratched his head, having not intended to engage in a battle with Zhuo. Yet, here he was, feeling exasperated. Very well, since Master Uncle is present, I shall accept Master's challenge, but I propose we settle this with a single match. Very well, let us settle this with a single match, Zhuo readily agreed, and was about to pose a question. However, Xuanzi interrupted, suggesting that since he was to judge, he might as well be the one to propose the topic. Zhuo, if you are adept at couplets, it would be somewhat unfair for you to present the first line. Thus, let me pose the question, and you too may respond. Xuanzi favored Yang Feng, concerned that he might be at a disadvantage. Indeed, if it were about couplets, Yang Feng would find it challenging, so Xuanzi decided to take the lead. Noticing that Zhuo and Yang Feng had no objections, he continued, since we are all scholars, why don't you both share your reasons for studying the works of the sages? Zhuo stepped forward first. Allow me to respond that I believe that reading the works of sages clarifies right from wrong, cultivates one's character, and contributes to the world. Excellent. Xuanzi affirmed Zhuo's answer. The gaze of the group then turned to Yang Feng, who had already formulated his thoughts. That I stand upon the shoulders of 5,000 years of cultural history. If I were to lose to you, I might as well perish. Ziji had also prepared his response, declaring, I believe it should be, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the common people, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, and to pave the way for peace throughout the ages. Upon hearing this, Xuanzi stood up, exclaiming, "Ziji, that is marvelous. No wonder you are the beloved disciple of the Grandmaster." Yang Feng observed the astonished expressions of the four, thinking to himself, "You must not have heard of the 4 lines of Hankyu. Your challenge is somewhat lacking. Let me dazzle you." He recited, "To establish a heart for heaven and earth. To establish a destiny for the common people, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, and to pave the way for peace throughout the ages. Good. Wu Yin, fetch my carving knife." Xuanzi commanded that Wu Yin complied, handing the knife to Xuanzi, who then exited. The four exchanged glances, wondering what to do, before following Xuanzi outside. Xuanzi made his way to the steel forest of the academy, arriving at the tallest steel. Many students, witnessing Xuanzi's hurried approach with the carving knife, speculated that a sage's aphorism was about to be inscribed, as it was only the headmaster who would carve such words. Soon, a crowd of students gathered in the steel forest. Xuanzi closed his eyes, channeling his energy to cultivate a calm presence, making it seem as though he were not even standing there. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his aura reaching its zenith. With a leap, he began carving words into the steel, each character meticulously etched. Once he finished, his presence subsided into tranquility. Turning to Yang Feng, Xuanzi said, "Ziji, you may now inscribe your name." Yang Feng, slightly bewildered, received an explanation from Wu Yan. It turned out that at Tiandao Academy, there was a rule. Whenever a sage's words emerged, the headmaster would inscribe them in the steel forest, while the speaker would inscribe their name for posterity to admire. Yang Feng also spotted phrases left by his teacher among the other steels. This time, however, Xuanzi had selected the highest steel for Yang Feng. Unwilling to back down, Yang Feng drew his sword, leaping forward to etch his name upon it. Indeed, without a solid foundation and internal strength, it would be impossible to carve upon this steel. Upon finishing, Yang Feng returned, and Xuanzi remarked, "Ziji, these 4 lines are splendid. They not only reflect the lofty aspirations of a Confucian, but also inspire future generations of virtuous scholars to carry on the flame of righteousness." "Zuoqiu, do you concede?" Zuoqiu Guan grimaced. Though he acknowledged the brilliance of Yang Feng's lines, he remained unwilling to admit defeat, as his expertise lay in couplets, and this was the last bastion of his pride. Xuanzi, observing Zuoqiu Guang's silence, shook his head, realizing that his inability to progress stemmed from his pettiness. Yang Feng understood that this old man would not relent easily, and though he was already embroiled in this contest, he decided to leave himself an avenue of retreat. "Very well. If you wish to challenge me, I can oblige, but how about this? We each present a line, and then respond with a corresponding line." Before Zuoqiu Guang could speak, Xuanzi interjected, "I think this is a fair proposition, 1 line each." With Xuanzi's endorsement, Zuoqiu Guang had no choice but to concede. "All right, I shall begin. This is a couplet I composed during my visit to Haiyuan Prefecture. Wang Jianglu. Wang Jianglu, Wang Jianglu Xia Wang Jianglu, Jianglu Qiangu, Jianglu Qiangu." Zuoqiu's mastery of couplets was indeed impressive. The couplet was remarkable. Wang Jianglu, Wang Jianglu. A perfect match, praised Feng. Aoyan also understood the pressure on Yang Feng to respond swiftly and felt a twinge of concern. Yet Yang Feng showed no fear. The old man was merely regurgitating what he already knew. "It appears I am bound to win this round. Zuoqiu, your first line is splendid, but I too have crafted a response. Earlier, while at Uncle Xuanzi's, I came across a well, and I shall use this to respond. In Yu Jing. In Yu Ying. In Yu Jing Zhong In Yu Ying. Yu Jing Wan Yin. Yu Ying Wan Yin. Excellent. Magnificent. In Yu Jing. In Yu Ying. Truly remarkable, as expected of Brother Yang." Wu Yan was the first to leap up. Cheering for Yang Feng, Xuanzi nodded in approval, recognizing Yang Feng's quick wit and the balanced structure of his couplet that a fine young man indeed, with a promising future. "Zuoqiu, you have finished your turn." "Now it is my turn," Yang Feng said, looking at Zuoqiu Guang. Zuoqiu Guang's face turned pale. He had not anticipated that after such preparation, Yang Feng would easily counter his couplet. He could only hope to respond to Yang Feng's lines. "You may proceed." Yang Feng, holding a folding fan, strolled as he spoke. "My line is quite simple, just 5 words. Yin Sua Chi Tang Lu. I humbly ask Master Zuoqiu for your guidance." The Zuoqiu Guang fell into deep contemplation. This couplet was not easy to counter. Yin Sua Chi Tang Lu required each character's radical to correspond to the 5 elements, and the tones must match as well. Finally, the imagery had to align, making it exceedingly challenging. Xuanzi commented on Yang Feng's line. Guan was sweating profusely, struggling to come up with a perfect response. Yang Feng, noticing his predicament, felt a sense of amusement. If he had not found a perfect match in all these years, he would be truly impressed if this old fellow managed to rise to the occasion. Seeing that Guan was taking too long, Yang Feng grew impatient. How about this, Mr. Zhuqiu? I have matters to attend to. When you have crafted your response, come find me at Fayuki. I shall take my leave. After saying this, Yang Feng exited the steel forest, leaving Guan to ponder. Xuanzi and the others also followed Yang Feng outside. Yang Feng clasped his hands to Xuanzi. Uncle, may I request a private conversation with you? Xuanzi nodded, leading Yang Feng back to the small courtyard. Upon entering, he asked, What is it, Ziji? Is there something you wish to discuss? Yang Feng nodded. Earlier, you mentioned that there are many ways to serve the country. I now respond. Wu Yan is not only serving the country, but also serving me. Xuanzi fixed his gaze on Yang Feng, speaking each word deliberately. Ziji, do you understand what you are saying? I am quite aware, uncle. The world is in chaos, with treacherous factions in power, and the people suffering. I understand that if I proceed to quell the rebellion, I will undoubtedly govern a region. Wu Yan is well suited for this role. I trust you understand that he will not suffer under my guidance. Ziji, after you exit this door, do not speak of what you have just said. It is too dangerous. I understand, but Wu Yan is not yet ready for an official position. However, I promise you, when you leave Tiandao, Wu Yan will accompany you. Thank you, uncle. Yang Feng bowed deeply, expressing gratitude for his uncle's support. Xuanzi nodded, summoning Wu Yan and informing him of the matter. Wu Yan's heart soared with joy. He had long desired to showcase his talents alongside Yang Feng. There was no telling when Yang Feng might leave Tiandao. So for the time being, Wu Yan resolved to study diligently by Xuanzi's side. Yang Feng felt immense satisfaction, as this secured an ally from the local populace. The system chimed. Host has recruited the bronze-level local character, Wu Yan. Task completion progress. Bronze level 15. Wu Yan was undoubtedly more than just a bronze character. It was a pity he was still too young, Yang Feng mused inwardly. After resolving matters with Wu Yan, Yang Feng took his leave and returned to the military camp. His plans remained unchanged. First, to develop his flying feather cavalry, as this was his stronghold. Second, to seek out additional local figures to recruit. Third, having triumphed over Guan, and with Xuanzi's inscription, his reputation should have increased significantly. Even if he did not make it to the Hongru list, he would not be far from it. It seemed the time had come for him to compose a few more poems. Yang Feng was thoroughly pleased with his plans. Just as he was arranging the next phase, a soldier approached to report. General, there is a woman outside the camp claiming to be your mother. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Yang Feng exclaimed, My mother has arrived. What brings you here? Although Yang Feng was unaware of his mother's intentions, he still exited the camp to greet her. From a distance, he spotted his mother, who was waving at him. Yang Feng hurriedly ran a few steps and arrived before her. What brings you here? Mother? He inquired, perplexed. Su Shi seized Yang Feng's ear, exclaiming, What? If there's nothing going on, I can't come. You little rascal, you've been avoiding me at home, and now we'll see how you evade me. Mother, please have some mercy. My subordinates are watching. Can we discuss this at home? He pleaded. No, we must clarify things here today. I want you to go on a blind date. Will you go or not? Fine, I'll go. Just let go of my ear first, please. Upon hearing this, Su Shi finally released her grip. Remember, you promised me. Tomorrow, you must come with me. I'll be keeping a close eye on you. What? Tomorrow? Mother, aren't you being a bit too hasty? Upon hearing Yang Feng's response, Su Shi was infuriated and attempted to grab his ear again. This time, Yang Feng had learned his lesson and stepped back to maintain his distance. Su Shi grew even angrier. You ungrateful child. Just tell me, will you go or not? Seeing no way out, Yang Feng resignedly replied, All right, mother, since I've promised you, I will certainly follow through. Su Shi's face brightened at his words. I knew it. Zijin is the most obedient. Actually, tomorrow's event isn't just a blind date. It's a poetry gathering. You excel at poetry, don't you? Be sure to compose a few pieces to impress the attendees. This time, there will be many noble families and royal connections, along with several fine young ladies. Make sure to perform well. I understand, mother, that you're just worried, aren't you? Yang Feng replied dismissively, It's merely an opportunity. It's a poetry gathering, a chance to enhance my reputation and fulfill the task early. Very well, I shall indulge my mother's little wish, he thought, beginning to look forward to the poetry gathering the following day. Get up now. Wash up. We have to prepare for the poetry gathering soon. You need to tidy yourself up. Su Shi called as she entered Yang Feng's room. Yang Feng struggled to rise from his bed. Really, mother? It's so early, and you want to let me sleep in. There are still 2 hours left. What's the rush? Let me sleep a bit longer. Saying this, he rolled up in his blanket. Only for Su Shi to yank it away, scolding loudly. Get up. Look at how lazy you are. You need to wash up and groom yourself for the gathering. Hurry. Yang Feng scratched his head and pleaded. It's too early. Washing up doesn't take that long. It's hard to get a day off. Please let me sleep a little longer. Against his mother's persistence, Yang Feng had no choice but to rise. Under her watchful eye, he dressed and washed up. Who would have thought that as a modern individual, he would time travel to the ancient era only to go on a blind date? It was quite unexpected. System, what use are you? With so many beauties throughout history, why can't you conjure some? Where are the 4 beauties or various virtuous queens? Instead, I'm surrounded by rugged men. Now I must go on a blind date. I'm truly embarrassed for you, system. While washing up, Yang Feng silently cursed the system. Every summoning is a choice made by the host and has nothing to do with the system. Hey, that sounds as if every one of your summoning choices hasn't been male. Have you ever summoned a woman? How can you say such a thing? The host can choose the summoning direction to be charm. Ah, this is truly remarkable, but I'm going on blind dates before and after time traveling. There's no escaping this fate. While Yang Feng continued to ponder, Su Shi could no longer wait and rushed in to direct him, forcing Yang Feng to follow her commands like a robot. Suwei Garden. Son, do you remember what I just told you? Su Shi asked anxiously. Yang Feng mechanically nodded. I remember. What did you remember? Repeat it. Smile when you see people. Maintain your poise, present yourself well, and see if there are any young ladies you fancy. Exactly. You must remember your mother's words. Don't forget. Su Shi continued to remind Yang Feng, while he grew increasingly impatient. Once inside the garden, he sought an excuse to escape his mother's oversight. Phew. Finally out. At such a young age, I've endured unbearable torment that a blind date is one thing, but I'm not interested in these superficial matters. I'll just wait for the summons of historical figures, but it shouldn't be for naught. Boosting my reputation is paramount. Esteemed sages, I'm not here to seek fame through poetry. I merely wish to ensure our culture isn't forgotten. Don't thank me. I'm just a humble conveyor of cultured as Yang Feng walked ahead. He heard someone calling him from behind. Zijin, brother Zijin, please wait. Yang Feng turned to see it was Feng. Brother Feng, we just met yesterday. What brings you here today? You know the reason we are here, don't you, Zijin? Feng quickly explained. Yang Feng understood at once that Feng had also come to attend the poetry gathering. Feng nodded, then shook his head, indicating it was more than just attending a poetry gathering. But oh, is there some undisclosed secret behind this? Please don't tell anyone, Zijin. Rest assured, I will keep it to myself. You know our relationship, don't you? After hearing Yang Feng's words, Feng felt reassured and revealed the secret behind the gathering. That it turned out that the poetry gathering at Suwei Garden was organized by the royal family. Princess Yawang had a deep love for poetry since childhood and was favored by Lu Gong. This year, she had reached the age of maturity, and Lu Gong had introduced many fine gentlemen to her. But she found none to her liking. Eventually, Lu Gong proposed the idea of hosting a poetry gathering, allowing her to set the topics. If a suitable gentleman could impress her, it would resolve one of Lu Gong's concerns. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng silently cursed his mother for causing trouble. The Yang and Lu families had a blood feud. Marrying Lu Gong's daughter would spell disaster. Did mother not know this? She was only complicating matters. With this thought, Yang Feng intended to slip away from Suwei Garden. Just as he was about to leave, a young eunuch approached and bowed to him. General Feiyu, I greet you on behalf of the family. There's no need for such formalities. May I ask for your name and the reason for blocking my path? Yang Feng returned the greeting and inquired. I am Wei Gonggong, the chief eunuch by the emperor's side. Princess Yawang has long heard of your esteemed name, and His Majesty holds you in high regard. The purpose of this gathering is for you to meet the princess. Wei Gonggong, I am truly sorry, but I am unwell today and wish to return home early. What seems to be troubling you, General? I can fetch the imperial physician to have a look at him. My health is fine. I merely have some military matters to attend to. Please forgive me. General, you are on a day off today, aren't you? Urgent military affairs just arrived. I ask for your understanding. There's no need to say more, and no matter how urgent, it cannot be more important than today's event. Are you defying the Emperor's orders? Wei Gonggong's tone turned stern. Yang Feng was undeterred. If it is indeed His Majesty's command, where is the decree? I would like to see it. Wei Gonggong looked at the young man before him and said, What? General, can the Emperor's verbal command not sway you? Must it be a written decree? That was not my intention. I merely fear that some may misuse the Emperor's favor to misrepresent his commands. Yang Feng retorted, showing no deference to Wei Gonggong. Seeing the two at an impasse, Feng quickly intervened as Zijin. Wei Gonggong, both of your points are valid that I can attest that it was indeed the princess who requested His Majesty to ensure Zijin's attendance at this poetry gathering. His Majesty's command has already been conveyed to Zijin's mother. Wei Gonggong, please calm down. Zijin has spent years on the battlefield. He places great importance on commands and would not act without one. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng realized that it was indeed his mother who had stirred up trouble, and no wonder she had insisted he get up early to prepare. However, he could not simply refuse. Fine, I'll play dumb. I'll act as if I know nothing. With this in mind, he bowed deeply to Wei Gonggong. That I apologize for the unintentional offense. Wei Gonggong, that it's good that you have your own thoughts. But come with me now. We must not keep the princess waiting. With that, Wei Gonggong turned to leave, and Yang Feng had no choice but to follow. Once there, I'll adopt the silent demeanor, and no one will be able to pin anything on me. To ask me to compose poetry is out of the question. Humph, today I shall not utter a single word. Yang Feng arrived at the Listening Wind Pavilion alongside Wei Gonggong. Observing his surroundings, besides Feng, it was a pleasant surprise to see Wu Yin had also come. Upon spotting Yang Feng, Wu Yin joyfully stood up and waved, calling out, Zijin, brother Zijin, come over here. Join me. Faced with such warm hospitality, Yang Feng felt compelled to approach. Seizing the opportunity to strengthen their bond, he greeted Wu Yin and sat beside him, inquiring, Brother Yin, what brings you here? I heard Brother Zijin would be attending, and I wish to witness your elegance firsthand. Furthermore, my teacher advised me to learn from you, so today is perfect for observing up close. Do not harbor excessive expectations, Yang Feng replied, for my muse is lacking today, and I doubt I shall compose any poetry. What? That won't do. That would render your visit pointless. Brother Yin, do not underestimate the heroes of the world. True masters often dwell amongst the common folk. You know, as Yang Feng conversed with Wu Yin, he scanned the area and spotted a familiar face. This individual, clad in a vibrant red robe and green lantern pants, sported yellow shoes and wielded a fan emblazoned with the character, Shan. He resembled a weasel that had taken on human form. An old acquaintance, increasingly resembling a weasel. It's amusing how he and his teacher have become so alike. One a rat spirit, the other a weasel transformed. Truly a fitting pair. Yang Feng approached him. Xian Xiao, do you still recognize me? Qi Xian, busy boasting to his companions, turned in surprise upon hearing the greeting. He was startled to see Yang Feng, a face he could never forget from years past. You. Yang Feng advanced step by step towards Qi Xian, who retreated, nearly dropping his fan in fright. What's the matter? Am I truly that terrifying? Or have you forgotten your old friend after all these years? Yang Feng pressed on. Don't come any closer. What do you want? Qi Xian stammered, clearly intimidated. Nothing much, merely to greet an old friend, Yang Feng replied before returning to his seat, leaving Qi Xian on the ground. His numerous sycophants hurried to assist him back to his feet. Xian Xiao? Who is that person? Indeed, Xian Xiao. We have never encountered him before. Who is he? Qi Xian rose and declared. Do you not recognize him? He is Yang Feng, the renowned poetry champion of Tianbao. Just yesterday, the president of Tianbao Academy personally inscribed a stone tablet in his honor, declaring to establish the heart for the universe, to give life to the populace. With this introduction, the crowd's perception of Yang Feng shifted dramatically. Initially brimming with confidence, believing they had a chance, they now felt dwarfed in comparison. After all, defeating the esteemed scholars of the Hongru list twice is no feat for an ordinary individual. Especially at such a young age, it seemed everyone had come merely to accompany him in this endeavor. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Feng's intention was also to play the role of a mere spectator today. Having no plans to showcase his talents, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with Wu Yin as Wei Gonggong led him to the Listening Wind Pavilion. Upon reaching the adjacent Wanyue Tower, Wei Gonggong bowed before the door and announced, "I respectfully inform the princess that I have brought young Master Yang to the Listening Wind Pavilion." From within came a woman's voice, "You have worked hard. Wei Gonggong, it is a privilege for this old servant to serve the princess." He replied, "What are your thoughts on Yang Feng?" The princess inquired. "This old servant dares not make presumptuous judgments. Speak freely." "Yes, this old servant believes that young Master Yang does not appear particularly interested in this poetry gathering. Naturally, having already achieved the title of Poetry Champion of Tianbao, why would he concern himself with such a trivial event? I often read his poetry. What is love? It compels one to pledge life and death. Ah, what a poignant tale of love. Princess, what I mean is, young Master Yang seems not only uninterested in the poetry gathering, but after I mentioned you, he expressed a desire to return to the military camp." Wei Gonggong's voice dwindled to a whisper. Following this revelation, a palpable silence enveloped the tower, as if a pin drop could be heard. Suddenly, a sharp retort pierced the air. "Humph, what did you say?" "You mentioned me to him. And he wishes to return to the military camp. Does he not realize how many people are queuing to meet me? Truly, he is unaware of his own good fortune." Upon hearing the princess's anger, Wei Gonggong immediately knelt. "Princess, please do not be upset. It may be that my earlier instructions were not clear enough. Leading young Master Yang to misunderstand, I shall clarify matters with him at once. No need, I shall go myself shortly to see what talents this Yang Feng possesses." Returning to the Listening Wind Pavilion, Yang Feng continued his exchange with Wu Yin while awaiting the commencement of the poetry gathering. At this moment, some restless scholars, eager to showcase their talents, began to propose challenges and compose poems, critiquing one another. Observing their enthusiasm, Yang Feng reflected. Had the Yang family not harbored such deep-seated animosity with the Liu family, he would not oppose marrying a princess and would gladly display his own prowess. Alas, the blood feud is too profound for reconciliation. Among the crowd, Yang Feng held particular regard for Feng. After all, his passive abilities were tailored for writing, and as long as his poetic prowess was decent, he would undoubtedly surpass the rest, given that none present boasted abilities above 80 with no opportunity to recruit anyone. Yang Feng could only chat with Wu Yin while sipping quietly on his drink at that moment. Wei Gonggong emerged from Wanyue Tower and headed straight for the Listening Wind Pavilion, announcing, "Esteemed guests attending the poetry gathering, let us speak less and act more. You have a limited time of 1 incense stick to complete your compositions, from which our judges will select the top 3 to present to the princess. This first topic, as you all know, is the peony, the national flower of my Jinliang. Please compose a poem on the theme of the peony." Upon hearing this, everyone began to ponder, while Yang Feng continued to chat and drink. Wu Yin, eager to remind Yang Feng, said, "Brother Zijin, perhaps you should stop drinking. The princess has posed a topic. We should begin composing. Do you wish to showcase your brilliance before the assembled crowd?" Yang Feng asked with a grin. "Of course. Then how about this? I will write it for you, and when someone inquires, you may claim it as your own." Wu Yin scratched his head. "Asnt that a bit inappropriate. Brother Zijin, wouldn't I be deceiving everyone?" Yang Feng shook his head. "No, dear brother, you misunderstand. If you wish to shine, I am merely assisting you. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement." Wu Yin considered this, realizing Yang Feng had his reasons. "All right then, if anyone asks, I shall vouch for you. I truly am a little genius." "Excellent. Brother Zijin, speak your thoughts, and I shall write." While Yang Feng and Wu Yin conferred, others began to present their works. Wei Gonggong reviewed them and couldn't help but shake his head until he came upon Feng Yi's composition, which stood out as the finest among them. "Young Master Feng, your writing is commendable," Wei Gonggong remarked with satisfaction. Feng Yi bowed. "You flatter me." Wei Gonggong, curious onlookers urged, "Feng, please read your poem for us, so we may appreciate and learn from it." Feng Yi smiled modestly. "I am honored by your kindness that I shall recite it briefly for your critique." "Too kind, Feng. To witness your masterpiece is a great fortune." Feng Yi cleared his throat. "In the 4th month of Tianbao, peonies bloom, their national beauty shines under the sun's embrace. Emerald leaves cradle the crimson blossoms, while spring breezes caress, intoxicating the heart. Such a splendid poem, truly, a work befitting young Master Feng. exclaimed the onlookers, praising him profusely. Indeed, this round should rightfully crown you as the winner. As the accolades poured in for Feng Yi, he gently shook his head. You all exaggerate. Yang Feng has yet to present his poem. Let us await his contribution. Ah, indeed. The poetry champion has not yet composed. The crowd gathered around Yang Feng, eager to hear the latest creation from the illustrious Tianbao poetry champion. Yang Feng shook his head. Today, my muse is lacking. How about this? Let my disciple take the stage. Brother Yin, you go ahead. Yang Feng pushed Wu Yin forward, who had no choice but to recite the poem Yang Feng had suggested earlier, in the courtyard. The peony blooms with unparalleled grace on the pond. The lotus remains untouched by passion. Only the peony possesses true national beauty. Its blossoms stir the capital when in full bloom. What a splendid line. Its blossoms stir the capital when in full bloom. Wei Gonggong was the first to applaud. Brother Yan's work is truly remarkable. Feng's pales in comparison. Feng Yi also stepped forward to acknowledge Wu Yan's poem. What a fine poem indeed. The crowd erupted in praise. Flattered, Wu Yan glanced back at Yang Feng, who smiled at him and nodded, encouraging him to continue. Yang Feng mused to himself that Lu Yushi's appreciation of peonies could be considered the pinnacle of such verses, with poets of such caliber stepping in. How could they not capture the audience's attention? Alas, it falls upon me, the unremarkable transporter of Chinese poetry. Feng Yi continued to critique Wu Yan's poem, noting how the first two lines employed contrast, using peonies and lotus flowers to highlight the elegance and beauty of the peony. While the peony dazzles, it lacks the refined grace. The lotus, though graceful, appears somewhat aloof. Wei Gonggong took over, stating that with the groundwork laid. The third line, only the peony is truly the national color, signifies the peony as the king of flowers, emphasizing its uniqueness. When flowers bloom, the capital stirs, suggests that people flood out to admire the peonies, further accentuating their allure and regal beauty. Well done, Wu Xiaoyu, he exclaimed. After their explanations, the audience gained a deeper appreciation for the poem, realizing it was not merely commendable, but a masterpiece destined for posterity. Wu Yan returned to Yang Feng, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Yang Feng, with a gentle wave of his fan, nodded in acknowledgement of Wu Yan's praise, embodying a carefree demeanor that, in Wu Yan's eyes, epitomized a selfless sage. No, I cannot bask in Zijin's glory. I must ensure everyone recognizes his hidden talents. Wei Gonggong took the top 3 poems back to Wangyue Tower. Shortly thereafter, he returned and presented the second challenge. The first round yielded commendable work, and the princess has sent her praises through the scribes. Without further ado, the second topic is known to all, given the current turmoil in the realm. Please compose a poem on the theme of war, with the time limit being 1 incense stick. Wei Gonggong thought to himself that the princess still favored Yang Feng, noticing his lackluster state today. A poem on war would surely fall into Yang Feng's lap. Aside from him, the others were all young masters raised in the capital, who could truly grasp the essence of war. Only that lad has seen the battlefield. An evident bias. Hopefully, he possesses some insight. Feng Yi, upon hearing the princess's second topic, also glanced at Yang Feng but quickly turned away, deciding to complete his own poem first. Wu Yan too directed his gaze at Yang Feng, who maintained that same expression, a blend of joy and sorrow. However, Yang Feng soon conceived a poem and quietly relayed it to Wu Yan, who promptly jotted it down. Feng Yi finished his work as well. Wei Gonggong was the first to examine Feng Yi's creation, nodding repeatedly, impressed by the talent. The onlookers gathered around, eager to see Feng Yi's composition. Noticing the throng, Feng Yi quickly said, "Everyone, allow me to recite my poem." "Please, no need to crowd." "Very well. We shall listen attentively." Amidst the smoke of war, the drums resound. Iron steeds and golden spears tread moonlit ground. Valiant soldiers on the battlefield, bold and free, blood stains the rivers. Yet their resolve shall not flee. Excellent, truly excellent, as expected from Feng Qiong. Blood stains the rivers, yet their resolve shall not wane. Wonderful. It encapsulates the patriotic spirit of the sons of Jinliang. Feng Yi humbly replied. "You flatter me. Let us turn our attention to Yang Xiong's poem." The crowd shifted their gaze toward Yang Feng, who, meeting their expectant looks, shook his head, suggesting they instead focus on Yin Di's work. Following Yang Feng's gesture, they turned to Wu Yan, who presented his prepared poem with confidence. Alone in a foreign land as an outsider, During festive times, my longing for kin grows ever wider. I know my brothers ascend heights afar, yet among the Muggles, one less is there to impart. The assembly fell silent, contemplating this peace. Wei Gonggong echoed, how many return from the wars of old? After reading, he fixed his gaze intently on Yang Feng, unable to believe such profound lines came from someone who had never seen battle. The first line vividly depicted the opulence of a border feast, where fine wine and luminous cups complemented each other, delivering a potent visual and gustatory impact. The second line, through the urging of a pipa, blended the merriment of the banquet with the tension of impending departure. Creating a striking contrast, Wei Gonggong continued to analyze the poem. Feng interjected, noting that the last two lines expressed the celebratory toasts at the gathering, conveying the courage and bold spirit of soldiers who faced death unflinchingly. Aware of war's brutality, they still indulged in joyous revelry before heading off, showcasing their heroic demeanor while subtly revealing their resignation to the harsh realities of war and the fleeting nature of life. Magnificent, it's undeniable that China's treasures are vast. Countless poems could be crafted on this theme. The 9-year compulsory education has taught us well. Today, this young yen has indeed shone brightly. Alas, I cannot take the stage myself, as this renown is beyond my grasp. Wei Gonggong reflected, realizing that while Feng Yi's poem was commendable, Wu Yan surpassed it. That it was not merely a depiction of the battlefield, but a poignant reflection on the inevitability of war and the passage of life. How well stated. How many return from the wars of old? Wei Gonggong took the 3 poems back to Wanyue Tower. After a while, he returned to present the third challenge. Let us begin the third round. Please compose a poem on the theme of homesickness, with the time limit still set at 1 incense stick. Once again, the theme of homesickness emerged, suggesting the princess was still offering Yang Feng opportunities. It seemed she had taken a liking to him. However, it puzzled Wei Gonggong why Yang Feng persistently evaded her gaze. While Wei Gonggong contemplated, everyone was fervently writing. Yang Feng continued to guide Wu Yan, who eagerly followed his instructions, writing down every word. Feng Yi completed his work first, and, having learned from previous rounds, decided to check Wu Yan's poem before proceeding. That he approached Wu Yan and asked, Yan Shitty, may I see your poem first? Let us see yours first. Qiong, Wu Yan replied, scratching his head. Feng Yi nodded, then I shall set the stage. In dreams, the moonlight over my homeland's chill. A lone lamp casts shadows, tears trace my will. Remote, I ponder the rising smoke from hearths. How many autumn winds bring joy to hearts. Yang Feng genuinely admired Feng Yi's work. It was quite good. Yet, regrettably, he had encountered the midday bard, whose poetic prowess dwarfed even the brightest minds of the past. Wu Yan, undeterred, unveiled his own poem, alone in a foreign land as an outsider, during festive times. My longing for kin grows ever wider. That I know my brothers ascend heights afar, yet among the Muggles, one less is there to impart. Feng Yi felt somewhat disheartened, wondering if this was a game to him. Each time he presented his work, a superior piece followed, overshadowing his efforts. He said nothing further and handed his poem to Wei Gonggong. The fourth challenge soon followed. Now that spring has arrived, let us compose a poem on the beauty of spring. With the time limit remaining 1 incense stick, Wei Gonggong reiterated the princess's topic. The crowd pondered deeply, while Feng Yi, after brief contemplation, penned his poem. Wu Yan, under Yang Feng's guidance, completed his piece as well. Feng Yi was the first to recite his poem. Willows green and blossoms red reflect on the shore. Gentle breezes caress, swallows return evermore. In the depths of peach groves, birds sing sweetly. A slanting sun warms the heart of a friend discreetly. Following Feng Yi, Wu Yan read his poem. Light rain on the heavenly street, soft as cream. From afar, the grass appears, yet up close, it seems a dream. This time of year, spring's most splendid degree, surpassing the misty willows that graced the imperial city that as before, Wei Gonggong took the 3 poems to Wanyue Tower. Shortly after, he returned to announce the 5th and final challenge. Now, for the last round, love is the most elusive of all. What is love in this world? It compels us to pledge our very lives. The topic of love was set, and the time limit remained 1 incense stick. After presenting the topic, Wei Gonggong's gaze fell upon Yang Feng once more, thinking, I've pointed at you to this extent. Will you not respond? It puzzled him what thoughts occupied Yang Feng's mind. Yang Feng realized the implication of being prompted with his own transported poetry. The themes of war and homesickness were clearly directed at him. Furthermore, the final topic of love was firmly within his realm of expertise, almost guaranteeing him at least 3 points that I must find a way to slip away. With this intention, Yang Feng quickly advised Wu Yin on how to approach the poem and then excused himself. Claiming he needed to use the restroom, he discreetly slipped away to Feyuki, feeling he could no longer remain. Following the customary order, Feng recited his poem first. Under the moonlight, love blossoms bright. Flowers bloom like brocade, reflecting beauty's light. Vows sworn in the mountains and seas may drift away, yet only longing remains. Meeting in dreams at the end of the day, the crowd turned their attention to Wu Yin, who once again presented his written ancient poem. Once, the vast sea was hard to match, save for the clouds over Wushan. Nothing else can catch I in the flower throngs. I care not to glance back. Half my heart in pursuit of the Tao, half in love's tract. As this poem resonated, Wei Gonggong's expression shifted. Suddenly realizing Yang Feng had long departed, he hastily inquired of Wu Yin, "Wu Yin, are all these poems yours?" Wu Yin had indeed found an opportunity, pondering how to reveal that the poems were penned by Yang Feng. "Ladies and gentlemen," he exclaimed, "this is not my work. The 5 poems presented today are entirely the creation of Brother Yang. I merely assisted in transcribing them. Now it makes sense," came the understanding reply. "These are the verses of the poetic genius, so it is no surprise. Indeed, it was widely acknowledged that the poetry was exceptional." The crowd buzzed with admiration, and Feng narrowed his eyes, previously believing he and Yang Feng were on equal footing, only to realize, upon this encounter, that the disparity was vast. He felt as insignificant as a mayfly gazing at the heavens. Unlike others, Wei Gonggong had already discerned the truth. Wu Yin was not particularly known for his poetic talent, and such an impressive display must have had assistance. Yet, Wei Gonggong was preoccupied with the final poem, "Once a Vast Sea." No water can compare. Without the peaks of Wushan, clouds cannot be. What did Yang Feng mean? Was he using poetry to express to the princess that he had someone he cherished? Might this be the reason he chose not to sign his name and departed without a word? If viewed in this light, everything made sense. Yang Feng, oblivious to Wei Gonggong's interpretation of his actions as indicative of a romantic interest, might have felt elated had he known, upon informing the princess. This matter would be settled, freeing him from the prospect of matchmaking with her. Wei Gonggong hurried back to Wangyue Tower, relaying his thoughts and speculations to Princess Yaoguang. After listening, the princess fell silent. Noticing her quietude, Wei Gonggong reassured her, "Your Highness, these are merely my conjectures, not to be taken as truth." "Wei Gonggong," the princess replied, "when you suggest that his lines about the vast sea signify the death of a former lover, do you imply I should harbor anger towards someone who has passed? Is it necessary for me to be upset over a departed soul?" Wei Gonggong shook his head, wishing to counsel her further. "Your Highness, there are countless talents across the realm that it seems unnecessary to invest so much emotion in Yang Feng, that I acknowledge his poetic prowess, yet his demeanor today indicates a firm rejection." Princess Yaoguang rose, gazing out over the lake, and softly remarked, "Wei Gonggong, you do not understand. Throughout my life, my father has granted me every desire. Never has anyone denied my requests. This is the first time I have encountered refusal. He is a fascinating individual. Wei Gonggong, let us return to the palace. I wish to speak with my father." Meanwhile, Yang Feng returned to Feiyu cavalry, a headache forming at the thought of his mother potentially seeking him out in the military. What can I do to send her home? He pondered, scratching his head to the point of losing hair. That moment, Wang Ming entered Yang Feng's tent. "My lord, I have something to report." "What is it?" "Jinglu?" Yang Feng inquired. "My lord, the monthly competition is approaching. Should we invite Longxiang Guard for a field exercise?" "Huh? Jinglu, you have reminded me. Quick, not just Longxiang Guard, but also Tiger Ben Army and Ruwu Camp. We shall organize a grand training session, which I will personally oversee. Time is of the essence. I shall head to the 3 camps to speak with their leaders." Having said that, Yang Feng left Wang Ming to manage Feiyu cavalry and prepare for the training. He mounted his horse and rode swiftly to the other 3 camps. Through his negotiations, he arranged a large-scale training session for the 4th camp 3 days hence. Yang Feng planned for the monthly competition the following day, a rest for the entire army the day after. and then participation in the fourth camp training. It is time for the king of Lu Yin to emerge. He has waited long enough. I wonder what skills he possesses. I also hope this monthly selection yields some local talent, allowing my comrades to fulfill their tasks. Securing just one Wu Yin has proven quite laborious. How long will it take if I must invite each one individually? The realm is in chaos, and I cannot merely observe while evading my mother and Princess Yaoguang. I yearn for deployment, Yang Feng mused. The next day, Yang Feng arrived early at the camp, witnessing soldiers busily preparing for the monthly competition. He rode directly to the training ground, swiftly ascending the platform where Wang Meng was already directing operations meticulously. Yang Feng felt a mix of satisfaction and concern for Wang Meng, who was handling everything alone. This is too much for him. I must summon someone next time to share the burden. Wang Meng noticed Yang Feng's arrival and approached. My lord, you have come quite early. Please, take a moment to rest. I will handle everything promptly. Jinglu, go about your duties. Do not mind me. Just call for me when it begins. I shall catch up on some sleep, Yang Feng replied, reclining in a chair and drifting into slumber. As Yang Feng feigned sleep, he contemplated the nature of Feiyu cavalry as light cavalry, primarily suited for ambushes, yet lacking in direct combat strength. The heavy cavalry of Shintigard numbered only 300. It was insufficient. However, developing heavy cavalry required immense resources, which were currently unattainable. He would have to devise strategies from the other three camps, hoping for some promising outcomes from the upcoming training. Lost in thought, Yang Feng was roused by Wang Meng. My lord, the monthly competition is about to commence. Very well, Jinglu, sit beside me. We shall watch together. Wang Meng settled next to Yang Feng, who scanned the surroundings. Zhao Yun, Qiong, and other generals had already gathered on the platform, seated beside him. Yang Feng assessed his inner circle. The strategist and internal affairs still relied heavily on Wang Meng, a weakness in their ranks. As for commanding, Du still had room for improvement, having only reached level 93, far from his peak. Wang Meng, too, lagged behind his potential. Even Qiong and Zhao Yun were yet to reach their fullest capabilities. Promoting Lu Xiangxing today would provide another ally. In terms of martial prowess, Qiong Kuai and Zhao Yun had surpassed 100, categorizing them as formidable generals. The remaining members, including Qiong, Lin Chong, Niu Gao, and Lu Xiangxing, all qualified as valiant commanders. The martial aspect of their forces was presently robust, instilling confidence against any known adversary. It appeared that future summons would need to focus on strengthening other areas. As Yang Feng contemplated these matters, the competition commenced. Below 0.5 new recruits sought to challenge the Centurion. Piquing Yang Feng's interest, it seemed there were other skilled contenders beyond Lu Xiangxing. Whether they were genuinely capable or merely seeking attention would soon be revealed. The Centurion's capabilities, assessed by Yang Feng's system, all fell below 80, indicating a need for replacement. Yang Feng hoped for local talents to emerge, aiding in the fulfillment of his objectives. However, reality proved disappointing as the first two challengers were swiftly defeated. Idealism met stark reality. The third challenger, however, was Lu Xiangxing, boasting a martial prowess of 97, a notable figure even amid the turmoil of the times. Meeting the criteria for the champions list, Lu Xiangxing quickly triumphed over the Centurion without revealing his skills. Yang Feng promptly invited him to the platform, wishing to foster a connection. Lu Xiangxing knelt before Yang Feng. I am Lu Xiangxing, here to pay my respects, General. Yang Feng raised him gently. Jian Do, please rise. How did the general know my courtesy name? Lu Xiangxing exclaimed in surprise. Yang Feng's heart sank momentarily, realizing the potential misstep of addressing him by his name upon their first encounter. Yet, he quickly rectified the situation. I have perused the roster, which details the names and backgrounds of all. That is how I recognized you. I see. You are indeed the benefactor of Jian Do. I pay my respects to you. My benefactor, Lu Xiangxing said, rising and kneeling once more before Yang Feng. This time, Yang Feng was more cautious, lifting Lu Xiangxing again. What prompts such words, Jian Do? Lu Xiangxing recounted their shared history, and Yang Feng listened intently. Moved by the tale that time, I did not consider much, regardless of who it was. I would not turn a blind eye. I had no idea, Jian Do, that you were so devoted. Your gratitude humbles me. Lu Xiangxing shook his head. The general is mistaken. My mother taught me to repay kindness. Even a drop of water, let alone a life-saving grace that, of course, one must also remember one's enmity. Jian stands opposed to those rebellious forces. Thus, the king of Lu Yin had acquired the buff against peasant uprisings. Yang Feng continued conversing with Lu Xiangxing as the fourth challenger entered the training ground. Yang Feng was primarily engaged in conversation with Lu Xiangxing, hardly paying attention to the ongoing matches. Suddenly, Wang Ming nudged him, prompting Yang Feng to turn and look at him. Wang Ming quietly informed Yang Feng, "My lord, another challenger has succeeded." Upon hearing this, Yang Feng redirected his focus to the arena, only to discover that the fourth challenger had triumphed swiftly, the battle concluding in merely a move or two. Could it be that a local hero had emerged? Tongzi Go, investigate his 5 dimensions. Ding Xiangqiong, 18 years old, command 72, martial power 95, intelligence 68, politics 62, charm 82. What a remarkable talent. I wonder what his background is. Yang Feng observed the individual closely. He was tall, clad in dark attire that accentuated his broad shoulders and toned abdomen. His features were resolute, with sharp eyebrows that slashed across his temples, and his gaze was as piercing as a blade, wielding a great halberd in his hand. What a youthful general, exuding an impressive presence. Yang Feng felt a sense of familiarity with him, but could not recall where he had encountered him before. After his victory, Qiong approached the platform and embraced Yang Feng, exclaiming, "Feng Di, it has been ages. What's wrong? Don't you remember me?" After the embrace, Yang Feng scrutinized Qiong, still struggling to place him. Zhao Yun then came forward, hugging Qiong. "Xiao Qiongzi, long time no see. Do you remember me?" Qiong nodded, laughing. "Xiao Yunzi, it has been years. You've become even more handsome. Where do you get off saying that?" "Well, that's true," Qiong replied with a hint of arrogance. Zhao Yun playfully punched his shoulder, and they exchanged smiles. With Zhao Yun's intervention, Yang Feng finally recalled that Qiong was the son of his father Yang Ji's former subordinate, Uncle Xiong. Yang Feng inquired, "Xiong Gu, what made Uncle Xiong change his mind? How did you end up joining the army?" Qiong scratched his head awkwardly. "My father still hasn't agreed." "What about this situation? Don't let Uncle Xiong drag you back," Yang Feng warned. "That won't happen. Although my father disagrees, I have his teacher's consent. Once a disciple, always a son. That counts as my father's approval. Besides, I've already enlisted. The rice is cooked now. Can my father still object?" This fellow had quite the mental victory approach. If the teacher agreed, it meant the father did too. Remarkable. But Yang Feng didn't voice this thought. "Still, this isn't quite right. Let me write a letter to my father, so he can explain things to Uncle Xiong." "That would be wonderful. My father listens to Uncle Yang." Qiong had grown up alongside Zhao Yun and Yang Feng, always fond of martial arts. He had been taken under the wing of Ao Jun, the top general under Yang Ji. However, Qiong's mother opposed him going to battle, and despite his father's reluctance for him to join the military, Qiong was drawn to martial pursuits and had repeatedly enlisted only to be brought back by his father. Frustrated, Qiong devised a plan with Ao Jun, deciding to seek refuge with Yang Feng in the capital and join the Feiyu cavalry. With the emperor far removed, Uncle Xiong had little recourse. Yang Feng agreed to write a letter to Yang Ji, who would personally visit Uncle Xiong. Upon hearing this brilliant plan, Qiong rode off the next day with his steed and halberd, leaving without a word. He wanted to avoid relying on his acquaintance with Yang Feng to gain favor. So he secretly joined the Feiyu cavalry, planning to make a striking impression during the monthly tournament. Yang Feng felt elated. At just 18, with a martial power of 95, he could surely cultivate Qiong into a formidable warrior. Moreover, this was a direct lineage connection, making it all the more reassuring. Most gratifying was the progress towards completing his mission. By the way, Tongzi Ge, check if Qiong has any passive skills. Ding detected Qiong's passive skill, iron-blooded ambition, with a will as firm as iron. Undeterred by adversity, he grows stronger in the face of challenges, pressing forward with head held high, unwavering in battle. As the severity of his injuries increases, all attributes enhance, making him more adept at comprehending martial arts. He is indeed a character who grows more powerful as he loses blood. If only he had a skill akin to Gao Jie's blood path, he would be truly invincible. This comrade is worth nurturing. It seems local talents can indeed shine. Now, I am curious about the skills of experts like Zhan Xiao and Ao Jun. Ding system detected. Host has recruited the bronze-level local talent, Xiangqiu. Mission completion progress. Bronze level 25. Wait a moment. Tongzi, wasn't it said that 95,105 refers to silver level characters? Shouldn't Qiong be classified as silver level? Ding. Any bronze level character with any single ability reaching 85 to 95 can be classified as bronze. Qiong's martial power is 95. Is there a problem? The final interpretation rights belong to the system. Tongzi, you're being a bit unreasonable. Yang Feng engaged in conversation with Qiong while keeping an eye on Lu Xiangshan and bantering with the system. Multitasking was indeed quite challenging. Fortunately, with Zhao Yun and Wang Meng's support, Yang Feng managed to keep track of everything. Finally, the last challenger appeared. Yang Feng first scrutinized the challenger. What was going on? This person also seemed familiar. Yang Feng pondered where he had seen him before, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall, only feeling a vague sense of recognition in the midst of his contemplation. The youth drew a heavy sword from his back and swiftly defeated the minor officer, displaying neither joy nor sorrow as he sheathed the sword once more. Tongzi, investigate his 5 dimensions. Ding. Wu Feng, 19 years old, command 77. Martial power 93, intelligence 72, politics 58, charm 83. Wu Feng. I don't recall knowing this individual. I'm unfamiliar with his background. A martial power of 93 for a 19-year-old is commendable, suggesting potential to surpass 100. While Yang Feng contemplated, Wu Feng was already invited onto the platform. Yang Feng remarked, Wu Xiong, your skills are impressive. May I ask from whom you learned your craft? Wu Feng clasped his fists respectfully, replying, in response to the general's inquiry, my master is Wang Yu. The Sword Saint Wang Yu? Wu Xiong, you are a notable disciple of the Sword Saint. Yang Feng expressed in surprise that my master once spoke of his relationship with Kong Shi. And I too have some connections with the general. My apologies, Wu Xiong. I seem to be struggling to recall. Could you remind me? It's quite normal for the general not to know. My younger brother is indeed your disciple. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng was taken aback. A disciple of Confucius. He could only have seniors and no juniors. Confused, Yang Feng inquired, oh, may I know which of my disciples you refer to? My brother is Wu Yan. Oh, so you are Yan Di's elder brother. I had no idea. The two conversed. They grew closer. It turned out that during the Wu family's flight from calamity, they faced dire circumstances, when 3-year-old Wu Feng and his parents were on the brink of starvation on the streets. It was Wang Yu who came to their rescue, later taking Wu Feng as his disciple, providing financial assistance for his family to escape to the capital. Wu Feng trained under Wang Yu for 15 years, after which he returned home to reunite with his parents, leading to an emotional reunion. Over the years, Wu Feng learned that his younger brother was exceptionally talented, and he greatly admired him. During Wu Feng's absence, it was his brother who supported their parents while managing his studies. They enjoyed a year of happiness together until recently, when Wu Yan expressed his desire to join the army and follow Yang Feng into battle. Concerned for his brother, Wu Feng enlisted in the Feiyu cavalry first to protect him closely, while also earning a salary to support their parents. Wu Feng had been waiting for the tournament to make a remarkable debut, initially believing his skills were among the best in the Feiyu cavalry. However, after witnessing the performances of Lu Xiangshan and Qiong, he realized they were slightly superior, not to mention Zhao Yun and the impressive Xiong Kuahai, who had recently made waves at the training ground. Yang Feng was delighted. Not only had he recruited Wu Yan, but he also gained Wu Feng as a bonus. He looked forward to inviting Yan Di to join him for some leisure time at the brothel, allowing him to experience the world. The brothers Wu Feng and Wu Yan hailed from humble beginnings, unaided by any noble lineage, making them perfectly suited for Yang Feng's plans, thus forming a core part of his direct forces. Tongzi, check for any hidden skills Wu Feng might possess. Ding detected Wu Feng's passive skill, heavy sword without edge. The way of the sword lies not in ornate brilliance, but in overcoming cleverness through clumsiness. Unleashing a thunderous strike with accumulated strength, embodying the essence of great skill appearing as clumsiness, and great wisdom appearing as folly. The efficiency of mastering the heavy sword skill has doubled in combat. Wielding a heavy sword allows one to accumulate sword momentum. However, the purpose of this sword momentum remains unclear, though it likely serves to complement one's own abilities. The phrase "the heavy sword has no edge" is quite fitting. So let us take a moment to examine his skills, as they are crucial in determining the limits of a general. While basic martial prowess can only ensure a minimum standard in this month's grand tournament, Yang Feng has profited immensely. with the 97-rated Liu Xiangxing being virtually a sure win. And to his surprise, there are also 95-rated Qiong and 93-rated Wu Feng. The progress of tasks has advanced by 2 slots, indicating that completion is imminent. How to utilize these 5 talent cultivation template cards will depend on the subsequent skills of these individuals. The remainder of the competition holds little intrigue, as it consists of subpar battles that fail to pique Yang Feng's interest. Under Wang Meng's supervision, the monthly tournament concluded successfully. Standing upon the high platform, Yang Feng addressed the entire army. Esteemed warriors, this monthly tournament is designed to inspire all of you to diligently hone your martial skills. On the battlefield, what protects you? Only your own martial prowess. Among us, there are those who have truly seen battle, and those who have not. The reality of combat is far more brutal than one can imagine. Today, we witnessed 3 individuals ascend from soldiers to lieutenants. Remember, the path to advancement will surely be open to those who strive. Following Yang Feng's impassioned speech, applause erupted from the soldiers below. He added no further remarks and declared the tournament officially concluded. Tomorrow, we shall rest, and the day after, we, the Feiyu Cavalry, will partake in the training camp of the 4th Battalion. I hope we shall soar above the rest and secure first place, amidst the soldiers' cheers. Yang Feng led his generals down from the platform, entrusting the preparations for the training to Wang Meng, while he sought respite, as his mother had been incessantly urging him, much to his annoyance. This opportunity for rest was well-deserved. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the 4th Battalion's training camp arrived. Yang Feng rode his steed, leading the Feiyu Cavalry directly to the training ground, only to discover he was not the earliest arrival. The Longxiang Guards and the Huban army had already assembled, awaiting the remaining 2 battalions. Yang Feng exchanged pleasantries with the 2 middle-ranking generals, and soon, the Ruwu Battalion was fully assembled. Yang Feng proposed, "Brothers, for today's training, why not add a bit of flair to our competition?" "Oh, pray tell, what flair do you envision, dear brother?" inquired the commander of the Longxiang Guards. "Let us structure our training into 3 events. Scoring points based on performance. First place earns 3 points, second place 2 points, third place 1 point, and fourth place earns nothing. After all 3 events, the total points will determine the victor," Yang Feng explained. The commander of the Huban army asked, "I have no objections to this rule, but what are the rewards for the first place?" Yang Feng continued, "The reward shall be as follows. Each battalion contributes the budget for the next quarter's military supplies, with each contributing enough for 1,000 soldiers. The first place will receive 2,500 in military supplies, the second place 1,500, while the third and fourth places will receive nothing. You aim to focus our attention on our military budgets." "It seems Zijin is quite determined to secure first place," remarked the commander of the Ruwu Battalion with a smile. "Oh, brother, you flatter me. You 3 are all esteemed veterans. It is I who must learn from you." Yang Feng replied, "May I ask if my proposal is acceptable to you?" The commander of the Longxiang Guards agreed. "I accept this rule, but I have a stipulation. Oh, please, do share, since this is a competition among the 4 battalions. The soldiers and generals you brought from the Longyuan army should not participate. There is a significant disparity between those who have faced the battlefield and those who have not. Furthermore, you have champions with established reputations. The difference in generals alone compensates for the disparity in soldiers," the commander stated. Yang Feng nodded. "I have no objections. The training should indeed feature new recruits that I will not deploy any generals or soldiers originally from Longyuan." Upon hearing this, the other 3 parties consented to the competition. After the agreement was reached, they returned to their respective camps. Following some brief preparations, the first contest officially commenced. The first event involved a display of the general's combat prowess. As battles typically begin with duels to showcase high-end capabilities and boost morale, each battalion could send a maximum of 3 participants. Yang Feng mused, "Even if I do not deploy Zhao Yun or Qin Qiong, they would still falter against the likes of Qiong Kuai. However, I shall not overly exploit their weaknesses. I am already well aware of Qiong Kuai's skills. Hence, I shall send forth Liu Xiangxing and the other 3 newcomers. As I have not yet discerned their abilities due to the swift prior competition, the first to emerge was Wu Feng, who, brandishing his heavy sword, rode forth alone. Each battalion sent forth 1 representative, and Yang Feng quickly scanned their stats, all boasting a strength of 8085. It remained uncertain whether Wu Feng could exhibit his skills against them. Wu Feng, exuding confidence, regarded the three challengers with disdain. You three may come at me together. One at a time would be too slow. Hey, you must be new here. Don't you recognize us three? You want us to attack together? Have you not woken up yet? One of them retorted. Indeed, this is merely a training ground. Had it been a battlefield, I would have taken your life already. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. There are always stronger individuals out there. Another added. Unfazed, Wu Feng unsheathed his heavy sword. You talk too much. Let us begin, or you may miss your chance. The trio exchanged glances, resolving to teach this arrogant newcomer a lesson he would never forget. They charged at Wu Feng, declaring, You have brought this upon yourself. Remember that there are always those stronger than you. And if you lack skill, do not embarrass yourself before others. That Wu Feng smirked at the advancing trio. How tiresome. With that, Wu Feng activated his skill sword master, increasing his strength by 3. With a base strength of 93, his current strength now stood at 96. That Wu Feng, observing the three rushing towards him, swung his heavy sword with determination, executing a powerful strike that surged towards them. The trio, taken aback by the sheer force of Wu Feng's blow, found themselves unable to evade, and as they were locked in his fierce aura, they could only brace for impact. The clash of Wu Feng's heavy sword against their weapons unleashed an overwhelming force, sending the trio crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. The commanders of the 4 battalions, watching from the platform, were taken aback. Aside from Yang Feng, the others wore expressions of shock. They had not anticipated such ferocity from Yang Feng's first combatant, a name they had not previously heard. The commander of the Huban army remarked, I had no idea, Yang, that you were concealing such a powerful trump card. You have truly opened our eyes. Yang Feng waved his hand dismissively. You flatter me. This is Wu Yan's younger brother. That I only managed to bring him to the Feiyu cavalry through connections with Wu Yan. That I intended him to be a hidden asset. But who would have known he would be the first to enter the fray? I beg your understanding, esteemed brothers Do. I see it is surprising. Wu Yan has been renowned for his literary talents since childhood, yet his brother possesses such formidable martial skills at a young age. Yang, you have struck gold. The commander of the Rue Wu battalion commented. Yang Feng chuckled, saying nothing further, and the 4 continued to observe the proceedings. Seeing Wu Feng's remarkable prowess, the 3 generals, having lost so easily, dared not underestimate him any longer and dispatched their elite troops. Yang Feng scanned their stats, noting that this time, the 3 sent forth were all capable, boasting strengths in the range of 88 to 90, making them well-known generals. This promised to be a more interesting contest, as they would provide Wu Feng with some pressure to activate his skills. That Wu Feng, upon seeing the new challengers, declared, As before, I invite all 3 of you to come at me. Let us not waste time. The 3 exchanged uncertain glances, surprised by Wu Feng's continued arrogance. Unlike the previous trio, they were the backbone of their respective armies, and they resolved to teach him a lesson he would not soon forget. Charging forward with determination to the battle ensued. 10 exchanges passed, and Wu Feng quickly gauged their strength, feeling confident as he began to unleash his own potential. With a chime, Wu Feng activated his exclusive skill sword soul, channeling the essence of the heavy sword, where the unsharpened triumphs over the clever, and the culmination of effort leads to explosive results. The first effect grants him clarity of mind, enhancing his strength by 5 while wielding the heavy sword against foes. The second effect allows him to unleash his sword intent during one-on-one or group combat, increasing his strength by 3 for 3 activations. The third effect accumulates sword momentum. Every 5 rounds, he collects a momentum charge. And upon accumulating 10, he enters a state of explosive power, increasing his strength by 5 for 30 rounds, reverting to his pre-explosive strength thereafter. Activating the first 2 effects, Wu Feng's strength surged by 8, bringing his current total to 104. That upon observing Wu Feng's formidable skill, Yang Feng noted with approval that his explosive martial prowess could augment by 14, and with the accumulation of sword energy, it could potentially elevate to a remarkable 19. This indeed qualifies as an impressive ability. When Wu Feng unleashed a martial strength of 104, the 3 generals were instantly overwhelmed, unable to withstand even 3 rounds. In a single sweeping motion, he repelled them and, seizing the moment, charged forward on horseback, easily unseating each of them with a single strike, thereby securing a seamless consecutive victory. The expressions of the 3 commanders atop the platform soured considerably. They had not anticipated Wu Feng's effortless triumph over 3 opponents. which illuminated the wisdom behind Yang Feng's proposition to introduce a reward system. Furthermore, it became clear that he had concealed a masterful warrior, as he did not even require the assistance of the renowned Dragon Source generals. Yang Feng was quite satisfied with Wu Feng's abilities, believing that the first round would be effortlessly claimed. As the final round approached, the three commanders dispatched their mightiest generals, determined not to allow Wu Feng to claim victory single-handedly. Yang Feng, however, felt a twinge of concern for Wu Feng, for the generals they had sent forth possessed martial strength comparable to, if not superior to, his own. Upon completion of the system's assessment, the trio's martial values were determined to be 92-94. Wu Feng, remaining steadfast, called for all three generals to engage him simultaneously, prompting a murmur among the soldiers below. This young general is exceedingly arrogant, isn't he? The other three are renowned warriors. Does he truly possess the strength to face them all at once? Indeed, it seems his previous victories have inflated his ego, blinding him to the realities of combat. Perhaps these three will teach him a lesson about the heights of martial prowess. Even the soldiers of the Flying Feather Cavalry began to speculate. It appears General Wu may be underestimating his opponents. These three are the finest from their respective legions, and yet he dares to challenge them all at once. This is quite the audacity. Perhaps youth has clouded his judgment. He does possess a certain youthful bravado. Fear not, for we have two more generals ready to step in should the need arise. Our victory remains assured. Indeed, it may serve him well to broaden his horizons. After all, we are not destined to lose. The soldiers of the Flying Feather Cavalry harbored doubts about Wu Feng's ability to triumph against three adversaries. Within the ranks, Qiong nudged Zhao Yun's shoulder. Zilong, do you believe Wu Feng can truly take on three opponents? Zhao Yun pondered for a moment before responding. From the fluctuations in inner strength, it appears Wu Feng surpasses the other three. As long as he withstands the initial onslaught, I believe he stands a significant chance of victory. Qiong Kuai leaned in, adding, I too believe that the young Wu can emerge victorious. Meanwhile, atop the high platform, Yang Feng remained composed, exuding confidence, which unsettled the other three commanders. Unable to contain himself, the leader of the Rumu camp interjected, Yang, do you truly have such faith in Wu Feng's ability to single-handedly face three generals? It seems you hold us in rather low regard. Yang Feng sensed the tension and promptly replied, Alas, my brother, such is not my intention. That Wu Feng is still youthful. A bit of hardship will serve him well, ensuring he remains grounded. Though Yang Feng spoke thus, it was clear to any discerning eye that he retained absolute faith in his subordinates' capabilities. The three commanders redirected their attention to the arena, eager to witness what Wu Feng was truly capable of. As the four warriors clashed, the three generals launched a fierce assault on Wu Feng, unleashing their weapon skills. Yet, their weapon techniques, though formidable, only elevated their martial prowess by 2 points. Still insufficient to match Wu Feng's 104. Observing Wu Feng's ease in countering their efforts, the three generals activated their skills once more. However, these abilities proved mediocre, lacking uniqueness, and only managed to increase their strength by 7 or 8 points. At this juncture, Wu Feng found himself straining under the pressure. His heavy sword defense began to exhibit vulnerabilities, akin to a solitary boat adrift in turbulent waters, teetering on the brink of capsizing. No longer could Wu Feng conceal his prowess. With determination, he wielded his heavy sword with all his might. Ding! Wu Feng activated his skill, Sword Soul, twice consecutively, boosting his martial strength by 6, bringing his total to 110. With this newfound power, Wu Feng began to withstand the relentless assault from the three generals, his swordplay growing increasingly agile. His heavy sword danced like a dragon, deftly countering their attacks. As the generals began to tire, their once coordinated strikes losing their earlier ferocity. In that moment, Wu Feng comprehended the wisdom imparted by his master. True martial prowess is cultivated on the battlefield, through the crucible of life and death. Ding! The mounting pressure of battle deepened Wu Feng's understanding of sword intent, enhancing his base martial value by 1, bringing it to 111. As Wu Feng's comprehension of sword intent deepened, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. From being on the defensive, he gradually matched and then began to overpower the three generals. After 50 exchanges, a powerful aura emanated from Wu Feng, his tenfold sword intent finally coalescing into an invincible force. Raising his voice, Wu Feng declared, Generals, it is not too late to concede. Do not allow yourselves to be harmed by my hand. The three generals, feeling insulted by his words, bristled with indignation. "You insolent child! Do not underestimate us. In battle, no general remains unscathed. If you possess the ability, unleash it fully, rather than relying on mere bravado." "As you wish," Wu Feng retorted, unleashing all his gathered sword intent. The 10 strands of sword intent enveloped him, converging upon his heavy sword as he fully entered the explosive phase. Ding! Wu Feng activated his 10-fold sword intent, entering the explosive phase, augmenting his martial strength by 5 for 30 rounds, after which it would revert to its previous state. His martial prowess now surged to 116. That the disparity in martial strength became glaringly apparent. With a single strike of his heaven-shaking sword, Wu Feng shattered the weapons of the 3 generals, who were sent reeling, blood spilling from their mouths. In a fleeting moment of explosive power, he secured victory in the match. Yang Feng felt immense satisfaction. Wu Feng's skills were commendable, and he had even augmented his base martial value to 94 through this battle. At merely 19 years of age, his potential for growth remained vast. Should he awaken another skill, his combat effectiveness would rival that of a tiger general. The soldiers below, taken aback by the unexpected outcome, gazed in awe at Wu Feng, now enveloped in sword intent. The soldiers of the Flying Feather Cavalry erupted in cheers. "General Wu is invincible! General Wu is invincible!" Wu Feng turned to the jubilant soldiers, raising his heavy sword in acknowledgement, inciting even greater enthusiasm from the crowd. He then bowed slightly towards the high platform before returning to his ranks. Yang Feng, wearing a gentle smile, saluted the 3 commanders. "My younger brother has triumphed in the first round. I humbly request your forbearance, esteemed brothers." The expressions of the 3 commanders darkened. For a defeat of such magnitude, being single-handedly bested by Wu Feng was not a pleasant pill to swallow. They maintained a facade of decorum, but the leader of the Longxiang Guard remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "No wonder you proposed that wager, Yang. It appears you were well prepared." Yang Feng, scratching his head in mild irritation, thought to himself, "You old rascal, what do you mean by that? If you can't handle the loss, just admit it." Yet outwardly, he responded, "Ah, dear brother, such words are misplaced. I was merely fortunate to have Wu Feng, this young tiger general, in my ranks. Luck plays a role, but one cannot rely solely on it in these competitions. Brothers, let us continue to observe the proceedings." After Yang Feng's statement, the 3 commanders fell silent, descending the platform to mount their steeds and hasten to the next venue for the second competition. The next trial would be horseback archery. In truth, the Flying Feather Cavalry possessed commendable archery skills, yet lacked truly elite archers. Notably, the legendary marksman Yang Feng had yet to be summoned. Zhao Yun and Qiong were both proficient archers, yet they hailed from the Dragon Source army and were thus ineligible to participate. Faced with the remaining options, Yang Feng found himself at an impasse, uncertain of whom to select. Qiong Kuai was certainly not an option, and Wu Feng was wholly devoted to swordsmanship. Xiang Qiong had some familiarity with archery, but his master, Ao Jun, was merely mediocre in that regard. Liu Xiangxing, however, came to mind. Historical records indicated that he was a skilled archer and horseman. As Yang Feng contemplated calling Liu Xiangxing to battle, a bold warrior, Niu Gao, stepped forward, volunteering for the competition. Upon recognizing Niu Gao, Yang Feng smacked his thigh in realization. How could I have forgotten Niu Gao? According to historical accounts, he has hunted since childhood, relying on his archery skills to support his family. His passion for archery is so profound that he nearly achieves the level of a marksman capable of hitting every target. Moreover, Niu Gao's designated role was that of a hunter renowned for his archery. Excellent. I shall place my trust in him. With Yang Feng's approval, Niu Gao galloped forth to the archery field, ready to compete. Niu Gao lifted his gaze to regard the other 3 individuals, exhibiting a complete disregard for their presence. Yang Feng observed the quartet in the training ground below, harboring considerable faith in Niu Gao. However, the soldiers below were incessantly cheering, vociferously chanting the name of the arrow god, leaving Yang Feng somewhat perplexed. A glance at Long Xiangwei's commander, who was stroking his beard with an air of arrogance, only deepened his confusion. Beside him, the commander of the Tiger Ben army, noticing Yang Feng's bewilderment, quietly informed him, "In this event, we are merely competing for second place. And why is that? Please enlighten me." "Elder brother, isn't it because Long Xiangwei has produced a little arrow god? Look over there in the training ground." The one clad in a green tunic and red lantern pants, with yellow war boots resembling a weasel, that lad is Qi Jing, famously dubbed the heavenly treasure little arrow god, Yang Feng scrutinized Qi Jing in the training ground. His attire, his demeanor, and his appearance bore a striking resemblance to Qi Xian. He surmised that he must either be Qi Xian's elder brother or younger sibling. Unexpectedly, he had encountered a formidable opponent, causing his previously steady heart to now flutter with uncertainty. Ding! The system detected Niu Gao's passive skill, innate fortune general. Auspicious stars shine bright, turning calamity into blessing, encountering adversity with good fortune, even in perilous circumstances. He could transform danger into safety and elevate the fortune of himself, his sovereign, and the commanders around him. Woohoo! Niu Gao's innate fortune is astounding, elevating the fortunes of so many individuals. He truly lives up to being Yu Fei's right-hand man. With such a passive enhancement, it seems unlikely that Niu Gao could suffer defeat. The competition commenced swiftly. Under the radiant sun, dust danced in the air. This was the arena for the second event, where Niu Gao and Qi Jing would vie for archery supremacy. Niu Gao stood resolutely in the center of the training ground, adorned in armor and wielding a longbow, his gaze unwavering and confident. Beside him, Qi Jing stood proudly, renowned as the little arrow god for his exquisite archery skills. The two were about to engage in a contest of marksmanship, a battle not only of skill but of honor. To determine who truly deserved the title of Arrow God at that moment, the commander of the Ruwu camp announced the competition rules. 3 targets will be erected 50 paces away, each with a coin-sized hole at its center. The competitors must gallop on horseback and shoot 3 arrows in rapid succession. Each arrow must pierce the coin hole to be deemed successful. Hitting all 3 targets in succession designates one as a true sharpshooter. The first of the 2 preliminary competitors stepped forward, barely managing to hit a single arrow, while the second failed to hit any, both returning to their camp with flushed faces, clearly highlighting the difficulty of the challenge. Qi Jing turned to observe Niu Gao, who was the first to take the stage. That he mounted a spirited steed, stirring up a cloud of dust with each hoofbeat, gripping his longbow with an arrow nocked. He resembled a statue emanating a powerful aura. Whoosh! The first arrow was released, streaking through the air like a meteor, targeting the center of the target. The arrow pierced the coin hole with a crisp sound, causing the target to tremble slightly amidst the swirling dust. The crowd erupted in applause, and a faint smile appeared on Qi Jing's face. Whoosh! The second arrow followed suit, exhibiting equal precision and hitting the coin hole once more. The target quivered again, dust billowing. Qi Jing's marksmanship was nothing short of astonishing. Whoosh! The third arrow was fired, akin to a bolt of lightning, striking the target once again, with 3 arrows hitting their mark. Qi Jing's performance garnered thunderous applause from the audience. He dismounted with an air of triumph, a self-satisfied smile gracing his lips, as if victory were already assured. You must admit, while this lad resembles a weasel, his archery skills are indeed exceptional. This mere jest makes him seem even more like a weasel that has turned into a spirit, the commander of the Tiger Ben army remarked, standing beside Yang Feng. Yang Feng had not anticipated Qi Jing's prowess. He was nothing like Qi Xian, who was merely inflated by others' praises. Doubt began to creep into Yang Feng's mind regarding Niu Gao's chances of victory. Yet, seeing Niu Gao's resolute expression amidst Qi Jing's remarkable skills, it appeared that he possessed a fair chance of triumph. At last, it was Niu Gao's turn to compete. He advanced, accepting the longbow with a resolute glint in his eye. Fully aware that Qi Jing's archery had reached an extraordinary level, he remained undaunted. Niu Gao's archery skills were the foundation of his being since childhood, and he was confident in his ability to contend. Niu Gao mounted his horse, stirring up another plume of dust. With his longbow firmly in hand and an arrow nocked, he stood like a mountain, steady and unwavering. Whoosh! The first arrow was released, showcasing Niu Gao's distinctive technique. He employed the turning back to shoot the moon, tracing a graceful arc through the air as it soared toward the target. The arrow pierced the coin hole, causing the target to sway slightly amidst the dust. The crowd erupted in cheers, and a smile graced Niu Gao's face. Whoosh! The second arrow followed swiftly, executed with the bending to chase the sun leaning slightly forward. The arrow darted forth, piercing the coin hole once again. The target shook once more, dust swirling about. The precision of Niu Gao's archery left everyone in awe. Whoosh! The third arrow was released, employing the lying down to watch the coward. Leaning back slightly, the arrow streaked across the sky. heading straight for the target. The arrow once again penetrated the coin hole, causing the target to tremble, dust flying. With 3 arrows hitting their mark, Niu Gao's display earned him raucous applause from the audience. Bravo! Yang Feng was the first to rise and cheer. The soldiers below were equally captivated by Niu Gao's stunning archery, erupting into loud cheers that in contrast. Qi Jing's complexion turned ashen, his expression resembling someone who had tasted something foul. He had not anticipated that Niu Gao could achieve what he had accomplished, yet Niu Gao's success was something he could not guarantee for himself. The commander of the Ruowu camp approached the targets to inspect them closely. He discovered that all 3 arrows had not only struck the coin holes, but their fletchings were nearly overlapping, as if shot in unison. Both generals had hit all 3 targets, making it difficult to discern a clear victor. However, considering the difficulty of the shots, Niu Gao's performance appeared to surpass that of Qi Jing. Niu Gao smiled faintly and turned to face the crowd, declaring loudly, "Though these 3 arrows have struck true, I have yet another shot to demonstrate my archery prowess." Niu Gao remounted his horse, gripping his longbow once more. With an arrow knocked, he aimed at 2 distant trees, each harboring a bird. Taking a deep breath, he leaned forward slightly, releasing the arrow like a bolt from a crossbow, aimed at the 2 trees. Whoosh! The arrow traced a beautiful arc through the air, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the sky. The crowd held its breath, awaiting the outcome. Thud! Thud! 2 soft thuds resonated as Niu Gao's arrows simultaneously struck the birds perched upon the trees, achieving a remarkable double hit. The audience was left in stunned silence, which was soon shattered by thunderous applause and cheers. Niu Gao dismounted, a faint smile on his lips as he remarked, "The essence of archery lies not only in precision, but in agility." The commander of the Ruowu camp glanced at the visibly displeased Long Xiongwei commander and mused, "I believe this contest should come to a close." The Long Xiongwei commander remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. "I hereby declare that in this round of competition, General Niu Gao of the Feiyu cavalry emerges victorious." The Ruowu camp commander announced the results. The Feiyu cavalry erupted in deafening cheers, the soldiers surging into the training ground to hoist Niu Gao high into the air. While Niu Gao reveled in the spoils of victory, Qi Jing stood alone, nursing his wounds. Watching the jubilant crowd and the elevated figure of Niu Gao, his heart brimmed with resentment. The glory that should have belonged to him was now snatched away. After the celebrations, Niu Gao voluntarily approached Qi Jing, stating, "Though I have triumphed today, I hold great admiration for your exceptional archery skills, General Qi Jing." Qi Jing responded with a cold laugh. "What? Have you come to gloat after winning?" Niu Gao felt a surge of anger at Qi Jing's remark. While he genuinely respected Qi Jing's skills, he was taken aback by such a retort. "If that is how you perceive it, so be it. Ultimately, only the victors are remembered. No one will recall you." The vanquished Qi Jing, already irked, flared up further at Niu Gao's words. "Ta! A mere hunter from a farming background dares to utter such nonsense. What? Unsatisfied with losing, you resort to insults about one's lineage. I merely wish to say that the lower class will always remain lower class, forever unable to rise." Upon hearing Qi Jing's words, Niu Gao's fury surged, and he raised his fist, ready to strike Qi Jing. However, a hand intercepted him. Turning, he was surprised to see Yang Feng. Yang Feng had been observing the conversation from the high platform and, knowing Qi Xian's character, surmised that Qi Jing would not be much different. Concerned that Niu Gao might act impulsively, he dashed down and arrived just in time to witness the moment. Yang Feng turned to Qi Jing, declaring, "Trash belongs in the trash heap. Stay there and spare us your presence. You think you can compare backgrounds? Get lost." Qi Jing evidently recognized Yang Feng. Upon hearing his words, he dared not respond and retreated to his camp. Yang Feng then reassured Niu Gao, "General Niu, do not let such individuals ruffle your feathers. Come, allow me to treat you to a drink." Yang Feng embraced Niu Gao as they returned to the ranks, where the entire army would rest for a day before proceeding to the next competition venue the following day. After a night of silence, Yang Feng arose early, accompanied by the Feiyu cavalry, and made their way to the contest site. The other 3 armies had also arrived well in advance. Yang Feng approached the leaders of the 3 armies to exchange pleasantries before commencing preparations for the 3rd round of competition. The first 2 contests had focused on the individual qualities of the leaders, while this 3rd event would assess the overall capabilities of the troops. That in truth, the leaders of the 3 armies had realized they had fallen for Yang Feng's ruse. The disparity among the commanders was too significant. Naturally, Losing the first 2 rounds was acceptable, but this final contest was crucial for restoring their dignity. The Feiyu cavalry had often found themselves at the bottom among the 4 armies, and Yang Feng had only been in command for half a year. If they were to lose even this competition, their disgrace would be complete. However, Yang Feng had different thoughts, though victory was already within reach. It was not enough for him. He aspired for comprehensive triumph. Despite his relatively short tenure, with Lin Chang's passive skills at his disposal, Yang Feng felt confident. Moreover, the quality of soldiers was one aspect. But the caliber of the commanders also mattered, as a capable leader could significantly elevate a unit's potential. That a commander is the soul of an army. As the saying goes, a soldier is only as strong as his leader. Yang Feng had faith in his commanders and was eager to discern their skills and leadership. After much contemplation, he initially struggled to decide who should lead the troops. The ideal choice would have been Du Yu. However, they had agreed not to allow previous commanders to participate. Thus, he could only appoint Lu Xiangxing, who had a commanding score of 94. After all, he had a potential score of 96, and Yang Feng was still unaware of Lu Xiangxing's skills, which he was eager to discover. Commander, let us first assess Lu Xiangxing's passive skills. Ding! Detection reveals Lu Xiangxing's passive skill, Iron-Blooded Military Soul, the ancient military spirit, forged from iron and blood. Resounding with might, powerful enough to pierce the heavens. When commanding troops, the overall quality of soldiers is significantly enhanced, and the army becomes less prone to collapse. This is an extraordinary skill. Not only does it elevate the soldier's overall quality, but it also fortifies the army against disintegration. In ancient warfare, the key was often which army could maintain its cohesion the longest. Historically, most armies would collapse once casualties reached 10-20, while well-trained elite units might withstand losses of up to 30 or more before breaking. This is the essence of the disparity. Lu Xiangxing is a born commander. Upon witnessing Lu Xiangxing's passive skill, Yang Feng felt an even greater surge of confidence. The commander of the Huban army briefly outlined the rules for the 3rd round of competition. 1,000 soldiers would be selected from each army, all clad in black uniforms and wielding wooden swords and spears, their blades and spear tips dusted with white chalk. Any soldier sustaining a fatal injury would be eliminated, and the last soldier standing would determine the fate of the entire army. This contest would assess the soldiers' capabilities in field combat. In reality, this competition was particularly disadvantageous for the Feiyu cavalry, as light cavalry. Their strengths lay in mobility, while this event resembled an infantry skirmish, with the other 3 armies primarily comprising infantry who were accustomed to such training. Hence, the Feiyu cavalry often found themselves at the bottom in previous contests. However, this time, Yang Feng aimed to alter the perception of the Feiyu cavalry. Regardless of whether they were infantry or cavalry, they would strive to claim the top position among the 4 armies. Seated atop a high platform, Yang Feng observed the self-assured Longxiang guards beside him and the eager Huban army, his heart quietly scoffing. This time, he would ensure they remembered that the Feiyu cavalry was not a mere plaything to be toyed with. Lu Xiangxing selected 1,000 elite soldiers from the Feiyu cavalry and, once equipped, galloped forth, declaring, "Reporting to the general, the Feiyu cavalry is ready. Reporting to the general, the Longxiang guards are prepared. Reporting to the general, the Huban army is ready. Reporting to the general, the Ruiwu camp is prepared." With all 4 armies ready, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation for the impending battle. The commanders of each army stood at the forefront, proudly displaying their banners. The Huban army commander rose from the high platform, addressing the 4 armies below. "Now that you are all prepared, let us commence the drawing of lots. Each pair will compete, with the victors advancing to the final showdown." As the lots were drawn, it became clear that the Longxiang guards would face the Huban army, while the Ruiwu camp would compete against the Feiyu cavalry. The soldiers of the Longxiang guards and Huban army lamented, realizing that these 2 were the strongest teams, and their collision would preempt the finals. They regarded the Ruiwu camp and Feiyu cavalry with disdain, dismissing their chances based on past performances. On the contrary, the Ruiwu camp erupted in celebration. After years of being overshadowed by the Longxiang guards and Huban army, they finally had a chance to reach the finals. Regardless of the final outcome, they were guaranteed at least 2nd place. The Feiyu cavalry, witnessing the Ruiwu camp's jubilation, felt indignation simmering within. While they had indeed been at the bottom in the past, this year was different, with General Yang Feng, undefeated in battle, at the helm, and accompanied by a cadre of skilled lieutenants. as well as the former head instructor of the Imperial Guard as their coach, and you consistently leading them in training, they had every reason to believe they would not falter this time. On the high platform, the Ruwu camp commander wore a grin, remarking, "Alas, your luck is poor, having drawn each other so early. Brother Yang, we are pitted against each other, but even if I win, it would be unseemly. After all, you've only been here for half a year. Losing would be entirely understandable and not a reflection on you." Before Yang Feng could respond, the Huban army commander interjected, "Look at you, acting all smug after getting a lucky draw. It's truly nauseating. True strength never relies on luck. If one lacks the courage to press forward, they might as well shed this armor and abandon the battlefield." The Huban army commander's words left the Ruwu camp commander flushed with anger. Pointing a trembling finger at him, You. Yang Feng quickly intervened, addressing the Ruwu camp commander, "Brother, let us not celebrate too soon. The outcome remains undetermined." "Very well. Let us wait until all is settled," the Ruwu camp commander huffed. Retreating into silence, Yang Feng gazed down at Lu Xiangxing, confidence swelling within him. "Old Lu, during the late Ming dynasty, you were feared and underestimated by the emperor. Never revealing your true prowess, I have brought you to this new world. From today onward, let your brilliance shine forth." Lu Xiangxing seemed to sense Yang Feng's inner thoughts. Raising his gaze, that he understood that many commanders could have led the army in this competition, yet Yang Feng had chosen him, which deeply moved him. Thus, he resolved to showcase his lifelong training and secure victory in this contest. With this determination, Lu Xiangxing tightened his grip on his great sword. The competition officially commenced, with the first round featuring the Longxiang guards against the Huban army. The two armies, evenly matched, clashed fiercely, and both commanders directed their troops with unwavering resolve. The soldiers watching below applauded, their cheers amplifying the intensity of the battle. Neither the Longxiang guards nor the Huban army yielded an inch, fighting to the last soldier. Ultimately, the Longxiang guards emerged victorious, having maintained a slight advantage with 3 soldiers remaining, while the Huban army faced the bitter sting of defeat. The Huban army commander, witnessing the outcome from the high platform, felt a pang of regret. What a pity. Nevertheless, congratulations are in order. The Longxiang guards proved superior today. The Longxiang guards commander reflected, the strength of the Huban army should not be underestimated. This time, we were merely fortunate. The final few soldiers sustained multiple wounds but avoided critical hits. Luck was simply on my side today. Yang Feng observed the two armies clash and silently marveled at their prowess. Truly, they are the most elite forces in the capital, renowned throughout the realm. If we were to encounter such armies on the battlefield of Bai Qi, victory would be a daunting prospect. The second round of competition commenced. Lu Xiangxing led the Feiyu cavalry into battle against the Ruwu camp. He swiftly commanded the archers of the Feiyu cavalry to spread out, leveraging the range advantage of their longbows to unleash a torrential downpour of arrows upon the Ruwu camp. The arrows fell like a swarm of locusts, forcing the Ruwu camp to form a shield wall to withstand the deluge. Lu Xiangxing then adjusted the formation, sending a portion of the archers to flank the Ruwu camp side, ensuring multi-directional fire coverage and gradually depleting their fighting strength. The Ruwu camp consisted primarily of sword-wielding warriors, ill-prepared for a shielded advance. Confronted with the arrow storm, they had no choice but to form a shield wall, which hampered their movement speed. Lu Xiangxing exploited the space and comprehensive firepower, effectively kiting the Ruwu camp. As the heavily shielded soldiers struggled to keep pace with the agile archers of the Feiyu cavalry, as the Ruwu camp's active forces dwindled, Lu Xiangxing detected a flaw in their formation. With a decisive gesture, he commanded the sword and shield bearers, along with the spearmen, to pierce the flanks of the Ruwu camp, engaging in close combat. Leading from the front, Lu Xiangxing charged into the enemy's heart. Feiyu cavalry effortlessly secured victory in the competition. This is clearly a display of underhanded tactics. Employing archers for attrition rather than engaging in direct combat is nothing short of cunning deceit, lamented the commander of Ruwu camp upon witnessing his army's defeat. Before Yang Feng could rise to voice his thoughts, the commander of the Huban army interjected, "What? Are archers not permitted on the battlefield? Where is the fairness in war? Besides, Feiyu cavalry are light cavalry by nature. This is merely a practice field. In an actual battlefield, you would scarcely graze the fringes of the Feiyu cavalry." The Ruwu camp commander felt his face flush with embarrassment. Just as he was about to retort, he was interrupted by the commander of the Longxiang Guard, who stated, "A loss is a loss. If one lacks the skill, one must accept it. There is no point in further debate." This remark concluded the argument. Deep down, the Ruiwu camp commander understood this truth, yet he struggled with the humiliation of being proven wrong so quickly after boasting of his assured victory prior to the contest. Moreover, they had all agreed to support one another. Yet unexpectedly, Yang Feng's prowess had surged. The combat capabilities of the Feiyu cavalry had significantly transformed. They were no longer the feeble force they had been 6 months prior. After a brief respite, the time arrived for the main event of the day. The Feiyu cavalry would face off against the Longxiang Guard. The audience was abuzz with excitement. The Longxiang Guard had long been recognized as the premier force among the four armies, while the Feiyu cavalry had recently emerged as a formidable contender. Would the Longxiang Guard claim victory, or would the Feiyu cavalry continue their winning streak? Spectators engaged in fervent discussions, with the majority favoring the Longxiang Guard. A sentiment rooted in years of their dominant performance that had solidified their reputation in the hearts of soldiers. The officers of the Feiyu cavalry gathered below the stage to observe. Qiong nudged Du with his shoulder and inquired, "Yuan Kai, do you think Jiando can triumph over the Longxiang Guard this time?" Du pondered for a moment. If Jiando employs the same tactics as before, he will undoubtedly lose that. "Oh, what makes you say that, brother Du?" Zhao Yun chimed in. Previously, Jiando had utilized a kite strategy, exploiting Ruiwu camp's weaknesses in shield formations and slower movement to secure victory. However, the Longxiang Guard was different. Renowned for their heavy armor, long spears, and shields, they could swiftly form a shield wall and move rapidly, negating any advantage. Do you analyze the earlier battle and the Longxiang Guard's strengths? "So how can Jiando secure victory?" Qiong Kuahai asked from the side. "That will depend on Jiando's adaptability in the heat of battle. I currently cannot devise a superior strategy. Nevertheless, I believe Jiando will find a way. And victory shall belong to the Feiyu cavalry." Du shook his head, yet gazed at the confident Lu Xiangxing, feeling a sense of optimism for their chances in the contest. Although Lu Xiangxing appeared poised and self-assured on the surface, internally he was still strategizing how to confront the Longxiang Guard, ultimately deciding to adapt his tactics as Du suggested. The sun cast its rays upon the expansive training ground, dust swirling as battle flags fluttered. The contest between the Feiyu cavalry and the Longxiang Guard was about to commence. The Feiyu cavalry, known for their light armor, longbows, and sabers, excelled in long-range suppression and agile maneuvering. In contrast, the Longxiang Guard was famed for their heavy armor, long spears, and shields, specializing in defense and steady advance. In terms of combat style, the Longxiang Guard was perfectly suited to counter the Feiyu cavalry. With a resounding clang of the gong, the contest officially began. The Feiyu cavalry launched the first strike, their archers swiftly forming ranks, dividing into 3 lines. The front crouched, the middle half-crouched, and the rear stood tall, creating a 3-tiered shooting angle. Arrows rained down like locusts, targeting the formation of the Longxiang Guard. The shield-bearers of the Longxiang Guard quickly assembled a formidable shield wall, their shields interlocking to form an impenetrable barrier, effectively warding off the deluge of arrows from the Feiyu cavalry. "Advance the shield wall," commanded the officer of the Longxiang Guard. The shield-bearers, shielded by their wall, began to advance steadily. The spearmen extended their weapons from behind the shield wall, launching assaults against the sword and shield soldiers of the Feiyu cavalry. The latter swiftly countered, short blades clashing with long spears, sparks flying in the heated exchange. Lu Xiangxin, observing the steady advance of the Longxiang Guard's shield wall, felt a pang of anxiety and swiftly adjusted his tactics. Issuing orders, "Archers, disperse your formation and flank the left side of the Longxiang Guard," concentrating fire on their left flank. The archers of the Feiyu cavalry promptly complied. Some maintained pressure from the front, while others swiftly maneuvered to the left flank of the Longxiang Guard, establishing multi-angled fire coverage. Once again, arrows poured down, causing the left flank of the Longxiang Guard's shield wall to tremble, though the shield-bearers held their ground. The stability of their formation was now under threat. Seizing the opportunity, the sword and shield soldiers of the Feiyu cavalry infiltrated the gaps in the shield wall, utilizing their shields for cover as they closed in on the spearmen of the Longxiang Guard. Initiating close-quarters combat, sword and shield soldiers converge on the left flank and coordinate with the archers. Lu Xiangxing commanded once more. The sword and shield soldiers swiftly repositioned, forming a compact joint assault formation alongside the archers, unleashing a fierce attack on the left flank of the Longxiang Guard. The clashes between short blades and long spears intensified, with soldiers from both sides exchanging blows, resulting in a brutal confrontation. The officer of the Longxiang Guard, witnessing Lu Xiangxing's reliance on familiar tactics, couldn't help but chuckle, still resorting to old methods to contend with me. Do you think I am the same fool from Ruwu camp? Observing the pressure on the left flank of the shield wall, he rapidly adjusted his strategy, commanding, contract the shield wall and concentrate the spearmen's fire against the sword and shield soldiers of the Feiyu cavalry. The shield wall of the Longxiang Guard quickly contracted, the shield bearers locking shields closely together as the spearmen's thrusts became more concentrated, effectively suppressing the advance of the Feiyu cavalry's sword and shield soldiers. Advance the shield wall, the officer of the Longxiang Guard commanded once more. Shielded by the barrage of arrows, the Longxiang Guard's shield wall steadily progressed forward. The spearmen thrust their weapons like a forest, persistently pushing forward in an attempt to breach the defenses of the Feiyu cavalry. Although the sword and shield soldiers exhibited agility, they began to struggle against the double pressure of the Longxiang Guard's shield wall and spears. Lu Xiangxing's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized every detail of the battle, observing the sword and shield soldiers of the Feiyu cavalry in dire straits while the Longxiang Guard's shield wall pressed forward. He realized that a tactical change was imperative, otherwise, defeat was inevitable. Then, Lu Xiangxing activated his exclusive skill, Tianxiong Junwei. The Tianxiong formation emerged, its aura resplendent. Military orders were as solid as mountains. Soldiers surged like tigers. Blades and spears formed a dense forest, sweeping all before them with overwhelming might. Effect 1. Each time Lu Xiangxing leads troops, this skill grants him 3 to command. Effect 2. During one-on-one duels or group battles, Lu Xiangxing's military might increases, providing 4 to strength, usable 3 times. Effect 3. When executing surprise attacks, ambushes, or employing strategies, he gains 2 to command. Effect 4. In battle, leading from the front significantly boosts morale and enhances the overall quality of his soldiers. Effect 5. When commanding his exclusive army, Tianxiong Jun, Lu Xiangxing receives 3 to strength, and his soldiers gain 1 to strength. Effect 6. When facing leaders of peasant uprising armies, he gains 2 to command, while the opponent suffers -5 to command, and his soldiers gain 1 to strength, while the uprising forces lose -1 to strength. With Effect 1, Effect 2, and Effect 4 activated, Lu Xiangxing's command increased by 3. Strength by 4 with a base command of 94 and strength of 97. Lu Xiangxing now had a command value of 97 and a strength value of 101, significantly enhancing the overall quality of his soldiers. Yang Feng, witnessing Lu Xiangxing's skill activation, felt a surge of exhilaration. Invincible. I declare it invincible. The maximum boost of 7 points to command and a potential increase of 15 points to strength, along with the overall strength enhancement for all soldiers, is extraordinarily comprehensive. Had he encountered Chen Sheng and Wu Guang back then, they would have been utterly disoriented. This contest should indeed be secure. As Lu Xiangxing's skill erupted, the overall quality of the Feiyu cavalry's soldiers surged, creating a widening gap between them and the Longxiang Guard. Lu Xiangxing commanded loudly. Feiyu cavalry, archers focus fire on the seams of the Longxiang Guard's shield wall. Sword and shield soldiers, utilize your shields for cover and maneuver to the right flank of the Longxiang Guard, cutting off their retreat. The archers of the Feiyu cavalry swiftly adjusted their shooting angles, concentrating their fire on the seams of the Longxiang Guard's shield wall. Arrows rained down like locusts, causing the seams of the shield wall to weaken under the assault. Taking advantage of the cover provided by their shields, the sword and shield soldiers rapidly maneuvered to the right flank of the Longxiang Guard, successfully severing their escape route. The shield wall of the Longxiang Guard began to lose stability under the combined pressure of the Feiyu cavalry's range suppression and close-quarters maneuvers. Though the spearmen's thrusts remained fierce, they gradually lost their advantage amidst the agile movements of the Feiyu cavalry. As the archers concentrated fire on the seams of the shield wall, the Longxiang Guard's formation continued to show signs of instability. The sword and shield soldiers penetrated the gaps in the shield wall, and the clashes between short blades and long spears grew increasingly fierce. The shield wall of the Longxiang Guard, besieged by the Feiyu cavalry's ranged attacks and close-quarters skirmishes, steadily lost its stability. Archers, continue suppressing the seams of the shield wall. Sword and shield soldiers, charge with all your might against the Longxiang Guard's formation. Lu Xiangxing commanded with conviction. The archers of the Feiyu cavalry continued to focus their fire on the seams of the shield wall. Arrows descending like a torrent. The sword-and-shield soldiers, shielded by their defenses, launched a full frontal assault on the Longxiang Guard's formation. The clash of short blades and long spears intensified as soldiers from both sides engaged in a fierce exchange, leading to a remarkably brutal confrontation. Ultimately, through the precise command of Lu Xiangxing, the Feiyu cavalry successfully subdued the Longxiang Guard, employing agile tactical maneuvers and seamless collaboration. The shield wall of the Longxiang Guard gradually lost its stability under the relentless long-range suppression and close-quarters disruptions orchestrated by the Feiyu cavalry. Although the thrusts of the spear-wielders remained fierce, they ultimately succumbed to the nimbleness of the Feiyu cavalry. Lu Xiangxing fought valiantly to the end, and thanks to his exceptional leadership, the Feiyu cavalry triumphed over the Longxiang Guard. The soldiers of the Feiyu cavalry erupted in joyous cheers, hailing General Lu's valor. Feng, standing atop a platform, felt a surge of happiness, contemplating silently that indeed, Lu was the king of ghosts. However, the Feiyu cavalry was not yet at its pinnacle and still required further training. Alongside the need to find a suitable time to establish a heavenly hero army under Lu Xiangxing's command, the commander of the Longxiang Guard approached Feng to offer congratulations, exclaiming, "Congratulations, my dear Yang. Today's performance of the Feiyu cavalry has truly opened my eyes." The commander of the Huban army also came over, patting Feng on the shoulder. "Brother, your performance as a lieutenant is impressive. How about you join me for a few days?" Feng, realizing there were attempts to poach him, firmly replied, "My dear brother, you jest. Jiando is my trusted subordinate and cannot be transferred to you. How about this? Today, it's my treat, and we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated." "Very well, let us drink to our heart's content today," the commander of the Huban army said, embracing Feng's shoulders. With that, the four commanders descended from the platform and hurried to the grandest tavern in the capital, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, to indulge in revelry. "Oh dear, the wine from yesterday truly gives one a headache," Feng lamented. "These fellows can really hold their liquor, but I have endured the trials of modern distilled spirits, and this swill is simply dreadful." Rubbing his head in discomfort, Feng continued, "Since today is uneventful, I might as well invite Brother Yun to the pleasure quarters for some tunes. It has been ages since I last visited, and I wonder if anyone misses me." Feng envisioned the delightful day ahead. A figure appeared before him. Looking down, he realized it was Hong Wu, indicating he bore important news. After greeting, Hong Wu stated, "Young master, the martial and literary rankings have been updated." Feng took the document and noted significant changes. The champion, Zhang Xiao, had been removed from the top spot due to his retirement exceeding 5 years, replaced by the former second, Zhao Qing, while the second place was now held by Ao Jun, who had risen from third. However, surprisingly, the new third place was marked with the bold character Xiang Yu. Who would have thought that Xiang Yu has emerged? The realm's fierce warriors will now have a worthy opponent, Feng pondered. Continuing to read about Xiang Yu's exploits, he learned that the young warrior had just turned 18. That the reason for his ascent to the third rank was that he had challenged Zhang Xiao in Lianghua Prefecture. Zhang Xiao, having achieved fame long ago, sent several disciples to spar with the youthful challenger, only to be astonished as Xiang Yu effortlessly defeated them all. Reluctantly, Zhang Xiao had no choice but to engage himself. And Xiang Yu was brimming with martial fervor. Their clash, featuring the overlord's halberd against the Lingxiao spear, was so fierce that it darkened the heavens and earth. Though Zhang Xiao ultimately prevailed, Xiang Yu's potential remained vast due to his youth. Zhang Xiao remarked that Xiang Yu's combat prowess at his age surpassed his own in his youth, predicting that Xiang Yu would surely ascend to the champion's rank within a few years. After this battle, Xiang Yu received much acclaim and, after expressing gratitude to Zhang Xiao, vanished into the crowd. Following this confrontation, the prominent figures ultimately ranked Xiang Yu third. It was estimated that Xiang Yu's martial prowess now exceeded 105, and his skills were likely top tier, as evidenced by his lengthy duel with Zhang Xiao. How intriguing that Xiang Yu has entered the fray, only to disappear after his encounter with Zhang Xiao. One wonders what schemes he may be concocting. Yet, it matters not. The more chaos in the world, the better for me, Feng mused. The changes in the 100 victories rankings also reflected Zhang Zhao's removal, with others rising accordingly. Additionally, the Hongru rankings saw a transformation, not in the preceding positions, but rather at the 36th spot, where Zhuo Qiong was eliminated, replaced by none other than Yang Feng. Following the battle before the Steel Forest of Tianbao Academy and the promotion by Wu Yin at the Poetry Gathering, Yang Feng's name as the poetry champion had spread throughout the Three Heavens region, resonating across the continent. Yang Feng had effectively stepped into Zhuo Qiong's shoes. Not only was Yang Feng reviewing the latest rankings, but Zhuo Qiong was also observing them. In truth, after his defeat to Yang Feng before the Steel Forest, he had somewhat anticipated this outcome. However, predicting it and witnessing it were two different matters. Now, seeing his name vanish from the rankings, Zhuo Qiong felt a tumult of emotions. Yet soon, anger and jealousy clouded his judgment. Jealousy consumed Zhuo Qiong. How could Yang Feng, at merely 16, ascend to the Hongru rankings? Reflecting on his own joy upon first entering the list in his 30s, and now, at over 40, he wondered why Yang Feng's life seemed so effortlessly smooth. Unable to contain himself, Zhuo Qiong hastily prepared a sedan chair and rushed to the Prime Minister's residence to seek out his brother-in-law, Qin Hui. Upon entering the Prime Minister's estate, Zhuo Qiong found Qin Hui and immediately fell to his knees, weeping bitterly. "Brother-in-law, I can no longer bear this. I have no face left to meet the world." Qin Hui regarded Zhuo Qiong with disdain. "At your age, crying and wailing. What is the matter? Speak, and I shall advocate for you." Through tears and snot, Zhuo Qiong recounted his contest with Yang Feng, embellishing the tale and casting all blame upon Yang Feng, portraying him as an arrogant, disrespectful youth while painting himself as a wise and virtuous scholar. Qin Hui grasped the situation, but knew his brother-in-law all too well. He was aware of the man's character. It was due to Zhuo Qiong that he had incurred enmity with the Yang family, the current governor of Heiyuan Prefecture, having believed only Zhuo Qiong's side of the story. Reflecting on this, Qin Hui felt an urge to kick Zhuo Qiong for his folly. Slowly, he picked up the tea leaves, gently blew on them, and took a sip, saying, "I understand the matter, but Zhuo Qiong, you must accept this." Zhuo Qiong was incredulous, staring at Qin Hui, unable to fathom why his usually supportive brother-in-law would advise him to let it go this time. "Why, brother-in-law? Yang Feng is not only a gifted poet, but also an exceptional strategist, currently favored by the emperor. Furthermore, do you recall the poetry gathering Yang Feng attended? I have heard of it. What does that have to do with this? It is of great significance. That gathering was organized by Princess Guan, who wished to meet Yang Feng. You comprehend now." Zhuo Qiong shook his head. "I still do not see how this connects to Yang Feng humiliating me." Qin Hui looked at his dim-witted brother-in-law, astonished at his lack of understanding. You not realize? Princess Guan harbors affection for Yang Feng, and the emperor may have marriage intentions. Now do you understand? So, Yang Feng is to become a prince consort? Indeed, it is imperative that you do not provoke him, lest you incur the emperor's wrath. Zhuo Qiong, you must understand that the emperor's will is inscrutable. Both thunder and rain are bestowed by his grace. Qin Hui felt a mix of pity and anger towards Zhuo Qiong, who had caused him no small amount of trouble over the years. Qin Hui's gaze deeply wounded Zhuo Qiong. The latter felt that his brother-in-law had changed. He was no longer the same supportive figure from before. What significance did being the current prince consort hold? Even if Yang Feng were to attain that status, how did it compare to the renowned Duke of the One Word and the formidable General Hu Wei? His brother-in-law had lost the ambition of his former self. Qin Hui reiterated his warning to Zhuo Qiong. "Little Guan, heed my words. Do not provoke Yang Feng in the near future. Do you understand?" Zhuo Qiong replied, "I understand, brother-in-law." However, he felt a sense of melancholy. Unable to remain in the Prime Minister's residence any longer, he concocted an excuse and returned home. Yet, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His brother-in-law had grown old, his spirit diminished. "But I am still myself. I will take action, and my brother-in-law will undoubtedly come to my aid as before." With this resolve, Zhuo Qiong wasted no time in drafting a letter, which he dispatched through a servant. With a sinister smile, he muttered, "Yang Feng, my boy, cherish these days while they last." Returning to Yang Feng, he was elated to see his name on the Hongru rankings, signifying the completion of his mission. Just as he reveled in this thought, the system's voice chimed in as expected. "Ding! Main quest. Eternal renown. Phase 2. Fame spreads far and wide. Quest completed. Rewards. 1 golden martial summon card. 1 golden commander summon card. 1 golden political summon card. 1 golden intelligence summon card. 1 golden charm summon card. and 500 reputation points. Ding! The inventory of the host currently includes 2 golden military summoning cards, 1 golden commander summoning card, 1 golden political summoning card, 1 golden intelligence summoning card, 1 golden charm summoning card, and 1283 prestige points. Yang Feng, elated, leaped from his seat, exclaiming, "I've struck it rich. It's all thanks to Zhuo Qiong. My lucky star." The first task was accomplished with Zhuo Qiong's assistance, and the second as well. The expertise of Guan is undeniable. Alas, he will not be able to assist me any further. Ding! The next task has commenced. Main quest. Eternal Renown, Stage 3. Renowned across the land, as the greatest emperor. Achieving eternal fame is merely the baseline. Let your name resonate throughout the entire continent. Task objective. Enter the top 10 of the civil and military rankings. Task rewards. 3 golden summoning cards of any chosen type, 3 silver summoning cards of any chosen type, 10 free attribute points, and an increase of 1,000 prestige points. Task duration, unlimited. Brother Tongzi, what else with these free attribute points? Yang Feng inquired, puzzled. Ding responded, free attribute points can be freely allocated by the host to their own attributes. Once an attribute exceeds 100, no further points can be added. Oh, splendid. No need to grind them out myself. That would be quite arduous. That I still remember the grueling yet enlightening journey with my master. That I never wish to endure that again. Yang Feng reminisced about his painful past. Ding remarked, as the greatest emperor in history, attributes must not only be high but also balanced. All right, Brother Tongzi, I understand. Let us set this aside for now. We have great ambitions ahead. Shouldn't we summon a few companions for some joy? Yang Feng said, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Ding replied, please select the summoning method. Given the scarcity of advisors at present, let us start with the golden intelligence summoning. Yang Feng decided. Ding announced, summoning initiated. A comprehensive inventory of historical figures is underway. Extracting golden intelligence figures. Come on. Give me a powerful figure, please. I implore you, Brother Tongzi. Yang Feng fervently wished. Ding declared, golden intelligence summoning in progress. First figure. Lu Ji, the unifier of the realm, Commander 87. Military 64, Intelligence 108, Politics 98, Charm 99. Wow. The first one is a bombshell, Lu Bowen, the unifier of the realm, with exceptional wisdom and political acumen, not to mention high charm. Perfect. Moreover, Lu Bowen knows when to advance and when to retreat. A truly excellent minister. I admire him greatly. Ding continued, golden intelligence summoning in progress. Second figure. Yao Guangxiao, the black-clad chancellor, Commander 72, Military 75, Intelligence 106, Politics 101, Charm 93. The black-clad chancellor Yao Guangxiao, a great monk and strategist for Zhu Di. Quite impressive, a solid choice, though I wonder how his presence will affect the situation. Ding proceeded, golden intelligence summoning in progress. Third figure, Sun Bin, the sage of strategy, Commander 101, Military 60, Intelligence 105, Politics 91, Charm 89. Mr. Bin, the sage of strategy, this golden summoning is truly delightful. I genuinely enjoy it. If only every time could be like this, I'd fear no one in this world. Ding continued, golden intelligence summoning in progress. Fourth figure, Fan, the merchant sage, Commander 99, Military 67, Intelligence 107, Politics 103, Charm 96, and Business 110. The merchant sage Fan, with hidden attributes in commerce, truly the ancestor of merchants, with an unbeatable business capability of 110. Coupled with intelligence and politics, it's simply perfect. Ding announced, golden intelligence summoning in progress. Fifth figure, Zhang Liang, the sage of strategy, Commander 66, Military 57, Intelligence 110, Politics 100, Charm 102. Unrivaled, the sage of strategy Zhang Liang. Boasting an intelligence of 110, the highest in history, it's no wonder he is called the sage of strategy. My Zifeng, come forth, I want Zhang Liang. Ding requested, please select 2 figures to dismiss. Yang Feng felt a pang of hesitation. All of these are top-tier talents in history. It would be inappropriate to dismiss any of them. Lu Bowen needs no introduction. Just his title alone is enough. Yao Guangxiao is equally impressive, particularly with his current skills. Sun Bin excels in command, intelligence, and politics. Fan is renowned for his exploits, and Zhang Liang is a figure no one would dare to remove unless they were foolish. What a dilemma, Ding urged. Please make your selection within 10 seconds. Otherwise, the system will randomly eliminate figures. Yang Feng scratched his head and decided, I'll dismiss Yao Guangxiao and Sun Bi its not that I dislike either of you. But it's unavoidable. My sincerest apologies. I will choose you next time if given the chance. Ding announced. Lu Bowen, Fan Li, and Zhang Liang commence random selection. I want Zhang Liang. I want Zhang Liang. I want Zhang Liang. Yang Feng clenched his fists and fervently prayed. Ding stated, summoning successful, summoned figure. Zhang Liang. Age 22, Commander 66, Military 57, Intelligence 110, 105, Politics 196, Charm 102, 97. Currently not at his peak. Zhang Liang, 186 BC, styled Zifeng, an outstanding strategist and politician during the late Qin and early Han dynasties, a founding contributor to the Western Han, renowned alongside Han Exine and Xiao He as the three heroes of early Han. Born into nobility. Both his grandfather and father served as prime ministers of the Han state. After the Han state was destroyed by Qin, he squandered his wealth plotting to assassinate Qin Shi Huang, but failed and subsequently fled to Xiapi. There, he encountered Huang Shigong and mastered the art of war, gaining profound wisdom. Zhang Liang, frail and sickly, never led troops independently, but served as a strategist, constantly accompanying Liu Bang. He once advised Liu Bang to adopt a humble demeanor at the Hongmin banquet to preserve strength and facilitated Liu Bang's escape by negotiating with Xiong Yu's uncle. Xiong Bo, through his exceptional wisdom, he assisted Liu Bang in winning the Chu-Han contention and establishing the Han dynasty, earning the title of Marquis of Lu. Zhang Liang was well-versed in the teachings of Huang Lao and was not enamored with power. In his later years, he traveled the world with the immortal Qi Songzi. He passed away in the second year of Emperor Gao of Han, 186 BC, posthumously titled Wencheng. Truly remarkable, with Zhang Liang. I possess the world, my strategist has finally arrived, and none can challenge his position. Victory is assured. Let us take flight. Yang Feng exclaimed, thrilled, eager to meet Zhang Liang and express his gratitude. Ding confirmed, Zhang Liang has been successfully implanted. Identity, Zhang Liang, styled Zifeng. His grandfather, Zhang Kaidi, was one of the three renowned strategists of the prominent Yang Gong, who repeatedly cautioned Yang Gong to prepare early, warning that Lu Hong was petty and envious, unworthy of being a wise ruler. However, Yang Gong, deeply attached to Lu Hong, dismissed his advice. When Lu Hong executed Yang Gong for treason, Zhang Kaidi bravely perished alongside him. His son, Zhang Ping, suffered severe injuries during the calamity, and after concealing his identity, he fathered Zhang Liang before soon passing away. Zhang Liang's mother revealed his true heritage. Later, Giguzi, commissioned by others, imparted the art of war to Zhang Liang. After mastering his skills, Zhang Liang sought out Confucius, who informed him of Yang Feng's identity. Upon learning this, Zhang Liang hastened to the capital to aid Yang Feng in avenging his family. He is currently en route. It seems my grandfather had many talented subordinates back in the day. What a pity that Lu Hong truly deserves his fate. Yang Feng lamented, realizing that with Zhang Liang's arrival, there was no immediate need for new strategists. Ding inquired, does the host wish to proceed with further summons? Absolutely. Why not summon more powerful figures? I wish to overthrow the tyrant Lu Hong as soon as possible, now that I have a strategist. I require a political expert. My political strength is currently too weak. Brother Tongzi, please use the golden political summoning card. Ding announced, summoning initiated. A comprehensive inventory of historical figures is underway. Extracting golden political figures come forth. Let us see who the top political talents in China are. Ding declared, golden political summoning in progress. First figure. Ding continued, golden political summoning in progress. First figure, Zhang Zhujing, the chief minister of the Wanli era, commander 74. Military 48, intelligence 98, politics 107, charm 88. What a remarkable figure to start with. Zhang Zhujing, the prime minister during the Wanli reign, is among the most renowned ministers in history, easily ranking within the top 5 or 10. Yang Feng rubbed his hands together, clearly finding the golden summoning card quite alluring. A chime announced the golden political summoning, with the second figure materializing, the three heroes of the Han dynasty. Featuring the esteemed Prime Minister Xiao He, Command 90, Military 58, Intelligence 96, Politics 108, Charisma 101. The inaugural Chancellor of the State, Xiao Xianghua. Is it my fate to gather the three heroes of the Han? This could certainly undermine Liu Bang's foundation, but a political score of 108 is indeed remarkable, and his intelligence and charisma are equally impressive. Moreover, Xiaohe possesses a keen eye for talent, making him an excellent choice. Yang Feng reasoned that a chime echoed once more as the golden political summoning continued, revealing the third figure, Wang Engshi, the architect of the Xining reforms. Command 63, Military 40, Intelligence 93, Politics 105, Charisma 91. Wang Wengong. How regrettable that Wang Engshi's reforms were not realized in their entirety. The political score of 105 certainly marks him as a top-tier talent. However, when compared to the first two luminaries, he appears rather overshadowed. It can only be said that within the realm of the strong, there are always stronger individuals, Yang Feng mused. The chime rang again, heralding the golden political summoning, with the fourth figure emerging, Li Kuei, the pioneer of reform.